that the flimsy was signed. 13 signatures, 1 for Hugh Eggers, 1 for Anton Tolsand, and 11 for the other board members or shareholders. As many smaller mech corporations were, they were rather on the small side. Tolsand Warworks was now a wholly owned subsidiary of Eggers General Utility. The 60 billion investment already deposited in their accounts from a Comster checking account. As they signed the papers, and had the more traditional electronic copy sent forth to the Estates General for final review, as well as the Commonwealth Ministry of Finance, Hugh spoke up, finally opening his mouth after an hour of rest. Now that we've signed that, how much would it cost to establish a Solaris stable? We need to be able to show off your designs to the crowds. To tell them that they are wrong about our designs. And here was dessert, delivered by a man who soldiered on despite the crippling weakness he was feeling. Tolsand felt nothing but respect for the young visionary. Knocked out face, Hugh stepped back into the manse that had been provided, courtesy of Iris Steiner. Sitting himself down, he allowed the exhaustion to win, slipping bonelessly down the chair. I think that was a successful day. He said to Glory. Yes, sir. There is a great deal of money that you have invested. Really? I only invested 70 billion, there's still another 50 billion in the accounts. I need to invest more. She looked mildly shocked. Hugh sighed, there was so much to spend, what was he meant to do with all of it? He hadn't been lying when he told Tolsand that the Solaris Games had been the inspiration for the investment. Lying in the bed, watching the Solaris Games as they played on screen, he couldn't help but see just how much money the heavy and assault mechs earned in terms of contract and gambling. The money involved rose into the billions if you took into account all the betting, advertising, and sponsorships. Yet, the exosuites were barely in the 4 digits. Brought out to entertain people between bouts with the mechs. Like, a fluffer in pornography, or cheerleaders in a boxing game. Who even cared what they were doing right? The perfect place to invest his money, all that R&D money, all that time paying salaries, for something that wasn't even considered important enough to have its own stables. Always part of a bigger stable, never worth enough to viewers to be worth its own series. Which made sense, of course. Everyone knew that heavy and assault mechs were the pinnacle of mech design. The Sword of Light had been annihilated by his own primitive weapon-equipped militia and the heavy/assault Lyran regulars in the months prior. Clearly, light and medium mechs were worthless. Exosuites? Worth even less. But, he couldn't invest in something that stupid without justifying it. That was the reason why he couldn't invest the full amount, had to justify it, have it. The system wouldn't allow it. Coming into the factory, he had been incredibly pleased. So, had the system. So much so, the allowed investment went up from 30 billion to 60 billion. They were installing primitive guns on the mechs. If that wasn't a sign that they had no idea what they were doing, then nothing did. It was like having something like a Mercedes S1 or whatever the family car was, and then finding cheap rims off eBay to put on it. The system had been so shocked, it allowed him to invest even more funds. That was how bad it all was. Why would you do something like that? No wonder they were about to be acquired by Defiance. Clearly they were too useless to actually design functional battle mechs. He understood why people were using Eggers Armaments' guns, they were cheap and anyone could afford one. But if you had the option between actual, modern weapons, like lasers, why would you use something primitive? Ha! With his investment, wouldn't all that money go down the drain? It was genius. The establishment of the Solaris stable would show everyone just how stupid the idea to design a light mech with primitive weapons was. Watching them reload the weapons by physically sticking magazines onto the outside, instead of having ammunition in the body. How the weapons weren't even armored, just attached by little mounts. So flimsy that they had done it literally in front of his eyes, pulling the gun off and replacing it. A single collision and the entire rig would come flying right off. It was slapdash, jury-rigged, the kind of thing you would see desperate soldiers doing, not the actual factory that was producing the machines. All of it confirmed his thoughts, this was a factory designed for losing money. He hadn't felt any qualms at all with investing a large amount of cash, he was going to lose it all. It was glorious. So much money to spend, to waste. And yet, there was something missing. He pulled himself up in the chair. Tried to pull his brain together. What was missing? Right, he was still a little woozy from the illness and voidy taking out a chunk of his brain. Luckily for him, the system had given that reward which kept him alive. Imagine trying to survive this without it. Everything had grown back, miraculously, or something. Brains do grow back normally, don't they? Anyway, he had 50 billion left in the Eggers General Utility accounts to spend. As he thought about it, Voidy emerged from his left thigh, briefly phasing into reality to nuzzle against his palm, before diving into his right eyeball. Right, thanks for that Voidy, it doesn't hurt, but my brain is telling me it should. Shaking his head, his eyes went out the window, and he could see the result of the media blitz that was costing billions. An advertising blitz that Chiseo was running for. Pacific Rim. That was it. That was what he was missing. If he wanted to lose all his money, a 2,000-ton giant monster that killed things by punching them was exactly what he needed. He needed to call up Tolsand and invest the other 50 billion in right now. Imagine trying to get that working. He was a genius. ++ system reminder, host cannot spend money without adequate reason. Project scope is too ambitious. ++. Okay. Fine. Be that way system. What should he start with? Something to lose money, but still work up to building the Jaegers. Melee weapons. Like Cherno Alpha's extending fists. When everyone was using ranged weapons to destroy their enemies, when was there anyone who used melee weapons? The only time he had seen it had been on the Solaris melee-only circuit. Even then, it was just with fists, as if nobody had designed melee weapons for battle mechs yet. Still, he had to admit that melee weapons would be a good way to cover a weakness in battle mechs. Something to punch your enemies to death with. In close combat, aggression was king, the other guy often had no idea how to counter it. But at the same time, it wasn't like there would be much demand. Useful weapons, but only situationally appropriate. When every battle mech was using general armaments, why would any give up their hands to wield a fist system or a sword or something? You would need to design a mech with a melee weapon. Who would even do that? Since nobody had done it, clearly it was a bad idea. Design extremely dangerous weapons, that nobody would be willing to use? Because a medium laser would hit 10,000 times the range that a fist could? This was the perfect idea. There were professors at Eggers Education who were probably looking for class projects, and he could send it their way. Everyone could get in on the loss-making. Riding on the wave of optimism, Hugh thought to himself. What about the control system? If everyone was using neurohelmets that you could work by just sitting down, why would you want to use anything else? It was perfect for losing money. If there was a cockpit for sitting down, you would have to be literally insane to replace your cockpit with a full haptic system like in the movie. But how did he make sure he could invest all his money into it? Research grants, that was it. 50 billion in research grants would spend all the excess funds he had in EGU's accounts. Wait a moment, he had to check first. He couldn't afford to be backstabbed like in the last cycle. System, does research count as an ongoing concern? ++ research does not count as an ongoing concern. Host is allowed as many research projects he can think of. Host is advised to think really hard about this. ++. Gee, thanks system. That made him feel better about himself. Not. Anyway, he just needed to put the extra money into research and his funds would be near empty. After that, all he had to worry about was spending the money that came in. He felt incredibly satisfied. A job well done. This trip wasn't so bad once he woke up from being unconscious. Actually. Now that he thought about it, what happened to his blood that had been sent through hyperspace? Did they find more voids? Knocked out face, the scientist stood with barely contained excitement. The first test had been successful, sending the jump ship through space with the research subject was an absolute, unqualified success. While the methods hadn't exactly been, well, their CAD standard, it wasn't like they had much choice with the threat of the blood reaching its due-by date. So, they had proceeded with the mission, injecting the blood into a willing and viable volunteer. Sending them through hyperspace. And, well, the results hadn't exactly been pretty, but the volunteer had survived, and they had found their second example of a hyperdimensional creature. The surgeons and medical team on hand, as well as the medical bay the experiment was carried out in, managed to save his life. It looked like a trilobite, if the shell was made of segmented blender blades and tentacles made of knives. Better yet, in the month that had passed, and the blood replaced by natural processes, the trilobite had not disappeared. Success. Unfortunately, that was where the successes had ended. Attempting to transfuse the volunteer's blood into another had not resulted in a similar success. Nor had trying to send the volunteer through hyperspace a second time, once they had recovered from a piece of their left kidney and a chunk of their large intestine disappearing, in what looked very much like a bite matching Triley's teeth. Indeed, the second time around, it had been repeated that Triley, the trilobite had been viciously attacking an unknown entity, preventing harm to the volunteer from the looks of it. The solution, then, to research further into hyperdimensional anomalies was to go to the source, Hugh Eggers' blood. Which was why the administrator was here, to calm everyone down and have them reassess their future strategies. Ladies. Gentlemen. You are missing the obvious here. The man is absolutely terrified of needles. He nearly climbed out of bed, despite his inability to walk, to get away from your needle. The only reason he remained is because of his willpower and understanding it was needed. Can you imagine asking a man with such a fear to regularly give blood for our research? For what may be, in his eyes, entirely frivolous purposes. A pause. Can't we pay him? He is rapidly approaching the top 1,000 wealthiest individuals in the Lyran Commonwealth. Just how much are you looking to pay for his blood? A pause. I suggest the lot of you come up with some kind of response to have Hugh Eggers willingly give you blood. Otherwise, your ideas are dead in the water. What about urine? Or saliva? Do other bodily fluids? The impetuous one cut themselves off as the others stared at them. If you're volunteering to get those injected into you for this test. No, please ignore that. That's what I thought. Get moving and thinking, we don't have much time before he leaves for Blackjack. What if we set up on Blackjack? Doesn't he have that Castle Eggers University set up? Imagine the Free Worlds League trying to raid that. And that is a good idea. Keep brainstorming. Knocked out face. In the week since the meeting with Hugh Eggers, the R&D team of Tolsand Warworks were baffled. How exactly were they going to design suitable exosuites or exoskeletons for combat? Their batteries were too small, too weak. The suits themselves too fragile. The team was frustrated. Those that were meant to be arriving from Eggers' general utility hadn't yet made their way over, but the newly hired R&D team, for all their newness, felt a sense of territoriality. Especially with the bodyguards, monsters the lot of them, looked incredibly smug about the exosuite idea, as if they knew something and were keeping it a secret. The team felt that they wanted to do this on their own, to prove that they could. To get back at those smug bastards. The team had been baffled until something emerged that changed everything. An animated movie released by Eggers Media. Steam Boy. While the idea of an unlimited steam sphere was a little ridiculous, until someone pointed out that it could be a microfusion reactor, the exosuite soldiers that appeared in the final climactic sequence had solved their problems, had provided a clear direction. A bit dragged out as a movie, but the concepts, oh the concepts. Why were they trying to do this with high technology? Just sticking an ice engine on the back would work. If there were enough of them, and they were cheap enough, wouldn't that be a benefit in and of itself? Why did they need to go with the idea of a small mech? What was the point of that when there were already light mechs? They were building the damned things right now. No, the solution was to chart their own path, for this was not that of a mech, but that of infantry. Armored infantry. Mimers on the outside to give lift and carry capacity. So many ideas, so many of them before spaceflight. How had they fallen so far? No matter, they had other considerations now. Like, would speed even matter if they were fighting inside a Castle Eggers? Defensive action, protected with the suit, it was perfect. Would they need to be concerned with issues of protection if the soldiers were wearing armor before they got into the suit? What was with the need for integrated weapons if they could just carry them? They felt yet greater respect for Hugh Eggers. He hadn't said it outright. Allowing them to keep their pride, yet his own company had come up with the way forward regardless. It made them dream, too, of a day when the Jaeger was possible. 2,000 tons of dragon-slaying metal. For if they were about to make something from 2004 come true, what was to say that they could not make the Jaeger dream come true as well? 023 Erwin and his nephews and nieces. Erwin cracked his neck. Looking up at the design, he wondered just what it was that the boss was thinking. Money was flowing into the Education City. A cradle that had constantly expanded, housing individuals of technical skills from all walks of life. It was, in short, something truly marvelous. Erwin himself taught a lesson weekly. Advanced machining practicals. Taking the design down, he rolled it up, shoved it into the cylindrical document case and made his way out of his rooms. They were in the original cradle as part of the manufacturing section. Not that it mattered all that much with all the cradles connected through underground rail lines. The maglev trains in the underground areas moving at hundreds of kilometers an hour made any trip trivial. There were multiple different layers of underground rail as well, cargo lines and of course, the dedicated military transport lines. Travel between different hexes was more of a matter of waiting for the trains rather than sitting on said trains, which said something about the efficiency of the mode of travel. The designers were improving the timetable even further, all the better to make sure that there was minimal downtime. Moving through the travel laters, the horizontal escalators, moving walkways, whatever they wanted to call them, Erwin pushed his way past some junior machinists having an argument. Something about the wrong angle for effective wing-in ground effect. Erwin ignored them with the skill of long practice, moving his stocky body through the mass of skilled and unskilled workers. So focused they were on their discussions in the common areas that they ignored his presence. Something that he hadn't thought possible. With so much in the way of innovation occurring on Blackjack, there had been a large number of different individuals and groups making their way over. Some had to be inducted into the Union, others were already members. So many different ideas that were melding together, so many perspectives, the individuals all joining a greater whole. Thousands that wanted to be part of something greater, part of what they were calling the retro revival. Numbers greater than anything Erwin had seen in his life in one place. Many of these new initiates were talking about bringing back what was primitive. To rewalk the past and rebuild what had been lost in ages prior. Some groups, not the machinists of course, he would have boxed the ears of any who tried, had already taken it to extremes, commissioning their own cradle where they were going to live through the different ages of mankind, trying to rebuild the technology available at that time to get back to the glory days of the Star League. Word was that they had gotten rather cultish. Or, more likely, they were already cultish and had taken this chance to create an entirely separate community where they could be cultish in peace, and safe behind a fortress walls. On the other hand, and closer to home, there were machinists that were, even now, saying that the existing World War II era design was best, and attempting to improve it was heresy. These were already clashing with the Cold Warriors as they were known, trying to complete the little boss objectives of developing newer technology. Each in their own sections, getting rather tribal in their ways. It was one of the dangers of these cradles he had found, the fact that once everyone was inside a cave like this, even one made of artificial rock, they devolved, or was it evolved, into tribal societies. Sure, the boffins at the anthropology department would call it something different, but Irwin called it as he saw it. Grouping together, not needing to communicate or even physically look at those outside of their cliques for months at a time, it changed people. The only thing that had saved this was Beck. Having his architects design a common layout, something that forced constant social interaction. Food in communal areas, communal shopping, pools, and so on. Unless you were a true hermit, you would be forced to interact with others inside your block. Which alleviated the issues, but didn't solve them. As it was now, the section versus the world. Then the sections became hexes, and it became hexes versus the world. Everyone was still Lyran, everyone shared the same values and the like. But it had created a very subtle tribal way of thinking. Us versus them. He wasn't exactly sure what this would bring in the future, it might not be causing too much issue here. The Commonwealth realm was a rather permissive one that wasn't exactly causing problems when everyone had their needs being met. Every planet was already nominally independent, save for loyalty to the Archon and a member on the Estates General that represented them. Like, Cape Town wouldn't even exist if not for this permissiveness. Them and their racism against those who were not white, and well, Irwin had a few run-ins with those that had come from that blighted planet. It hadn't gone well for those, he had run into a few walls. It was a blight on the Commonwealth that they had their own military academy to pass their horror on to new, impressionable recruits. It wouldn't even be possible if each planet was not allowed to make its own laws and enforce them. Save for those created by the Estates General or the Archon, all else was free game. The problem was, what was happening on the worlds and nations where this was not true. When they had everything they needed and no longer needed, nor trusted their governments to provide safety for them. They could manufacture all their weapons and defenses on site, what need did they have of an interstellar government? Irwin wasn't too worried about Blackjack, or really anywhere else in the Commonwealth. Some of those idiots on Sky however, maybe they would take this chance to cause problems. It wouldn't be too much of an issue starting out, but as people became safe, they became complacent. When they became complacent, any attempt at removing their power would see them furious. How many of these fortress hexes would turn on their original creators? How many would lead to different planets, or even different parts of a planet rebelling against their overlords? Feeling safe, that they didn't need protection. Especially in worlds away from the borders. Sociologists would have a wonderful time, he was sure with this new reality. In any case, as he made his way down the stairs, always take a chance to exercise your muscles, he walked into the maglev train carriage and was on his way to Education City. Home to tens of thousands of educators and even more of their students, the scale of the city was only growing. If one were to look down on the cradles from on high, it would look like an atomic structure. Hexes upon hexes, each connected by a spoke or branch that connected them further. Some looked as if there were gaps of rolling hills, before themselves appearing on the surface again, the pattern continuing. Those were underground, the military facilities that the LCAF was constructing on Blackjack to take advantage of the sheer scale of military expansion. Trying to assault the complex would be suicide. Breaking through and attempting to make their way into the facility? Even worse. Military force had to be completely overwhelming, or to win through alternative means, guile and chicanery. Which led directly into the reason for his travel here, deep into Education City. Meeting with several department heads, individuals of great influence and power. Who, in the tribalistic manner of people everywhere, had colonized their own hex sections, or even entire hexes to make their own. Pushing opposing factions out, sometimes with force. Hell, it was even solidifying into different nomenclature which Irwin was using. You had the sections which were literal pieces of a hex. An entire hex itself. Indeed, the word hex would only be used to describe a full 8 sections, which made no sense, as hex was short for 6, but Irwin didn't pretend to understand, and then the spokes which were the sections that connected the different hexes together. Stereotypes were being created even now, the spokes being more open to newcomers, the sections ready to fight at any moment to keep what was theirs, and the hexes confident and smug in their superiority. In short, like people everywhere, they had already decided who was who despite just moving into the neighborhood in the last few months. Erwin wasn't sure if he wanted to be irritated or amused. In any case, there was a single, neutral ground on this side of the planet. Administration. Directly established by Glory Brandt-Zahlen herself, nestled inside of Egger's education city. The iron fist to Hugh Egger's velvet glove. That which held the power over all of those inside the hexes, dictating funds and movement of people. Making sure everything ran smoothly, yet at the same time handing out dictates as if it were the Archon themselves. Yet, the same people who could corral the different department heads into something coherent, managing the different companies that fell under the Eggers General Utility umbrella. There was also the fact that the Eggers family had an entire section to themselves adjacent to administration. With several EDF Wolverines taking a personal interest in their safety, there was a sense of security about it all. Enough for Erwin to feel safe presenting the information he had been sent by one of his many nephews and nieces. Making his way through the administration hex from the maglev, he walked up the stairs and tried not to gawk. He had forgotten how ridiculous some of these things could be. They had removed 3 floors to create an enormous 18-meter-high hallway, filled with desks and various secretariats. Each for a different department, giving off an extremely imposing feeling that he had stepped into something bigger than he could ever hope to be. Not that it fazed Erwin all that much, not after he had been inside the Defiance Industry Manufacturing Centers, where it was even bigger and filled with mechs, not desks. That said, the artificial lighting that resembled natural lighting was a good touch, felt like he really was that close to natural sunlight in here. As he strode through from the entrance at the front, he could feel different sets of eyes on him. Either the security, those who were waiting in line, or those of the secretariat that were in between aspirants. All looking mildly shocked as he ignored all of them, making his way through the center to reach the heads. Striding forward, he said the magic words to the individual who was probably more a coalescence of the concept of secretariat, secretary, secret police, assassin, all in one, than a person. Erwin, I am expected. Sitting on a throne overseeing all others, the 3 had been secretly nicknamed Cerberus. Each facing at a different angle, their faces set in harsh lines of absolute authority. Yes, go through door 12 Master Erwin, follow the orange line until you meet the green line. Follow the green line until the door. Doffing his cap, he strolled through, trying not to shiver as the secretary, for all of her 30 years of age, still gave him the chills. Power in capable hands had that effect on you. Following the path, he marveled at the sheer extravagance of the administration hex. Carved sconces, sculptures, art pieces, all of it proclaiming that the individuals here had used a great deal of their grant money to impress visitors. Which made sense really, this was where the donors came, where the industrialists marched. Impressing them was half the battle when it came to getting money to flow. Not that Hugh would care, not when he hadn't even stepped foot in these halls before bequeathing 50 billion kroner in research grants. If he wanted a way to draw yet more educators here, this was likely supercharging the bait. Finally reaching the conference room, he was met with a wide variety of people from all walks of life. Egger's education cared not who you were, so long as you had important skills that could be passed down. The only thing in common, they all had, was that they were responsible for entire hexes of academia. By all rights, Erwin would have been included if not for the fact that he ran Egger's armaments as his primary occupation. Morning. You've got the message? Good. We've got a problem that needs solving. As he said this, the document roll he had brought in was uncapped, the innermost sheet pulled out, and laid out over a projector, archaic, yet perfect for the task. No digital records left behind. On the sheet of transparent paper were several graphs, each labeled with years, and deaths of prominent individuals in academia. Others demonstrated trends in innovation and economic development. This is information my niece sent to me from the Ministry of Finance. They've collected information from across the inner sphere. Put it all into this infographic. Simply, the more technology recovers back to the level of the Star League, the more scientists die and facilities are raided or bombed. This continues until they return to previous levels. Those in the room had not been chosen by administration because they were stupid. Half of it being staffed with lick or LCAFME, that's what Erwin would do if he were Fan Eggers. They had chosen the most steady, and most capable, for the role of department heads. For what they and their students would produce, would alter the inner sphere forever, if they survived. With half the brightest minds in the Lyran Commonwealth in Education City, we run the risk of being a target. Or, more likely, we are definitely a target. Security measures will be stepped up. Anyone who enters from the outside can be considered a serious threat. Individuals with unknown histories that have not been vetted by the EDF or LIC are to be banned from the premises entirely. The EDF aspect was a little strange but understandable. Coming from all over the Commonwealth, they certainly had a much greater reach into the unknown parts of society than the LIC or LCAFME. Those in the room nodded. None of them wanted to die. That being said, they were inside a fortress that could withstand nuclear bombardment. Their sensation of safety and willingness to deal with security in exchange for that safety was the very reason they were here at all. This is the main enemy, Comster. Out came the second sheet, after a moment of frustration, the sheet unfurling in the cylindrical carry case and snagging on something. He growled under his breath before finally getting the semi-transparent sheet out. Right. Comster. They have been identified by the Ministry of Finance as the biggest threat. Followed by the Combine, Free Worlds League, Federated Suns, and the Capellan Confederation. In that order. At no point are Comster personnel allowed to enter or exit without a full security team surrounding them. They are not allowed to enter or exit any communication research facilities. Period. Why the Ministry of Finance and not LIC? Because they're good at hiding their tracks. Either suicide bombers, suicide nuclear weapons, or cut out mercenary units. LIC can't find anything because they control the HPGs. We can't read their mail, they can read ours, it's a little unfair. Can't hide general trends, though. That's how the Ministry of Finance pinned them. That seems a little obvious. Wouldn't they have figured out that we've figured it out? They're religious nuts on a crusade. Critical thinking isn't their strong suit. Really? I don't know. If I did, then we would just wipe them out and start over. We've got to deal with their shit because I don't know. Why are they doing this? If we knew, we could have done something about it. That's why these rules are being put in. It's why I'm here and not at home with my nephews. They needed someone who could call a meeting without it being suspicious. And so, the meeting went. In the end the security measures had been explained, everyone was on board, and now was the second reason why Erwin was here. He pulled out the final sheet. Right, last thing. The boys in the shop worked this design out. We need help making sure that we can get it to production without snags. The design was lit up on the wall, those who weren't interested started leaving, those who were looked on with mild shock in their eyes. Little boss wanted us to advance the designs a little. Look at something a little more modern. Some of us thought that we should look at building some of the tanks and the like. Building something like an M1 Abrams with its inbuilt case would have worked. Then he gave you 50 billion kroner to design a haptic control system and a melee system. He clearly wants us to work together. Those in the room looked shocked at the change in topic. Even if he hasn't said anything. Which is what we've got here. It's 5 tons total. Has a rolling block hand loaded 125mm, smoothbore gun at 1 ton, loads shells by hand, individually. The cockpit and computers would have taken it overweight until your research projects came in. Erwin rocked back on his feet, the machinist looking at the academics, who in turn looked at him like an alien had just appeared in the room. Or more likely, a hyperdimensional creature of some kind. One of the professors just looked at him with a deadpan. Isn't this just a workable version of the Smiali from that Iron Harvest game? Erwin rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. Why not? Because it's a game. No, settle down, this could work. The tube is because we need it for the haptic control system. The gun is the simplest weapon you can have. A tube with a rolling breech block. A bayonet on the end, legs. 1 ton of armor. Ice engine on the back, no computers at all. Except a roving camera connected to the pilot. Overlaid gun sight and a screen for the pilot, this could work. It will take a lot of effort, but it could work. The room was silent. Why? The headmistress, Alia Martinez, spoke. Chosen as an administrator, with the understanding that she was required to be far-sighted. Ready to act on actions that would take decades to come to fruition. Because we need it. How many castle eggers are there right now? How many soldiers are needed to defend this? There are not even enough battle mech regiments to station 1 per world. How are we going to keep ourselves safe from an attack? The enemy will adapt, will learn, will deploy artillery and forces with greater range. Our current forces are adequate, but will not be sufficient in the coming years as our enemies learn. A fortress that remains stable is a target, a fortress with a sallying army is a threat. For every castle to be of equal threat, they must have cheap, mobile forces. This can be such a threat. Her voice was as cutting as her expression. As if she had been born with a permanent frown, she glared at the naysayers in the room. She spoke as if she were speaking to cadets, some of the academics shifting uncomfortably in response. From their expressions, this had been an ongoing thing. It will die quickly, but if it is cheap enough that it can overwhelm even a light mech for less cost, then it is worth it. If these can be built with the ease of a primitive, perhaps we have a solution for the cost of invading a fortress world. To build our own mech forces on-site will allow the LCAF to threaten even Luthien in time. The LCAF will be greatly interested in this project, I can assure you of that. Your students are particularly far-sighted, Erwin, you should be proud. Erwin just shrugged. They had taken the standard barrel, cut off the breech, added their own pneumatic auto-locking version and lightened the material. Against BAR-10 armor it did 375 kilograms of damage, 6 points. Not great, not really, but it did have a range advantage over other weapons and was incredibly cheap to build. A speed just above the average infantryman's jogging pace, no armor on the engine at the back, very exposed stick legs, it was a matter of compromises to fit the gun and its ammunition, yet cheap enough to sell as infantry equipment. The entire design was rushed, but for an estimated cost of 50,000 kroner given just how bare bones and primitive everything was, they would have a proper militia mech to put to market. The most expensive part of it was the ICE engine, the I/headset receiver /A&D. Well, standard armor. In fact, the armor and inner structure was the most expensive part of the entire setup. It was why he was here, to get the different research projects into one, workable one. He could only marvel at the vision that the little boss possessed. To be able to join together so many disparate projects into a singular whole. To fill in the weaknesses that the cradles possessed before they were even manifest. Was there anything that he couldn't turn to a profit? He just had to do the same meeting, including the security brief, with the industrialist leaders. And to convince them to invest in the Smiali. Or, more likely, to establish lines to build the things. The more there were, the bigger of an impact they would have. 024 Follow the money will always betray the person, not you. Van Eggers sat at the table, seated next to his compatriots in the Lyran Intelligence Corp, as well as those from military intelligence. It was a little disconcerting really that he had to sit here and listen to someone else give a lecture, especially as he was responsible for the periphery regions in terms of military intelligence. That he, of all people, had to sit down and listen to someone else lecture him? On an infiltration or security risk that he had no idea about. On his planet? Infuriating. He should know about this, damn it, not have someone come from their CAD to speak on the topic. Worse were the Commonwealth Naval Intelligence pukes. The Commonwealth Navy had been folded into the LCAF after they lost all their warships like the fools they were. But stubbornly kept everything separate, as if it were important that there were 2 intelligence branches, 2 logistics, 2 administrative, etc. What a bunch of pukes. He could see they thought the same of him, and he glared back as they had entered. Both tacitly agreed to not recognize the other, just in case it came to snide words and veiled insults. The unfriendly atmosphere was perhaps the reason why they, no. Not flunky. They were speaking on behalf of the Ministry of Finance and none wanted their beady eyes, on a topic, to look at them with a jaundiced eye. To have them, suffer. With denials for funding, that would have the heads of their respective agencies coming down on them with the force of a ton of bricks. For, as it is, it was, and it ever shall be, shit rolls downhill. Good morning. I represent the Financial Trends Department in this matter. Please refer to me as Trends. Good morning, Trends. The chorus that answered was perhaps more irritating than it needed to be. The young woman ignored them, as was the smart thing to do, before continuing. I am here to brief you on a series of issues that have been labeled as factors by the Ministry of Finance. All of them waited in silence, it wasn't like this was uncharted territory. Factors could be anything, after all. A factor as defined by the Ministry of Finance, specifically, financial trends, has a very specific definition. It is spelt with a capital F, and includes any and all supernatural, or, in light of current revelations, hyperdimensional situations. There was a pause. There was still a sense of acceptance. But still a bit of thinking. Mainly because they were here on Blackjack, inside a recently built section, the kind of structure that one would more likely find on Terra during the height of the Amaris coup. As opposed to rolling hills on a planet that's only contribution to the galaxy was its name, and the Blackjack School of Combat. Which was half its name was also a galaxy-wide card game. Basically, Blackjack had its name and little else. Sitting inside said fortress, something, that, in simple terms, made little to no sense as to how it had been created. The chain of events that led up to it being one of pure insanity for all involved, including Fan, the father of said issue. That his son had done this, after being a kid who was more likely to die from travel than grow old? Yeah, that was a bit supernatural, all right. From your lack of surprise, you may summarize that Hugh Eggers is one such factor. Not merely because of his new pet, but because of the fact that, in just over a 1 year and 3 months, he has managed to create a corporation that has caused irreversible changes across the entirety of the inner sphere. These changes have resulted in several worlds in the Draconis Combine to break away to form the Rasselhog Kingdom. Others still remain nominally a part of the Combine, but are refusing to acknowledge the coordinator until Takeshi Kurita has proven himself. Those in the room hadn't exactly heard of that last part before. Interesting. Where exactly did? Right, the lick pukes were looking smug. Bastards. In the Capellan Confederation, there are significant cullings being carried out by Mashirfka to prevent the same situation occurring as worlds seek to break away from the wider Confederation. In the Free Worlds League, there is significant effort on the part of some worlds to do the same through more legalistic means. The Federated Sun's Outback region merely lacks the population to try the same. The construction of fortress hexes as they are known has provided exactly what they were designed to do. A sense of safety. This has led to several groups feeling more confident than they should be. She paused to look at them. This is unprecedented. It breaks what is understood about society, it makes very little sense, and thus is classified as a factor. Despite breaking all common sense, it functions, and succeeds. The Ministry of Finance has decided that such matters be classified as factors in lieu of any concrete explanation. Similar human factors can be seen in James McKenna, creator of the Terran hegemony. Those in the room paused. It was a crystallization of their thoughts, a matter that had been in the backs of their minds, that now had some kind of explanation. Fan figured, oh right, shit, that is true isn't it? James McKenna, born 2274, not formally schooled until the age of 12, recruited by the Alliance Global Militia, constantly promoted and demoted during the first 10 years of his time in the Alliance Navy. In 2295, at the age of 21, having served before the age of his recruitment or schooling according to official records, became Fleet Admiral of the Alliance Navy. In this role, he was responsible for procurement, at the age of 21. At the age of 40, he developed the first warships. At the age of 41 he deployed his fleet against Terra and destroyed both sides of a civil war, to become ruler of Terra. At the age of 42 he led an invasion and conquered 40 worlds. At the age of 45 he conquered 3 worlds and convinced yet more to join the hegemony. Can you imagine an individual being given control of an entire space navy at the age of 21 without any connections or significant relations? It breaks all logic, and thus counts as a factor. Hugh Eggers is also one such factor. However, it is not just for Hugh Eggers that we are gathered here today. Here, she pressed a few buttons on the remote in front of her, bringing up the projector screen, after waiting for the lamp to heat up. There was analog, and there was the most secure data transmission method of all, paper to eyeballs. On it was the logo of Comster. Comster is another such factor. The main reason why we are here today. Their history is as long and as convoluted as any successor state. However, the Ministry of Finance has been able to track several worrying trends and can only name one common factor between all of them. First, please observe consumer goods export volumes over the period of the succession wars. The screen demonstrated the sale of shirts, shorts, washing detergents, and a few more items. Which didn't really make sense. Why exactly was this being shown? These are a list of curate goods, which demonstrate a general reduction in sales, which has been attributed to a drop in population over time. This is a normal-looking curve without great variation save during the expected periods, specifically the succession wars, age of war, and reunification wars. Please remember, this is what a demand curve for products should look like in light of our current circumstances. Please compare that with the sale of computer hardware, industrial finished goods such as mech parts and engines. Pulling out what looked like a curve covered in various spikes, compared to the nice curve they had seen before, it looked like someone had drawn what they thought an earthquake seismograph line should look like. That was how bad it was. As you can see, there have been a large number of disruptions to the supply chains in the other successor states, which have prompted increased imports to offset the damage done to their industry. If we compare it to this chart here. Another chart, with skulls and explosions marked on a timeline, appearing over the sales trends. A little off-center until trends shifted the transparent sheets to match each other. As we can see, each precipitation of increased demand for our sophisticated exports has been preceded with a death, sabotage, accident, or destruction of some kind of facility. What we have here are the publicly available causes as data points, the ones we cannot see are unable to be identified using public sources. The room fell silent. Please note, that this chart only applies to the Federated Suns, due to their rather open press. But, we have been able to apply this to the Free Worlds League as well. Data is unavailable for the Capellan Confederation and Draconis combine, but there is a similar trend line of exports. Even if we do not have the correlating names and dates of incidents. Extrapolating, there is a significant number of deaths associated with improvements in industry and technology, which has resulted in the Commonwealth profiting. You said Comster, so I assume it isn't some kind of cabal in the Commonwealth that is basically controlling everything to make more money. Fan asked, looking a little irritated at the sheer scale of what was being suggested. Seriously, there were deaths here from across the entirety of the Federated Suns, implying infiltration on a scale that was truly horrific. The only way this would be possible was if it was the Suns who were doing it themselves, or if someone had the knowledge of exactly whom to kill and where. How had those idiots back at Asgard missed this? Correct. These two charts are part of a wider data set demonstrating that there is a great deal invested in the stagnation of the inner sphere's technological capabilities. We have suffered the same in the Commonwealth. There is nothing indicating the culprit from these two graphs. None made a flippant comment, the presentation was about to reach the exciting part. However, in the Commonwealth there has been a third trend, one that we have correlated with publicly available sources in the Federated Suns and the Free Worlds League. Please note that we are still using the Federated Suns graph for this third data set. A third data set overlaid the data points of the deaths and the trend line of the exports. These are Comster's offers of assistance following the disruptions to the economy or scientific community following the deaths of researchers, and destruction of industry. Without exception, there was an offer within a year of the initial destruction or death. Said offer arriving, quite literally, when the demand for civilian exports was highest. As in, when things were at their worst point, an offer for assistance was offered. Every single time. The fucking bastards! Muttered one of the naval intelligence women. Correct. Using this overall trend of deaths and destruction, followed by Comster offering assistance. Hold up, how did you get the information from the Federated Suns? One of the Lick men held his hand up, looking smug. We reached out to Lick within the last 2 months and requested assistance in pursuing this matter more deeply. Lick has brought back publicly available newspapers detailing Comster approaches and their offers at the available dates. The Free Press in the Federated Suns chronicles every person entering to gain an audience with the First Prince or a representative. The same applies to the Free Worlds League. Lick just looked at them, smugly. Continuing, with this overall trend, Financial Trends created a hypothesis in relation to this. That Comster or a power within Comster, has been destroying industry, killing researchers, and destroying research facilities within the inner sphere to maintain technological stagnation within the inner sphere. Using this hypothesis, Financial Trends has back-searched Commonwealth financial data, business openings, business closures, loans, military unit payments, unit repair costs, and so on, to investigate this hypothesis. We have come across several major data points. These are consistent with our hypothesis: destruction of research facilities, deaths of researchers, destruction of industry whenever the Commonwealth begins technological recovery to Star League levels. As you can see on this graph, businesses open, standard wages begin to rise, technological investments begin to rise, and the economy begins to grow. The first 3 charts disappear and a fourth is placed onto the projector. The general trend was worrying, overall positive growth upwards, pleasing their Lyran souls, before a sharp downturn. Worse, was that it wasn't just the succession wars, there were 3 with corresponding downturns, but multiple smaller ones interspersed throughout. All that ensured the level of economic development in the Commonwealth remained level. The rising line of growth, always brought back down to the flat line of stagnation. And it is brought down by sabotage, assassinations, and accidents. The technological innovation drops, and so does the economy. With this, we adjusted the hypothesis to include the economy. We were able to identify a single salient point: whenever the kroner rose over the C-bill, the Commonwealth's economy would deteriorate due to the same issues identified above. This cycle has repeated itself until where we are now. And they could see the chart, it was at the same level that a wave of sabotage would meet them. To drive everything back down to stagnation levels. Both technology and economy, constantly pruned to acceptable levels by whoever was the architect of it all. Which is why we have worked with the LIC to ensure this does not happen again. The Ministry of Finance is extending a hand to the LCAFME and LCAFNI in this operation to counter an existential threat to the Lyran Commonwealth. The currently outstanding target is that of Eggers General Utility, and Hugh Eggers. A pause. So, assuming this works out like you say it does, why hasn't this been brought up before? Fan spoke up, a little irritated. Lick was brought in before the LCAFME. He understood why, they were the bigger group, with more resources and the like, but this was his planet, damn it. Because of the Comster factor. Notice the capitalization of factor. Despite the numerous assassinations, despite the many uses of mercenaries who had no idea who their employers were, despite the smuggled in nuclear weapons, despite the many lost jump ships with valuable scientists, or burnt down university buildings. Lick has not been able to find a single piece of evidence that points towards Comster. Do you think this is possible? In a real, functional world, where common sense rules, do you think this is possible? Those in the room had to think. No? No, it wasn't. Nobody was perfect. And organizations were made of bodies. It was highly improbably, nay, impossible for the sheer scale of what had happened, for there to not be evidence as to who had done it. Especially with that one period of 5 years where 398 deaths had been confirmed, an unknown number unconfirmed, on planets such as Thurcat and New Avalon. Deep within the Commonwealth and Suns. Deep within security cordons and guards, individuals had died, buildings had burnt down, accidents arranged, and yet not a single piece of evidence. Were all of the perpetrators robots or something? It wasn't like these research facilities were on the border worlds, open for raids by unmarked units. This was literally on the same planet as the headquarters of LCAFME and LIC. And yet, there has been no evidence. However, when another factor approaches, would it not be possible for them to cancel each other out? Supernatural fiat cancelling out supernatural fiat? A chance to identify the threat, and remove it. And that is my boy you're talking about here. Using him as bait when he's about to fix everything wrong with what we have, that doesn't sit well with me. The cost to the Commonwealth. Doesn't he have his hyperdimensional pet? Would that, in turn, cancel out whatever hyperdimensional force, from out of this world, that is supporting Comster? Lick asked this, looking interested in weaponizing, what looked like a bundle of knives with blades attached. Would it? Perhaps. But it would not need to. Please consider our last factor for today's meeting. Trends drew the presentation back to herself, removing the original sheets and bringing out a new one. And this one was red. Combine red. The Draconis Combine, having a 16-hour workday as standard, very little to no recreation, in a state of permanent war economy, no ecological sustainability procedures, a lack of local industry and domestic manufacture of sophisticated electronics, and an ISF that constantly kills civilians who show the slightest sign of dissent, in order to stake their heads in local bamboo fields as warning to the local communities. Where 1 in 4 males are recruited at the age of 15 to serve in the military, rising to 1 in 2 in difficult years. Putting 50% of their workforce into the military to dig holes and not work, in a regular world, with logic, would such a state continue to exist? The room had to think seriously on that one. Sure, it was the Combine, it would exist? Right? It would not, historically, such a state would collapse upon facing a foe of equal strength. Let us not pretend the Commonwealth is equal militarily to the Combine. No, I am referring to the Federated Sons. Such a threat would have caused a civil war, a collapse of the state, and fracturing societies due to the inherent brittleness such a society brings. After which would emerge many smaller states, possibly coalescing into a singular power afterwards. This has not happened. It has remained intact throughout the Age of War, into the Star League, and through the Succession Wars. This is what we call the Combine factor. That it can exist despite the impossibilities of the situation. But, didn't it just split now with the Rasselhog Kingdom? Yes. Caused by the designs and economy of scale propagated by Hugh Eggers. In other words, the Eggers factor overcame the Combine factor. Reasserting the natural order of reality, of common sense, and leading to the fracturing of the Combine. Please apply this to Comster. Trends finished speaking, sipping at the water in front of her, looking slightly exhausted. Throat sore. A pause. So we can get the bastards now that they play by the same rules as the rest of us do. Lick looked bloodthirsty this time around. Yes. When hyperdimensional fiat collides, reality reasserts itself. And the rules of history, as our LCAF officers tell us, is on the side with those that are more prepared, have more men, have more guns, and most importantly, have a bigger economy. Trends coughed a little at this point. We've been tracking anyone who is unknown to us on Blackjack. Collecting individual testimonies and photographic evidence. We've identified roughly 60 individuals who appear on our computer systems with absolutely foolproof backgrounds. Yet, none of the people in their sections have been able to trace them beyond the previous month. Fan finally said as the table pondered the issue. Was thinking they might be dest or something, but Comster hey? Makes sense, completely subverting our computers like that. Maybe their chanting has some mystical computer juju hey? The naval pukes stopped, elbowed one another, before one decided to take the plunge. We've tracked 93 attempts to attempt bookings on the same dropship that Hugh Eggers is planning to use to travel back to Blackjack. 382 on dropships scheduled to dock with jump ships that Hugh Eggers will be docked with. Statistically, this is highly abnormal. We thought it might be fans, but in light of the available information. Hey! So we know the bastards are trying to get to Blackjack and Hugh, we know they exist, we know how they operate, let's break the bastards. So said Lick, cracking his neck with great enjoyment. Yes. That is the hope of the Ministry of Finance. Without the Comster factor influencing our actions, it should be possible to prevent another downturn of the economy. Trends added her, no, the Ministry of Finance's too pfennigs. Fan stretched and cracked his back in turn. That meeting had taken over 2 hours, and he was feeling stiff. He decided to finish the meeting with a pithy comment. Or, putting it simply, the hyperdimensional fiat is on our side this time around, hey. 025 Are you not entertained? Hugh considered the situation. He had a month left before the cycle ended, 1/3 of 3 months, and he still had profits, billions of profits. Damn it. He was shocked. Bamboozled. Flabbergasted. Just where the hell was? Oh, right. The sales. He tapped his forehead, right, stop overthinking it you idiot. It's all the sales you're making. A consistent inflow of profits. He was on Furlough and had a week before he started on the journey back to Blackjack. He wanted to go back now, as soon as possible, but the dropship was booked for the next week. He couldn't just change his appointment, right? What if he hurt the feelings of the dropship crew by implying he didn't want to travel with them? He knew he was socially awkward. But nobody here knew and nobody would be saying anything about it. Perfect. Anyway, he didn't want to tell anyone he was cancelling, which left him with a week left here. A week where he was spending his own money. His losses. All of them were being eaten away. Damn you Furilo for having so many delicious takeaway restaurants. Damn you for your subscription services. All of it was eating away at his money. After all, when he got something for himself, he had to get some for his bodyguards as well. It would be awkward if he ate, and they had nothing, right? Damn it system. Plus host is on holiday. Host cannot use system funds for a holiday, that is not the way of a true tycoon. Plus. Yeah, screw you too, system. Rubbing Voidy's head, shell, whatever it was, he tried to think of his next course of action. He was earning constant inflows that needed to be matched with constant outflows. How did one consistently lose money? Wait, he had the documents that had come through regarding Tolsand Warworks. He could do some data analysis. Using his superior brain to work out what it was he needed to do to lose the most money, as a real tycoon does. Getting up, accepting an angry nip from Voidy for disrupting his/her, its, nap, did it even sleep, the desperate tycoon made his way over to the bedroom. On the floor were a pile of books, a pile of documents, another pile of books, clean clothes he was going to wear in the future, dirty clothes he needed to wash, socks he was going to put on again but forgot, and the correct pile of documents. Opening it up, his eyes nearly went cross-eyed. Right. He had forgotten the reason why he didn't do the whole maths thing. Being diagnosed with dyscalculia had made it, difficult when it came to things with mathematics. Numbers would swing together, merge, and come out with absolutely random results, right before his eyes. A blink and it would all change again. Right. Shit. That was a problem. Biggest numbers, where were the biggest losses? Carefully poring over the papers, Hugh asked himself exactly why everything had been printed out. Exactly why had he done this? Oh right, he had forgotten he hated the digital option. Why were screens so small? Everything was handheld, what the hell was that, where were his big screens and desktop PCs? Using the system-provided device had him asking if his eyes were burning out from the strain. Growling. So paper it was, so his normal, human-sized eyes could read. Eyes that continued to scan before he realized that these documents were all labeled. Labeled future concerns, right, wrong page. Outgoings. That was what he was looking for. Eyes revolving again and Employee wages and benefits. Company cafeterias, lost so much money? Employee transportation fees? Employee rental assistance? Employee insurance, wait, no, he had to pay that as standard. On the other hand, going above and beyond with the best insurance package possible would cost billions. Absolutely billions. Perfect. So many different ways to spend on his employees. He remembered those threads on Reddit now, the memories coming to the forefront of his mind. Employees were the most expensive part of a business, cutting down their costs was how real businessmen made profits. Those business giants clearly knew what they were talking about. The solution was to do the opposite of what the experts said. If they were going to cut employee wages and benefits to make profits, he had to increase them to make losses. He was already providing benefits to Eggers Armaments, but he could increase those, and give them to everyone else as well. Perfect. Something denominator, something nominator, Right. If there were more employees, wouldn't that mean that there would be more avenues to lose money? Absolutely genius. He had to get to Glory now, get her to increase all the benefits and pay as much as possible. System? Plus true tycoons share their benefits with their employees. Only by ensuring happy employees does a true tycoon do business. Plus. Right. If the system was recommending it, wouldn't it be a way for him to be making profits? This was the system he was talking about. No. This wasn't time to overthink matters. Eggers Armaments was doing all of it anyway, and the system hadn't punished him for spending the money. Now wasn't the time to overthink matters, he had to spread the benefits out to everyone under the umbrella. He had to get the benefits package out as fast as possible. There was still a month left in the cycle, and he needed to lose all his money and fast. After that, he had to figure out where all this money was coming from. Eggers Construction was the largest source of the stuff, but that couldn't be all right. Glory hadn't updated him on the newest stuff, but where the hell was all this money coming from? System. Why can't you show me what I need? Plus a true tycoon can keep track of money flows in their minds. Host must aspire to be a true tycoon. Plus. Yeah, screw you too system. He had to get back to Blackjack as soon as possible. It was where all his businesses, except Tolsand Warworks, were located, and where he could identify losses best. Out here on Furlough, he was swinging in the dark and had no idea what was going on. His instructions at the very least would mean he would lose money. He had planned that much. He also had to send out the next message: all projects except for research needed to be finished within the month. No starting new ones without permission. Knocked out face. On Solaris, there was often a single truth. The more entertaining a fight, the more money you would make. The more unique your design, the more the audience would be attracted to it. After all, everyone loves an underdog. As it had been, as it was, as it will ever be. Mankind loved spectacle, and if that spectacle involved an underdog? Well, how much time did you have today, because we're going to waste all of it. Into this stepped Anton Tolsand, head of Tolsand Warworks, sitting in one of the industry boxes. Ready for those in the weapons industry to better observe their weapons or tools in action. The data centers in these rooms superior to everything but the very highest VIP rooms. Comparable, in some ways, to weapons testing equipment back at their factories. 5 Locust 1 VPS were about to start a team battle with 5 medium to heavy mechs. The opposing mechs had not been revealed. This was meant to be an exhibition battle, and his Locusts were about to make themselves visible on the stage of the inner sphere. The pilots were the best that could be hired, cost being no object. Having spent the month traveling to Solaris, drilling constantly in the simulators he had provided, and then drilling constantly in their mechs upon landing. Working themselves ragged to ensure that every aspect of the LCT-1 VP was understood. That they could pilot one as if it were like eating a sandwich. Always toast, always cut triangles, always work your way around the crust, and then into the delectable center. This was the way. Working as a team, the 5 had developed their skills and tactics whilst sparring with the best pilots he could afford in a variety of medium/heavy/assault mechs. He needed the absolute best performance out of them, and money was of no consequence in that pursuit. All of this meant that he had invested tens of millions into this venture with pilots alone, let alone the Locusts, the travel times, the simulators. All for this one moment of truth. Like a man about to bite into a fully marbled armored bear steak, specially imported from New Kyoto, he was about to have his moment of clarity. To test whether the price was worth it, worth the money, the wait. He shuddered slightly, remembering the glorious sensation of that armored bear steak. Focus. In the blue corner, we have Tolsand Warworks' newest Locust variant. The newest standard variant of a mech in the over a century. Oh yes, I know there are other variants, but this is a Locust, the most cuddly mech in the inner sphere. Boo. The announcer was riling the crowd up, setting them against the Locust team. Which was slightly worrying, but victory would turn all opinions around. It was just a matter of making sure it was a victory. The momentum of public opinion could swing both ways after all. Having done everything he could at the moment, now was the time to sit back and watch everything fall into place. To see if his mise en place was sufficient, if the preparations were thorough. The soup was on simmer, now was the wait. In the red corner we have the challengers. 2 catapults, 1 thunderbolt, 1 rifleman, and 1 atlas. Ready to challenge the world. Tolsand gripped the armrest of the chairs. This wasn't what had been planned at all. Knocked out face, Seal M. Villadsen Neymardsen was carefully establishing the camera. Her cameraman was elsewhere, recording the pit crew of Tolsand Warworks stable. Recently established, but already making waves with the sheer scale of their investment into the generally stable Solaris environment. She was here right now with Anton Tolsand, renowned gourmand. He was, in fact, more famous for his palette than his majority stake in a mech production line. Granted, that was likely because it was a light mech line. This being the Lyran Commonwealth, but these were still battle mechs that they were speaking of. How do you feel right now? 5 of the lightest battle mechs in the inner sphere against a heavy lance. The man mopped his brow with a handkerchief and breathed out. I am confident in the tools that we have prepared for this conflict, in the hands of the best pilots that we have been able to find. The odds are in our favor. He said, trying to look confident. The presence of the Atlas had shocked him, as it would her viewers when they saw the VID for the first time. His worry was present on his face, captured by the camera, but his attempt at presenting a firm face would win him fans. Sympathy, a weapon of the competent reporter. Hearing about the plan for a light/medium exhibition match, getting instead what was a planned beatdown by whoever had done this last-minute switch. Bribing the organizers was certainly an expensive venture. But you're confident that your men and women can pull a win out? Absolutely. This Solaris stable was funded by Hugh Eggers of Eggers General Utilities. He is confident, and so I am confident. Straightening up, it was if new life had been breathed into the man. Seal grinned, the camera couldn't see it of course, but they could hear her voice. There you have it, the faith of Hugh Eggers is enough for a man to cheer 5 light mechs against a heavy lance. He gave a weak smile before turning back to the monitor, the intrepid reporter following his gaze. The commentator had been giving commentary on the loadout of the different machines, the catapults going with their standard systems, the Locusts meanwhile, were using retro technology. The contrast was clear and obvious. And here we go. First to death or disarm. The arena was 2 kilometers wide, an enormous circle filled with various ruins to keep the fight interesting. Everyone would be forced into close combat, favoring the heavier lances. Brawling battles which drew in the most viewers and made mince of lighter lances. The group favorites was obviously the heavier lance. A notion that was soon shaken. A locust climbed to the top of a building and fired a single salvo of 4 shells at the approaching thunderbolt. Waiting until they were at the 1.6 kilometer maximum range before starting to snipe. The 250 kilograms of damage, a quarter of a ton of armor lost per salvo. The thunderbolt clearly realized the danger as a chunk of its torso took damage and moved into cover. The rest of the team following suit as they stopped their confident, swaggering gait. Realizing that none of their weapons could strike from that range, they had lost the initiative. Trying to peek out left them exposed, yet it was their only option, trading damage for distance. Doing otherwise would have created an extremely boring match, possibly even losing them sponsors for their cowardice. In the end, when the available covered pathways had been exhausted, the heavy lance waited, formulating a plan while protected. Always trying to balance spectacle and effectiveness. Perfect for Team Locust. On the overall layout, the opposing team began to shift, demonstrating their professionalism. Adjusting to the sniper situation by drawing fire with their Atlas and riflemen as the catapults and thunderbolt began to shift forward. Unfortunately for them, they had been divided. Using the standard formation of staying 90 or so meters from each other, preventing stray shots hitting those to their left or right, had instead resulted in them being split up and isolated. The lance of 4 locusts moved rapidly in a clockwise rotation. The first target was a catapult. Identifying inbound targets, the opposing lance reoriented, yet they could only get 2 different sets of eyes on their soon-to-be assaulted colleague by the time the locusts arrived. Taking accurate fire from the locust sniper the entire time. The catapult without half his support tried to move backwards, its brace of close-range weaponry insufficient for 4 mechs, even if it was 4 light mechs. The close-in camera caught the skirmish on camera, broadcasting it out to Solaris City, into the records to be sent out by HPG. The high-definition vids coming out later through Jumpship. On the screens, the locusts rounded the corner, having located the locust due to their sniper/spotter. Pulling forward and surrounding the catapult, keeping the bulk of its body in between them and its allies, the 4 LCTIVs rapid-fired their quad pom-pom guns into its legs. Realizing its mistake, the catapult tried to move, being stuck stationary, ensuring that all 10 shells, from 4 guns, from 4 locusts, 160 shells altogether slammed into its legs. 80 damage per leg. Shattering armor and internal structure in a single burst. Legless, the machine collapsed to the ground, unable to continue fighting, a bright yellow light shining down from the overhead dome. For the hapless machine, the fight was over, to fire on it further was to invite disqualification. Understanding this, the locusts were already in motion, the 4 light mechs making use of their speed to push forward, hunting for the next mech hiding from their sniper. The opposing lance, perhaps not understanding the sheer threat that the quick-firing 2 PDR pom-poms represented. The sniper's slow rate of fire had certainly been misleading, the annihilation of the catapult's legs over so fast that they may still be in shock. If they had been aware of the threat, they would have moved forward. Accepted the damage and taken the battle on their own terms. 5 mechs against 4 mechs, where their strength of armor and firepower would make quick work of the lighter machines. Instead, they treated the sniper as a serious threat, not understanding it was the lesser threat in this battle. The cycle repeated, like swarming minnows, tearing apart one's feet with their tiny teeth. Tearing them apart, one by one, until one remembered, that sure, feet are just part of one's legs, but without them, one could not stand up. The pool filled with blood, red, dripping. No seal. Focus. The entire lance was destroyed by the end of the battle, the limitations of the platform revealed towards the end as 2 of the locusts had been crippled. Yet, they were victorious. The final sally being something legendary, she was sure, the 4 locusts and their support standing up to a thunderbolt and Atlas. Brawling in an open field, the light mechs ducking and weaving, using their numbers to confuse the 2 much larger machines. With no cover in the center, it had been all about their piloting, demonstrating the skills of both sides. 1 locust collapsed under the direct fire of the heavier machines. The thunderbolt was stripped of its weapons soon after, the Atlas avenging the loss before, it too, fell. In the end, there were 3 light mechs left, victorious. Seal caught the last moment on camera. 2 of the locusts standing on top of the Atlas wreck, battered. Armor pitted and showing the structure underneath in many places. 1 limping heavily, yet triumphant. And we have our victors. The locusts have it. Triumphing over an Atlas, a thunderbolt, a rifleman, and 2 catapults. Is there anything the locust cannot do? Seal grinned, perfect. Duke Tolsand, how do you feel about this victory? Your locusts have defeated a lance, where one mech weights the same as your entire force. Satisfaction. I feel immense satisfaction. Hueger's vision has been proven correct, my vision has been proven perfect. Now, then, for part 2 of this. Seal M. Villits and Neymardson would be famous. Knocked out face, Chisaki Nagao, in her position as head of Eggers Media, had been pushing the main line of media for a while now. The idea of the Jaeger, the haptic feedback system, the use of giant machines. Everything that would prime the Commonwealth for, well, she didn't know. Hugh Eggers had asked her to do so, she had done so, and had been wondering what the point of it all was. The Commonwealth had an obsession with heavy mechs to be sure. But a Jaeger was at least decades away, if not centuries. That is, until information regarding the Smiali had been passed over through internal company lines. The design of a militia mech, an ultralight, of 5 tons. One that featured a large tube that one stood inside, the movement of their limbs, controlling the limbs of the machine itself. An ultralight mech it might be, but one that would allow every citizen of the Commonwealth to feel the excitement of piloting a Jaeger, as small and elite as it was. The control system was the same, the sheer visceral feel of it visible through the prototyping recordings. Suddenly, the media blitz that she had been driving made sense. The fact that it was Eggers Armaments producing or licensing the machine also made sense. The sale of guns to the planetary militia had been successful, yes. But anyone could get the designs and the market would soon be saturated after a year of sales. Eggers Armaments had been establishing factories across the Commonwealth using the reach of the Interstellar Association of Machinists to find professionals to staff these factories. The sales were soon to be capped, there would be a limit after everyone that wanted a gun could get one. Further, exporting the weapons was not worth it, the shipping fees alone would significantly cut into their margins. Yet, a cheap 5-ton mech that could be easily assembled by anyone with tools? Stacked high like cargo? Usable by anyone without concern of neurohelmet compatibility? There was a shortage of mech warriors in the inner sphere, that would not be true in a year. It would be a guaranteed moneymaker across the known galaxy. From a few words, Hugh Eggers had managed to combine the might of Eggers Armaments, Eggers Media, Eggers Education, Eggers Defense Force, and Tolsand Warworks to create this marvel of engineering. It was in the prototyping stage now, but in a month? In a month, they would begin marketing. Using the sheer interest that Pacific Rim generated to drive the momentum. In 6 months, hopefully they would be able to begin sales. The other sticking point, that may have been, was that of the weapon itself. A heavy rifle from her understanding. Primitive, blocky. Not at all as elegant as an autoloader-equipped AC-10. And yet, Defiance Industries had come through. The rest of the Commonwealth's arms manufacturers had also ridden the wave of retro tech, understanding that with the decline of technology, perhaps it would be a good idea to replace some of the higher tech weapons with retro weapons. Replacing the PPC in some mothballed designs with that of several heavy rifles. Or a series of retro light rifles. Analyzing the secrets of why light caliber WW2 ammunition was more effective than modern ammunition was still ongoing from her understanding. This had culminated in the release of the Manticore tank variant, replacing the PPC with 3 105mm guns. Arriving to market a week after the Locust 1VP. Boasting the same range with the same targeting computers, it could deliver higher sustained rate of fire, with the same level of crew safety. The ammunition being stuck outside the tank due to the hasty nature of the retrofit. The same system had been used with the Rifleman, produced by Red Devil Industries and Trellshire Heavy Industries. Replacing the AC-10S and large lasers with a battery of 105mm retro cannons. Doing the same damage profile as a heavy rifle, as with those found in the periphery, the arrangement of 4 cannons on each side of the side torsos. Autoloader and ammunition to the rear of the guns. It had found itself demonstrated to great success on Solaris. Annihilating a series of different opponents due to its unrelenting fire and lack of heat management issues due to its external mounting. The first few matches had seen considerable confusion from contestants. At 3 tons for each gun, including the autoloader, the system had been seeing considerable success on the Solaris circuit. Hitting enemy mechs from much greater distances than that which they were used to, the rifleman's issue of overheating no longer as much of a concern. Ammunition dependency however was a problem. But Chisaki didn't really care about that. What she did care about, was that there was a retro tech revival. The major industrial players were getting in on it, and they had truly enormous marketing arms of their businesses to sell this change in their product lines. Which would spread the idea far and wide, enough that when the Smiali would be introduced in the upcoming month, it would do so to an inner sphere primed to accept a machine based entirely, save for Myanmar's and the structure, on retro tech. The following 5 months of advertising before its sale would be intense. After all, this wasn't a machine being produced in the double digits per year. This was a machine that would be treated like a family car, one in every household. Already Chisaki was using the footage of Tolsand's Warworks to produce a documentary, Seal M. Villits and Neymardson lending her iconic voice and profile to the production. Following her through the factory on Fuerlo, then to the Solaris stable, to the triumphant match with 5 locusts, and then the aftermath. Egger's media would be like an assassin, or a rogue or skirmisher in those old games that were being re-released. Allowing the heavyweights to slam open the gaps, that she could then exploit. They wouldn't hate her for it, they were aiming to exploit different markets after all. Indeed, it would be synergistic. It would also work for her ultimate goal. The annihilation of the Combine. When one's culture was supported by actual physical proof of your superiority, it would be just that more convincing. We are already on the road to Jaegers, where are you? Already, the Combine was splintering. Already, the warlords were questioning their role in this decaying edifice to failure. Already, she was that much closer to accomplishing her goals. She was merely waiting for the killing blow that Hugh no doubt was preparing. He had already proven himself a master of long-term strategic thought. 026 Crippen Station and news cycles. Hugh was feeling like he had been run ragged. With a 3-month cycle, 6 different companies, most of it being on entirely different planets, he was trying to figure out just what was even happening. Hearing things days or weeks behind the actual occurrence had taught Hugh that he really needed to think ahead. To plan things out just a bit. He would, of course, forget in a few days, but for now, right here on the edge of the cycle end, he was feeling, just plain old, exhausted. Egger's education was expanding, he was seeing a lot of reference to sections and hexes, so he assumed everyone had been set up in their own fortification blocks. Little 30-meter hexagons like office buildings back in his old life. There were thousands of educators now, each and every one of them costing him money, which was a positive. No profits had emerged at all. Good. Very good. Egger's Armaments was spending a stupendous amount on something. They weren't making profits anymore. The messages Glory had shown him was that they had eventually just run out of people to sell weapons to on blackjack. Elsewhere, they were slowing down because other companies were also selling the same weapons. Profits dropping, finally. Finally, things had not collapsed and ruined everything. He was making slight losses from them. Part of their cash was being sent to Egger's Agriculture and Egger's Education as well, which dropped their money even further. Good. Absolutely, the best. Saved. He wasn't going to touch anything, just in case it went wrong. Egger's construction was a problem. Always making money. He had to find another way for them to lose money. There was a problem in Egger's construction, instead of losing him money, had made him money. It was like a toaster making bread wet. A complete reversal of everything it had been originally created for. No, in the next cycle there had to be another solution, something he could do with them to solve his problems, to make losses. Growling. Speaking of Egger's Agriculture, they were also losing money. From what he could see on the reports that Glory had provided, they were importing truly horrific amounts of soil microbes, whatever that meant, and fertilizers. Why you needed soil microbes for a farm that grew plants, and not diseases or something, he really had no idea, he was just guessing, he had no idea. But since they were losing money, he was a-okay with whatever they were doing. Even better, they were constantly getting new farms and farmers to join them, which only increased the losses even more. Egger's media was still operating on a flat line. Making money and then spending it immediately. If there was anyone he could trust, it was Chisaki, always losing money as soon as she earned it. The perfect human being. The Egger's Defense Force was losing money. Lots of money. All the money. Running training operations around the Rasselhog Kingdom, costing him money through the need to pay them for their time. Or the Wolverines, which were running security. He had no idea that it was even a thing. His guards were Wolverines. The only reason he had found out was because they had Wolverine as a logo. Like Marvel Wolverine, yellow and blue, bearded, an angry man, stout and stabby, that Wolverine. An angry man that fights against the world is something they identified with, or something. He wasn't going to judge, he was still wishing he could be Hero Yui from Gundam Wing. That and documentaries of Wolverines from Terra, like how they pick fights with bears, wolves, coyotes, foxes, the entire animal kingdom really. Even if half the time they were killed, they still picked the fights. For some reason, his guards really liked to watch those videos. Maybe they were really into role-playing and being a Wolverine was their thing. As long as they didn't start, coughing up hairballs? What did Wolverines do anyway? To mark their territory? Whatever, as long as they didn't do something weird, he was fine with it. But they were all over the Commonwealth, as almost entirely separate from the EDF. Which was just making things confusing, and he really needed to do something to fix that. Just creating a new company would solve his problems there. Internal security or something. Egger's Security Force? ESF? Dunno. Finally, there was Toll Sand Warworks. Which was currently expanding their lines and trying to get exosuites working. All of which cost money. Money that was being spent? Nice. Checking the paperwork, it looked like the billions he had invested were all being spent, which was impressive. All in all, right now? He was hoping, rather desperately, that he was going to lose his money as he stepped into the waiting lounge, ready to get onto the dropship that would take him back to blackjack. Not helped by the fact that he had spent the week sick. Oxygen levels dropping 20 points certainly hadn't helped matters. He had made it through most of his time on Low without falling sick, but, alas, it had caught up to him regardless. The dreaded travel bug caught him, again. Even having Voidy didn't help matters, clearly his supernatural bad luck was just that, supernatural bad luck. As a hyperdimensional creature, Voidy just couldn't help. In any case, he had to see just how this cycle ended. If it was going to be a good thing, or if everything was going to get worse. With more rules and just, more stuff that needed doing. Beep beep boop. ++ cycle has ended host. Is host feeling well? ++. Really, system? ++ system settlement. Cycle 3. May 2991. ++. Initial funds equals 309, 508. Profits equals 0. Losses equals 965,060 ++. Initiating conversion. 281,092,121 losses to 281,092.12 personal wealth. ++. Assessing objectives. Optional objectives complete. Assigning rewards. ++. Host has created 2 additional companies. Reward, business stopping before cycle completion rule has been abolished. Rejoice host. ++. That was, legitimately good. No need to worry about trying to get businesses to finish at the end of a cycle, when it took days or weeks to get messages through space. The personal wealth addition wasn't great, he had spent so much on food and entertainment here on Low. He had no impulse control, damn it. ++ host has created a learning institution. Reward, learning institution structures do not count towards physical assets. ++ System, is there something you aren't telling me? ++ optional objective failed. Host has not made a single friend. System is disappointed. Host is still lonely. ++. Right. Can you go screw yourself? ++ reminder, system is not human. Bestiality is illegal. ++. Assessing cycle rules adherence. ++. Pass. All rules have been adhered to. ++. Yes. ++ new cycle initiated. Starting funds number, initial and loss conversion. Cycle period 12 months. Cycle abnormality detected. Host starting funds out of sync with host assets, host timeline out of sync with system cycles. Adjusting. ++. System, you better not be screwing with me here. ++ beep boop beep ++. This is just screwing with me, hey? ++ new cycle initiated. Starting funds 1 billion, initial. Cycle period 6 months. ++. 6 months and a billion C-bills to start out with. Not too much money to lose, it wasn't really that big a deal. That 6 months, though, it would take 3 months for him to return to blackjack. Which essentially meant that he absolutely needed to start up something now. To make sure that he wasn't going to be too late, just in case he fell sick again. Damn it, system, what the hell was with this timetable? Are you trying to rush me here? Updating rules for this cycle old rule, all structures and materials worth over 1 million C-bills will be counted as assets. 10% of asset valuation is counted as profits during system calculation. Old rule, all assets must be used, assets cannot be left to do nothing. Assets cannot be sold. No new rules added this cycle. What about the other rules? Was he going to need to worry about starting a social club? Cycle rules only apply during cycle if presented to host. Okay, that made things much simpler. New objective, vertical diversification. All true tycoons cooperate with their suppliers to ensure positive interactions and development. Host must work to spread supply chains out further, host cannot own more than 35% of their supply chain. Business cooperation is key to being a true tycoon. Right, that was, What the hell was vertical diversification? He needed to read more on it before deciding what to do. New objective, make love, not war. Host has too many war-making industries. War is throwing money into a fire. True tycoons do not waste their money on money-losing ventures. Host must work to develop 2 civilian companies to improve standards of living. Not too difficult, he was sure he could handle this, right? ++ optional objective, host still has no friends. System is worried host will die alone and not be discovered until tomb raiders find host's desiccated body because nobody came to look for host. Host must find one friend this cycle. ++. Right, you can go fuck right off system. ++ optional objective, host must survive assassination. System would be very sad if host were to die in horrific agony, bleeding out on the floor, screaming from the pain. Reminder, this objective is optional, system won't force host to survive. System is conscientious like that teehee ++. Right, thanks for the warning, I guess. Hugh was now creeped the fuck out. Right. Just, stick with the Wolverines and think about this. He was just about to get on the dropship, so plans had to be done quickly. It was 30 minutes away, barely any time at all, he had to get to the front of the checking queue. Get on the ship, and he was going to be safe that way, just stay on the ship, don't leave. Safe as can be. Anyway, future plans. Better split the Wolverines from the EDF, it wasn't like they were doing much EDFY things anyway. What had he just been thinking about? Gundam. What was big, useless, and exploded really easily? Colonies. Like in Seed where that colony took like 4 missiles and broke apart. Or the one in Wing that took one shot from the zero and blew up. The big spinning cylinders that like, nobody would ever want to live in because they were so fragile. Or Junius 7 which took one missile and basically imploded on itself. Absolutely perfect. Build something incredibly big in space, that would need a ton of resources, that nobody would actually want to live in because it was so dangerous. The fragility would outweigh any desire to leave the nice, solid, Earth below. One business sorted. A huge waste of money that would cost constant money in maintenance, and if he stuck a school on it, wouldn't he not need to consider it an asset? Genius. Shipping everything into the sky, then coming back down to pick up more stuff? Was there any better way of wasting money? Perfect. He would create a second company. Subsidiary to Eggers Construction, it would be Eggers Orbital Construction. System? ++ subsidiary companies are allowed host. Host is not breaking any rules. ++. Done and done. The second civilian company would be subsidiary. Media. There were video games coming out and such. Why couldn't he create a company to produce video games? Wasn't Activision and Electronic Arts always talking about how they need to increase monetization and game prices because they were losing money? What better way to lose money than to create a video game company? Take that system, he had gotten it figured out. He was on a roll, lost money last cycle and about to lose money this cycle. Ha. Knocked out face, receiving word from Glory, Hunter Beck had been absolutely confused. Just what exactly was going on? Why had the little boss ordered him to construct an orbital colony? He was completely lost on the specifics, it didn't seem like something that made sense, but it was the little boss. He always had a plan. Worse was that the clues he had provided were that it was a rotating, cylindrical colony like those from Gundam Seed or Gundam Wing. What was a Gundam exactly? Meeting with Chisaki, she had told him that her agents had managed, after nearly a year of wrangling, managed to get themselves entry to Terra itself to comb through the archives of old media materials. Several hard returned early, the rest were still on schedule. One in particular was of interest to the both of them from his words. He was already back here, definitely not in time to receive clarifying orders for research, but he did have some clues, from the Terran Alliance days. Ancient, in other words. They were returning today, and Chisaki had invited the heads of the companies on Blackjack to explore them with her. So, he had arrived, with Chisaki Nagao, Erwin Jackson, Marzio Coxey, here on a brief recruiting tour, and Alia Martinez. Representing construction, media, armaments, defense force, and education. Some of the most influential people of Blackjack in one room. Standing at attention, the agent gave an aborted salute before stopping himself. Good morning, I am Agent Delta, currently working for Chisaki Nagao. Chisaki just waved him on. You had something to show us regarding a cylindrical orbital station. Yes, ma'am, I was exploring the local library in the small city of New York's Central Library. I managed to uncover a great deal of information that is publicly available. Hunter was greatly interested, hopefully this would be useful for his new orders to build an orbital structure, that had not been seen since the days of the First Succession War or earlier. How was he meant to do it? It was impossible. Were there alternative options available in this ancient information? First, and most relevant, is Krippen Station, built in the 2005 by the Western Alliance using plans from the United States and Japan. It is 600 meters wide and 1,500 meters long. What the hell is the United States and what is Japan? Erwin interjected, looking annoyed that he didn't recognize these names. Was it related to Japanese the language? Truly ancient territory they were talking about if that were the case. They are countries that formed the Western Alliance. Japan in particular is the cultural touchstone of the Draconis Combine, the official language being Japanese. Woohoo, so Japan's really important, hey? Well, they did help build Crippen Station. Right, so a little important then. What's this Western Alliance? The Western Alliance was one of the groups that formed the Terran Alliance. Right, so more important. Let's have a look at this station then, hey. Ancient, big, our ancestors really knew what they were doing, didn't they? And so, it was displayed, a documentary detailing the process through which a cylindrical station, named an O'Neill cylinder in the documentary, had been built. Some still existed in the Commonwealth, yet their secrets had been lost with time. Relics of an age long past. This documentary revealed that lost knowledge, the materials, the stresses involved, the mathematical equations to calculate the above, everything. The interviewed scientists and engineers laying it all out for the viewer's enjoyment. Said station also included orbital lasers that could destroy strategic missiles launched from planet-side silos, in 2005. Seriously, where the hell had mankind fallen that they had lost so much? It was even crewed with a permanent population. By 2016 it had 112 residents, living under rotational gravity. The cylindrical nature of Crippen Station allowing it to construct vessels in space, such as the AS Columbia, the first ever fusion-powered vessel. Then came the most significant part of the documentary, after detailing colonization efforts of Luna and Mars, as well as probes to Tau Ceti, or New Earth, they could see the Volga. In 2107, it was the first ever jump ship. Better, they could see its entire structure, everything, especially as it was naked, a test ship that didn't even have a crew. 200 meters long, 10 meters wide, simply a drive core with navigation equipment, not even a power plant, all of it explained in loving detail. The blueprints to build one of their own, even displayed for anyone to copy. Crippen Station's story didn't end there, it also had the TAS Ark in 2116 carried 500 colonists to Tau Ceti, again, it was lovingly detailed, just as Crippen Station was. Its construction, the equations behind its drive, the new crew quarters, everything. The entire room was frozen. The secrets of faster-than-light travel, revealed, from a documentary in a public library. Was there anything more absurd? Further, the fact that jump cores were, in the public domain. The implications of that, anyone could build a jump ship, anyone. That it was so cheap, that private corporations were capable of building them, corporations limited to a single planet, it boggled the mind. Due to what I can only consider a dismissive attitude, Comster's personnel did not prohibit me from taking a copy of the Crippen Station, A Life Off Terra. I also managed to bring with me the modernized construction process developed in 2123, contained within the book Rudolf Ryan, How I Watered the Colonies. Detailing his patented process for utilizing multiple jump ships in unison. To shift billion-ton loads consisting of ice asteroids, through hyperspace to deliver them to worlds in need of water. Retrieving the examples from his secure storage, those in the room felt an almost sense of reluctance to touch the devices that contained the holy grail of the age. I think I understand now. Hunter whispered, almost reverently. I am building a colony like Crippen Station, to start a new age of human exploration of space. Like Crippen Station, this new station will be able to house people. To build dropships. To build jump ships. To restart the age of exploration. The others nodded, unwilling to add their voices to such a moment, to possibly ruin it. Somehow the little boss had known about the trip to Earth, had known what had been freely available for anyone with a library card, and had known it had been brought back to Blackjack, before any of those in this room. Sure, it wasn't the true jump ship cores they had in the modern age, but the primitive cores could still be extremely useful. Truly, his foresight was monstrous. Yes, everything involving the colony and jump ship is canon. From the dropships and jump ships published by FASA. In Universe it even says it was declassified in 3025 by TA below, so Comster really doesn't consider the information within classified. Also, Volga doesn't have a description of where it was built, but I said Crippen just to keep the theme of firsts going. That said, I'm sticking to O'Neill cylinder. Maybe there's a historical divergence with O'Neill being born as O'Neill and missing an L from his name. It does irk me though, so O'Neill it is. 027 Irwin learns about shields and armor. Irwin Jackson had left the meeting room where the future of the inner sphere had been discussed and felt, a little lightheaded. It had been a week ago, yet he still couldn't get over the fact that they had the designs to build jump ships. It would take a while to get everything established, especially with the need to build Crippen Station first, but they had the option now, they could do it. Still, he had to focus, that wasn't his job. He was instead focusing on the fact that there were several different individuals that he was meeting, machinists, scientists, plain old data analysis researchers. Simple names to describe some of the most influential people in the Lyran Commonwealth. While their job titles wouldn't garner a second glance, the fact that their words alone could dictate corporate policy. That was something that couldn't be imagined by those of limited imaginations, like certain social generals. Establishing themselves here as the Retrotech Research Division, the men and women of the major companies of the Lyran Commonwealth had moved with alacrity to station themselves in what they considered the core of a Retrotech revival. It was not as if there were any point trying to hide their research. Not when it was using publicly available information from Terra. Or from the worlds around Terra that still maintained their records of the primitive tooling and equipment used on pre-spaceflight Terra. All of it was available, freely as well. For those involved, there was very little incentive to act territorial about the information. This was not classified R&D, not something that someone had poured billions into, to create their own unique intellectual property. Anyone could walk into a library or a publicly available database to retrieve the information, if not from the museum on Blackjack itself. All of this ensured that, at the end of the day, there was little concern about keeping everything private, everything proprietary. It was better to pool their talents together and understand the technology, lest they find themselves on the receiving end of a product line failure. Worse, to find that they had been outmatched by the opposing side's designers, fielding weapons that were better than theirs in every way. This was not the succession war paradigm anymore, where generally everything was well understood, where stagnation was the name of the game. Now was a time of rapid innovation and development, where the known had become unknown. Which was what this meeting was about, Erwin thought to himself. Stepping into the conference room, he was joined by several hundred different individuals, all interested in the results which had finally been collated. The research teams working around the clock to solve the glaring deficiencies in armor design that had been identified with the introduction of Retrotech cannons. Weapons that had been making themselves extremely prominent on the Solaris circuit, the guns able to punch through standard armor at all ranges through sheer attrition from volume. Things were going to happen, extremely bloody things, if the current changes everyone was working with continued the way it was. For the Combine and the Free Worlds League? Who cared? But when it impacted the Lyran Commonwealth, that was a problem. There had been no offensives planned, the Commonwealth had to digest their new gains after all. However, when they inevitably attacked, or the Combine innovated and no doubt launched yet another suicide attack, the casualties for the Lyran regiments would be horrendous. Taking a seat at the table, each person seated around a small table where they had their personal devices or preferred alternative writing implement. The small bottles of water and snacks, clearly saying that someone with experience in these things had planned this out. At the front, there had been a stage erected. This room being in the administration hex. The individuals involved migrating from their own sections or hexes from across Blackjack. The fact that Gulag Jonasdottir had spearheaded a move to make the hexes even cheaper than the first price discount, had been the reason why so many had been built on Blackjack over the last year. Why so many of these people felt safe here on Blackjack, safe enough to fill a room 150 meters long and 150 wide. Any corporation with half a brain had established some kind of permanent structure, or was renting one to be close to where all the Retrotech action was taking place. One never knew when something might be relevant and change the inner sphere again. Like the Retrotech weapons, then the hexes, then the media blitz, then education. Egger's general utility was certainly making a name for itself. Being directed to his table, Erwin peered at the different name tags in front of each seat. He recognized a few of these. Nash-san and Defiance heads of Retrotech research were seated here, as well as Bowie and a few others. Hey! Someone was thinking highly of Egger's armaments, that much was certain. Sitting him here being a clear indication that they thought he was worth the honor, or deserved to be somewhere befitting his status, such that it was. He just needed to wait now, these things took a long time. You didn't want to rush in and get squished, or to lose your dignity by looking like you were too eager. Seriously, the machinations at some of these companies was ridiculous. Now that he thought about it, why not check his horoscope? Maybe this final presentation on the findings of the armor development team would be a good one. The sun rises, the moon sets. The tides ebb and flow. Be calm and allow the stream to guide you. Erwin let out a long sigh. Right, go with the flow, nothing was going to change even if you tried. He settled back, figuring he might as well take a nap while he was waiting. Knocked out face, the introduction were out of the way and the research team had made their way forward. Their prop this time was a hunk of metal with 24 shells sticking out of it. Impressive really, how did they get that to work? Armor usually flaked, too. Oh, he could see where this was going, as could some of the more far-sighted individuals in the crowd. Good afternoon. We are presenting the final research findings regarding the less than optimal protection of standard armor versus retro armaments. The figure was barely visible save for the enormous screens on both sides of the hall, allowing his pale face to be visible. A pale face slowly turning red as the glare of the floodlights threatened to cook him alive. Better him than me, muttered the researcher from Nash-san sitting to his right, looking smug that he managed to get out of the presentation. Erwin agreed, with the way that the floodlights beamed a sheer flood of photons on the target. Meaning, that it was incredibly difficult to see anything in the audience, one's eyes filled by the floodlights. To summarize our findings, we have reached the point of a technological seesaw. In other words, primitive armaments have proven to be surprisingly effective against standard armor, especially in relation to weight and cost. Standard weapons have proven themselves to be extremely effective against primitive armor. Yet primitive weapons tend to be less effective against primitive armor, and standard weapons against standard armor. The presenter pointed at the different displays that were backing up his point on the matter. In short, retro gun good vs standard armor, retro gun not good vs retro armor. Standard gun good vs retro armor, standard gun not good vs standard armor. Please understand we are looking at investment cost and weight of the gun systems when factoring in these judgments. While a PPC can do a great deal of damage to standard armor, 7 tons of retro guns can do an even greater level of damage. The second presented stepped forward again, motioning for the armor slab to be brought up. To find a counter to the highly effective nature of retro weaponry, which, when fielded by the enemies of the Commonwealth, cause significant harm to our standard equipped forces, we have spent the last 6 months searching for an answer. Our solution is retro armor. Specifically, the hyperdense, spaced armor, also known as composite armor or dense and soft-rolled homogeneous steel armor, RHA for short. Utilized by all major powers until the advent of standard armor, it has, in sufficient thickness and composition, proven impenetrable by most grades of retro cannon. He waved his hands at the sheet of metal behind him. This is second-generation tank armor, rolled homogeneous steel armor at 40 centimeters. As we can see, every shell in the World War II conflict, save what, was classified as above 100 mm in caliber. All defeated by this slab of steel. No layers, no composite armor, just steel. A murmur went through the hall. This changed a great deal of things if it was true, which it probably was. This is using steel that we created to World War II specifications. This slab was shot at by weapons of the same era, at the same range, with the same projectiles, but is manufactured to modern standard. The next slab was brought forth. This one having small dents, divots, and a few small craters but nothing more. This is MIL DTL 12560 standard rolled homogeneous steel. Designed in the 1970s, it served as the Western Alliance's standard RHA steel for as long as the Western Alliance, and then the Terran Alliance used steel as armor. During its lifetime, it was superseded by the predecessor to what we refer to as standard armor. The listening crowd nodded, they could now see where this was going. Composite armors replaced RHA, and were designed to counter increasingly lethal projectiles and weaponry. If this sounds familiar, it should. Composite armors were replaced in time with standard armor, which is designed to ablate because even the best composite armors could be penetrated by the hyper-lethal munitions that were being deployed. With certain munitions able to penetrate over 8 meters of RHA and composite equivalents. This time, a screen displayed the effects of different munitions on blocks of armor, the video clearly from a time before hollow videos were common. Small holes in the front, gaping hunks of molten metal pouring out the back. The words HESH testing, 1968 were clearly visible underneath. As such, we moved to standard armor. Yet now we are facing the fact that the munitions designed to defeat the dense rolled homogeneous steel are also effective in damaging standard armor. While it may not be a great deal compared to equivalent autocannon calibers, the weight and cost more than justify the asking prices. With the development of this MIALI, which most groups represented in this room have experience with in assisting the design process, this threat only increases in scale. Consider the Draconis Combine or Free Worlds League developing their own versions and deploying them en masse. The room nodded. The sight of a gun loss or a gun atlas with 4 shoulder-mounted 155mm cannons for artillery support, and 8 105mm heavy rifles, 4 on each hand, obliterating its opponents at all ranges had gone viral across the inner sphere. Imagining cheap swarms of retromech stomping around with their primitive guns was a nightmare scenario. The solution that we have come across is simple in theory. Deploying layers of homogeneous armor in the same manner as it was used in the 2000s period of Terra. Hard and dense enough to block incoming rounds, which will either ricochet off or flatten on the armor, preventing retro cannons harming our vehicles and structures. If we layer this with our standard armor structure, it will provide less overall protection per ton, but will substantially increase survivability in a retro cannon-rich environment. This should be paired with an external shield made of composite armor to block primitive shells. The screen demonstrated how a sheet of steel did not ablate as armor usually did. Rather, it held firm, denting and deforming slightly as the different rounds were fired at it, causing many to bounce off and ricochet around the testing chamber. Others still embedded themselves in the metal. Some penetrating through the sheet halfway through, stuck, as if it were an art installation. However, the problem is that this armor is designed using a completely different philosophy than standard armor. Its protection emerges from its density, which adds a great deal of mass. At 7.8 grams per cubic centimeter, HIS, it is enough to add several tons to any frame for negative protection against standard weapons. It is possible that composite armor will serve more effectively in this role, in exchange for volume and size. A clip showing a laser simply melting through a solid meter of steel greeted their eyes. The following an autocannon simply punching hole after hole in another block of steel. Even the composite armor, labeled as such, looking for all the world like layers of an ice cream sandwich, fared no better against laser or cannon. Therefore, we have designed a stopgap measure, a composite shield that can be deployed as we continue to research means to apply dense and protective armor to standard armor without weight and volume issues. Alternatively, a thicker, but lighter shield made of composite materials would be possible and can be deployed. All material specifications and processes have been made freely available due to their age. The findings will be published tomorrow morning and sent out to all interested parties. Wait, why can't we just use standard armor? Standard armor uses steel as the first layer in its composition. The voice from the audience called out. The steel used in standard armor is specially processed to create an extremely hard, yet brittle substance, capable of breaking projectiles on impact, or ablating if it is overwhelmed. This is backed by a boron nitride layer that catches the fragments and plasma generated on impact, before itself ablating. The presenter had been caught off guard but was rallying admirably. Compare this to primitive armor, both RHA and composite, where upon impact, the armor whilst hard, is still soft enough to deform. Serving in the same role as the steel in standard armor does, it shatters softer projectiles, while protecting against hard ones by deforming. In deforming, it retains its structural integrity, maintaining overall protection. It does have the danger of spalling, which requires a secondary coating on the inner layer to prevent this, in the same manner that the boron nitride layer acts. Using this technique to replace the steel in standard armor will essentially create a soft steel replacement which will allow projectiles to penetrate through instead of ablating, lessening its effectiveness. Remember that RHA and composite use density and volume to protect. Standard armor must be thin and ablative. The two, at the moment, are incompatible until our researchers discover a means to combine the two. Thank you for answering, no further questions. The speech was over, the room clapped politely, and broke into discussion. They had a solution for the armor vs retrotech issue. Hard and dense steel armor. Or hard and spaced composite armor. The issue they now had was that it was heavy as well. A shield would work, but only as a stopgap measure. It would weigh several tons and severely reduce speed. At the same time the question had to include, the Smiali that was about to enter mass production in a few months. If there was no solution, and the Combine or FWL developed their own variant, how were they going to protect against it? Erwin rubbed his head, things were going to get exciting. Erwin, the Smiali design, do you think that there can be a variant that holds a shield? One of the engineers at the table leaned over and spoke, his voice a whisper. Well, more normal speaking volume, but in this room, at this moment? It resembled a whisper more than anything else. Erwin paused to think about it. He wasn't a mech designer, more the one who ran herd on all the designers. That being said, it had two detachable arms, why couldn't it hold a shield? I don't see why not. You just need to replace the arms with one that holds a shield, maybe a 2-pounder on the shoulder for self-defense. Well, if shields become something necessary in the near future as a stopgap, we will definitely need those melee weapons we have been working on. Shooting down a wall is definitely one way to leave yourself open. Are you sure? Surely, we could shoot them from outside the range. The shields will protect the Smiali, but it's 4 meters tall. What about our heavy and assault mechs? No need for the shields or melee weapons when the ones it needs to protect can't hide behind them anyway. No, it can't be that simple. Erwin sat back, right, he was going to be stuck here for a while. In his mind, when they had the shield issue worked out, the fact that you were able to get in close with a shield, well, you were going to need some kind of stabbing implement to handle those that were now up close, and personal. Especially when the gun was hand-loaded. There were going to be big masses of mechs and retro-mechs moving about, trying to get in close to bring standard weapons to bear as both sides plinked away with their retro tech. Protecting the damage dealers, maneuvering until a final, clear path to charge through can be identified. Big nightly charges like on ancient Terra. Where men rode on big animals, that shat everywhere, to ride into other men that shat everywhere when spiked on long sticks. For all that technology advanced, it appeared that things were desperate to stay the same. He had to hand it to the little boss. His push for melee weaponry had been, well, a bit coincidental, perhaps. Adding an extra tool to the Smiali's arsenal, but with this revelation? Well, clearly he saw the truth faster than anyone else. How had he known that battles would manage to get up to knife fighting range, when he himself had introduced the retro tech, which had stretched the battlefield to kilometer ranges? Erwin hoped to never gain the foresight that Hugh Eggers had, it would probably drive a lesser man insane. 028 Chisaki and Glory handle matters. Chisaki Nagao peered over at the vast library of video games that she was meant to curate as head of Eggers Media. Which in itself should have meant that this wasn't a big deal, until it became obvious that these games considered best of X year were often multiple hours long, worked on operating systems that were considered extinct in the inner sphere, and used control interfaces that were completely absent. As in, she had no idea how one was meant to control these systems. Some asked for input of X and Y, others A and B, others still asked for the any button. What the actual hell was the any button? She could not see an any button on any of the museum keyboards. Why couldn't they use the very logical pen system that personal computers in the inner sphere used? Personal pads linked to a central mainframe, not this individual Tosh. Chisaki felt that for all the genius that early Terrans possessed, they were also incredibly illogical. Perhaps they had a separate key that was labeled any for this exact circumstance? Like the mythical space key. In any case, the issue was that there was truly a glut of video games and other pieces of media. All with control systems that she did not currently have access to. She had been releasing curated music and movies, itself a function of the fact that she was in essence, well, using what the little boss had focused on as inspiration. Clearly he knew what he was doing, and she merely followed his example, used his words as a guide. When the words had been "I like playing video games, miss me with that Dark Souls stuff," Chisaki had felt confusion. What was Dark Souls? What games exactly? From the available materials that her agents had transmitted out of Terra, there had been real-time strategy, first-person shooter, XXXX games, pornography games, real-time tactics games, jumping games, puzzle games, and who even knew what else. So many different genres for different people, that required different skill sets to enjoy. In short, a pain in her behind. The solution? To not even bother with this curation at all. The little boss had made it clear after all, I like playing video games, which meant all video games. Why bother curating when she could just use all of them? Just release the games as part of a nostalgia or retro pack, with the disclaimer that these were selected as part of a certain time period. The only issue now was emulation. Like Windows Vista, the last version of Windows that had ever existed apparently, it had caused the company to bankrupt due to lawsuits. Or the Y-Box, or the Game Station. Different consoles that had to be emulated, devices that had to be manufactured to match said machines. It was all a pain in the buttocks, but it was what she had to sort out. Part of her job since Eggers Gameworks didn't have anyone except agents seeking out said games. She needed to find someone who knew what they were doing already. She sent out the orders regarding the release of the old games before pausing and sending a second message. Lick had experts, and while she was an expert with culture overall, she was definitely not an expert in the realm of video games. They needed an expert to handle this, or it would land with a flop when Eggers Media started creating games, not merely re-releasing them. Which brought her back to the focus of her thoughts. The shoots that they were doing with the Smiali automechs. Differentiating them from battle mechs, the auto was for automotive, like a car, and mech was used in the same way the terms battle mech and industrial mech used mech. The premise was simple. Mainly because the Wolverines had invested quite a bit of effort into this project. Providing both pilots and team members to the shoot. The story revolving around a faceless evil group covered in wolf monikers that landed and was slaughtering any who resisted their attempts at turning the population into bondsmen. Or serfs in the Confederation, peasants in the Combine. All were pressed into service and killed if they tried to reject it. Which naturally meant that when the plucky band of intrepid Wolverines rose up, using their Smialis against an overwhelming foe, the audience would naturally cheer. Then, using the unnamed enemy's own rituals against them, they bargained their own surrender against the enemy retreating from the world. Naturally, the Wolverines used guile to trick them into betting a lance of 4 battle mechs against 30 Smialis, using tonnage instead of mech numbers to trick their enemies. In doing so, the enemy is defeated and driven from the world. The sequel bait being the end credits scene, where the Wolf Commander whispers that this trick won't work twice. The other production being an Eggers Agricultural and Eggers Defense Force 1, strangely enough. About a farmer trying to save his planet using his Smiali, converted from military use to farming. Naturally, the Combine invade, and the farmer must now take up his arms again and rise to the occasion. Gathering those like him, rebuilding Smialis from the junkyards in the nearby city, utilizing small machine shops, they build an army, and then launch a counterattack. The farmer annihilates the enemy before removing the weapons, reattaching the hoe and returns to farming, working to feed the people of his starving world. In the closing shot, a defeat dragon lies on its side, its cockpit shattered, the dragon insignia defaced. In the foreground, the farmer's Smiali is dutifully planting seedlings for a nondescript crop. The script had been rather touching, and Chisaki had green-lit it. One was an action comedy, the other an action drama. Both were advertising the Smiali, if from different perspectives. She didn't have a problem with the production, just felt it might have been more useful if Eggers Armaments had been behind it all. Then again, they were providing the automechs and the technicians to supervise the production. These were the first production automechs, after all, and they needed some extra work done to prevent issues from arising. Especially with all the quirks these machines possessed, the Eggers armaments line not having fully refined their processes as of yet. Making sure the machines were running for the production was certainly important. Chisaki nodded with satisfaction as she reviewed the shoot process. One here on Blackjack, the other in the Rasselhog Kingdom. Using one of the slowly recovering agricultural plots that Eggers Agriculture had been working to repair. The soundtrack was proving to be easier than she thought. Never gonna give you up. Rick Astley, one of the greats from just how many times this song had been played according to official records. Never gonna let you down. It was the perfect song for a farmer trying to save his planet, always resisting the urge to return to his warrior ways. A message about self-control and discipline. As for the first movie, Wolverines vs. the Unknowns, this was more difficult. She had to think on this one, find the appropriate music for this battle of the fates to be set to. It was more difficult than she had imagined it to be. Everyone thought she was a music guru after the success of the first few releases of Eggers Media. Did they not realize that it was due to the little boss words? Knocked out face, for glory, sometimes things just ended up in a way that made her irritated. It often wasn't the fault of a single individual or group, just the way things were. Like here, now. In the hold of a jump ship. One of the two that an invader possessed, part of the standard configuration. Significant in the fact that it was currently wet. Very wet. Squishy and squelching as well. Not the kind of things that you wanted from a cargo hold on a spaceship. Unless you were trying to bring water to a planet, of course, but, well, this jump ship definitely was not. In other words, not standard at all. Glory stepped in, noted the sound of suction as liquid climbed in and out of the grooves of her boots as she stepped on the crimson remnants of this self-defense action. The floating red orbs, either splashing as she walked through them, or bouncing from the water-resistant fabric. Thank you for the service, Wolverine. The woman nodded, her helmeted head making the movement nigh invisible. The rest of the team still on alert, their bodies radiating danger. Glory for her part walked with a nonchalance that those who were not Glory, or Wolverines, did not feel. 3 survivors of the mess, the blood was definitely not theirs. That belonged to the bodies that had been, well, trunked. It was what happened when you used standard body armor, and your opponents went into the fight using short vibro axes. Skipping the fragility of swords entirely, when armed with hatchets, they made quick work of their enemies, cutting off limbs before bisecting the trunk of the body. Hence, trunked. Of the hostiles, there were 3 survivors. Strung up with various cords to prevent them from floating off. Stepping delicately around the bodies and body parts, making sure that she didn't accidentally slip, Glory felt distaste. It was like a diorama, one of those that served to demonstrate an incident where time had frozen. Body parts floating in the zero gravity, gently trailing small globules of blood. Ensuring it didn't get on her clothes or her body like navigating a maze. One did not serve as military intelligence without seeing similar or worse sights. The effects of vehicle-grade weaponry on infantry was truly horrific, what was left often being classified as unit burials. The only way to tell who was who, being to collect all the blood, running it through a DNA sequencer and then counting how many distinct variants of DNA were present. At least here, one could tell which body parts generally belonged to which people. These are the ones we caught. And so they were. Mouths bleeding from where their teeth had been nearly pushed in from the mouth guards to prevent suicide capsule use. The way their fingers and toes were visible, held apart in strange glove-like contraptions which prevented them from moving. The way their eyelids were held open with restraints to prevent contact-based explosives. The many ways that an agent could kill themselves during a capture were varied and often localized to different agencies. That the Wolverines had been able to identify them, and to prevent their success spoke volumes about their skills. Good morning. My name is Glory Brandtzalen. As you may have concluded, there is very little chance that you will leave this room alive. It is the unfortunate truth of these matters, you know this, I know this. As hostile agents seeking to kill my employer, I do have very little sympathy with you. After all, you have certain weapons here that are certainly, well, war crimes to deploy. Her eyes turned to the multitude of weapons that were in the hold. Strewn where they had been dropped, others still in opened crates. Breaching charges, rifles, submachine guns, and what looked very much like a portable nuclear device. All guarded by some very still, and very dangerous Wolverines. After all, it meant someone, in other words, had wanted Hugh Eggers, very, very, dead. Which is why I will be speaking of what comes after. Her voice remained steady the entire time, eyes languidly moving from captive to captive. Squatting down, Glory leaned forward, the magnets in her boots activating with a discreet heel-to-heel tap. The combine squat as it was called, with the soles of one's feet fully flat on the ground, stomach in contact with the upper thighs or knees, body held upright from the forward-leaning posture of the torso. One that set the body's center of gravity over the feet themselves. Nobody knew where the term had originated, but it was most commonly referred to as the combine squat, or if one was feeling particularly patriotic, the Kyoto squat. In any case, she had moved her eyes closer to the captive's level. The closest figure looking at her with hate in his eyes. From this angle, she could see just how much they had been shaken from the sheer violence of action of the Wolverine attack. Sheer, unrelenting, overwhelming force, breaching the cargo door with an electronic override, and then storming in with gun and blade. Using their mastery of zero gravity to tear apart their foes, ignoring cover. Charging forth and trusting in their armor. The small packs on their backs filled with compressed air. Pushing them forward to act like battle mechs, crushing in from above, from the front, from behind. There was nowhere that cover was complete, nowhere that was safe. In the end, none had been wounded. The mental trauma of doing this to fellow human beings, however, that was a more long-term and possibly debilitating wound. Ignoring the blood and other bodily fluids that a human body contained, that was probably bouncing around her at this very moment, Glory held out a hand and said a name, just one name. Voidy. And lo, from the hyperdimension from which the creature originated, emerged Voidy. Like a series of spiked cylindrical cones stacked atop one another. Tentacles made of serrated blades, held together by only the most tenuous grasps of reality. The multitude of slitless red eyes, like little red orbs glistening in the hold's light. This is Voidy, a hyperdimensional creature that has found itself bonded to my employer, Hugh Eggers. Which probably seems rather irrelevant to you, the people who are about to die. But, well, you see. Religions tend to speak of an afterlife that is not found on this world, but one that is separate from the real world entirely. One where your souls will go after you die, leaving your earthly vessels behind. Now, I don't know exactly what you are, or where you come from, or even your own personal beliefs about the afterlife. But, well. Voidy circled the three figures, its tentacles moving as if it were swimming in water. Their heads locked by a brace, and yet, they tried as strongly as they could to keep track of the small thing. The same size as her palm at this point, Glory felt quite a bit of discomfort at its presence, but needs must. You must be thinking it, for you fight for your creed, and you die. You must be thinking about what happens next. Are you going to get a reward? Are you going to a new reality where all your efforts have paid off? That you are given the riches you deserve? A harem of beautiful girls cheering you on. Her voice deepened, no hint of mockery in her tone. They glared defiantly at her. Well, there is also the second option. You see, when our afterlife is in another reality, and Voidy is from another reality, well, I am sure you are intelligent enough to see where this is going. She made a purposeful glance at the purple creature, itself landing on the leftmost figure, seemingly walking with its tentacles across his scalp. Their eyes widened at the implication. Was it true? Was this creature capable of denying them access to the afterlife? If any of you want to speak now, so that you may die a quick death, well, that would be great. We do need to clean up after all. One of them glared at her. Jerking his head, as if he wanted to say something. Glory waved a hand over, she needed an example in any case. We die knowing we have done our duty. Duty above all. Voidy. Her questioning tone, never quavering, never rising. She had seen this happen once before on Furlow and had not wanted to repeat the experience. The creature dove into the man's open mouth. He struggled briefly before going slack. From the orifice it had entered, Voidy emerged. Dragging something that was invisible to the naked eye. It chewed, used its tentacles as if cutting apart morsels to devour, and continued to munch away, giving every semblance of enjoying itself immensely. For Glory, it felt as if someone cold had dripped down her neck. That what was happening was wrong, blasphemy. That this should not be happening at all. Her animal brain screaming that she should leave. Even if one wasn't looking, they could feel the effects, whatever part of their bodies, their minds, their souls that were connected to hyperspace could feel what was happening. But she had been military intelligence, as if she would give up over something like this. His body is still alive, by the way. It's just, well, something vital to the human condition has been removed. Some might say that it is the soul, some might say it was a few blood vessels that were disconnected. I will let you decide. But, well, you've heard of jump ship psychosis. Of those that go insane from the process of jumping through hyperspace. Trying to slaughter the crews of their dropships, claiming that their gods had spoken to them. Voidy also comes from hyperspace, you know, from the realm of gods, you might say, and. Well. I'll let you decide your opinion on the fate that awaits you if it feels hungry. In the end, the two spoke. When one weighed their immortal souls, very visible apparently, Glory was half convinced, going to the hell version of their afterlife. Against the definite possibility of having no afterlife at all because their soul has been devoured. Well, people tended to talk. Not that it was really worth anything. Agents on the sharp end of the spear very rarely knew anything worthwhile. Their last words, those were a little more important. Blake, preserve my soul. And well, that was a clue. There was on large organization that worshipped Blake, that being Comster. The question, really, was why were they here? What had Hugh Eggers done to warrant them sending their vaunted Rom out? She knew of Rom, of course. Toyama's purge of Comster during Richard Steiner's reign had seen a great many refugees flee into the successor states. Why? Because over 20% had been killed in purges in under a year. They spoke of Rom, how it had been used to kill those who were not fanatical enough, how Comster had run concentration camps where nearly all of those incarcerated were worked until they died. How regular civilian contractors were dragged into these camps for failing to demonstrate loyalty. How Comster threatened any state that accepted the refugees with interdiction if they were not returned. They were very public and loud about that part. The question, then, was why had Rom, Comster's internal security and ideological enforcement unit, been present here? Or if it was not Rom, then had Comster created religious populations in the Commonwealth that also hated Hugh Eggers? Because the resources to get this many men and women into one jump ship, from drop ships across the Lyran Commonwealth had to either be something like the thuggy death cults spread across the inner sphere, which were legitimately terrifying, or had the resources of a successor state, like Comster. She felt like she had missed something in the 5 months that they had been away from Blackjack, and she was certainly not enjoying the feeling. How many on this jump ship can we trust? A pause as the Wolverine finished executing the last of the prisoners. If this were on the battlefield, she would be facing a trial, and then a firing squad. As a secret agent? Nobody would need to know, yet she would face recriminations for letting things get so out of hand that the deaths had been necessary at all. Outside the Wolverines, the boss, and yourself, there are those that have just entered from dropship Excelsior. A pause. All 56 people on board want the little boss to die. Yes, ma'am. I do hope you have the munitions to handle this. He is currently unconscious due to jump sickness. I do not want him to wake and realize something has happened. Get word to the Excelsior to remain aboard their dropship. We don't want witnesses or collateral damage. The Wolverines saluted before 2 of their number, the one wearing the experimental harness from Tolsand Warworks, came forward. As they did so, Glory really did hope that things would be over and soon. They needed to clean all this up and present a clean jump ship to Hugh when he woke up. For someone with such monstrous foresight when it came to business and combat development, he was surprisingly dense when it came to matters of personal trust. It was as if he had a blind spot around close acquaintances, one where he would simply accept what was told to him in an uncritical manner. It had led to the Wolverines and Glory agreeing that this needed to be done outside of his sight. The little boss would be devastated that there were people who wanted to hurt him. Simply explaining they had an emergency and needed to return to Furlow would be sufficient. Or to explain there was a blue/gold crew, like in pre-space flight submarines. Crews that switched out to ensure the jump ship remained in peak condition. He would believe it if she said it. The hyperdimensional creature, much more intelligent than had been thought, had agreed with her. Helping, in its own way, to dispose of those that sought to hurt its self-chosen master. Following her instructions in a way that made the military intelligence operative very appreciative indeed. What have we got that can handle an enemy that outnumbers us 5 to 1? She asked, factoring in the team that was in this hold, and the ones that were protecting the dropship from interlopers. There was a distinctively predatory air as they hefted the distinctive quick-firing 2-pounder gun. Hand-loaded to reduce weight. The gun held aloft by a rigid harness attached to the exosuite. Unarmored, bare bones, and powered by removable fuel cells, it was a clumsy thing. Slow, but when it let you bring a field artillery piece to the infantry fight, well, that changed things. Still, solid shot wouldn't help very much against an enemy determined to see them dead in the crowded confines of a jump ship. But these were Wolverines, she was expecting something substantial from them. 2 words. Canister shot. 029 Catherine and Iris have a chat. It is interrupted. Catherine Eggers sat in her office and pondered the change in her fortunes. Her son had created such runaway success that she had been elevated to Duke by association. A shock to someone born to a line of barons, who, in each generation, had to present themselves to the Archon to retain the title. Her husband was now running one of the largest intelligence operations in the Lyran Commonwealth, given the sheer number of industrialists, researchers, and specialists on planet. LCAFME were very happy with providing the manpower to keep it all safe. Lick were liaising with the intention of keeping them all safe. That they were now working on orbital infrastructure, on an O'Neill cylinder at that, told her that even more intellectuals would be coming. More industrialists. More specialists. Her planet might be the most top-heavy in terms of education in the entire inner sphere at this rate. After all, they had Education City, that was ballooning at a truly rapid rate. Everyone who wished to learn was making their way here. The Archon was providing funding to restart the Wandering Professor program to bring the Commonwealth's education levels in the poorer worlds to an acceptable standard. That which had been present prior to the First Succession War. Everything had changed at an extremely rapid rate, within a year and a half even. But, for all that things changed, they stayed the same. After all, it wasn't from her that Hugh had inherited his travel phobia, or the lack of hand-eye coordination required to catch a ball. That was all from his father. It was unfortunate, but she did feel a little happy about the fact that he did not suffer from the same need as she did. The need to stride on the battlefield and see her enemies crushed, driven before her, lamenting as she burned down all that they held dear. To witness, with her own eyes, their suffering and defeat. To feel the sensation of glorious victory over her foes. Of annihilation of their dreams, their hopes, their very core as human beings. The burning beast that sat in her breast, one that was never sated. No matter how much she fed it with death and annihilation. In her youth, she had served in the Lyran regulars in a commando. Serving her required years, increasingly frustrated from the absolute uselessness of the LCAF in the Blackjack region. The inability to actually defeat their enemies, the lack of aggression, of sheer rank cowardice in LCAF command. And so, when it came time to renew her service, she had instead gone mercenary. Raiding into the Combine, raiding into pirates, raiding into corporations she felt were not contributing to the war effort. Demonstrating, that despite the mass of her mech, she was a force to be reckoned with. It was all with Lick blessing, of course, to complete objectives that needed something heavier and massed more than that of a knife in the back. On one of these missions she had met Fan, they had, well, no. For all that Fan liked to think he was the one that possessed great initiative, it had been her that had pushed forward. It had been her that had driven the relationship until it had been time for her to return to Blackjack, to take up her mantle as Baroness. Dragging him with her. For a time, it had been enough to bank the beast that burned in her heart. The need had never gone away, not even when time had passed, when Hugh had been born, when she had taken full responsibility for the museum. Her boy, her responsibility. Mine had whispered the beast. And so she stayed, to protect him, to sate the beast in another way. The rewards for peace were satisfying enough for her to be content, to maintain this lifestyle. Constantly drilling, constantly practicing to maintain her skills, yet not feeling the need to leave the world. The occasional raid was enough for her to get her fill. The destruction of enemy battle mechs, infantry platoons, and armored vehicles had been enough. Enough to feed the beast with death and annihilation. Having her contemplation interrupted, Catherine had welcomed the emissaries into her office, taking a seat at the guest table. Sitting in front of her was Iris Steiner, as well as Amelie Gibbs and Marie Francoeur. Representing the Blackjack School of Conflict in an informal meeting. Or rather, a meeting where she could meet with her son's fiancé and some upperclassmen sent to observe and convey messages. Iris Steiner, who, despite not officially her son's fiancé, resembled Catherine enough that it didn't exactly matter. She was the one pursuing A&D. Well, her son was close enough to his father in terms of temperament that it didn't exactly matter. It was like hunting sand teeth in the desert flats on Blackjack. To successfully bring a beast down, one had to be relentless, had to move in a single straight line forwards. With the understanding that trying to be smart, to flank, or to waver, was for it to kill you. As it waited, staring at you in indecision, moving forward into striking range was how one stabbed its weak spot. Evolved to counter the seemingly random and sudden movements of the desert species of Blackjack, something headed in a straight line was nigh impossible for it to counter. For none moved straight on the sand flats. The creatures of Blackjack's deserts instead twisted and curved to preserve energy. It had, therefore, never developed a means to resist. Sitting still, dazed as one simply moved closer. There was a metaphor in there somewhere. Iris was of the same temperament. Moving forward, inevitably forward to skewer her boy. The beast was quiet, it knew that for the line to continue, there necessitated some sacrifice. Mine it still whispered, but with a softer tone. After all, in this case, she was giving her permission. Hugh, for all his business success, was incredibly aimless on a personal level. Giving him some kind of direction was infinitely preferable to a gold digger who used the same tactics and dug her claws into him. Useless had roared the beast at the very thought of it. Annihilate. And so, to prevent the need for murder most foul, Catherine had moved to prevent any from coming into contact with Hugh. The other problem had soon presented itself. Social climbers who would add nothing to the family and simply be a waste in terms of resources and effort. The only value that someone like that could offer would be their genes, and those might not even be worth it. What had they done that made them worthy of her son? Useless. The problem had gotten exponentially worse as Egger's general utility rode success to success. Hugh only remaining unspeared due to his hermit-like nature. Mine. Catherine, then, was rather satisfied that someone like Iris Steiner had set her eyes on Hugh. Someone who would make sure that he didn't, well, continue to walk around aimlessly in his home life. Iris Steiner. Be welcome into my home, I am sure there is much for us to talk about. Your escorts, Amelie and Marie, should feel free to sit down as well. It is good to meet you. She had met the two older cadets before, them being the regular liaisons sent by Kleist to deliver messages. Grooming them, no doubt, to serve a bigger role in linking the academy to Egger's general utility once they graduated. Seated as she was behind a small shield table, itself made of some rather rare wood, she waved them forward. Iris was visibly admiring the table as she accepted the near command. Redwood, from Terra itself. Something she had looted from the burning mansion of a Draconis noble, himself dead in his battle mech. He had forgotten one simple truth: when lifting an enemy, it merely brings them closer to your cockpit. Annihilation. The beast had been sated, if only briefly, on that day. The mech warrior, not even having time to commit seppuku as she smashed her way through the cockpit glass. Both fists pounding away as he flailed about in desperation, the dragon's elongated chest proving her the leverage she needed to ride his corpse into the ground. In any case, the ornate scrollwork depicting the life of a turtle of all things had found itself a home with Catherine wherever she had traveled across the inner sphere. Iris sat herself down on the other side, accepting a teacup and the offer to pour tea. Grimacing when she took a sip of double-strength straight black tea. As was often the case, mercenaries or even regular troops picked up the habits they learned from their units, from the people they interacted with, and brought them back to their homes. In this case, straight black tea, from the largest manufacturer of black tea in the inner sphere, Bushels. Breaking away from their parent company at the dawn of space colonization, through innovating tactics and means, Bushels consistently provides the best breakfast tea in the inner sphere with their Blue Label brand. Or so the packaging said. There had been a great deal of skullduggery involved, she knew. Having participated in raids upon Lipton's facilities. Not because the lick had needed it to happen, but because they had shipped her moldy tea once. There had been a great deal of vengeance carried out on that day. Then there had been the raids on Unilever, who continued to claim Bushels as part of their brand. Bushels disagreed, strongly. Thinking back on pleasant memories, Catherine took a sip of her tea. It was strong, it was tea, and it possibly could count as paint in some circles. Like the communal tea urn, stained black from decades of use. The first one to use decaf and dissolve the varnish would disappear into a mech's reactor. As had been custom in her mercenary company, there was no sweetener or creamer. With a grimace, Iris gamely drank it all down before looking at her host. It is good to meet you, Duchess Eggers. The girl felt wary, which was natural. 17 years of age and having just started her first year at Blackjack, having had to wait due to Hugh's circumstances on Furlough. Circumstances which had Catherine carefully control her strength as to not do anything rash. She had always known, of course, that he would do something that would get himself killed. It was not in Hugh's nature to wait for death to claim him naturally. That was just how he was, impetuous to the extreme, even, or rather, especially when it came to matters he was terrified by. Mine. The beast within had writhed about in impotent fury. Catherine herself had to do much the same. He had inherited the worst parts of her without that which balanced it out. He was as much a danger to himself as he was to a toasted burrito. One might call him a northern lemming. 100% effort into everything, even if it kills him. Even when he could have just sat in one place and rested, waited for things to come to him. Catherine, hearing about his hospitalization, had immediately dispatched yet more of her retainers, those that had followed her from her mercenary days, to protect him. While not as capable as she was, they were still her person guard. Enough to sate the beast at least. He had protection, she had whispered to it, to reassure the beast as much as herself. From their words, they had impressed the Wolverines and been inducted into some kind of fraternity. Good for them. Mine. In any case, with Iris here, after her service, there would be someone to keep an eye on her wayward son. I am happy to meet you. Someone who is willing to take the first step in pursuing a relationship with my son. If you hadn't, well, he would have died a spinster. Iris very carefully set her teacup to the side before looking up. Yes. I had realized the best action would be direct action. Catherine nodded in satisfaction. As with father, as with son. Mine, the beast roared, laying claim to both. Iris let a small smile grace her lips. It is not official yet, but I am confident in my strategy. As you should be. The two of them smiled at each other, comfortable in their mutual understanding. We will talk more in the future, of course. I do want to get to know you better. But for the time being, it is important to me that my alma mater is treated well, a nod to the 2 second-year cadets, an acknowledgement of the reason they were here in the first place. To see what it was that Eggers, the family and company, could provide them. Faked, of course, they were just moving through the motions of an age-old ritual, of alumni to cadet. It was in her best interests for the Blackjack School of Conflict to succeed, just as it was in the best interests of the Blackjack School of Conflict for Eggers' general utility to succeed. Both relied on the other, both fed off the other, and both were more successful when supported by the other. But they couldn't outright say it. Hence, why these two cadets were here, learning the ins and outs of the business to better requisition certain goods as needed in exchange for certain favors. As a graduate, Catherine understood this. As a Lyran citizen, she allowed it. After all, it was how they would survive in a reality infested by social generals. I have authorized the transfer of 60 Smialis from Egger's armaments stockpile to Colonel Kleist's control. He must be excited to adjust to this new addition to the battlefield. The cadets saluted, thanking her as cadets would salute an alumni. Colonel Kleist has spoken of certain changes in doctrine that will make great use of the Smiali. Enough for a battalion per regiment. Perhaps enough to replace each light mech lance with one battalion in the composition charts for those lacking light mechs. Came the reply, tit for tat in other words. Iris looked a little clueless, but feeling as if she should know what was going on. In time, thought Catherine, she would learn. Half the battle was won before it even started, that victory required logistics, which required one to play the political game. To pretend to care about the thoughts of idiots. To think that one's superiors were not wasting your time. That you were not wasting your time by not being on the battlefield. Kill the beast demanded, not understanding that ephemeral concepts such as waste of organic matter could not be killed so easily. Negotiation, making deals, and securing what you needed, for your people was necessary. All things that the beast could never understand. Then came the small buzz in her ear, one that was expected. It was time to feed the beast, she thought to herself with anticipation. Knocked out face, Iris Steiner had not been exactly sure of the reception she was going to receive upon entering Catherine Egger's personal office. A quiet pat on the back for being the one to chase after Hugh had definitely not been what she had been expecting. The backroom dealings that all Lyran nobles and officers were expected to play out was evident. The fact that it wasn't between nobles, but between cadets and House Eggers on behalf of Colonel Kleist was a little confusing. Why were they trying to act nonchalant over it? It wasn't like this strange or new. Especially for a scion of House Steiner. However, the discussion about the Smiali had been confusing. That was until the sheer scale of what was being discussed became clear. Doctrinal changes meant that there would possibly be a demand of tens of thousands of Smialis, backroom deals indeed. The Blackjack school of conflict's much more effective doctrine was taken as gospel in many smaller, less well-to-do militias in the Commonwealth. A word from them was as good as gold for future procurement. Things had changed, however, when Catherine Egger's disposition itself changed. From that of an amiable host, to what seemed like a feral beast. Lips that were suddenly pushed aside by grinning teeth, eyes that narrowed with anticipation. Iris, Amelie, Marie, please go behind my desk and crouch down. There is a matter that is soon to become very problematic, and I do not want you caught in the crossfire. The upperclassmen on either side of Iris nodded before shepherding her like a recalcitrant herd animal. Feeling more than a little indignant, especially as she had experienced this exact sensation before from her bodyguards on Fuerlo. Iris turned her head to watch Catherine Eggers lean serenely back on her wooden chair. The desk situated several meters to Catherine's right, more than enough space to avoid the crossfire, especially as the door opened somewhere to Catherine's front. Soon the four of them waited in silence, Iris feeling every single burr in the carpet beneath her knees. Eyes peeked over the top of the desk, trying hard not to breathe too loudly, taking her cues from her upperclassmen. Who, in turn, had their sidearms out and hidden from sight. The Duchess-in-waiting had tried to do the same, before a hand had pushed harshly down. She hadn't been trained to LCAF standard yet, especially not Blackjack standard. The worst thing she could do was to shoot the wrong target, or worse, freeze up due to inexperience. Best to keep the weapon holstered and only use it if absolutely necessary. It had been 4 minutes, she had counted, before a triple knock interrupted the tension. Come in, Catherine called out, seemingly languid as she did so. Like this was not a potential threat. The door opened, and 3 figures entered the room, clad in the same uniforms that the Wolverines sported. Iris instantly recognized their insignia and camouflage pattern. Standard issue, which was definitely abnormal. The Wolverines did not have a separate dress and field uniform, marking them as abnormal in the inner sphere. As they stepped in, however, Catherine did not deign to welcome them, or even acknowledge their presence. Merely looking in their direction, eyebrow raised. The guests wanted to come closer, yet without invitation they were bound to wait. One began to fidget, the others focused on presenting themselves as at attention. Finally, she spoke after an uncomfortably long silence. Ah, you're really good at this, aren't you? I can't even tell you aren't real Wolverines. A shocked pause. Hands immediately went to weapons before the sound of breaking furniture filled the room. From behind, 3 Wolverines, larger, more muscular, entirely too terrifying to be normal humans, had slammed into the fakes. Feet tripping them forward, hands to the backs of their heads and slamming their faces to the ground. 2 more following for each of the fakes, pinning arms and legs to the floor as the first leaned on their lower backs and necks. What followed could only be called a masterful dismantling of an opponent as yet more Wolverines flooded the room. Separating the injured captives, spreading their legs, putting braces between their thighs. Cutting off boots and spreading out their toes, their fingers, even their mouths. If there were ever humans that looked like animals for sale at an auction, these were it. Now then, I am told that you have several nuclear weapons, ready to deploy. but are unwilling to use them because of how ineffective they would be. The fortress construction, yes? So, you need someone to get you into the research facilities, into administration, which would be, me, yes. Catherine Eggers continued to sit on the chair, eyes now staring down at the figures on the floor. Her expression was one of supreme disappointment. Trying to struggle, but looking like fish flopping about with how their limbs and appendages had been locked in place. The captives settled for glaring. It is, very poetic. I think. To instead, use the same strategy on you. Wouldn't you say so? Finally standing up, voice filled with barely restrained hunger, Catherine Eggers beamed at the figures on the ground. It's more than a little arrogant to come after me with just the three of you. So, confident in your technological capabilities, are we? How disappointing that it was you in Comster and not, well, someone with more bite to them. Sounding genuinely disappointed, Catherine motioned to the Wolverines to bring them away. For what purpose, Iris didn't know, but from the discussion she wasn't sure she wanted to know. What about the ISF group in Section 98? Still preparing for deployment, they not are ready as of yet. Shipping data indicates they will be ready in a week. One of the Wolverines, clad entirely in armor, answered Duchess Eggers. Well, then, time to crack some skulls, yes? If one of the idiots has felt confident enough to attack, we might as well clean house. Sounding incredibly eager, Catherine turned to the cadets. If you would like to join the Wolverines in the control room, I feel that you will learn a great deal from what is about to transpire. And with that, she left, leaving the Blackjack School of Conflicts cadets in the tender mercies of the Wolverines. Knocked out face, watching through the cameras attached to the EDF Honor Guard, the Wolverines, as well as Duchess Eggers' own rig. The cadets and the Wolverines in the observation room could see everything in the lead up to the purging operation. With great ease, they got to watch in first person as Catherine Eggers checked her weapons, quickly disassembling the 14.5mm short barrel, armor-piercing rifle, fingers moving over each individual piece. Before assembling it again, satisfied with what she had seen. Said weapon had reportedly come from her personal armory. Also included were several blades and a vibroaxe. A monster of a thing, its handle as long as her chest. Its blade a palm's thickness as the base, flaring out to a spear point on top, a hooked tooth arcing inwards underneath. A brute designed to hurt, not one for display. Finally, it came time to breach, the fortress acting to keep the Lyrans out. Its exact purpose, even if it was not welcome here, on a Lyran world. The solution, from what the cadets could see, was to use the oldest trick in the book. That being guile. The lesson here being that never smash your face into the hardest rock. Instead, use what leverage you had to move the rock the way you wanted it moved. The entire section had been purchased by the ISF from what the Wolverines had been saying, the entire project greenlit by Lick, with the understanding that there would be some secret entrances to allow them to move through. They wanted to strike a blow, but to also gain actionable intelligence from such an enormous operation. In short, the mighty fortress had no foundation. Evident as the strike force moved in from all angles, the top, the bottom, as well as the sides. Using secret entrances to breach, slamming through with extreme violence of action. Catherine Eggers, as Duchess of the Planet, had taken place at the vanguard of the bottom-up team. Most of the section area, save the trains, being too small for mechs to battle it out within. The mech-walkable areas that did exist having been filled waiting Lyran assaults. Crushing any who might try to break through and escape. A solid wall of metal. Yet, for all of that, it was the monitor of Catherine Eggers that held their interest the most. For she was the most aggressive when it came to battle. Dashing forward with her axe, she thrust forward, the spiked tip of the blade catching the shocked soldier. ISF? Dest? In the chest. Like a butcher, she angled the blade forward, and put great force into it, the vibroblade activating, using the fact it was embedded in the target to cleave its way forth. Cutting the body from left chest to right waist, intact only because it had entered beneath the shoulder. Stepping forward, the blade had been reversed from the low angle. Now being swung up, as the agents on the other side demonstrating their elite status. Unsheathing their swords, only for their hands to be slammed with the butt of the axe. An aborted swing of the axe transitioning to a forward step, followed by a thrust. The follow-through of the blade, soon after, to cleave their upper torso off. The following battle was like watching a mix of axe work, sword work, and spear work. Catherine Eggers butchering her way through the meager resistance initially offered. Always rushing forth to press the enemy wherever possible, never allowing them time to pause, to consolidate. The Wolverines strung out behind, needing to clear the rooms in detail as Duchess Eggers butchered her way forth. Her firearm remaining in its holster, as if she had forgotten it existed entirely. Relying on armor plate and blade to achieve victory. Yet, for all her skill with the blade, for all her body count, one person could not take a section on their own. The kilometer-long structure gave an enormous amount of space for an enormous number of agents and soldiers to fill it up. 2 entire regiments of militia, as well as the Wolverines, had been assigned to this battle, and it was sorely needed. In a battle such as this, it did not matter how elite you were. It mattered how many bodies you had, for sheer weight of firepower, and manpower to man choke points, was what allowed you to survive. Elite troops died just as easily when the hallway was filled with bullets and lasers. Into this stepped the Wolverines, using large shields mounted on rolling wheels to weather the fire. The combined soldiers, not having the heavy weaponry to defeat them. The Duchess having been forced to take a break and retire as she began to flag. Her bloodlust was great, but her body was weak, the watching Wolverines had commented. Into each room peeled off armored infantry, their plate able to handle the fire from a single 30-meter hexagon's worth of occupants. That wasn't to say it was perfect. Iris had already seen half the monitors go still. The Wolverines, despite their armor suffering from sheer weight of fire, as well as suicidal attacks. Kilograms of explosive at close range were more than enough to defeat the man-portable armor. They were dying in this claustrophobic battlefield, their skill unable to overcome sheer volume and ferocity of fire. In the end, Iris and the other cadets had to leave. The battle could take hours, they had been told. That was the entire reason that the fortresses had been designed the way they were. Luckily, there were back doors, or it may have taken months. They were self-contained for a reason. Even then, however, the casualties were too great. Lick or someone higher up had fucked this up royally, she had heard the Wolverines whisper. How had so many gotten into the section? It was as if there were an entire regiment inside, with limited heavy weapon support that was now appearing. Medium laser support lasers, recoilless rifles, the kind of weapons that were designed to hurt standard armor, wreaked havoc on human flesh. Someone had fucked up, had missed all of this, and heads were going to roll, that much was clear. Iris Steiner walked to the train that was taking her back to the academy. Leaving with the knowledge that Catherine Eggers was the most terrifying woman that she had ever met, especially considering how short she was. The second was that Hugh Eggers, for all his social bumbling, was the most terrifying person that she had ever met. The design of these fortresses had demonstrated that, definitely, there were hundreds on this planet already. Tens of thousands across the Lyran Commonwealth. Yet more in the inner sphere. Each needed artillery to break, needed regiments to clear out by gun and blade. Wars would now consume millions of soldiers, on a scale not seen since the Age of War, when battle mechs had not yet stepped foot on the battlefield. Hugh Eggers had provided the buildings, had provided the militia mechs, the whispers of exosuites from the Wolverines. He had single-handedly orchestrated all of it. Then came the orbitals and the whispered ASF designs. Truly enormous war, on all fields of battle, in space, in the air, on the ground, and under the ground. Just how much death would result from his seemingly innocent designs? Or was he seeking to drive the lower tempo of the Third Succession War into a high gear? Like that of the Age of War all over again, on every contested planet. Iris shivered, she would need to finalize this betrothal agreement and guide him away from this path. Preferably, somewhere more sedate and peaceful. 030 back on Blackjack and Glory does business. Hugh stepped off the dropship, onto the landing pad, of Blackjack and nearly wept. He was home, he was safe, and he was definitely not, well, in whatever hellscape was outside of Blackjack proper. A hellscape where anything could get him sick without a moment's notice. It was like walking naked through the desert, at some point you will touch sand. Ugh. Anyway. He had concerns. A lot of concerns. He had been away for 7 months. 7 months, wait. No, 11 months. And everything had gone topsy-turvy. It was November of 2991, nearly 2 years since he had first gotten the system, and everything was so different from when it had started. ++ host has remained the same. The system is impressed. ++. Thanks system, that means a lot, he thought fondly. From orbit, he had been able to see the growing vein of octagons spreading out beneath him. Each one formed from 8 fortress blocks. Or, as they had been named, sections. As in, each one of those was 500 million. Why hadn't he made truly enormous losses if they were spending that much money? Where had it come from? There had been one means of making things cheaper thanks to the mold system. But that was to 50 million per 30-meter hex. So how had he not lost more money? How? Where? He was quite seriously asking the questions. Because he had no idea what the hell was even going on right now. How had this happened? There was meant to be one section that was sucking away money, the individual hexes were meant to be so expensive that he could just keep losing money for decades. A real white elephant project. Like trying to open German-inspired dim sum in the Capellan Confederation. Wasting money the entire time, an endless black hole of losses. Not here on Blackjack. What had happened here? Had something happened that made this possible? To ruin his everything? From his loss-making dream team to profit-making nightmare. Why? That wasn't even to mention the fact that he was dealing with the fact that there was an assassin, or a group of assassins. Or, something. The entire time on the route home, in between bouts of jump sickness, was one where he was seriously wondering if he was about to get stabbed. The objective had been to survive this entire cycle. Half of it was gone already, and yet nothing. The suspense was killing him. The happenings on the jump ships had been concerning at first, but Glory had explained the situation to him. There had been 2 times when the jump ship had simply had its crews replaced. Hugh had no idea why, at first. Then he had been told that this was normal. That crews had been switched in and out to give them a break. Like submarine crews and ship crews with the gold-blue shift changes. It made sense. Why would you want to be on a jump ship for years at a time? That would be claustrophobic and terrifying. Switching as you needed to was just common sense. Glory had explained it when he asked for clarification, and Hugh figured that it was just bad luck he was on board when the changeover happened. Yet, there was a niggling at the back of his mind. Why had there been no dropship crews or passengers that had met with them? He had wandered the jump ships during the times he wasn't sick, voidly preventing anything more serious from happening, like the last time. Yet, the entire time, he had never met anyone from a dropship. Some had been docked, yet none of their passengers had entered the dropship to walk around, to stretch their legs, to do anything at all. It was incredibly strange, but most people preferred to stay in their dropships, Glory had explained. There was always the threat of pirates. Those without bodyguards like the Wolverines would be at risk of being hijacked from unknown attackers. Each dropship would therefore remain closed, only opening if they absolutely had to. Hugh agreed with it, yet, he couldn't help but think that it was strange. At the same time, the fact that his bodyguards looked like knights in shining armor, with their helmeted heads, full plate protection, and axes, well, if he didn't have them around, he would probably be hiding in their dropship as well. Perhaps he was just traveling with people that just didn't want to meet others? Space hermits or something. What was even stranger, Glory had told him the people wanted to settle down and sell their dropships. Egger's General Utility had bought them for a steal. The same with the jump ship. He thought they were rare in the inner sphere, which was why a single jump cost 50,000 kroner, so why were 2 different crews selling their jump ships? Maybe he was just really lucky? Anyway, something to think about for the future, maybe have them run transport routes? Anyway, the assassins weren't on the dropships or jump ships, so the question was, where the hell were they? Did he have to live the rest of his life in fear, terrified that someone was coming to kill him or something? Where? He took a deep breath. Looked up. And wondered what the fuck was going on with the O'Neill cylinder. He had wanted a loss-making project. He wanted to lose money. What in the actual hell was going on with the cylinder? There were already parts of it, in the 3 months since he had sent the message, that had started construction. Strips of what he had been told was rockcrete, that had been painted a brilliant white. Floating in the stars, visible with a telescope. 2 strips of white. That was too many. He wouldn't have even known they were there if he hadn't been told about it, but there was work being done. There were serious questions that needed to be asked. Like, why was everyone trying to make him money? He was gone nearly a year and here they were, all trying to stab him in the back. Except for education and media, and the defense force, right, half of them were traitors. There were the department heads in front of him, waiting on the inside of the airlock. Itself connected the exterior of the fortress, no allergies in this building. All were here to welcome him back, or in other words, to stab him with profits. The dropship landing pad, right in the middle of administration central section, was surrounded by the gun batteries aimed at the sky. Manned by part-time administration workers for extra cash. Which was something else he had a problem with. Where in the name of all that was holy were all of these emerging from? There were enough of them that they had individual names for different departments. Enough workers to have them shoot guns in their spare time. He had questions, there better be some good answers. Hiding his scowl, Hugh prepared himself. He had to smile, being angry was how you got the wrong answers. Answers that would make him profits instead of losses. Despite making losses in the last cycle, he was really worried that the pattern wouldn't continue. Knocked out face, Glory stood behind Hugh as he walked forward, back straight. The department heads that were on blackjack were lined up in the same way that knights would stand beside a rolled-out carpet. They were here to welcome home their liege. Despite not having sworn themselves to his service officially, all knew it was a matter of time. Even if it was a matter of sentiment, the sheer practicality of tying themselves to a star that could not stop rising was only Lyran. Profit, prestige, all went hand in hand with their service to Hugh Eggers. At the forefront was Erwin Jackson, looking extremely pleased with himself. Hugh smiled, nodded at each of the department heads. Looking puzzled at the ones he hadn't actually met yet. What is new? he said, after he stopped before Erwin, shaking his hand and greeting him. The Smiali has entered mass production on Blackjack, Hesperus, Furilo, Donegal, Thurcad, Skye, Svern, Winfield, Romulus, anywhere a factory can be put down. A pause. We don't own all those factories, do we? Of course not, it is because of our partnership with the industrial concerns on Blackjack. They own the rights just as much as we do. Hugh let out a brief sigh. Good. We can't hog everything, that's how you get antitrust lawsuits from the Estates General. We produce the ones here, but we need to share the production with anyone who wants it. He said, sounding grave, looking Erwin in the eye. Then a pause. Also, I thought this Miali was from the Iron Harvest game. Yes boss, the name is from the game, but since the ownership has gone defunct, we've been able to put it into use for our militia mech production. Hugh stopped again, his thoughts rolling around in his head. Militia mech. We can't use it as a battle mech, sir, that's absurd. Can you imagine trying to sell it as an ultralight? Who would buy it? So, we're marketing it as a militia mech, for those who can afford battle mechs. Hugh just nodded, face stoic. How likely is it that we can fool anyone with a brand change? Erwin looked a little abashed. Well, not much, but if we don't mention it being an ultralight anywhere in the marketing, it shouldn't ever enter the minds of our customers. Good. Good. Keep at it. Turning around, he reached the left side of the honor guard. Hauptmann Steiner Patrick, sir. Representing General Coxeye of the EDF. General Coxeye. Yes sir, he understands that it may be presumptuous, but the EDF has expanded to 12 mechanist regiments. Having just a Hauptmann in charge would be a problem in some circles. Right. General Coxeye then. Has there been any updates that I need to know about? No, sir, we have continued our training mission and have brought most of the Rasselhog Kingdom's militia forces up to our standards. Anyone who wants to invade will find themselves in for a world of hurt. Good. Good. Keep it up, see about expanding a little more. Why stop at the Rasselhog Kingdom, see about expanding to the Free Worlds League border and see what good you can do there. Maybe even the periphery borders. A few more regiments won't be an issue. Sir. He continued down the line to Chisaki Nagao. Everything good? Yes sir. The movies and shows marketing this Miali are in post-production now. We should have them on screens and holovids by the end of the month. We're spending every pfennig on the advertising. Advertising? Did I order advertising? Of course, didn't you ask us to produce Pacific Rim movies and shows? The use of the full-body, haptic control system is the same one we're using in this Miali, it's going to make every Lyran want to pilot one for themselves. You're a genius, boss. Hugh staggered as if this were a shock. Which it very well might be. For all his work, he hadn't been able to keep a finger on the pulse of the happenings on Blackjack. All of the work his subordinates had done was probably staggering him with their capabilities. For all that he had been able to foresee a great deal of the changes to the Commonwealth. The fact that his subordinates had risen to meet his demands had likely been shocking in and of itself. Surpassing his expectations, causing real shock to the genius that was Hugh Eggers. Glory felt that her loyalty to the boss, in the year and a half she had known him, was growing immeasurably. He was completely dedicated to the Lyran Commonwealth, absolutely ready to give up blood and effort to ensure their success. Right. I guess we need to chat a bit more later about what to do from here. Keep it up. Chisaki beamed at him, just as Steiner Patrick and Erwin had. Turning around to the other side of the carpet, there was Hunter Beck. I noticed there's a lot of blocks on the ground now. Yes sir. We've done our best to build off your vision. I can't believe you had it all planned out from the beginning. The blocks that are all environmentally sealed arranged into sections, that are then connected to hexes. The designs also work in space because of how they are all sealed. We can just build them here and send them up if we're desperate. But the same building techniques work just as well in space as it does here. You're a genius, boss. A pause. A stare. Sections. Yes boss, the lads have come up with individual names for them. Blocks for the single 30-meter block, sections for the long strips, hexes for 8 sections connected together, spokes for the sections that connect different hexes. Right. So, what's in space right now? Those are the test blocks. We're trying different manufacturing techniques to test which ones work best. For the production and the end result. We're also experimenting with the frame. Steel does not have the tensile strength that we require, and we're looking at using carbon nanotubes, like in Myanmar production. We can use old methods, but the designs are too fragile for use in the succession wars, so we're looking to future-proof it. So, you're not at the stage where you can build colonies yet? What about the frame? Not yet for both questions, but give us a year, and Eggers Construction be ready to handle full production, on our own sir. Right, that's fine. Keep spending more money on R&D, better safe than sorry. Keep up the good work. Also, exactly how did the price of producing a block fall so much? Ah, I cannot claim credit for that one. It was Gulag Jonasdottir and her family. They're practically wellsprings of ingenuity. Always finding new ways to make things easier, cheaper, stronger. It's like they're construction savants. I have no idea how they keep coming up with these innovations. A pause. Jonasdottir. I'll remember that. The boss said to himself before nodding at Beck. Voice grave, filled with gravitas. Turning down the line, he turned to one of the new faces, Daneval Juliusson, representative of Eggers Agriculture on Blackjack. Farming. How could you tell, sir? Was it the overalls? The reply was full of good cheer as Hugh stood before an absolute bear of a man. One that might not even fit in the cabins of his farming equipment. Yes. It was the overalls. What have you got for me? Are the farms still making losses? Yes, sir. As per your orders, we have been working to develop the worlds in the Rasselhog Kingdom for agriculture. There have been no profits as of yet, we are still working to rejuvenate the land to sustain agriculture. It is proving to be difficult given the state that the Combine left the worlds in. Hugh stared at Daneval for a moment. Eyes flickered, tongue moving behind his lips before he finally spoke. You will see an increase in investment immediately. Food, warmth, shelter. Those are Maslow's basic needs, without them, we descend into barbarism, indistinguishable from the Combine. You will have everything you need, more money, more manpower, more machinery. Ask, and you will receive. The Rasselhog man of Icelandic descent saluted, the tears in his eyes barely held in check. When one's mission in life is to help others, and are then provided with the tools to help everybody, their loyalty has been bought. Their faith, nigh unshakable. Hugh meanwhile continued down to the second last individual. Alia Martinez, headmistress of Eggers Education, chief administrator of Education City. It is good to meet the man who has made it all possible. Rocking back briefly on his feet, Hugh rolled with the abrupt introduction. Right, right. Are the tuition fees still zero? Yes. Current enrollment is Alia was cut off as Hugh waved. As he had done so many times in the past, Glory knew. The numbers of those who were learning did not matter. Why? Because, to put it simply, there were not enough of them to satisfy him. Yes, whatever the number is, it needs to be higher. We need to train more people, educate more people. Education is the fundamental force that pulls people from poverty. That provides social mobility. Whatever your enrollment numbers are, increase them. Whatever the fees, in the future, keep them at zero. We must remain firm. The headmistress, from Glory's experienced eye, was becoming emotional. Yes. We will be able to reduce the costs of running our educational outreach programs. The Lyran Commonwealth has seen fit to award us a subsidy of 3 billion kroner per year. The conditions of which are to fund the enrollment of mechanical sciences and aerospace design/construction. Hugh stilled again in shock. For once, the Estates General had moved with surprising swiftness in awarding these grants. The boss had likely thought it would take far longer, 3 billion kroner being a small amount to one such as he. After the success of General Utilities subsidiaries, but it was still a mark of success to receive official support from the government. Do not decrease spending at all. Whatever subsidies we get, spend it all. It's not there to reduce our costs, it's there to add to what we can do. At no point are you to reduce the fees or funds. We will not stop until every single person in the Commonwealth is educated to an acceptable standard. Hugh was panting slightly. Taking a deep breath, he straightened up and looked Alia in the eye. We receive a great deal from society. We must give back equally. This is how Eggers GU will prosper. With that, he turned to the final individual in the welcoming committee. Mary McKay, Little Lord. It is good to finally see you. I am Vice Lord of the Wolverines, head of your personal guard. I have a personal guard. Yes, there was an attempt on the life of your mother earlier last month. She led the cleanup operations alongside our warriors. In the aftermath, we were able to glean intelligence that they were trying to assassinate you. Glory noticed that, for some reason, the boss looked relieved at that information. Was the idea of people trying to assassinate him relieving in some way? Did he consider it a mark of success? That if they were trying to assassinate him, it meant he was moving in the right direction? If so, she needed to move to prevent this misconception from taking root. In the wake of this revelation, your honor guard, the Vilvrate, was created. To protect you and eliminate threats to your person before they arise. We number 200. At this very moment, those aspiring to the Vilvrate are trialing for the position. Right. Okay, sure. Stick with me, I guess. Also, Mom? She was attacked. Hugh sounded slightly resigned, more than anything else. Which, for those that knew Catherine Eggers, was the more reasonable reaction. A monster on the field of battle, there was the legitimate question of whether or not she was a battle mech in human form. Unrelenting and only slowed by the fatigue created by the act of killing, of swinging her arms over and over to reap souls. That was only what she was like on foot. In a battle mech, she was even worse. Yes, she has lamented the lack of credible threat against her person. Of course she would, Dad should get her pregnant again, so she has something else to think about for a while. The room stilled. Palpable horror rising up through the floor, as if this were something truly terrifying for all involved. Like spectral ghosts seeking to wet one's socks inside their shoes, leaving them with soggy socks for the entire day, squelching with every step. The smell afterwards. Horrific. Those inside the room had been ranked high enough to see the footage of Catherine Eggers on the field of battle, itself saved by Lick for future blackmail. In the case of Catherine the Fell Hand, it was more likely to be used as bragging material. In any case, they had watched the recordings, to get a general idea of what it was that she was like, as a person. The boss had likely seen it from her own battle ROMs. A person that one started nearly every battle with the words, "I am Catherine von Eggers, of the world, Blackjack III." Ennobled by Giovanni Steiner, first of his name. Archon of the Lyran Commonwealth, rightful heir of the Star League. Who among you will receive the honor of being the first to die to my hand on this day? Name yourself, so that I may carve your epitaph into the barren rock of your home. One would think the pilot was one filled with bravado and a complete lack of ability, bolstered only by their family purchasing not just one assault battle mech, but 12, to form a company to keep their idiot scion alive. Yet, she had done it in a commando, often the smallest battle mech on the battlefield. Mocked by nearly all who had met her, Catherine would soon feed them their teeth, and skulls. To prove her word true, she would rush forth in a straight line. All the better to get into melee range faster. Using her superlative piloting skills to climb enemy mechs, to smash their cockpits in with her fists. To close in enough that one's armament proved useless in the face of another mech grappling onto their rear. The mech-sized knuckle dusters acting as focal points for her fists, always punching, always tearing, always generating extreme terror in her foes. Upon victory, she would do as promised, burning down their homes, annihilating their forces. Leaving intact salvage that had formed the basis of her mercenary company, that had formed the nest egg for future investments that allowed her to run a personal guard of several commandos, infantry companies and more for the last 17 years. Before leaving, Catherine would finish her promise. Carving the names of the dead, followed by X had the honor of being the first to die to Catherine von Eggers, first of her name, on X day of X month of X year, on X world. They are honored in being slain by Catherine von Eggers, first of her name. The deed done using her lasers onto the bare rock of a burning compound. It would be followed with X had the honor of being the second to die to Catherine von Eggers, first of her name, on X day of X month of X year, on X world. They are honored in being slain by Catherine von Eggers, first of her name. Repeating until all had been recorded, mech warrior, infantry, and vehicle crew alike. Hugh Eggers had clearly missed the insanity of her genetics, as well as the physical capabilities and balance and a great many things that would keep him alive, but he had survived to this point. The idea, however, of rolling the genetic lottery with multiple siblings and coming up with her uniqueness. More than a few of the leadership shuddered. All save Vice Lord McKay, who looked incredibly interested in the idea. Right, so. Where's my room? I need to do some thinking and sit down. Please, follow me, little lord. Your suite is located at the center of administration. And so, the Wolverine led the boss away. Glory, waiting until they were out of earshot, had more to do. Completing her duties as executive assistant, chief of administration, turned to Hunter Beck. Why didn't you mention anything about the primitive jump ship and drop ship facilities? He paused. Well, because they haven't been laid down yet. We are still waiting on Nashsan Shipping and Nashsan Foods to sign the agreement. Without them, we can't do anything, and telling the boss of a potential contract is worthless, he only values results, you know? Anyway, I've compiled a list of those that have signed on to the primitive bounty plan. They're willing, but it's all relying on everyone to sign on for it to be official. Everyone has to act as one, or so we wrote in the initial interest contract. Handing over a data pad for her to examine, Glory had to raise her eyebrows. Scrolling through the names and profiles, Glory couldn't help but be impressed. That this was kept a secret from her administration department? Even more so. Bountiful Delicacies, Commonwealth Grand Hotel Interstellar, Zettel Metals Incorporated, Edasic Motors, Rostabon Agricultural, Longenecker Plaststeel, Acrux Agricultural Industries, the Lyran Free Traders Association, Lockheed, Schiphol, Bowie, Semler Datatron, Ioto Galactic Enterprises, Defiance Industries, TAG, and House Steiner through the Archon. Included in this list were the major agricultural producers of the Commonwealth, major weapons industries, industrial concerns, shipbuilders, ASF, dropships, and jump ships, as well as the House Steiner themselves. The reason why so many had signed onto this plan was obvious. With a large chunk of the combine market now being part of the Rasselhog kingdom, jump ship routes were now uncertain, and thus necessitated a change to the profit equation to ensure the continued survival for some corporations. Namely, increasing the supply of jump ships so that they could increase overall supply of goods sold to make up the shortfall. One that came from the combine no longer being a large consumer of goods, what with them turning inwards and reacting extremely harshly following the division of the Rasselhog kingdom. Rastaban Agricultural was just one example. With 5 trillion acres of farmland over 5 worlds, their biggest customer was the combine. With the combine locking borders, and likely sentencing their people to slow death by starvation, Rastaban had to find new markets to pursue. An unfortunate side effect of Operation Sleipnir, where traders had been used to sneak in weapons and cultural materials that led to the Rasselhog kingdom's uprising. Yet included in the list were corporations that shouldn't be feeling that pinch. Or did not traditionally involve themselves in the jump/dropship market at all. I am glad you are following the boss's dictates of diversifying our supply chain outside of the Eggers family. But so many different companies. Yes. Due to the fact that many of them have already cooperated with the Smiali project, I approached them first through Irwin. Then word leaked, and everyone with even a small amount of money or resources wishes to take part. They will be building facilities in system. Likely inside our colonies, the structure acting as shields, but nothing will be finalized until Nashsan and House Steiner sign. Glory nodded. Excellent. The boss dictates had been followed, she would not need to exercise some administrative power. Education. Why did you not disclose the grants that have been provided by private corporations to Eggers Education? Her voice remained level. None in the room were fooled. She was Glory Brandzolin, the gauntlet fist that hid beneath the velvet palm of the boss. One did not ignore the velvet, for the other option was the fist. And the fist was always ready to crush skulls. The offers were rejected as per policy. Therefore, I felt no compunction to disclose them. They sought to influence Eggers Education's purity, and for that, I could not accept. Excellent. Continue as you are. Education, for all that it may be losing money, education of the citizens serves the Commonwealth, and thus the inner sphere as a whole. Turning to Chisaki, she raised an eyebrow. It is not as if we are doing much that I didn't disclose. We're producing movies, music, the usual. Chisaki defended herself, looking affronted. Glory's eyes narrowed. And your work in the combine? Chisaki flinched, just slightly. We've disseminated certain types of media into the combine. Certain types such as subversive anime calling for revolution? Like Code Geass, Gundam Wing, and Appleseed? Your actions may be endangering us on Blackjack. Cease until we have the capabilities to contest orbital supremacy against a strike force sent to nuke us into the ground. Chisaki looked sulky before nodding. Agriculture, I notice you said nothing about your work in the border worlds. While the boss may not have offered you praise for the good you are doing, know that he sees and understands. The increased funds will do little to assist in the current efforts in the Rasselhog kingdom. They will go very far in the periphery worlds. Continue as you are, it is for the good of the Commonwealth. Daneval looked a little torn at the idea. For all that he was now working for a Lyran corporation, assisting his people in the Rasselhog kingdom, he still had the trappings of combine education. The Lyrans were meant to be enemies, yet they had done more for the people of Rasselhog than the combine had done for the entire length of its existence. Still, his natural compassion won out, and he gave a reluctant nod. George Steiner Patrick. How many worlds has the EDF spread itself across? At this point, 53. And this was not significant enough a point to raise. We are merely providing training. The EDF at this point in time has 230,000 members. And you don't think this might be relevant? Your standard procedure of recruiting from the worlds you land on has created significant consternation from the LCAF, LEC, the Estates General, and even the Archon himself. One mistake because of a saboteur or traitor, and you may need to be cut loose. I hope that I am understood on this matter. He saluted. General Cox, I will see the regiment decimated before that occurs, ma'am. Good, see to it that he receives the message that it's either he who carries it out, or me. Irwin, just what are you playing at with this Miali? What? I've got it sorted. We've done the diversification thing. We've got producers everywhere they can fit. They're licensing the design, or already have one. We've got supplies coming in, it's all good. And this zero-gravity model? Or the Fortress-compatible model? Or the Loka and TUR design processes you have going on? I also noticed you did not mention the Leopard 2 tank that you are now putting into production. Why are you trying to hide things from the boss? Well, it's meant to be a surprise. You know how good he is at figuring things out. I just wanted to see if we could get something done in secret, you know. It's a little creepy, working with a boss that can see what you're doing from the other side of the Commonwealth. Glory sighed. While she understood the motivation, that did not mean that she agreed with it. You must tell him of these now, before he reacts poorly to your deceit. He sighed. I'll get on it. Erwin's grumble, at least, was under his breath. Glory nodded before dismissing the assembled leadership. Such were the duties of the boss Iron Fist, the knife in the dark. Unnoticed, but essential for the smooth running of any enterprise. 031 Fan recalls, Takashi reflects. It had taken but a week. A single week. Fan Eggers looked down at the gestating tubes of metal and glass. The babies were too small to be visible, but the displays above indicated they were alive and healthy. The Wolverines had revealed slightly more of their origins with this move. Definitely descendants of the Star League in some form or another. Yet, at the moment he could feel nothing but mild joy and fatherly happiness to the embryos in the iron wombs. Matched, of course, with the terror that 4 small Catherines would bring. He had known he had been rolling the chambers of the revolver every time he and Catherine did the deed. Smashed the Atlas. Stabbed the dragon. Breached and slaughtered the terrorists with shotgun and fire. Whatever euphemisms he wanted to name. But he had been successful in avoiding it after Hugh had been born. The idea of a small child with Catherine's temperament, he wasn't sure he could handle it. He could barely handle Catherine. Hugh had been a relief. With Catherine's enthusiasm, but tempered by his body. Developing into a hermit of an adult. If he had both her enthusiasm and her body? Would he already have to deal with complaints about a bloodthirsty monster along the Combine border? Instead of this, business venture that had ballooned so? As it was, Lohengrin was raiding terrorist and dissenter cells on a constant basis. Around the clock. There was even a sub-department of LIC devoted specifically to blackjack due to the influx of people with extremely valuable skills at that constantly arriving. All having to be checked across enormous computer databases. Those that didn't exist automatically passed on to the Wolverines, to be checked, accepted, or rejected. 5 different computer systems were in use, lest they experience a computer virus of the malicious sort. One that would alter information to allow certain individuals in. Each computer air-gapped. If they were corrupted regardless, it meant that the databases, held in the capital cities of planets across the Commonwealth, had been sabotaged. Yet, they did what they could and filtered out the most pathetic and unconnected of terrorists. But now he had 4 more children on the way. These damned Wolverines had given her the means of having as many children as she wanted. No longer bound by 1 or even 2 at a time, she had gone for broke. Instead of choosing a nice, rational number like 0. Catherine went for 4. 4 small Catherines, all demanding war, demanding slaughter. A shudder moved through his body. Damn it! Why had the bastards done this? He was going to reveal just where they came from, just as revenge. Not that he hadn't been trying to do that, and LIC, and LCAFME, and every other intelligence agency with reach into the Commonwealth. He hid a frown as he surveyed the room. The incubation chamber, a mere 10 meters squared, set inside a block of its own. The rest filled with machinery and armor, but mostly armor. Deep inside of the Eggers section, a truly enormous structure designed by Catherine to house a family of hundreds, yet practically, only housed Catherine and himself, Hugh being elsewhere. Catherine with this technology seemed intent on populating the entire building on her own. He shuddered. Leaving the room, nodding to the permanent guards on rotation outside it. Catherine's personal retinue, ferociously loyal to her. Often, individuals that had been rescued from difficult situations and turned into ferocious killing machines by his rather precocious wife. Their loyalty to her was nigh unbreakable. It was the reason he had felt attracted to her in the first place. As a former agent of Lohengrin, he had been attracted to her, at first, in a maternal manner. For Lohengrin did the same, the anti-terrorist team of the Lyran Intelligence Corps. Trained alongside Loki, they were deployed within the Commonwealth to eliminate threats to the government or its policies. Recruiting solely from orphanages of the Commonwealth, the children are barraged with indoctrination. The Commonwealth became their mother, the focus of their loyalty. It is said that in terms of fanatical patriotism and loyalty, only Dest of the ISF are equal. Indeed, their sister branch, Loki, with whom they cross-trained on a constant basis. The terrorism branch of the LIC had never had a member turned traitor. A fault in his manner of indoctrination had seen Fan become romantically attracted to one Catherine Eggers. During a mission to destroy a Mercedes factory producing substandard cars, harboring a terrorist of Austrian ancestry, he had fought alongside her. The infantry to her mech. Storming the facility, Lohengrin suffered 75% fatalities, of which 30% were fatal, acceptable casualty rates in all for a Lohengrin mission. As Command had said, there are always more orphans to recruit in the Commonwealth. But he had survived with minor wounds. Yet serious enough to be in the medical bays when she had arrived. He had observed Catherine Eggers walking amongst the wounded. Of those civilians, she had recruited several for her mercenary company. Using some arcane method to divine those that had the most use to her. Fan, in the after-action evaluation, had reported his attraction and this break in his indoctrination had been given a rather frank discussion involving puberty, and how he had been dispatched too early. A mistake on their part, one of procedure. It was not his fault, and so he had been spared from a bullet to the head. And how, he now had a choice given his accidental subversion. Stay with the lick but, expect to be moved to another branch now that he was less trustworthy, compromised even. Separated from Catherine Eggers. Or to be transferred to LCAFME in a liaison position, while keeping an eye on the new focus of his attention. Still serving the Commonwealth, yet not compromising valuable intelligence. He had chosen the latter and hadn't looked back. Staring at her in admiration whenever possible, as much a focus of his attention as the Commonwealth had been just years prior. It had been several years until she had noticed him and had decided he was hers. The skills he learned in anti-terrorism serving him well during this time and what came after. Intelligence gathering, sorting out the loyal and disloyal, striking as needed to purge threats to the Commonwealth, and by extension, Catherine. All to keep Catherine safe. She was his focus, as lightheartedly he had treated the topic. Everything else, even Hugh, came second place to that. Some had called it tragic, that he was a broken human being. Fan considered himself lucky that he had even this. For all the tragedies he had experienced, it had brought him to Catherine. So many others had nothing compared to that. Knocked out face, Takashi Kurita sat in silence with his aunt, Florimel Kurita, keeper of the house honor. At the age of 21, he was coordinator. Having barely just graduated the Sunjong Academy, and been assigned to the Third Sword of Light to command a lance. A life of honorable battle, to seek the destruction of the enemies of the Combine and to die with honor. For in living with honor, he would, like all Kuritas before him, die peacefully, knowing that he walked his honor road. Instead, the Commonwealth, the weak, the pathetic had moved. As had been espoused by the Combine's Bushido, the Commonwealth was the weaker opponent. The Sons were the true enemy, a capable foe, worthy of killing, worthy of dying to. Turning from them in the First Succession War, the Dragon had ever considered the Commonwealth the weakest of foes, the Steiners the weakest of house lords. Venal merchants and pretenders of martial might. And so, they had been ignored, had been left on their own. Hoping, beyond hope, that the Commonwealth would soon develop into a worthy foe. For that was their Bushido, to shame the weak by ignoring them, for them to grow from that shame and confront the samurai again at a later date. Stronger, ready to avenge their shame, for the defeated to die with honor, the stronger to live with honor. Instead, they demonstrated treachery and guile. Infantry had slaughtered the Combine's best. A cultural war with media, with weakness, with failure. One that espoused everything that the Combine had stood against. One that every citizen, from the undesirables to the warlords knew to deny, knew in their very bones to reject. A venom that had worked its insidious effects against the citizenry. Fortification, when one should instead be developing their warriors, to prove their worth on the field of battle. To prove, they were worth the courtesy that the Combine had shown them since the first days of the First Succession Wars. Instead, Steiner had struck at the dragon's eye. The one weakness that a dragon possessed, the path that led directly to its heart. A path that the dragon itself had not known of until this very moment. A bolt into the very eye of the Combine, tearing into the heart that lay behind it. The eye being the citizenry. The heart being the citizenry. For the citizenry were both the Combine's greatest weakness, and the dragon's greatest strength. The weapon had been culture, had been food, had been weapons. Not aimed at them, but supplied to them. That they had seized and used to turn on the dragon itself. The poison in the Combine's body had proven too much. Built up over generations of weak coordinators, the poison fed directly into the dragon's very veins, enough to fell even the mightiest of beasts. The heart had no longer been able to support the dragon itself, and it collapsed. Not because it was weak, but because the body had failed to nurture it. The anger fled him. He did not slump like some weak-willed fool. No, he was upright, allowing his emotions to flow out and away. To reach the point of zen. Like water descending a waterfall, it drained out in an instant. For all their cowardice, for all their martial failures, it had worked. The Combine, no matter their military strength, was a beast on death's door. 12 regiments had struck back in vengeance to avenge their honor, the coordinator at the helm. 3 had been left in any fighting shape, Hohiro Kurita, his father, dying in one last, final charge, to salvage his honor, and the honor of the Combine. Thus proving Takashi's thoughts on the matter. No matter the might of the dragon's arm, it mattered not if the dragon's heart, the dragon's joy were incapable of moving, collapsed, near death. When one's arm was the only limb capable of movement, then one's reach, one's ability to do anything else, was limited. Like a crippled veteran. The knowledge of how to slay a million foes was in his mind, and yet his body allowed him to do nothing with that knowledge, wasting away. The mighty dragon brought low, not by enemy action, but their own weakness. Complacency and slothful indolence in Hyugai, unrestrained savagery with Hohiro. Now it was left to Takashi Kurita to salvage what was left of the Combine. In a way, it was almost a blessing. Hyugai had left behind a Combine with a military unable to act, no matter how much it wished to. Hohiro had left behind a military unable to think if it had wished to act. With total power concentrated in the Coordinator, where all decisions had to pass before the DCMS could act. This was where he was standing. The position of Coordinator had been left with unprecedented power. With a population willing to accept anything so long as it was not his father's policies. With the DCMS willing to accept anything, so long as he was not his father or grandfather. Assuming, he could hold the position of Coordinator. There had been many pretenders, there had been many who wished to see the title pass to one that was not as incompetent as his father and grandfather, the worry that their ineptitude had bred true was strong. This had not mattered, he had claimed the throne, had the ISF execute his detractors, had consolidated power. Takashi had seen it differently. He was young. He had clear eyes, unblinkered by tradition and the sheen of failure that Luthien had veiled itself in over the last 5 decades. He had looked from a different perspective, had seen conclusions that none of the others had. Understanding, in that moment, he was the only hope that the dragon had of surviving into the future. To accept other than he, was to accept the carving of a dozen petty buffer worlds between the Steiners and Avians. Ward over like prizes in a child's playpen. Unacceptable. And now he had to walk the road of the Coordinator, for the Coordinator was the coup. The spoke of the wheel, the aspect that defined the wheel. For without the coup there was no wheel, and in accepting this, one accepted that without the Coordinator there would be no Combine. His path was the Combine's path, his way was the Combine's way. And his way could not be the way of his father. Or his forefathers. He was not stupid. He was not blind. He was the dragon. And like the dragons of old, he must shed his skin to adapt to this new reality that the Combine had found itself in. Where the preeminence of the Battlemech had been challenged. Where the very nature of the battlefield was changing, shifting. Where the necessity for an aerospace arm of the DCMS had changed from important, to critical. Where the infantry, the peasants, were now of equal importance to every other arm if he wished to actually break the enemy's fortresses. He was, in short, dealing with a complete reversal of the dragon's doctrine. Dealing with an enemy that made itself an antithesis to the dragon's culture and doctrine. Both of which were very much one and the same within the dragon. In previous times, an escalation of the conflict would have been sufficient to return matters to a stable state, that which the dragon relied upon for its survival. For he knew that the dragon tilled crippled soils. Mined barren lands. Held on only through the unrelenting savagery of their samurai. Yet, now, matters had been altered to the point where such was impossible. The use of nuclear weapons would have little appreciable effect. Not when the Combine's entire strategic stockpile would do little more than harm a single world. The deployment of mech regiments would do nothing but provide them with valuable scrap if not supported by entire armies. The borders had been closed to prevent yet more exploitation of the dragon's eye. The citizenry were hungry, demanded Commonwealth culture, demanded weapons to free themselves. The war economy could not go any further, not without destroying the Combine. Not when they were already focusing almost the entirety of the dragon's industry to war. To ensure the dragon's survival, there must be change. A truly enormous amount of change. As he had thought earlier, it would be akin to the dragon shedding its skin. If the Lyrans used their culture as a weapon, so too must the Combine. If the Lyrans used their peasantry as a weapon, so too must the Combine. If the Lyrans fortified their worlds until they were impregnable by entire regiments, then so too would the dragon do the same. If the Lyrans were developing their orbital infrastructure to prepare for the deployment of entire army groups to every world, so too would the dragon. If the Lyrans were using the might of primitive weaponry to shatter the balance of power, so too would the dragon. If the time of the samurai were to pass into the era of the musketry, so too would the Combine adapt. As their ancestors upon ancient Nippon had. It was a stupid dragon that died because it could not adapt. Takashi was not stupid. He knew that this would forever alter the Combine, the peasantry would be given more power, for their efforts would shatter armies. The samurai would be relegated to exploitation forces, no longer would the bulk of the battle, and thus the honor, fall on their shoulders. The warlords must be given more initiative and yet less. To defend their worlds, they must act independently. Yet, an offensive would pull the entire might of the dragon. Small regiment-sized forces were now nothing more than detritus to be swept away. No longer could the dragon's arm act independently, it must act in concert with the whole. The universities must be given more manpower, more money, more prestige. For innovation was now truly necessary if the Combine wished to remain superior. It was the best time for it, the DCMS was at its weakest point, the population even more so. Already the ISF had spent itself against the civilians, 3 times as many heads had been cut off in this week alone compared to the average. They would spend themselves further, unable to continue operations outside the Combine. Not after that disastrous attempt on the facilities of Blackjack. No, now the DCMS, the nobility, the industrialists, all would need pruning if they were to accept the new way. They were the old, the skin that needed to be shed for a new, stronger dragon to emerge from within. The need for their removal was evident in how rebellions were constantly being incited. The people no longer trusting the coordinator or those that represented him. All focus had been turned inwards, only the fact that the warlords, using the limited initiative that had been allowed to them under Hohiro, had fortified their border worlds with immense bunker networks. Using whatever funds they had been able to scrounge, using substandard materials, but fortresses all the same. Sheer number making up for production inadequacies. It had been all that had stood between annihilation by scavenging pirates, Davian warriors, and Steiner failures. For all the might of their citizenry, the Steiner mech warriors remained encouragingly pathetic. Shattering upon the defenses before leaving, the Steiners leaving the most salvage behind. Whatever the citizenry had experienced, Steiner military command still operated under the mallows it had always had. That which had caused the dragon to ignore it, as it clawed pathetically at the side of the road. And yet, in the end, who was the most desperate? The Combine. He refused to allow a sigh to pass his lips. He was young, yet from this point forth, his every motion must be perfect. For he was now the blade, and the blade was moving for the killing blow. A single moment of weakness, of indecision, of poor footwork, and he would fall. The Combine would fall. He turned his eyes upwards, to Florimel. For it was her, as the keeper of house honor, the one that wrote the Dictum Honorium. That work, which comprised the Combine's concepts of honor, having never had a word redacted. Merely words added over time. From the original 1 volume it had, over the existence of the Combine, expanding to 6. Yet, it must change, as the dragon changed. He was now going to ask her, for the dragon could not command the keeper of house honor. She would, as her predecessors had proved, die to maintain the honor of the position. For it is by their purview that the Dictum Honorium was written. Maintained by their own independent ivory trade routes, ivory being the representation of the Combine's faith, philosophy, and codes of conduct. They could remain independent, hiding if he had her killed, or tried to force a change, for they had done so in the past. Emerging only when sympathetic coordinator emerged. Of which, there would be none past himself if he failed here. He knew that torture would avail him nothing, for to be the master of the order, Florimel was a master of key. Nigh impervious to pain, to exhaustion, of limitless strength, she would not break. And so, he had to entreat her and convince her, to explain to the keeper of the house honor, that this path forward was the only means of keeping the dragon's honor. He could not complete this without the order of the 5 pillars and Florimel, the leader. For what he would do, was to ask the nigh impossible. To change the Dictum Honorium, to bring about the changes that he had planned. For without the order of the 5 pillars supporting him, the Combine would cease to exist within his lifetime. This he knew with a certainty that ate at his soul. Also in the room was the director of the ISF. Both were predisposed to him, both had supported his rise to coordinator from amongst the competitors of his relatives. Yet, they had not heard of his full proposal as yet. The reforms to the DCMS. The need to increase production of civilian goods and primitive goods within the Combine. The abolishment of the resource system, where worlds only produced one material, that is then shipped as necessary to different worlds for finishing work. The formation of actual universities seeking academic excellence, and not a war college calling itself a university. Or technical and vocational schools. Increasing agricultural production to meet the needs of the population. To produce their own weaponized culture with the aim of countering that of the Steiners' cultural offensive. In other words, to alter the Combine until it could fight on this new battlefield that the dragon had found itself upon. This was but the first of such meetings. Meetings to convince them of all of a single fact. All 5 pillars must move in concert, for they were the very embodiment of the dragon. Gold, himself in governance. Steel, the military. The warlords, the military academies, the leadership of the conventional forces. Jade, the economy and commerce. The business leaders and the government, for the government controlled all aspects of the economy. Teak, culture and art. The National Treasures School was the only place he could identify, for art in the Combine is intensely personal, widespread dissemination of culture outside of schooling or indoctrination usually revolving around poorly produced soap operas. Worse, art and beauty was almost solely focused upon the nobility, for only they were allowed the luxury of luxuries, that which was not vital to their role in society. Much work would be done here. Ivory, the faith, philosophy, and codes of conduct. Exemplified by the order of the 5 pillars. All would need to be convinced for the Combine to survive. For the dragon must shed its skin so that it might survive in these new environs. 032 Diversify. Armaments and Media, Diversify. August 2991, Sky. The Ear Candy Company of Sky was, in their own humble opinion, really good at what they did. What they did, was produce musical and sensory recordings. At this very moment, they had 1,832 musicians and musical groups signed on with their different labels. They were the best. The absolute best when it came to music in the Lyran Commonwealth. Which was why the fact that Eggers Media's success in breaking open new markets had been so frustrating. Ear Candy could, of course, use their influence in the music markets to shut out Eggers Media, but the propaganda department of the LIC was supporting their actions. Something that meant they needed to play fair. Lest something happened to them. Which rankled. Rankled greatly. At least until Eggers Media sent out feelers with the intention of cooperating. They wanted to work together. The entire corporate board had to ponder exactly what it was they were trying to pull here. Working together for mutual profit? That was essentially a giant scam. What else could it be? They had done the same multiple times. Executive 1, how are we sure that this can be trusted at all? Executive 3, Hugh Eggers has a reputation for straight deals where everyone benefits. You've heard of primitive bounty plan? Same with this Miali. If there's someone who deals straight, it would be Hugh Eggers. The room paused. Executive 2, is he gullible? A Lyran who dealt straight? That was the complete antithesis to the Lyran spirit of business negotiations and deals. One had to be smooth, had to be wordy, had to be eloquent. If they weren't, what were they even doing here? Executive 3, are you blind? Have you seen what Eggers General Utility has managed to do in less than 2 years? Are you seriously saying he doesn't know what he's doing? Executive 5, okay. So, the guy's a little naive. The room didn't dispute this characterization. Extreme capability elsewhere could make up for one's inability to negotiate well. Executive 8, do we say yes? Executive 3, yes, we say yes. You've seen the same reports we all have. LIC is using half of Eggers General Utility as a front. You saw what happened to the Rasselhog Kingdom. Just imagine it, they created an entirely new market for themselves. 43 virgin worlds without ear candy ticket sellers, ear candy record labels, ear candy merchandise, ear candy stores, ear candy music streams, ear candy tours, ear candy radio and television labels. EM broke that market wide open, and they're the ones who've benefited from it. They're the ones who set the trends in the kingdom. The room started to breathe heavily. The holy grail of business, an entire new market for them to enter and dictate as they wanted. Executive 3, whatever LIC has planned for them next, or whatever that little monster Hugh is planning next, we need to be there with them. They're willing to work with everyone who pulls their weight, and the rewards are going to be insane. We need to say yes because, if we don't, Donegal Broadcasting will, or any of the tiny labels like Music Blaster. If we don't benefit, who will? Executive 1, wait, what do you mean little monster? That doesn't sound very trustworthy. Executive 3, he's called the little monster because he hasn't even reached his age of majority. But the shit he's done. The retro tech, the fortresses, now this development with the primitive jump ships and drop ships. The farming? The boy is basically setting up for the 4th succession war. He's a war-hungry monster. But he's one on our side. As patriotic as they come. Nothing is sold over 10% cost, everyone can get the designs for a pittance if they're Commonwealth-based. He's a monster, but he's our monster. Executive 1, that will hit well with the military demographics. If we play up Hugh's role, we could see significant inroads after Music Blaster stole a march on the military ballots. It might take back the market share we lost in the last year. Executive 2, and EM is the current big thing, the trendsetter. If we take a few of the more experimental labels and have them cooperate, we can ride that wave. Executive 3, that is, assuming, of course, the terms of the cooperation are favorable, and within our capabilities. The executives nodded. The media promotion sharing agreement was to be signed once they had a chance to actually see what it wanted. One that would bind the ear candy company of Sky to Eggers Media. If only temporarily. A push into the Free Worlds League was planned, they had just taken on the Combine, now their eyes were turning elsewhere. And if it was as militarily successful as the Rasselhog Kingdom, then ear candy would come out on top, as it always had. There was no indication there was a military build-up, but it was Hugh Eggers. There had to be one. The little monster wouldn't be able to sit still when there was war to be had. Knocked out face. Minutes of meeting recorded on August 23, 2991 on Blackjack 3 regarding Heimdall Fire Control System. This meeting involves the following corporations: Nashson Computers, Defiance Industries, Bowie Industries, Eggers Armaments, During Electronics, Trellshire Heavy Industries, Red Devil Industries, Coventry Metal Works, Lockheed/CBM Corporation, Schiphol Company, Gina Automotive, Ioto Galactic Enterprise, Semler Datatron, and TAG. Meeting has been called to discuss future fire control system developments. Representative of Eggers Armaments, let this meeting regarding the BattleTech Computer Fire Control Systems Modernization Program commence. Representative of Nashsan Computers, a thank you to our hosts at Eggers Armaments for arranging this meeting. I would also like to thank everyone else that is present for their time. Now, I do believe that it is important to discuss exactly why we are here. Specifically, the modernization of fire control systems present in the military machines of pre-space flight Terra. Representative of During Electronics, thank you to my compatriots at Nashsan Computers. In our investigations of ancient Terran designs, it is rather shocking how similar the systems we have now, compared to that of 1000 years ago, are. Fire control systems, as they did in the 2000s, use a mixture of visual, sonar, radar, infrared, laser rangefinders, anemometers, wind vanes, thermometers, and barometers to calculate firing solutions. What is shocking is how much of this is outside the central system. Representative of Defiance Vehicles, what do you mean outside the central system? Representative of During Electronics, well, you know that we at During are the premier producer of sensor equipment and neurohelmets in the Commonwealth. We know our sensors. The biggest difference is that all of our sensors are contained within the battle mech or vehicle itself. The machine is a self-contained unit, that does not share information unless it is part of a C3 system. Contrast this to retro-sensory equipment, and it is a marvel of battlefield control. The system links to satellites in orbit to gain weather information, to other units in the field to gain atmospheric information. It can also use the sensors of linked machines to triangulate targets. Using all of this information to calculate accurate firing solutions for over 10 kilometers away in some cases. It is truly a marvel of design and engineering. Representative of Trellshire Heavy Industries, thank you for explaining it in a way that doesn't include 50 different words of high-tech jargon. We've seen the abstract, and while it is impressive, the question is, why has this integrated link to the wider battlefield disappeared from modern battlefields? Representative of During Electronics, the simple reason is that the battlefield changed. Where before, you had entire armies, with all of their information synced together for maximum effectiveness. With the advent of space travel and electronic countermeasures, the value of synced information decreased. With smaller armies, all clad with ECM as standard, the value of a complete link became less useful, I would guess. Why it went away altogether, I do not know. Now everything must be manually connected, instead of the automatic links on all systems that previously existed. And even then, only with certain battle computers. Representative of Defiance Battle Mechs, perhaps the reason is simpler than you thought. ECM jams signals, which means those from orbit or from infantry on the ground simply cannot get through. With modern ECM, it is pointless to continue development of any form of wireless integration. Representative of Eggers Armaments, and yet signals work, battle mechs can communicate with one another, dropships and jump ships. Let the record show silence of 10 seconds. Representatives of During Electronics, then it is like the innovation of standard battle armor. The minutes of that particular meeting have gone out to beyond the Commonwealth at this point. That highly dense shells defeat ablative armor because one must ablate the entire, multi-kilogram projectile. In our advances, we forget what came before. Push and pull, victory and defeat. Sensors allowed the destruction of entire field armies at a fraction of the casualties. ECM developed to defeat sensors and communication. Representative of Nashsan Computers, and now it is time for the sensors to once again defeat ECM. To develop a computer and communication system that can share sensor feeds for infantry, vehicles, dropships, satellites, and aerospace. The battlefield has once again expanded, and we will be on the cutting edge. Representative of Eggers Armaments, which is a good thing. The range on the retro 120mm cannon that the Leopard 2 possesses is over 5 km for a guaranteed kill against other similar vehicles. With current sensor technology, it's going to be difficult to fully utilize the tank. Still a good militia vehicle, but it could be better. Representative of Defiance Research and Development, yes, it is why we've started research and development of improved autocannon variants. With the extended ranges that retro weapons possessed, it behooved us to develop a counter in the autocannon family to ensure the competitiveness of modern equipment. Inspired by this and similar meetings, we've extended a hand to the autocannon manufacturers to assist us in this endeavor. With the knowledge from this meeting, the Commonwealth's military capabilities will be improved once again. Representative of During Electronics, we will, of course, need to develop the computers that can handle this networking, the sensor technology for everyone from infantry, to battle mechs, to satellites, to lift and carry comfortably, and an upgrade package to be disseminated. It will take significant effort. Representative of Nashsan Computers, and once that is completed, we can start development on fire control AI computers. That can automatically designate targets and land an impact on the first shot. Like this Atlas system the Western Alliance used for their main battle tank line. Let the record show silence for 10 seconds. Representative of Eggers Armaments, let's sort this BattleTech computer and sensor system first before we start looking at AI technology. How did they have AI technology back then, but we've nearly completely lost it? Voice becomes indistinct after this point. Representative of Duering Electronics, at this point, there's not much that we can do. We should be focusing on the here and now with the development of modern sensor systems. But first, what should we call the project? Representative of Eggers Armaments, Heimdall. From the gatekeeper of Asgard from ancient myth. He whose eyes can see across the 9 realms, able to discern threats to Asgard with but a glance. Born of 9 mothers, guardian of the border. Doesn't this describe the system? To protect the borders of the Commonwealth and born from multiple different corporations working together. Indistinct murmurs. Representative of Defiance Industries, Battle Mechs, Combat Vehicles, Aerospace, all who vote in favor of Heimdall, raise your hands and say aye. Aye. Representative of Duering Electronics, Sensors and Neuro Helmets, aye. Representative of Trellshire Heavy Industries, Battle Mechs and Vehicles, aye. Representative of Red Devil Industries, Battle Mechs and Vehicles, aye. Representative of Coventry Metal Works, Battle Mechs and Vehicles, aye. Representative of Bowie Industries, Battle Mechs and Vehicles, aye. Representative of Lockheed/CBM Corporation, Aerospace, aye. Representative of Schiphol Company, Dropships and Jumpships, aye. Representative of Jaena Automotive, Vehicles, aye. Representative of Ioto Galactic Enterprises, Dropships and Jumpships, aye. Representative of Semler Datatron, Dropships and Jumpships, aye. Representative of TAG, Dropships and Jumpships, aye. Representative of Nashsan Diversified, Dropship, Jumpship, Computing, aye. Representative of Eggers Armaments, Battle Mechs and Vehicles, aye. Representative of Eggers Armaments, the ayes have it, the new system shall be named Heimdall. Final notes, all corporation production specialties include in development production capabilities as of 2991 August, Terran Standard. Knocked Out Face, August 2991, Blackjack 3. Sierra Video Entertainments Incorporated, the largest manufacturer of entertainment electronics within the Lyran Commonwealth. They were meeting with one Chisaki Nagao in her office on Blackjack 3. Eggers Cradle, the collection of fortress hexes, was visible from orbit as they burned in. The enormous network of fortifications visible from orbit itself, each one had a roof lit with bright lights. Lights that told incoming enemy vessels, this is a fortress, land and die. In orbit, there were quite the number of inbound and outbound dropships, all landing on different zones of the cradle network. Theirs was colored bright purple. The landing zone strobing with fluorescent lights. Chisaki herself, in her office, beamed at them. Good morning. It's good to meet you. The executives were taken aback by her enthusiasm. It's good to meet you as well. Yup. Anyway, now that you're here, we can talk video game consoles. An all-in-one, computational unit. Pardon. Yes, I know, it's a little crazy. All of our computers rely on a central server that our computers link to. It's where all the processing is done, our handhelds just display the information. The boss wants us to design a self-contained computer. No central server or anything, everything comes in the box. We're going to release all of our video games to it. That's insane. You're going to disrupt the entire entertainment market if you do this. Everything is streamed. What you're doing? These are the boss orders. Chisaki's cheerful demeanor became serious. Like a prophet relaying the words of their god. The executives gulped. It had been just 2 years, but the legend of Hugh Eggers had reached across the Commonwealth. Military, civilian utility, media, agriculture, education, he had his hand in every industry and achieving mind-boggling success in each. What made matters worse was that he was singularly focused on 2 things, benefiting the Commonwealth, and war. A war so large, so devastating, that it would consume the inner sphere in a way that even the age of war couldn't replicate. Even worse than that was the Commonwealth, through the LIC, through the Estates General, through the LCAF were backing this rising star. Soon to be married into House Steiner if the rumors were correct. Hugh Eggers' voice had weight very few others could match in the Commonwealth. Why aren't you producing the self-contained computer yourself? Vertical diversification. The boss says that if we make everything ourselves, we will cut ourselves off from the Commonwealth. If we cooperate and share, we will become part of the Commonwealth. What benefits one, benefits all. Yes. We tentatively agree. We do need to talk specifications, and internal hardware. We don't have anything like that. I don't think anyone does, actually. You're asking for decades of R&D to be done in a few months. We'll start small. Use basic computers from pre-Space Terra for the older stuff. We'll put R&D in to develop computers until we get where we need to. Probably we'll never get enough power for holovids and holo games, but 2D will make us money out the wazoo. The executives smiled, Chisaki smiled. Everyone smiled. Even if some smiles were a little more forced than others. Knocked Out Face. August 29, 91, Blackjack 3. Thurkin Media Associates, the Donegal Broadcasting Company, Hollow Entertainments from Kukan, and Nashsan Media were here. Here to meet Chisaki Nagao of Eggers Media. Good morning. You're probably wondering why everyone is here. The head of Eggers Media beamed at them. The figures did not feel reassured at all. It was nearly public knowledge she was formerly of Lick Propaganda. The strength that was behind her, was the strength of the Commonwealth. As powerful as their corporations were, the Estates General could cripple them with a single judgment, hundreds of millions of kroner in fines if they broke the law, or make life more difficult in other ways if they did not cooperate. As had happened many times in the past, to many other corporations. Each secure in their own wealth, feeling as if they had purchased enough planetary representatives to be safe from any retaliation. Only to discover this was not so. Into the room stepped two more sets of executives, from Ear Candy from Sky, and Sierra Video Entertainments Incorporated. Now that we're all here, I have invited everyone for a simple proposition. The creation of a media universe. Like the Steinhardt production by Donegal Broadcasting Company, but revolving not around the Steiners, but around the Smiali. It sounded insane. But, these were representing the most powerful media companies in the Lyran Commonwealth. One did not reach this point by being stupid. Yes, Eggers Media have been signing contracts with media companies across the Commonwealth. The goal is to push the Smiali onto the public stage by inserting it into every aspect of a Lyran citizen's life. From music, to shows, to movies, to theater shows, to holovids, to video games, to arcade machines, pornography, blood sports, and sensory recordings. A Lyran product, for a Lyran people. It's a machine. Yes, a soldier can use it, a farmer, a miner, a spacer, a romantic noble. Anyone with arms and legs can use one. There just needs to be a little creativity. You are aware that there will be certain concessions if we even entertain this idea. Nashsan Media's representative spoke. Of course. All we want is the model kit rights. You can hash out the toys and merchandise and distribution rights. You also get to keep the rights to your shows and the Smiali's presence in them for the duration of this contract, which has an auto-renewal process every 10 years. You don't even need to pay us for the rights, except a small flat fee pegged to inflation. Chisaki's smile was genuine. You are being exceedingly generous, why? Donegal Broadcasting asked. The boss, of course. The Smiali is a Lyran machine that will be defending the Lyran people. But, for that to happen, the cultural rejection of everything that isn't a heavy or assault battle mech must end. Without the Smiali, we will be hard-pressed to defend our borders, our worlds. We must promote the machine, must ensure that everyone who may need a machine, knows about it. Industry, military, agriculture, it can do it all, her voice had taken on an almost fanatical edge. And when the time comes, it will lead our offensives. The room froze at that last statement. Eyes narrowed, she surveyed the representatives in the room. Themselves, nearly taking a step back in fear. For all that she ran Eggers Media now, none could forget that she used to be part of Lick. The propaganda department may just be a cover if the bloodthirst in her eyes was any indication. They gulped, the offer was too good to be true. The rewards were astronomical, the cost minimal. Could they refuse? There were so many other companies that would jump at the opportunity. The Estates General and the Archon would also be driving the Smiali forward. Enough had been leaked about it, that those of enough influence could see the reports. Understood, it represented a complete change to the Commonwealth's fighting capabilities. They could not afford to deny this. Could not afford to let this chance go. So long as the contract was in order, they had to sign as soon as possible. Chisaki's eyes stared them down. Remember. All we do for the Commonwealth. Knocked out face, October 29, 91, Blackjack 3. Hugh Eggers sat in his room. A simple 4-meter wide, 6-meter long room. One that held his screens, his bed, his bookshelves, and collection of battle mech model kits that he promised himself he would build. He had promised himself that 4 years ago. They were finicky things, requiring glue, and effort, and vices, and ugh. Nothing like the snap-fit Bandai Gundam ones that had spoiled him all those years ago. It was like trying to build the early Akariga kits from Kotobuki Ya. Build the front, then the back, now get out your tweezers and build the middle you fat pleb. He could hear the malevolent laughter of the instruction writers now. Ha 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 ha. Ugh. Irritating. To cheer his spirits back up, he had a look at his computers. At the messages from his department heads. The reports coming in were enough to make him beam. Everyone had been following his orders. The need to diversify production lines, to spread out the profits, and thus increase losses had worked. Had worked. He needed to repeat his words. Media was sharing out all the media, they were just earning a small flat fee in exchange. All that work and not even the sight of profits? Perfect. Construction was setting up the orbital infrastructure for dropships and jumpships with the help of everyone else, but they would be receiving just 10% of the final production. A small fee as well, but 10% of jumpships. When there was like one a year from Schiphol slips a year. That was a big windfall, in 10 years. He chortled, best idea ever. Even better, it was primitive jumpships. They had a jump range of half of modern jumpships, so 15 light years? Yeah, that sounded about right. One every 10 years, what a great way to lose money. Then there were the O'Neill cylinders, the first being called Crippen Station. The final plan was ready, now was the time to start building everything, and it would cost him billions upon billions of kroner. Oh, this was glorious. Armaments was spending money on R&D and advertising, all for nothing. Nobody wanted to buy a light mech in the Commonwealth. Why would anyone want to buy an ultralight? Sure, it was called an auto machines, sure it was marketed as every planet's militia mech, but really? Who was that going to fool? Producing them, nobody buying them. Losing money, I'm losing money. Tolsand War Works was finalizing some work on the initial armored exosuite. It looked like someone that had been stuffed into a suit of armor from the Middle Ages. The ancient Middle Ages, not whatever was happening in the Federated Sons and their fashion choices, or lack of it. Then the plates were made 2 centimeters thick, an engine stuck on the back, and a machine gun stuck on the right arm. Oh, and the helmet was a regular helmet. It was the bulkiest, and slowest thing that he had ever seen. Seriously, who would even want to be inside this thing? He grinned, perfect. Bulky, ugly, and can move at 15 kilometers an hour? Oof. That's a slow one. He used to be able to run faster than this thing. Back in his first life. Doing cross-country in his sneakers and shorts, but that wasn't the point. The point was that it was slow. When vehicles move at 3 times that speed at a minimum, what was even the point of having something like this? He had even checked the battle on Romulus with the EDF. Had read how all the Daimlers were always moving at top speed during the battle. Speed is king, to slow down was to die. These were too slow to keep up with anything. Then there was the protection. Standard armor plates, a few dozen kilograms of armor, and 1 weapon. Okay, but not great. Perfect. Exactly what he wanted. When they showed up on the Solaris circuit next month or however long it took to get into production, it was going to get everyone asking what's going on, what are my eyes telling me? Hugh beamed. Then there was Egger's education, opening up satellite campuses within their complex at his order. Diversification. The different universities like Washington on Donegal, New Cambridge of Wessex, Kyoto College, Thurcad University and Reina on Skye being just a few of the examples. More researchers, more people to pay, more money to spend on useless R&D. Oh. It was glorious. Just imagining the billions that had gone into the haptic battle mech control system, and how none of that was going to be returned in earnings. Or the billions for melee weapons, that wasn't going to be returned. Oh, it was just roses, all roses. Hugh did a little jig in his room, putting on greatest hits of 1990 for that stab of nostalgia. He had been so worried, but things were coming up aces. 1 more month and he felt incredibly relaxed, couldn't see how there would be profits now, or ever. He still needed to find a friend, though. Damned system. Or maybe friendly system. The diversification had been genius. It was going to lose him all his money, maybe he had been too hard on the system. 033 The Steiners have a frank discussion. George Steiner Martin, of a minor Steiner household. Someone who really didn't have that great of an ambition to do anything or be anything. No, really. He possessed the standard Steiner traits, of course. A deep, abiding moral code that consisted of family first, and a love of education. Other than that, however, well. Give him a beer, a couch, and he could relax the day away. He did, of course, fancy himself a bit of an artist. Which, in the Lyran Commonwealth, wasn't exactly the death sentence that many thought it might be. So, long as you were moderately capable, there would be a patron of the arts willing to chip some money your way. Housing and food was provided for all members of society, and it really wasn't so bad. As long as you weren't on the periphery worlds, of course, they had been resource-starved for quite some time. At least until Egger's agriculture had established themselves in the region. In any case, George liked to sing, air music actually. Played with a series of bellows, using the different sound qualities of differently pressurized or rather, dense air to accompany a repeating harp soundtrack. His voice would be carried through a complex series of chambers, arranged in such a way that he might be unrecognizable at the end. A series of keys, like a piano to change it the other way, and one's music could be anything if they wished. The sensation was quite eerie, like being surrounded in fog, the sounds rising and falling in pitch, left or right. As if you were surrounded, unable to escape. The vocals changing at a moment's notice from happy to mournful, a squeak to a dirge. In his opinion, he was quite good at it. Still, he had heard the music from Egger's music and had made his way over to Blackjack to pursue his craft, as had so many other artists. Honestly, it was one of the best decisions he had ever made. The first decision of note had been being born a Steiner. Not that he had much to do with the decision, but the spermatozoa that he had been, must have thought that's my future mortgage paid for when he had won the race. Anyway, the third best decision had been to move here to Blackjack 3. The second being to take up air music in the first place, which had led to him moving here. All paths that led to Blackjack were best decisions, in other words. Quite seriously, the environment, the atmosphere. It was the kind of thing that made a man feel, almost, in touch with the universe. The entire hex they lived in was one devoted to the arts. Not just for those who practiced it, but quite seriously, devoted to it. The entire area was for them to do with as they wished, and so an enormous community of artists had colonized the area. Different genres perhaps, different mindsets, different values. They had coalesced into different groups and had taken over different sections. Creating, for themselves, communities where they could express themselves freely. They still needed to handle food and the like. The internal hydroponic space provided the greens and nutrient paste if they weren't picky, but the cafeterias, neutral territory were left uncolonized, there to feed the mass of not-so-starving artists. They also had to do basic things like stand guard or patrolling if they weren't paying rent, or just cleaning and miscellaneous duties. As per the housing agreement, they had all signed upon entering the hex. Truly, the most starving artists of all were the ones doing the work. In simple terms, they had congregated together to create some of the most cutting-edge music, literature, painting, dance, and more in the last year, than the Commonwealth had experienced in centuries. All the greatest, most dedicated artistic minds gathered into one place would do that. He himself had published several pieces under Egger's Media umbrella. Himself receiving 90% of the profits generated by his music, Egger's Media taking the rather unique stance of allowing those they signed on to take most of the money. Enough to set them apart from ear candy, enough to have most of the artists in the hex to sign up to the Egger's Media label. Not that he used money to pay his rent. The chores as they were known were a good way to meditate through movement. To think, to reflect, and to always have a topic to write on. The boredom of marching and standing guard did that to you. Always find inspiration where you could get it, he had told the newbies as they came in. Always making time to drop by the newly colonized art cradles as more and more artists accepted the Egger's Media travel subsidy to get to Blackjack. Hell, George had taken the fourth best decision of his life to sign that offer. Signing up for what looked like a scam, a free trip to Blackjack 3 for the purpose of the arts. Subsidized by Egger's Media, paying for the entire, tens of thousands of kroner trip. Weaving himself around the different artistic experiments that more resembled fluorescent vomit, an unfortunate byproduct of being into bop R&B. The hanging papier-mâché figures of Hohiro Kurita being impaled by a pink unicorn was, well, it could have been anyone, actually. Possibly, the baby metal fans. Continuing his journey down further, into the core of his own section, of the city pop level. Each section being divided into levels for different genres or expressions of their chosen mindset. Here the style was more urban, large windows over facades. Of softly glowing halogen light bulbs. Feeling, in other words, like an inner city that could exist anywhere in the Commonwealth. The feeling of entering a city for the first time had been captured in the lights, the designs, the ambient music. To be city pop was to create music of an urban pop feel. Typically, resembling upbeat instrumentals, and a voice crooning a ballad. Yukika was their spiritual touchstone. Created in Japan in the 1970s, it evolved into vaporwave and future funk. Yukika straddled that line, not of the original, but having adopted enough of its aesthetic to be modern. Which, now in 2991 had been resurrected and developed yet further, carrying on her legacy. Of taking the originals and adapting it, making it theirs. As with all art, city pop changed with the times. He hummed out a tune, one he felt would be good to publish in a few weeks, before arriving to his own personal hex. Well, personal, and belonging to several other members of the level, who usually slept here and not much else. Inside, he met with the two individuals he had come back here for in the first place. Iris Steiner and Katrina Steiner. At the age of 18 Katrina had just graduated from the Nagel Ring, while Iris was well into her first year at the Blackjack School of Conflict. George meanwhile, had done his mandatory years and was now playing the cool uncle, the one that listened and did not judge. The moment he took a step into the room, he was in the middle of an argument of some kind. The first since Katrina had arrived and tried cajoling Iris about the issue that had been bothering her. Katrina, you need to tell Alessandro to confirm you as heir. If I become Archon, that means that Hugh will be consort. He will be master of the entourage. It means our children will likely inherit the throne. It could destroy the Commonwealth. Iris' emphatic voice came out of the room as the airlock unsealed itself. As every hex included, an environmental locking system ensured that even if this hex was breached with chemical weapons, it wouldn't be able to harm the hexes unless they were set to permanently open. And why exactly would that be a bad thing? He's currently approaching the top 100 most influential individuals in the Lyran Commonwealth. It has not even been 2 years since he started EGU. The Estates General consider him, and thus, you, to be among the best choices for the role. The Archon must always be the most powerful figure in the Commonwealth. You know this. Katrina Elizabeth Steiner, cousin many times removed, was speaking. Using her patented, from what he had seen in the last week, conversation skills to calm Iris down. Binding him further to House Steiner by putting his heir on the throne is how an alliance has been cemented. He is as close to the Archonship as possible, but it will still rest with a member of House Steiner. His allergies are a problem, but his children shouldn't be a problem. Katrina's calm voice, not giving away her thoughts at all. It's a bad thing because he's going to finish the third succession war and start the fourth if he gets near a position of power. You haven't seen the things that I have, his mother, his. Iris stopped, paused, took a deep breath and let it out again. I've had many discussions with him, just sat down and talked about what we want for the future. What he's planning. He might not realize just how much of a warmonger he is, but he's cut from the same mold as his mother. He's a genuinely good person, a nice human being, empathetic on a level I could never aspire to be. Who cares, deeply, about the Commonwealth? Nearly every moment he's awake, he's trying to improve the Commonwealth in some way. But, he can't help himself. He'll try to improve living standards, and instead build a fortress. He'll try to design a protection force for planets without armies, and instead build a personal army. He starts a music company and the music is used to incite a general revolt. He just can't help himself. Iris sounded distraught at the thought of her, soon-to-be, betrothed rising to consort of the Archon. It would not be a good thing for the Commonwealth if he was put in a position of governmental authority, or to have his mother near the levers of power. Even if they do not charge headlong into war, a child in the future, with their genetics. She finished, looking genuinely worried. You need to take the Archonship, to make sure that he can't start another succession war. I'm not even sure he will even realize he's done it by the time it starts. The younger cousin finally finished. Katrina finally interrupted further conversation with a raised hand. A year older than her cousin, she held a sense of authority to her person. Perhaps it was the years of training at the Nagel Ring, something George had never done. He had instead gone to the Coventry Academy, only for mech warriors, very exclusive. What? Before we do anything. I do need to see some evidence if this is that much of a concern. Her voice was still neutral, even if her eyes were slightly wider. They had been dancing around the topic for a while now, Iris clearly feeling uncomfortable about it. But, now that it was all in the air, things should be easier. George didn't do anything, just moved in, sat on his cot and left his body posture open. If they wanted to chat, wanted a mediator, a curveball, a grenade, he was there for them, as it should be. Eyes taking in the room as he did so. Always something new, art, music sheets, bedding. An ever-evolving creative space, just like the art they created. He would not trade it for anything. I do have a few recordings of Catherine von Egger's battle ROMs on my personal server. We can stream them here, so you can see just what kind of person she is when it comes to battle. Remember that her genes, her predisposition, has been passed down. Also, remember that Hugh is just like that, but because he's sickly, he focuses his bloodthirst into design and production. He doesn't realize it, but every movement he makes, he's preparing for war in some way. Iris warned, voice artificially deep and foreboding as her hands moved to the computer, prodding at it to play the recording. George motioning quite expansively for the two to take a seat. On the, crumpled bedding of his bed, or the dingy chair made of cargo restraining straps and an old ammunition box he had found from somewhere. Oh, and the floor, which was covered in paint splatters. Fucking, and who was going to clean that up? He was. It was oil paints as well. Ugh, no wonder the smell had been horrific in the last week. Dressed as they were in casual clothing, Katrina on her way to the 3rd Archeran Lancers. The posting she had received just after graduating from the Nagel Ring, as an infantry officer, of all things. Landing here on Blackjack to address her younger cousin's concerns. Iris meanwhile had gone with the fashion in vogue in the Commonwealth. A thin long-sleeved shirt in plain colors, matched with a large vest of much brighter pigmentation. White at the shoulder, it continued straight, without any fold lines down to the waist, with several buckles across the front in bright silver. Looking, at least partially, like armor plating had been draped over her shoulders. George didn't understand the latest style, perhaps there were others more versed in the intricacies of fashion evolution that could explain why this was the current style. He had been immersed in the faded fluorescent colors of city pop. Of horizons and deep purples and violets. None of this, garish red stuff. In any case, they had something to watch. Firstly, this is Catherine von Eggers and her lance defending against a company of combine battle mechs. The screen in his area of the communal room flickered on, Iris having successfully connected with it and activated the streaming protocols. Displayed was the frontal view of the commando. In the distance was obvious the battle mech seriously outweighed her own. The weapons display had 3 weapons. A large laser and 2 small lasers, a modification to the Commando 1B. On the top right the yellowed battle mech outlines showed her lancemates weren't in the best of shape. George was interested. Like every other individual in the inner sphere, he had spent a great deal of time theory crafting different battle mech loadouts. This one emphasized long range, and extreme short range? Where were the middle-ranged systems, like keeping the medium laser? Why go with 2 small lasers? The voice that boomed out of the commando, much louder than the standard speakers, unless Iris had turned the volume all the way up to mess with them. Which, given the ambient noise of a mech in operation, one he had long grown accustomed to, wasn't the case. Everything was the same, save for the speaker volume. External speakers then, that was just a little extra. I am Catherine von Eggers, of the world, Blackjack III. Ennobled by Giovanni Steiner, first of his name. Archon of the Lyran Commonwealth, rightful heir of the Star League. Who among you will receive the honor of being the first to die to my hand on this day? Name yourself, so that I may carve your epitaph into the burning carcass of your battle mechs. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see his serious cousin frown in disapproval. George felt that Catherine von Eggers may be, just a little pompous. Which Katrina did not like very much at all. Not having met her prior to this week, George felt he had a pretty good handle on her from their interactions. Someone who was very serious, who took her responsibilities seriously, and only truly relaxed with those close to her. Who would prefer it, greatly, if everyone else was as serious as her in carrying out their duties. George she had thought was a bit of a flake, but tolerated him as family. Extended family, but family. He counted it a serious success that she had relaxed enough to show her facial expressions around himself and Iris. That frown turned into open-mouthed shock as the Combine leader announced his name, Minori Tatsushi, piloting an Atlas. Whereupon the commando began to sprint forward, the skill of Catherine von Eggers evident in just how she weaved in and out of fire, despite largely traveling in a straight line. The sight of weapons coming from behind demonstrated that she wasn't alone, but seriously, charging forward as if she were in an assault was not what Katrina or himself had thought was going to happen. Upon getting close, she hadn't started sticking to the Atlas and trying to wear it down, while staying out of its arc of fire. As was expected in a light versus assault battle. Allowing the Atlas to actually make use of its rear lasers. No. The commando leapt on the knee, climbing its way up past the AC-20, onto the chest and right above the iconic skull. From there, George couldn't help it as his jaw dropped open. The small lasers on the left arm spoke as it drove into the skull, the right arm's large laser doing the same as it took its turn. The process repeating as fist and laser slammed into the skull repeatedly until it collapsed inwards, killing the pilot and toppling the mech over. The dripping molten metal like the Atlas blood pouring out of a head wound. Katrina meanwhile hadn't regained her composure. Iris looked pained. I am Catherine von Eggers, of the world, Blackjack III. Ennobled by Giovanni Steiner, first of his name. Archon of the Lyran Commonwealth, rightful heir of the Star League. Who among you will receive the honor of being the second to die to my hand on this day? Name yourself, so that I may carve your epitaph into the burning wreck of your battle mech. The words bellowed forth, the Combine pilots easing out of their shock and unleashing upon her. Not accepting a duel, not very honorable of them, hey. Her small speech continued as she charged forth, as if expecting this turn of events. The word burning on her lips as she climbed the dragon closest to her. What followed was an execution. Not a massacre, for that implied wild, unrestrained killing. No, Catherine, with assistance from her lance, personally killed each of the Combine mech warriors with only a disabled right arm to show for it. Executing them with precision and grace. She then proceeded to complete her promise. Engraving upon the first of the fallen machines. Minori Tatsushi had the honor of being the first to die to Catherine von Eggers, first of her name, on the 27th day of February of 2975 year, on Scandia. They are honored in being slain by Catherine von Eggers, first of her name. That's not a one-off thing, she does this in every battle. Iris said, sounding fatigued. She is perhaps, belligerent and self-aggrandizing, admittedly with the skill to back it up. But I fail to see the bloodlust you mentioned. Katrina didn't hide the mild shock in her voice. George felt the same. Seriously, what had he just seen? Was that a human in the cockpit? How did the mech move like that? He had seen tap-dancing battle mechs, had seen them do ballet. But never had he seen one dispatch enemies 4 times its mass with such adept ferociousness. There was a sigh. I have one more video to show you then. It's a record of her reacting to a boarding operation conducted by Free Worlds League personnel in orbit. She had just raided a supply depot and killed the planetary leadership in their Orion and Thunderbolts. In the same way that she just killed those Combine mech warriors. Katrina grimaced. For a graduate of the Nagel Ring, such a death would be shameful in the extreme. Allowing a light mech to single-handedly crush in your assault mech cockpit with their fists? Their family would never be able to let it down. As did George, for a different reason. Infantry close quarters actions were never clean. In zero gravity? Worse. In a dropship where everything was as compact as possible? Nightmarish. If this is merely her being competent. No. This is definitely her being competent, but it's much more than that. And so, the recording started. From multiple different camera perspectives, clearly some kind of editing post-battle. Entering from the left frame, Catherine von Eggers had withdrawn a two-handed axe from the armory in preparation of the hostile boarding action. One forward-facing head, with a fang underneath to hook, and a spike at the top to stab. A brutal weapon that one wouldn't think would be used in space. Not when spacesuits were thick enough to ablate much of the cutting force such a weapon would contain. Not to mention the danger of being shot as she tried to get close. Or at least that was what he would have liked to say. A mournful whistling dirge echoed from her through. Impressive vocal work, George wanted to say. To be able to vibrate the vocal cords to maintain that dirge while breathing in and out is seriously impressive, let alone while moving. He had wanted to say it because in the next minute he swallowed whatever words he was going to say. The camera changed and it showed a Catherine von Eggers grinning widely. The whistling from the gaps in her teeth and she breathed in and out. Said words disappeared as she made her way to the entrance, stepping to the side of the corridor, the sounds of hostile breachers on the other side of the airlock. Unlocking the airlock, she struck. Watching, bile coming up his throat, as the woman he had seen occasionally in the hex, smiling and chatting as a planetary noble would, used the zero-gravity environment to bounce her way forward. Straight into the FWL Marines as they tried to push through into the suddenly open dropship airlock. Intent on boarding the vessel and killing the then Baroness-in-waiting. To rush the Marines before they were even ready, and eviscerated them. Stabbing the first through his faceplate, swinging the axe left to slice the top of another's head off. Using the butt of the axe to send herself diving down, dodging incoming fire to instead slice at knees, stabbing into guts, and tearing the beleaguered Marines apart. Blood sprayed from cut arteries. Bile and other bodily fluids joining them as the mass of panicked human flesh struggled desperately in the face of the predator in their midst. Their panicked screams and bellows as they tried to get a beat on her, those leaving themselves open shot dead by her crewmates standing further back. In the end, after 5 minutes, 20 Marines and FWL-12 dropship crew members were dead as Catherine and 4 fellow boarders had shot, stabbed and hacked their way through the jump ship, to the enemy dropship. The corridors covered in a pink mist from the tiny droplets of blood that were now clumping together to form small globules. In time there would be a much smaller number of small bloody globes, assuming they did not splash on fabric and stain their attractive force to one another, like his eyes on Catherine's face in the last frame. A grin on her face that spoke of unrepentant, almost innocent joy. A grin turning crimson as blood splashed against the teeth. The dirge finally ending as the last FWL crew member died, an axe spike through her skull. Hugh doesn't quite understand his genetic legacy, but the idea that any Archon inherits her thirst for blood, it is not a good future for the Commonwealth. It would be like Claudius the Cruel all over again. Katrina finally nodded. Yes. I can see why that would be a problem. However, Iris. There is the serious problem of what to award your betrothed with. He has played a role that would, in the age of war, have earned him the title of Archon fully. To not reward him would go against the fundamental ideas of the Commonwealth. Merit earns one rewards, that often comes in the form of nobility or money. To refuse this, is to break the social contract that forms the foundation of the Commonwealth. Katrina spoke with gravitas, the kind that came with one destined to greater things. He needs something that will bind him, if just a little bit, so he can't put so much focus on going to war. He needs something that will eat up his time on civilian and cultural issues. Ones that can't be turned to war so easily. To be consort to the Archon, myself, would just be asking for trouble. He would be master of the entourage in the royal court, his power would be immense. And our children, if they inherit their grandmother's and father's bloodlust. Heimdall might resurrect itself to remove them from the succession. Iris looked pained. Refusing to capitulate on this one point. They would be my children, and we Steiners do not give up on family. Without family, we are nothing. Why not just make him king? George offered, hands raised in a "what can you do" gesture. Breaking up this impasse with some historical trivia. The best kind of trivia. Pointing at the poster of hereditary ancient German nobility he kept above his bed. It always did interest him how sometimes, the ancients just, did things better than they did in the here and now. Katrina and Iris froze, eyes finally turning to the poster, that he had lovingly crafted and illustrated, mind you, King. König. Ruler of a kingdom, underneath the emperor, Kaiser. Yes. I can see this working. There is the Rasselhag kingdom, yet they have no king as of yet. I will communicate this to Uncle Alessandro, and he will, no doubt, contact the kingdom. Perhaps, they will be willing to accept the title. But if this were to happen, the Dukes of Skye, Donegal, Tamar, the Periphery, all will require their own titles to match. Perhaps a reform of the nobility is in order if we are taking inspiration from ancient Germanic nobility. Expand on great-grandmother Catherine Mardson's reforms. König for kingdoms, Kurfürst for smaller electorates. Katrina began to pace, her words flowing out as she did so. George hadn't known that she knew about ancient German history, his poster just had the titles on it. He himself had only known because he had thought it a little silly they had Baron, Graf, Landgrave, Duke and Margrave. For a realm as large as the Commonwealth, with as many people as the Commonwealth, it was just a tiny bit silly they only had 5 ranks in the nobility. With Duke having different connotations and meanings based on the way it was acquired. Instead of, well, just having a different title. In any case, that was one problem headed off. He himself shivered at the idea of a descendant of Catherine von Eggers demonstrating that level of bloodlust, while being Archon. What kind of ruin would they bring to the inner sphere in their search for war? Those were heavy thoughts. Time for something lighter. Right, now that we're a little more relaxed, how about some relaxation? Some vids from Solaris were just express couriered in. Apparently it's a big enough deal that everyone is getting a copy from the HPG for free, or as close to it as possible. George beamed, happy that he hadn't had to really mediate, happy that things had turned out sort of well. Tolsand Warworks had paid a truly enormous sum to get this out to everyone with a set of eyeballs. Billions of C-bills at the very least. He could at least do them the courtesy of watching it. Please, just put it on. Iris said, sounding emotionally drained as she sat down for the first time since entering the room. Drained but happy, she had gotten what she wanted. Katrina absently following along as her mind whirled about in its skull. George meanwhile had the VID on, showing an empty arena, with a lance of medium mechs in the center. Welcome. This is a simulated fight demonstrating Tolsand Warworks' newest product line. The Armored Exosuite. Using research prowess from Eggers' General Utility, this new exosuite has been promised to wow me, the presenter, and more importantly, you. The crowd. A recorded cheer filled the room. This is non-lethal folks, Tolsand want their prototypes back, and we don't want bits of brain all over the walls. Like what happens when mechs jump on infantry. Even exosuite infantry. But Tolsand has shown us miracles before, here's to a new exo-miracle. Another recorded cheer, this one even more obvious as the stands were quite obviously near empty. The lonely hawkers trying to sell their products to an uninterested crowd, waiting for a bigger fight later on. Iris meanwhile, was muttering, oh no. He's done it again. From the gate entered, walking suits of armor. Well. Bigger. Still the same rough size of a human of course, just a little bit taller from all the armor that they were clad in. Looking like ancient plate armor that one saw at the museum, with layered, no, lobstered, that was the right term, armor pieces to allow for the arms to move. Stacked over each other, they slid under and over to ensure protection no matter the posture. Plates across the chest to provide protection for the neck and armpits, rings around the waist to allow them to bend over. Of the leg and waist plates, they had extra plating, or was that ammunition storage? Batteries? Interesting. External hydraulics, fetchingly primitive, with what looked like an internal Myanmar layout. The best of both worlds perhaps? George couldn't help but feel interested. All one needed was a surcoat and they would look like modern knights. Ready to go off and slay some dragons. The only point of contention that these had been influenced by modernity was the thickness of the armor plates, the hydraulic harness on the exterior, and the engine on their backs. Slowly purring away, releasing small streams of smoke as it did so, clearly generating the power they needed to move. Their helmets were a wide range of different styles from different ancient designs, ones with vertical slits, one with a single horizontal slit, one that was open-faced and more. Their hands were free, a single machine gun of some stripe attached to the left arm. The right holding a melee weapon. Some had spears, some had halberds, others with great swords. A notable few held brutal-looking axes. All were vibroblades, the power cables that ran from their bladed heads or hilts to the exosuite's arm was enough of an indication of that. To the side he could see Katrina frowning. What's wrong? George asked, perhaps she would have some insights that he didn't. The weapons do not make sense. Why are they holding melee weapons, when they could instead be using crew-served weapons? But these are prototypes, it does make sense that they are not all they could be. But it is interesting, I will have to keep an eye on this. Her eyes never left the screen as the exosuite infantry demonstrated that they did, indeed, have a full range of movement. Notably, none tried to hop in place like athletes from time immemorial. Didn't you watch their Warworks Locust Rampage, cousin? This is an exhibition match, they want to be as memorable as possible. How much more memorable can you get with weapons that were ancient before we even left Terra? The announcer soon proved his point. Oh. What do we see here? Armored knights? Against battle mechs? Is this a David versus the dragon? Or was it St. George versus Goliath? Odysseus versus the Gorgon? Perseus versus the Cyclops? Small man versus giant mech? But this is the modern era, infantry against mechs only work when you have big guns. Not swords. Not axes. What are you doing here, Tolsand? I had hope for you. The announcer continued on in this vein for some time, at least until the exosuites started to move. The sensory equipment attached to the camera recorded their speed, 4.167 meters per second. Sprinting forth, the team of 54 representing 2 platoons of infantry in the Lyran Commonwealth, spread out in a net-like formation. The exosuites moved with surprising smoothness. Perhaps it was a combination of the hydraulics and the Myamers working together that achieved the effect. The lead mech, a hunchback, seemed confused, turning back and forth, its simulated lasers firing. Scoring simulated kills as the exosuites slowed to a walk. The other battle mechs, a Centurion, a Gladiator, and a Hermes. The Flamer was doing the most damage, yet it was just one weapon, and the 54 hunters were spread out. Damage being done as they closed in, infantry kill after infantry kill. Yet, it wasn't enough. Herded together like cattle on a farm surrounded by sheepdogs. The exosuites had the mechs back to back in the center of the arena, without cover. Left to try and hold off a tide of tiny insects that were now moving in for the kill. The simulated machine guns on their arms were plinking away at the armor, until they closed in enough to climb. The gloves and feet must be magnetic, George realized. The exosuites swarming the battle mechs, their vibroblades cutting into joints, slamming into the cockpit, simulating 4 kills in just under 2 minutes. His eyes were wide. As were Katrina's. Iris just had her face in her hands. He's done it again. In a few years, with the jump ships, the Commonwealth has everything it needs to end the Third Succession War, and start the Fourth. The homeless and the Estates General will push for another war, the Estates General will be right behind them. Iris muttered. What is this about the jump ships? They are primitives, no drop collars from the rumors we've been hearing from education. At least the first generation. George interjected. That does not mean they do not work. Each is 200,000 tons. 22 light-year range, has an internal bay that can hold most dropships during a jump. Is armored, has its own weapon batteries, aerospace bays, it's like a very poorly armed and armored warship. But when 20 of them at a time jump in convoys, carrying aerospace and dropships. When Primitive Bounty is planning on 100 in the first year at full production, 500 in the second. 1,000 in the third. Iris shook her head. It doesn't matter if they are primitive designs, they have the numbers. Katrina took a step back in shock. Understanding dawning on her face. Even George understood the issue now. Even if they did not wish for war, with such a force, the Estates General would agitate for one, seeing their superiority in number and technology as the solution for victory. Unable to understand the cost that would come with such a conflict. I understand now what you mean. But I can promise you this, there will not be a fourth succession war. Not if I'm Archon. Katrina stated firmly. What can you do as you are now? Iris asked, hope on her face. I am still heir. I will do what I can to force a peace from my position. Sit on him, Iris, find him something productive, and less destructive to do in the meantime. I will see about getting Uncle Alessandro to give him the titles, give him something to chew on until I become Archon. I'll bring in Morgan and Arthur to think on the matter. If we're to save the Commonwealth from itself, we'll need all the help we can get. 034 5th cycle starts. Can we pretend that airplanes in the night sky are like shooting stars? Hugh put on the music. I could really use a wish right now, wish right now, wish right now. He really could use a wish right now. Yeah, I could use a dream or a genie or a wish. He had made losses this cycle. To go back to a place much simpler than this. But at what cost? At what cost? The very moment that he had gotten confirmation that things were okay. That he had made losses. That the cycle was over. He had received the messages of doom. Hell, he had even made friends with Morgan Kell and Arthur Levan who, wasn't in the game. Morgan, he remembered from the HBS BattleTech game. He had a kid and his Orion was really crappy in the mission, but he was a cool guy. Nice beard. Wasn't he also from a monastery or something? Bossing beard though. Anyway, he had made a friend, had gotten himself all sorted, enjoying life. The losses had come in. Lots of losses, all the money into his personal accounts. Until he had gotten the messages. All the messages. Then the objectives he had been given made sense. Oh, they made sense. System had set him up, damn it. He had won. Then this, a Pyrrhic victory. He could remember it as if it were just 15 minutes ago, which it was. Beep boop beep. The system had cheerily announced its presence. Plus the cycle has ended host. How has host been doing? Is host enjoying life? System certainly hopes so. Checking objective completion now host. Plus host has diversified production lines. Host is a real tycoon. Reward, profits from partners will not count on host's balance sheet. Plus host has created 2 non-warlike companies. Well done host. Host is almost like a real entrepreneur now. Reward, host's planetary assets will be calculated as total worth/population, rounded up the nearest billion. Which is where the fear started. The system always screwed him over in some way. What was this about planets? He didn't have a single planet. Plus host has made 2 friends. System sobs is so proud of host. Host will receive 2 meal vouchers for FFF burgers. Host must take friends out for a meal, on the system. Reward, host's communication systems will not count to assets. Plus. Fuck off system. A meal voucher? Even when he was running 100% on profits, he could make enough to go for a meal at FFF burgers. What was this about communication as well? He had radios, they weren't enough to count as assets. Plus host survived 49 assassination attempts. Host is really lucky. Host is really amazing to have defeated all those assassination attempts. Reward, host's personal guard do not count towards assets. Plus. What? 49 assassination attempts? Where? When? How? Hugh shuddered, the profit/loss calculation proceeding before he could refocus. 49 attempts on his life? From who? Right. Breathe. Settle. Focus on the losses and relax. 50 million kroner in his personal bank accounts. Okay, that was enough losses. Just cuddle the money and cry. Good. A brief moment to let the tears out. Then the new missions. Plus beep boop beep. New cycle has begun host. Cycle length 12 months. Starting funds, 10 billion C-bills. Enjoy host. Plus. 10 billion, wasn't that big a deal. The 12 months though? That was a problem, he had to keep losing money for the entire time, for an entire year. The stress was going to kill him. Plus new objective, host is neglecting the core industries. Return to basics host. All tycoons must have a resource industry. Plus new objective, host is about to reach the human age of majority. Host must wave host's arms like a discombobulated creature with no hand-eye coordination. Establish a physical entertainment chain. Plus new objective, host is neglecting host's health. Host must find the reason why host is so weak and puny. Establish a medical service. Plus. Right. Those 3 shouldn't be too difficult to manage. Just. Businesses. No problem at all. He was going to ignore the remark about his health. However. There was always a however. He had trusted the system, and it had betrayed him. Plus. There had to be a catch. He was onto the system. Plus. New optional objective, host has developed a reputation as a warmonger. Tycoons cannot be warmongers, tycoons supply warmongers. Host must erase host's reputation like a true tycoon. Plus. What? What reputation? How did he get this reputation? Why? It was Erwin again, wasn't it? Plus new rule, assets owned in conjunction with different companies will count as assets based on a % of host's ownership of the assets. Plus old rule, all structures and materials worth over 1 million C-bills will be counted as assets. 10% of asset valuation is counted as profits during system calculation. Plus old rule, all assets must be used, assets cannot be left to do nothing. Assets cannot be sold. Plus old rule, failure to achieve a loss or comply with rules will result in host creating and running a social group unrelated to family or companies. Plus. Hugh had paused. The new asset rule. It rubbed him the wrong way. There was something malevolent about it. He just knew it. As was the planetary reward. Both of those, all malevolent. Why were they here? Then the messages had started to arrive and Hugh knew he had been too naive. Foolish. Why had he thought that things were too easy this cycle? It was because they were setting up to stab him in the back. This Miali. Oh, how he had thought it would not sell. He had thought that nobody wanted an ultralight, 5-ton machine in the Lyran Commonwealth. But no. There were orders, so many orders that for the next 10 years his factories had been booked out. How? That was hundreds of thousands of machines. Hugh took in a breath. That wasn't the worst of the sabotage. No. It was Egger's construction that had struck a betrayal most foul. Those primitive jump ships that he had thought they were going to produce one a year of? No. It was one a month. And they were going to give him 10% of the profit of each one sold, except for the ones Egger's orbital construction got to keep outright. In other words, he was going to get 800 million kroner every month. He was going to get an 8 billion kroner asset every 10 months, and it was only going to increase as production increase. He whimpered. How had that even worked? The O'Neill cylinder wasn't even finished, hell, it wasn't even properly started. Where were they building these things exactly? A quick glance and no. The damned hexes had come back to haunt him. Making him profits, stabbing him in the back. The worst decision that he had ever made. They were building single lines of shipyard-type blocks. Single 30M hexes in a row. Then moving them around to set up a temporary shipyard. Shifting as the vessel changed in size and shape as the construction process continued. The monsters had completely circumvented his O'Neill cylinder. They were meant to start production, like 10 years from now or something. How? How had he been betrayed so badly? Why were people buying these things? No, wait. Stupid question. Any jump ship is better than no jump ship. The better question is, how had he been suckered into this deal? Hugh pulled up the data on the screens. Went cross-eyed before typing in the search bar. A considerable effort later and oh. Primitive jump ships could be constructed much more easily, because the material tolerances for the jump drive were much lower, and the jump drive was smaller. He had fucked up. He had applied modern thinking to primitive designs. Even though he had a primitive gun factory. He had screwed up, and it was all his fault, damn it. That was his fault for not reading carefully. That wasn't even including all the primitive dropships they were producing. 2,500 tons, a big engine, a big empty cargo bay, and a living space/cockpit for the crew. Enough to be worth millions. Right. So. Egger's armaments and Egger's construction had betrayed him. Was there anyone he could trust? BUP. Another message? From Toll Sand War Works? The armored exosuite, now named Armsman, was also booked out? They were opening more factories with all the money he had invested? They were licensing out the design? Anton. You have betrayed me most foul. Armaments, construction, and war works, they could not be trusted. So much trust to lose him money, and instead they make it. The monsters. At least Egger's Educat. Education. Yes. A solution. Educational facilities don't count as assets. What if each jump ship had a school on board? Would it then not count as an asset? Not incur profits. If it didn't incur profits, that meant that it was making losses. No wait. He had to be smart about this. Think Hugh, think. He had rushed off before and instead had ended up stabbing himself in the back. He had to plan this out properly. Education facilities don't count towards assets. Communication doesn't count towards assets. So. Nobody would want to learn on a jump ship, and clearly wasting money was against the rules, but what if he used the jump ships as messengers? Host is correct about rules ++. Yes. That would work. Thanks for reminding him. At least the system wasn't entirely heartless. A reminder that the system is not human. System does not possess a heart. Comster was always talking about raising the price of HPG messages, said that costs kept rising. Their CD-class communication services were just jump ships traveling to send and receive messages, which would be losing money as well. It lost so much money they only had them in the periphery. Which meant that he could just use his jump ships to send messages, like a mailman, and not incur any profits at all. Instead, it would be all losses, all day, every day. Every single jump was a loss. Comster kept losing money from their messages. He would be competing with Comster, the #1 communication service. Yes, this would work. See? Thinking through a problem would work. First, separate all the ships out into Egger's shipping underneath Egger's construction, and have the dropships Primitive Bounty was producing act as messengers. All under the Egger's shipping label, the perfect way to have net zero assets and lose money. Perfect. Didn't the government back home always complain about the postal service not making money? Always spending public money, money the government was trying to save? They were doing it for a good reason, one he had to emulate now. Be the postal service, a US Post, here we go. As for education, they would need to set up schools on the orbitals. That way, none of them would count as assets. Yes, that would solve that problem. The dropships would be couriers, the jump ships carrying the messages and the dropships. Solving all problems with one stone. Hugh let out an enormous sigh of relief. The two biggest threats to his future losses had been solved. Eggers Media was still spending money as fast as it earned it. Good. Chisaki, his most loyal division head. Someone he could trust fully. Alia Martinez of education was a close second. Agriculture kept losing money and the EDF was expanding, but still losing money. Something about having recruiting offices open in all Rasselhog worlds. That was nice of them, finding ways for him to lose money. So, in the end it was construction, and armaments. They had managed to drag Warworks in with them as well, his delinquent companies. How did he solve that problem? Hugh had to think about it. Every attempt had failed, thinking outside the box was necessary if he wanted to survive. But he was confident in his success, he was a genius. It was all coming up aces. 035 Alessandro and Iris handle their issues. December 29, 91, Thurcad. Alessandro Steiner, Archon of the Commonwealth, sat in the guest booth of the Estates General. Or rather, he sat and listened. He listened, and he was not happy with how the discussion had been going. The offensive on Kalidasa had been ongoing for the last 6 months. Due to the reprieve that the revolt of the Rasselhog Kingdom had bought the Commonwealth, Alessandro had decided to push onto Kalidasa to secure the vital mech parts production facilities for House Steiner. 6 regiments, freed up from the defense of Hesperus II and a few border worlds, due to the arrival of a mass of cheap retrotech, had been thrown at the Merrick world. The Merricks were unable to reinforce as quickly as the Commonwealth was. Unable to match the economic might of the Commonwealth. Unable to fortify as fast as the Commonwealth. Or so he had thought. He had planned it all out, had war-gamed the scenarios, had input the variables. In actuality, they had, the fortifications more than enough to grind down the regiments. Lick had failed, not been able to provide him the information that he needed. Failures everywhere he looked. Something that only the long-ranged retrocannons that the Defiance provided for their refits had prevented from turning into annihilation. Now, it was a matter of a stalemate, more reinforcements were arriving, but the quick promised victory that he had promised turned out to be nowhere in sight. The failings of the regiments on the ground, failures in intelligence, failures everywhere he looked. Now he was here, a guest of the Estates General, placating the masses, so he could do actual, important work. While it was not custom for the Archon to sit in on the debates, indeed, usually the Archon only appeared if asked to appear in the face of a submitted bill. Alessandro was here because he was about to submit a bill in favor of a reform to the nobility system. To elevate one Hugh Eggers and the dukes of the provinces of the Commonwealth to the rank of king. Why? Because of the need to reward him for his unwitting service, and to create a divisive point of contention in the Estates General. The warlike border worlds, led by the Tamar Pact and bolstered by the homeless, those representatives that had lost their worlds to enemy aggression, would support the appointment, seeing it as a means of using the new beachhead of the Rasselhog Kingdom to pummel the Combine into submission. Placing a warlike creature such as Hugh Eggers in charge of Rasselhog would only please such a faction. That the Rasselhog natives welcomed the idea of Eggers being in charge mattered not. The more commerce-focused internal worlds would be instead seeking to pursue peace, which Hugh Eggers represented the antithesis of. A creature of war such as he, would disrupt the economy. Ruin everything, they would say. Both sides would come into conflict, and uselessly debate the topic until the end of days, allowing him to get on with what he needed to as Archon. Hell, when this worked, he would be able to elevate the Kelswas, the Lestrades, and the Steiners would be elevated to kings for their rule of the Tamar Pact, the Federation of Sky, the Protectorate of Donegal. It would see more authority revert back to the nobility as worlds petitioned their kings or archdukes. Less power in this useless rabble of politicians, who only had to do the courtesy of listen when he spoke. Further, they would owe him favors. Favors he needed to get the regiments he needed to push the Merricks of Kalidasa. One more push, one more major offensive and he would have the world. Instead, he got to listen to the Estates General, useless politicians, bicker about the success of his offensive. So, what if the regiments had been ground down? They had the reserves now that defense could be done by infantry on the front line. It was not as if it were his fault they were incompetent. Were they not reading the same papers that he was? Did they not understand the need for modern and retro armor? It was not as if it were difficult to acquire, either. These idiots speaking as if they knew the realities on the ground had Alessandro furious, but he couldn't simply dissolve Parliament without causing even larger issues. As furious as he was with them, he wasn't stupid enough to forget the lessons of previous Steiners. Still, this was ridiculous. How dare they question his strategy when they didn't even have the intelligence briefs he had, didn't have the generals he had. Representative of Lanam requests to speak. Oh, what now? The floor is granted to Representative Lanam. Thank you, Speaker. I am here to speak on an important matter. Specifically, the fact that the Smiali and the Armsmen have been seen in use in the Free Worlds League. On Kalidasa in particular. The room started to shout. Of course, it was something that was seen there, the regulars and Arcturus troops were equipped with them, he wanted to say. Stupid, sanctimonious fool. I mean, specifically, that brand new Smiali auto machines, and the Armsmen exosuites, have been seen in the service of House Merrick. A deathly silence filled the room. Yes. Current export bans include anything 20 tons and over from being exported beyond the borders of the Commonwealth. This, notably, does not include the sale or the licensing of designs that are under 20 tons. Designs that include the Smiali and the Armsmen. What are you saying? That the Merricks just bought our inventory? No. What I am saying is that the Merricks walked into the Commonwealth and bought the production rights of the Smiali and the Armsmen, as well as RetroTech weapons designs because they weren't covered in an export ban. No Lyran company would sell weapons to our enemies. Are you saying that one of the companies was a traitor? What I am saying, Representative Cameron, is that the Merricks formed a trade company in the Commonwealth. Using the same loopholes that Jaina Automotive uses to sell its combat vehicles to the Free Worlds League. This trade company, registered in the Commonwealth, purchased the rights of unlimited production, regardless of location, for quite the sum. 10 billion C-bills from what I understand. And have, quite legally, returned to Merrick Space to begin their own domestic production. All, quite, legally. Because the laws that I brought up last year to combat this very situation, was shouted down by this very chamber. Alessandro clenched his fists. Yet could not do anything about it. Commerce was the lifeblood of the Commonwealth, to strangle it would be just as deadly as any combine raid. And yet, there was a middle ground. Instead of simply banning all trade, it would be possible to ban the sale of strategic rights and goods. Clarify existing legislation regarding export bans. Yet, the question remained. The rights were sold legally, fairly. What could they without causing the corporations to erupt in fury? Further, the Combine, using the same loopholes that Rostaban Agricultural uses to sell grain to third parties, who sell it onto the Combine proper, have gained access to the same rights. Rostaban, I might add, has been encouraged to do so by this very chamber. For we fear a Draconis Combine collapsing in on itself because half its population is starving, and so we hand them the tools they can use to cut our throats. Oh, you old fool. You're just raising this up because your pet company tried to sell the rights directly and was sanctioned for trying to sell to an enemy state. You're just angry you couldn't make profits from the designs, and you're taking it out on Rostaban and Jaina. I say, kindly, fuck off sir. The room erupted into roars of anger and bellows of indignation. Order. Order in the room I say. Representative Jaina, you are out of line. The room gradually fell to a more peaceable quiet. Still filled with angry mutterings, of course. Representative of Sudaten would like to speak. The voice cut through the shouts and agitation of the crowd. The floor is granted to Representative Sudaten. Thank you, Speaker. The reason that we export grains to the Combine is quite simple. While the dragon may starve, in its desperation, it will lash out. Seeking to steal what it cannot purchase, ravaging the worlds of the Commonwealth. Or have you forgotten the First and Second Succession Wars? It was this very chamber that approved those measures. If there is anything that needs changing, it is the tightening of the restrictions on what can be exported. Do not act as if we must close all exports out of the Commonwealth. The war of words continued but, Alessandro was impatient. The Archon will speak. He called out into the chamber. He had better things to do with his time. I am here to announce the addition of new ranks to the Commonwealth's nobility. Continuing from my ancestor, Catherine Steiner-Mardson's reforms, I will be expanding the ranks of the nobility accordingly. These will include, but are not exclusively, kings, archdukes, grand dukes, counts, burgraves, ritter, and lords. The specifics will be included in the bill. This bill will be passed soon and the adjustment of noble ranks and titles will take place accordingly. That is all. As he left, he could hear the room erupting into chaos. Not that he cared, he had more important things to worry about. Like how on Kalidasa he had new threats to the operation. It may be over time and over budget, but he was Alessandro Steiner. He knew what he was doing. As he strode out of the chambers, he wondered, in the back of his mind, what was it that he had forgotten? No matter, it wouldn't be important if he couldn't remember it. Knocked out face, January 29, 92, Blackjack 3. Iris Steiner sat on the roof of the Eggers section. The picnic table under a shelter of cockpit glass. In front of her was a platter of foods from Furilo. A sign of, well, trade. The first of the Providence-class retro jump ships had been symbolically gifted to Hugh Eggers at the close of December. The first primitive jump ship produced in the inner sphere since the 25th century. It had opened the blast doors. As a native of Furilo, Iris had experienced the sensation of how air could rush through the tunnels, dragging with it all the loose rocks and materials that had piled up from the mining machines. This was not dissimilar. The primitive bounty concern had, upon discovering how little germanium was in use with the primitive jump cores. Germanium mass, that scaled proportionally to jump distance, had opted to create an even tighter jump radius jump ship. One that could jump 15 light-years instead of the 22 of the Providence. One that was armored to the gills, with weapons to fight off raiders, and a truly cavernous hold space. Itself possible because of how the jump core didn't run the entire ship like a standard jump ship, being much smaller to fit the 15 light-year requirements. At 200,000 tons, with the tiny core of 70,000 tons versus the Providence's 142,000 tons, enormous internal capacity, armor, and weapons. Each was almost a mobile city. Even better, the germanium did not have to be of as high a quality as standard cores. They weren't jumping the full 30 light-years after all, imperfections were accepted, even encouraged. It would, after all, reduce the amount of germanium needed. The proposed design had been immediately deemed vital. Work had immediately started on another series of shipyards, dedicated solely to the production of these diplomat-class vessels. The first would be delivered within the month, given how the slips were essentially space sections that could be shifted in and out by tugs to provide the space needed. For Iris, what the arrival of the jump ships had meant, was the jump ship routes had been increased dramatically in number. Both messages and material were flowing at even greater rates, with Blackjack being used as a jump ship hub. The primitive bounty concern was radiating out trade journeys with the Eggers orbital construction shipyards as their base, sending out and delivering goods and messages using Eggers shipping as inspiration. The section design had been inspired, with many of the concern establishing their own works elsewhere in the Commonwealth. All the better to make use of local germanium deposits. Voton Mining Systems had just been purchased by Hugh. Under the same deal as that of Tolsand Warworks, he was driving them to produce more drills with an enormous investment for expansion. His stated goal was to increase the supply of materials to reduce the costs of aerospace production. The newly created subsidy, Voton Orbital Mining, was for the same purpose, but in space. All of this interconnectedness meant food from worlds as distant as Solaris were making themselves known on Blackjack's markets. Which had, in turn, led to this picnic in a roundabout way. Bringing the food of Furilo to her betrothed's family so that everyone could share in it was important. Being able to share her culture, that of her world now that jump ship production was rising? Even better. Not that it was cheap, mind you, not when the jump routes hadn't even reached out beyond 60 light-years of Blackjack, but her mother had chartered a dropship to celebrate the betrothal becoming official. Being able to repeat this on a regular basis due to the jump ship route that Hugh said he was establishing? Iris was certainly looking forward to it. Sitting in front of Hugh now was her mother and herself. The picnic table they had brought up looking anachronistic in the face of the sheer insanity they could see around them. Clan Wolverine, Hugh's personal guard, were already intimidating. The Veilvrate? Even more so. Dedicated to him in a way that surprised Iris, the Veilvrate spent their waking moments with the intention of either protecting their liege, or training to do so. Numbering just 200, they were some of the most capable fighters, in battle mechs, aerospace, hand-to-hand, and now, exosuites that Iris had ever seen. Some were now wearing estocs. The size of a great sword, but with a thin tapered point. Not for hacking, but for sliding in between the gaps of armor, like the gaps in the lobstered plate on the armsman suits. It had taken less than a week for them to identify a new threat, and establish the means to end it. Her own guards, for when she was outside of the Blackjack School of Conflict, were working themselves into a frenzy to match them. Her mother's guards looking slightly discomforted by the zeal that her own trained with. Sipping her tea and taking a bite of the horned cabbage and knife tuna sandwich, native fauna of Furilo, she took a look at Hugh, who looked like he had no idea what to do with the finger food in front of him. I had them tested for allergens and none will react with your body, she said, pushing the finger snack plate closer. Her mother looked a little discomforted, possibly because Iris had never done something like this at home. It's not as if she were a tyrant, but, really. It wasn't like she never did nice things for people, usually. Thanks, Iris. That makes me feel a little, Ooh, is that a cucumber? Hugh paused, finger indicating at a green tube-like organism in the sandwich. Yes, it's the panther sea cucumber, how did you know? It's green. And longish. Anyway, it should be safe to eat, right? Picking it up, taking a small bite, he grimaced immediately. Chewing quickly and swallowing, as if trying to resist the urge to vomit the entire time. Perhaps, some of the foods she was used to were acquired tastes. Why is there so much cartilage? I thought this was a cucumber. He asked, taking a big swig of the cider to his right. Yes, it's a sea cucumber. They catch them fresh from the aquaculture farms in abandoned mine shafts. Catch? Yes, sea cucumber is a type of animal. He gagged. I thought you meant cucumber, like the plant cucumber. Iris rolled her eyes. Who would put plant cucumber in a sandwich? What were they? Heathens? Glory, across the table from her, looked up and made a discreet eye roll. Someone who agreed with her, clearly, on her sandwich fillings. Is there anything here that is normal in a sandwich? Like curried eggs, or ham and plant cheese, or fried processed pork? Hugh sounded indignant, pointing at the colorful display of fillings and black bread. His other hand lifting and allowing Voidy to delicately pluck it out of his hands. One tentacle daintily put one piece of bread on its carapace, just above the eyes. As if it were a pirate tricorn. The others, with immense grace, pushed the condiments and bread into its blender-like beak, nibbling away with obviously great enjoyment. The bright green of the crisp pickled sea cucumber, the orange of its roe turned into a cream, the purple intestines gently poached for a crunchy topping. The colors were meant to contrast the darkness of the charcoal bread. A reminder of the difficulties that Furlow had during its colonization, in particular the need to survive in the mines. With the brightness of life, joy and happiness that the inhabitants experienced together to get through the decades of colonization. Morning tea, therefore, was incredibly important to the people of Furlow, no matter their income level or social standing. As it was, Iris was fully partaking in the experience, beaming at those around her as she did so. These are the normal fillings of a sandwich. I would ask what one would want with processed meat in their sandwich. Or curried eggs, whatever those are. For someone that is worried about allergies, you certainly are adventurous with your sandwiches. He just pouted and continued to inspect the small triangles of black bread and colorful filling. Finally, under the advice of her overwhelmed mother, quietly tried different sandwiches with their different fillings. Finding himself enjoying the experience immensely from the smile on his face. The ones he didn't enjoy were passed off to Voidy, who devoured with great speed, despite, arguably, having better table manners than Hugh. Or at least enjoyment was what she hoped she was seeing. Was it eating the souls of the deceased creatures somehow? She wondered. The scientific team from Furlow had finally established a laboratory and were petitioning for further scientific experimentation. That being said, she lifted her head, and the reason for her mother's discomfort entered her eyes. Behind several different dozen layers of cockpit glass, was the sight of several Smialis and armsmen arrayed in a protective formation around the picnic. Itself, not exactly abnormal. Not when she could remember picnics as a child, with the lands of Atlas providing security. What was abnormal was their active deployment, and the ongoing nature of the picnic in the face of this. In the distance, there was the sight of an armsman utilizing an experimental jump jet configuration that used an air compressor and directional nozzles for experimental hops or dashes. Blasting off as it was, to a location out in the distance from where a sniper round had just bounced off the glass to Iris' right. Hunting assassins and general ne'er-do-wells. From the other side, there was the sight of the Smialis hopping off the section roof, a pulley cable allowing them to run down the side of the building. Off to provide close security as further Wolverines hunted down the assassins on that side of the building. This had been going on for the last few days. Hugh having asked Iris why hadn't he been told there had been 49 different assassination attempts on his life. Iris had been shocked. Eyes wide open, mouth gaping, looking for all the world like she had just been slapped in the face. Before, finally, acknowledging that she had known of 23. Her betrothed had been irritated before deciding to solve the issue once and for all. Hence, the morning tea, in the open. For everyone to try and have a go at him, so that his honor guard and everyone else on planet could have a go at them. His reasoning being that this needed to be done before his siblings were born. For all his general passivity to life outside business investments. When it came to family, he was almost Steiner-like in his protectiveness. Iris remembered the almost legendary pre-space story that had been passed down. One that told a Steiner, one of 6 brothers that had been accused of a crime. The other 5 had immediately confessed to it, to prevent their sibling being sent to prison. Not being able to bear the thought of them rotting away in a cell. In the end it turned out none had been guilty. Hugh was just displaying his familial loyalty in a different way. That being the annihilation of those stupid enough to try and take a shot at him. By calling the herd, in his words, the intelligent would be left, the ones who wouldn't try anything on the rest of his family lest they end up permanently deceased. Iris had watched with horrified fascination as an assassin who had purloined a suit of armsman armor, moving with surprising skill, had rushed in to crush Hugh's skull with the amplified strength of the suit. The unarmored Vilvrate had stepped in between the assassin and her charge, a small, long knife in hand. Slipping in between the armor plates of the armpit and into the assailant's heart, the blade had claimed the assassin's life before he had even been able to whimper. It was smooth, as if it had been practiced 100 different times in 100 different ways. That wasn't the first, just the most memorable. Save the one that involved an orbital drop of a lance of mechs, which had been shot out of the sky by thousands of retro guns. For some reason, the mere presence of Hugh had led to a rather sharp uptick in the sheer number of people that wanted him dead. Well, Iris said some reason, but after being read into the Comster problem when the betrothal had become official, well, that someone was rather obvious. The communications business was a rather direct slap in the face. A gloved hand indicating he wanted a duel, to battle for supremacy. Why he had done it, she didn't know, but, despite Iris, Glory, and Mary Mackay's objections, he had gone through with the plan. One that set him, rather effectively, up as a target. He clearly knew who was behind it, so why was he picking a fight with them? Why do this instead of waiting? She didn't know, but Iris had made some peace with the fact that when it came to war, Hugh was a master in strategy. How experiencing a potential Comster blacklisting or even an interdiction played into that, she didn't know, but she was sure he knew what he was doing. It had worked in the end. All of those that might be causing problems, well, they were spotted acting out of turn when her idiot savant of a betrothed exposed himself on the rooftops. Lick, the Wolverines, LCAF Me, even LCAF Naval Intelligence were operating. The LCAF Navy having achieved a new lease of life with the projected jump ship increase. With so many ready to pick up any who stuck their heads out too far, the rate at which the assassination attempts had occurred dropped dramatically. Not until several thousand had been caught, from all works of life. Corporate spies, Merrick spies, combined spies, Capellan spies, Davian spies, Comster spies, pirate spies, perverts, exhibitionists. Half were non-issues, but the other half? Those had been dealt with prejudice. Hugh, having acted with great fear in the beginning. Looking as if he wanted to be anywhere else but here. Holding on, understanding that in doing this, the chances of assassins targeting his family reduced. Or so his thinking had been. For someone who had never had military training, Iris found it rather shocking how fast he acclimated to the feeling of being shot at. Which shouldn't be a surprise. For someone who craved war as he did, this was just normal. For her part, Iris' mother was clearly shaken, unable to reconcile just who Hugh was. The nice, charming teenager who shook her hand and gave her a tour of his part of the section. Or the cold-hearted chess master, willing to use himself as bait. Iris was only able to handle it because she had been through nearly a year of the Blackjack School of Combat at this point. Having made peace with the nature of her fiancé. That he had been willing to do this behind cockpit glass? She chalked that up to her persuasion. Initially, he had been planning to just walk up here, utterly confident in himself. Such a success gave Iris much hope for the future. In any case, they were in no danger the entire time. Unless the enemy decided to drop a nuclear weapon on their heads, at least. In which case they could just go down a few levels and be safe. Such is the nature of being inside an egger's cradle. Deciding she might as well enjoy the finger food, Iris continued quietly snacking, Glory humming as she picked apart the one sandwich she had been working at for a while now. Plasma urchin was a rather acquired taste, even for those on fewer low. The roars of jump jets were muffled behind all the glass, but the flashes of lasers and explosions certainly were not. Another idiot. She just hoped the assassins would all die before they ran out of cockpit glass. 036 Annie Virtanen considers Rasselhog. January 29, 92, Kirchbach, Rasselhog Kingdom. Annie Virtanen checked the latest message from Ufan. Despite both of them being the heads of Egger's agriculture, the reality was that it doesn't exactly work when you were on the other side of the Commonwealth from another. With entirely different circumstances to work through. As of right now, both were working on two different objectives, another point for having two different heads of the corporation. In the Rasselhog Kingdom, even on worlds in the border across the Lyran Commonwealth, there were many worlds that had suffered greatly. The Combine did not treat ecological management as a priority. Extracting as much as they could, then leaving the world to die. Ironically, Seeds of the Dragon referred to worlds that had just been conquered. Worlds, that, in other words, would be harvested until there was nothing left. Reinvigorating these worlds through the judicious use of healthy microbes, fertilizer, and rejuvenation techniques was closer to the process of terraforming than it was to farming. The entire process, one that had been designed in the early days of the Terran Alliance. Impregnating a soil with Terran microbes, fertilizing the soil. A process that had been painstakingly recovered with experimentation and effort. It was what allowed for the growth of plants on Crippen Station in the beginning. In other words, the process of terraforming was the process of turning each world into one that resembled Terra. Assuming of course that the weather patterns permitted it. As in, constant cycles of weather that would break down the formations of rock into boulders, into pebbles, into gravel, into soil. On other worlds, more costly, and energy-intensive methods were required, but here on a human-inhabited world? Here it was a much simpler issue. All across the Rasselhog Kingdom, the terraforming sites were guarded zealously. In fact, there were more guards at their sites than there were at the population centers. For all understood just how important it was that the microbe farms were kept safe, productive. Duchess Virtanen, the transfer is ready. Please. To her side, the aide stood politely, the the trappings of combine culture had not left them. The ravages of having their childhoods destroyed in the name of the dragon, annihilating their minds with indoctrination and propaganda. The research in the Lyran Commonwealth had pointed rather fatalistically at the damage it was causing their youths. Long-term, permanent damage on developing minds. That the Lyrans conscripted at the age of 16 had long been pointed out as a significant drain on the people, both in their future capability and productivity. The Combine started their propaganda and indoctrination from birth, conscription, or marriage with children at 15. An entire childhood lost. Annie hated it with all her might. Living across the border, she had been brought in by Aegir's General Utility to head Aegir's agriculture, A&D. Even the relatively, lesser damage to the people in the Rasselhog kingdom was shocking. Notoriously independent, the people of Rasselhog had managed to at least, maintain some of their culture in the face of the dragon, and yet, it was hard to look at her experienced workers. Looking as if they were 30 then they were actually in their early 20s. 16-hour workdays from 15 or younger. The constant threat of the ISF murdering you or your neighbors as subversives or just as examples to keep everyone submissive. She had hated the Combine as a Lyran citizen. Now she hated them as a human being. She wrenched her thoughts back to the present. The transfer was proceeding, the 8th such procedure in the last month. Glorious victory, one might say. Continue with the transfer into the tanker. The shipment will be delivered to Thorson's Hollow as planned. She said simply, unable to shake the sheer alienness of it all. The fact that these skilled professionals had to wait for her to give the orders, as if they were incompetent children. It struck her wrongly. Duchess Virtanen, we have confirmation that the experiment using fish feces and the starter culture has been a success. Should we continue widespread distribution? Yes, continue, good work. The entire team brightened at that. Her simple praise lightening their day, again with the comparison to children. She hated it. In any case, the title of Duchess was alien to her in a way. The noble title reform had gone through despite the howling of the Estates General. More because of how none had been consulted prior, a simple directive by the Archon breaching established protocol and custom. As a result, Duke or Duchess was no longer the greatest title one could hold, a title that covered everything from authority just below the Archonship to that of a single holding on a single planet. An example would be the Duke of Kelsway also being the Duke of the Tamar Pact, a collection of worlds, that included the provinces of Trellshire, Tamar Domains, and Orkneyshire, dozens of worlds in total, each province ruled by their own dukes. With greater distinction in rank, it had been easier to determine just who was what in this new system. Kings for leaders of districts, such as those of the Protectorate of Donegal, Tamar Pact, or Federation of Skye. Archdukes ruled provinces within a district such as the provinces of the Protectorate of Donegal, the Coventry Province, Alarian Province, Bolin Province, and the District of Donegal. The District of Skye included the provinces of Virginia Shire, Ronnie Shire, and Isle of Skye. Grand Dukes ruled small collections of worlds, Dukes single worlds or great industrial concerns. With enough expansion, an industrial Duke could become a Grand Duke of Industry. Virtanen therefore, for her efforts in the Rasselhog kingdom had been elevated to Duchess. Not a Grand Duchess for she didn't actually own Aegir's agriculture. That was her employer, Hugh Aegir's, King of Rasselhog. An announcement had been made by HPG just yesterday. There had been no royal court presentation or ennobling act. Just a simple HPG message, as if it were an afterthought. It was, ad hoc and a large breach of protocol. One wondered if the Archon was slighting her employer in the manner in which he had been ennobled. Such a matter would be enough to cause a permanent rift to form between the two, possibly even leading to thoughts of secession, as with the Isle of Skye. Worse still was the title in question. King. A title which gave many a raised eyebrow. A title that essentially declared that the Archon, upon bestowing such a title, expected Hugh Aegir's to carve out enough worlds from the Combine to become a king in reality. A dangerous title to bestow, that much was for certain. In the manner in which the title had been bestowed, and the position within, all of it spoke of the Archon handing someone who was escalating in power and influence, a suicide mission. Killing off a rival now, then later when they were in a position to challenge for the throne. Something closer to the horrors of the Draconis Combine than that of the Lyran Commonwealth. It was, in and of itself, something horrifying. The Rasselhog district was still heavily influenced by the Combine, heavily infiltrated by the ISF. Whoever was appointed king would live the rest of their lives as targets of the Combine. Never able to rest. Knowing that the Archon wanted you dead with the cavalier manner he had sent you off. And with the Combine wanting you dead for being the authority on their lost worlds. The Estates General was likely howling, yet again. Those who supported her employer in the face of his seeming execution, others who cheered joyously at a potential rival being eliminated. Annie was reminded of just how much she hated politics. Her employer had done so much good, to be rewarded with a suicide mission? Oh, how the sharks of the Commonwealth resembled their Combine counterparts at this very moment. She had never met him, of course, but would soon, when he made his way over to either Kirchbach or Rasselhag to establish his seat of power. Or perhaps he would choose another world. It was not as if she could influence the decision. Not here, not now. It would not do her any good to continue deliberating on the matter. In any case, Annie continued to watch as the tankers were filled up with starter. A microbe-rich, dense, topsoil mix. Designed to allow the microbes to flourish, even if the soil they were landing on was less than hospitable. They would be sprayed out over depleted fields, before being given a bath in nitrogen-rich fertilizers and microbial enhancers. Over time developing the soil, enriching it, creating the support network needed for crops to grow safely, with sustainability. Billions of kroner of research had gone into this, testing each and every possible mix until they had come upon the right one. Within a year of its use, based on experiments across the Rasselhag kingdom, the soil would be rejuvenated for light crop harvests. Within 2, they could be planted normally if the treatments continued. Projected yields in year 3 were astronomical as the microbes truly made the topsoil their home and this small part of the world was brought back to life. As it was, hundreds of millions of kroner had been spent on loading the mix onto aircraft and spraying it across entire planetary surfaces. While not as intensively terraformed as the agricultural plots, it would serve to inoculate the soil, and if left on its own, within the decade would guarantee the soil had been made Terran-like. The process had been surprisingly simple, in truth. The revelation that the process was in the public domain, that anyone could simply walk out of a library on Terra with it. Well, the ancients would marvel at the foolishness of their descendants, that was quite certain. All that work to rediscover what had been sitting in a book titled Terraforming for Dummies. This last shipment was the final one for today. They did not wish to overtax the microbe farms, sustainability was key for this operation. It was, also, coincidentally, the end of a 7-hour workday. Her employees being forced to go home. To spend their time, not at work, at leisure. Which had been an enormous cultural shock for them, that much was certain. For someone of her position, the work was never ending, yet she didn't do it in the office. One had to set an example, and enjoying one's rest was just one such example. That didn't mean to imply that she didn't find her own enjoyment in life, of course. Listening to songs from Egger's media, which had been spreading rather strongly across the Rasselhag kingdom was always nice. The cutting edge, or rather, experimental nature of it serving as a point of pride among the Rasselhag population. Something that they were better than the Commonwealth at. With all their leisure time now, they had been able to enjoy a greater variety of the arts. To simply sit, and think about what to enjoy. None of which would have been possible without Egger's general utility through Egger's agriculture. Honestly, it wasn't like they could use the tens of billions that had been provided to them for research and development. It's not like you can just force microbes to grow faster, after all. Instead, what she had used the tens of billions of kroner for was, well, one could call it charity. She called it a future investment. The money had been used to continue what the Combine had been doing due to their inability to actually manage worlds properly. Purchasing food and having it shipped to the people of Rasselhag. Ensuring that they could survive. Whereas before the Archon had been providing the funding, albeit grudgingly, with Egger's agriculture offering to take on the burden, it had been handed over with unseeming haste. The Archon apparently eager to refocus on his future conquests. Yet another point to the hypothesis that he wanted her employer dead. Spending all their capital on Rasselhag, and then be killed by Rasselhag natives. Saving the Archon, the problem of dealing with Egger's general utility and Hugh Eggers in the future. Yet, for all that the Archon might wish it were so, Annie and Marzio had been doing their best to ensure this would not be the case. Even prior to the announcement of Hugh's promotion. The people of Rasselhag were, in a very unethical way, captured by Egger's general utility. Egger's construction was providing the defenses with their cradles. Egger's armaments with weapons factories established on every world, granting every citizen the protection of arms. Smialis and retro weapons coming off the line in the thousands. Tolsand war works, establishing exosuite factories on their worlds. Exosuites that could be used in civilian life, working alongside the Smiali to give the Rasselhag people all they had missed in the last 700 years. Egger's media with film, music and art lauding their struggle, teaching them to think in the same manner that the propaganda and education in the Combine had done. In a much more benevolent manner, of course. Egger's defense force, arming and training the militia across all their worlds to use the weapons of Egger's armaments and Tolsand war works. Egger's education for providing the people of Rasselhag a higher education. Even though it was learning through mail, it was better than anything that they had prior. Indoctrinating them into believing the spiel that had been handed out regarding their new opportunities in life. To believe that a better life was possible. And agriculture, providing them the food they needed to survive. In other words, nearly every aspect of their lives was in the hands of Egger's general utility. Was it any wonder then that the people were so eager to have Hugh Eggers as their ruler? When he was, essentially, providing the services of leadership in the first place, was there any reason to choose another? Annie wasn't exactly sure, Just how far ahead the boss she had never met had planned matters. Putting her in place, focusing on agriculture, the EDF on training missions, the construction, everything from the foundation upwards had been planned out. She had heard rumors of his monstrous foresight. That it had come true in such a way? Predicting even the Archon? Monstrous. On the other side of the Lyran Commonwealth, a similar story was emerging. Duchess Yu Fan speaking of how they were nearly becoming the de facto leadership in some of the more remote and primitive periphery worlds. Hopefully, the kings or archdukes/duchesses would do their job and take control of the situation. That an agricultural company had more influence than the ruling family, was just a little embarrassing in Annie's opinion. Settling down in her room after a day of supervision. No manual labor today, Annie took a deep breath and sighed. There was the matter of the other worlds in the Rasselhog kingdom that needed handling, but she could see to those after a brief break. The largest media project of Eggers Media had been released. Settling down into her room, joined by her honor guard. An expected accompaniment of being a duke, as well as a necessity as decided by Eggers' defense force. The defense force personnel took up positions around the room. One could never be too careful, especially when the ISF would be doing their very best to kill off the closest thing Eggers' general utility had to a representative in the Rasselhog kingdom. At least before the boss arrived. The Farmer, A Tale of Rasselhog, 2992. The overly long name, a necessity given just how many other movies had been titled The Farmer in the last 1,000 years. Even the date alone wouldn't be enough, given how common the name was. In any case, she settled down in the couch, her guards half focused on the movie, half on keeping her alive. The tale washed over her gently. What a beautiful propaganda piece. A retired warrior sitting on his farm, tilling the soil with a repurposed war mech. Trying to make a living. Only to take up arms again because he absolutely had to. Because the world could not allow him to retire peacefully. Fighting against the Combine, not out of a grand purpose or crusade, but because he wanted to defend his people. Immediately dropping his metaphorical sword for a plow immediately after. Was there anything that would appeal more to the Rasselhog peoples? When most of their mech warriors retired from the Rasselhog regulars after a mere 2 to 3 years of service because of the constant ISF observation and intrusions. When every aspect of their lives were suspect because of the mere location of their birth. Retiring to get out. Wanting to get away from that life. There were thousands of mech warriors in the Rasselhog kingdom that were, themselves, representative of the Combine's exclusionary policies. Unable to truly see themselves as Combine, defining themselves by their local communities because of the constant discrimination. By establishing it was the local, and not the Combine that owned their loyalty, in such a beautiful way. Annie shook her head, there would be school assignments on this movie, killing any desire to watch it again by generations of children. That much was certain. All set to a song that touched her heart. Annie shook her head, this must have been in production for months. Before the Archon had likely even thought of making him king. Even if he hadn't been elevated in rank, he was doing all he could to help the Rasselhog people. This was why she was loyal, despite having never met him. Never gonna give you up. The great humanitarian. Never gonna let you down. Hugh Eggers. Never gonna run around and desert you. Still, what foresight, insidious in how it made you second-guess yourself. Never gonna make you cry. 037 Mary ponders the clans. There was a certain amount of rush. The Archon had sent through a message to the HPG. A message that hadn't even been sent off as priority. Arriving after a month from its travel-in system given the Class B HPG Blackjack possessed. It was, in simple terms, a bit of a shock to those of the planet. Especially when arriving dropships had broadcast messages of congratulations. Just, what had the Archon been thinking? Said thought had run through the heads of all in the room, as well as the rest of the people of the Commonwealth. One did not appoint a king, one of the same social standing as the King of Tamar, the King of Donegal, and the King of Sky and act so cavalierly in said appointment. Some said that it was because of the fact that the Lord was not a soldier or mech warrior. And thus a civilian, belonging to a people that the Archon ignored completely. Almost clan-like really. In the LCAF, he didn't have the best of reputations because of deep raid. One that was getting worse because of the unofficially named Kalidasa fiasco. His reputation in the civilian sphere had started out rather positive and was now dipping as time went on. The people involved looking on with horror at what it was he thought he was doing. Marching into the Estates General and placing his demands before leaving. Not conducting a full enrollment ceremony for Hugh. Stripping defensive garrisons from worlds to push onto his absolute focus, Kalidasa of all places. The image of an Archon focused on a single issue to the detriment of everything else was problematic. Especially in this age of change, where the entire structure of the war that the Commonwealth had been used to for a century was changing. Changing so fast that a month could go by and new innovations would emerge onto the battlefield. Already armor had been issued to frontline units, plates welded wherever possible to counter retrocannon, superseded not a month later by steel-integrated standard armor. Soft steel lamination with the traditional hard brittle steel. Like the ancient ship armor of Terra, hard and soft, for the best of both kinds of protection. Krupp steel they called the process on Terra. All had taken place over 3 months, the battlefield changing yet again as retro-weaponry was rendered temporarily ineffective. Until the introduction of Sabot round, a weapon designed to pierce truly stupendous amounts of armor, which returned the advantage to the retro guns, the Sabot piercing the soft/hard steel combination to do the same amount of damage to the boron nitride plates underneath. Retro guns once again reaching their stable point, the only change being that of ammunition, that needed a smooth-bore barrel to fire from. Innovation, from all successor states, was driving the war-making potential of all sides, and this Archon with his blinkered vision was causing many to consider, perhaps another would be more appropriate. For Mary Mackay, Vice Lord of the Wolverines, Lord of the Veilvrate, and now Ritter of the Lyran Commonwealth, the matter was immaterial. The simple fact was that his lord had been sent forth into the Rasselhog kingdom, to make the people of the region his own, to integrate them into the wider whole of the Commonwealth. For Mary, he was sure the clans would say something about integrating and killing those who refused, as simple and as brutal as the Pentagon clans were. Not an ounce of subtlety in them. Really, from the tales of his gene-sire, it was all hit this and hit that and trial this and trial that. It was as if they had no other purpose in life that wasn't hitting things with cannon and laser. Founder, in the clans, he wouldn't even be given a voice in a room such as this. Having no blood name that he could claim, not when his older sister in the Siko had defeated him and thus earned the right to carry their gene mother's blood name. Every 5 years, of births would be grouped into Sikos, to compete for the right to carry their gene mother's blood name onwards. Those who did not have a blood name could earn one through truly awesome acts of prowess. The tribe would vote and confer it, again, a necessity given just how large the inner sphere was. Mary was hoping he would achieve this soon, the Lord had created a great number of enemies after all. All he held now was his sphere name, the surname that one needed for registration in the Commonwealth. The changes to the clan ways was a necessity he had been taught. Here, in the inner sphere, where the environment was different, so too were the predators and prey. And a true Wolverine adapted or perished. In any case, he stood, arms crossed, as more figures entered the room. Preparing for their exodus, those that were intimately close to Hugh Eggers, his lord, were here to ensure it all went smoothly. The first such meeting since his lord had decided to expose himself to assassins as if it were a simple matter. In the end, he had been right that it wasn't an issue, but really, all it took was one lucky shot, and he would be dead. Like Nicholas Kerensky, one simple accident, and he had been rendered lifeless. His works dying with him, his dreams shattered, turned to ash by the Pentagon clans. The same could not happen to the dreams of Hugh Eggers, the Nicholas Kerensky of this age. Around the table were sat Fan Eggers, Catherine Eggers, as well as the department heads of Eggers General Utility and their representatives. There was a pause before Fan Eggers decided that he needed to speak first. So, how exactly were there 49 assassination attempts on Hugh? Before the entire semi-suicide thing he had going on, how exactly were there 49 attempts? What exactly was going on for this to escalate like it has? Frowning, he looked at the others who were in the room with them. Lek, LCAF me, and LCAFNI, the ones who were meant to be keeping tabs on those who would harm the Lord, and the Commonwealth's interests. There were no recognizable markings or any form of identification from them. If we didn't know better, we would have said that they had emerged from hyperspace to conduct the assassination. Lick spoke up, face irritated by the fact that they hadn't been able to be relevant. Crack. The sound of glass being crushed filled the room. Eyes turned to Catherine Eggers, who was gently wiping the glass from her gloved hand. Face bland, almost empty of expression. If not for her skill in the cockpit of a battle mech, Mary would have thought her a pint-sized elemental. One of those from Clan Ice Hellion, bred for speed and not strength. Are you saying we have no proof, even now, even after all of this in the last month? It was as if the room were inhaling, unwilling or unable to breathe out. Not quite. Thanks to the efforts of naval intelligence as we've been able to locate, or at least identify, a black hole in our operational planning. It has proven invaluable to naval intelligence. We will be looking to acquiring self-contained computers from Eggers Media in the future to fill this void. The use of linked computers and a central mainframe has made our systems embarrassingly open to infiltration and subversion. The meeting continued as the intelligence failures highlighted a single group with great skills in electronic intrusion and with immense intelligence gathering capabilities. One would say that it rather narrowed down the options. In any case, the look on Fan Eggers' face was bland, almost placid, one might say. As the one in the loop, it wasn't as if this was anything new. Catherine Eggers meanwhile was looking increasingly furious. Increasingly unable to control herself if the lack of any fragile materials near her was any indication. In the end it was too much. 34 assassination attempts since he's done something stupid like exposing himself. One orbital drop by Unknown mercenaries. Amateurish. All after my idiot of a son announced he was starting a jump ship mail business. The who is obvious. They, I will deal with in time. What about the ones I can deal with here? Catherine's voice was deadly quiet. Given the brazenness of the Lord's actions, we've been able to identify 392 different individuals acting abnormally in relation to their standard actions. Out of a current population within 10 kilometers of each, picnic, of 900,000 individuals. Mary considered the issue. One could weigh it, really, less than 1% of people wanted Hugh Eggers dead. But when there was a population of billions in the Rasselhog kingdom, well, that was a problem, wasn't it? Just how far would they take matters, exactly? Acting like the clan law enforcement from the stories of his gene-sire would only cause uprisings. Allowing them to act as they wished without any kind of consequence, on the other hand? Well, that raised another set of issues. As Vice Lord of the Wolverines and leader of the Veiled, thankfully that wasn't his problem. Direct threats against the Lord were, and well, the manner in which those were dealt with, tended to be permanent in nature. The more finicky issues of just how to get a population to comply was the EDF's problem. The issues of vetting the population before they came into contact with his lord? The Wolverines. He was here to offer direct responses to direct problems. Still, he could see the dual, contrasting approaches on the faces of the Lord's parents. The indifference of Fan Eggers, advocating for the continuation of the use of his son as bait. A cold man who put the safety of his wife above all, with the Commonwealth coming second, his son a distant third. Mary didn't blame the man, he had seen the same from the exiles as they had arrived, indoctrinated as they were, it was difficult to get anything out of them except their one fixation. The one that they had replaced the clans with. His gene-sire had been much the same. On the other hand, he could see Catherine Eggers and the utter, all-consuming need to devour her foes, consume them whole and leave nothing behind? Well, that, he too could understand. An elemental in the same position would experience the same feelings. Of impotence in the face of something greater. Born to pilot an elemental suit, aggression was the core of their existence. If an elemental was not aggressive, that elemental was dead, or worse, a failure. This thinking had infiltrated the armsman pilots of the Veiled, itself conflicting with the ideology of precision and patience overall. Those who were recently of the clans, of the dark caste that had escaped to the inner sphere, were, themselves, espousing traditional clan tactics. That which they had been raised upon. Comparatively, those who were born in the inner sphere, trained for the Third Succession War, itself a much less intensive series of conflict compared to the singular ferocity of a clan trial. Focused on ensuring they were able to conserve their strength for the killing blow, to take that one opening with maximum force. Both of these ideologies were working their way through the Veiled, and as its commander he had done nothing to prevent it. If anything, he encouraged it. It was only through competition that one became stronger, that one became more than the sum of their parts. Mary, for his part, could see this very same dynamic playing out between Fan Eggers and his wife. One, utterly furious, demanding immediate action and annihilation of her enemies. The other, who, was seeking to use this as a means of further pest control. To seek the annihilation of threats to those he cared for most. He just needed the bait for it and trusted the Wolverines to keep said bait safe. As a newly appointed ritter as per his lord. A knight, an expert in the field of arms. A warrior of the greatest honor, he could agree. As a Veiled? Unthinkable. As it is now, we can do a clean sweep of those who are counted as suspicious. But, most of those are from different successor states, corporations, or other groups of interest. They aren't exactly after Hugh with malevolence in mind. In fact, judging by the fact that many of these are particularly attractive according to the Hugh metrics, I think it is safer to say they were here with a more carnal nature in mind. Leverage, in other words. Sandra S. Mathiasen, Lady of the Wolverines, spoke. His superior and the one in ultimate command of their lord's protection detail. There are no threats for me to annihilate. Apologies, Duchess, but the Wolverines have dealt with them and handed the ones left alive to lick. His lady looked calm in the face of impending death. Catherine von Eggers clenched her fists before relaxing. An almost tranquil expression on her face. Settling back down, pausing, like a predator waiting for new prey. For his own part, Mary felt the same general distaste as those of the inner sphere had towards the idea of bigamy. A consequence of being born in this time and place. The idea that these men and women would try to use their own bodies to achieve someone else's aims? Distasteful. Why did not the lords and ladies come forth and use their own bodies for seduction? To achieve their goals with great honor. Not this skulking and relying on patsies. Comparatively, those of the clans, as they arrived, were, well, much more frivolous. Or was it promiscuous? No, promiscuous came with negative connotations. It was more accurate to say that they considered sex as something to deepen friendship, natural even. To not be willing to fornicate with your friends was to be abnormal. Free with their affections. The first thing that one did when integrating the Pentagon Wolverines into the inner sphere was to give them a rundown of, well, social norms. Like, not walking up to those they might consider attractive and asking for sex. Or treating the elderly with respect. It was not as if this were still the harsh clan worlds, where those that could not contribute to the clan itself were cast aside to die. Like the elderly, or those born with genetic illnesses or deformities. A great deal of acclimatization was required for them to be released into wider society, like one would catch and release wild fish. With the same sexual proclivities as wild fish, at that. Fertilizing a batch of eggs and leaving them under a rock to hatch. A surprisingly apt analogy. He would need to relay it in the future to his Siko. They would, no doubt, find great humor in it, and disseminate it yet further. Fishborn they could call the Pentagon clans. But it could not be traced back to him. What if his blood name was for humor, Mary F.B. McKay? Mary Fishborn McKay. He would not be able to bear it. In any case, Mary wasn't here just to ponder clan morals, not when he had to deal with the Lord's move to the Rasselhog kingdom. Really, the problem was that out of the worlds they could choose, there was a list of bad options, and worst options. One only needed a single successful strike out of a population of billions for Clan Wolverine to, once again, be without a great father to guide them. Or an empty rock with very little in the way of infrastructure and allowing massive armed forces to drop on them while they were fortifying. Two options, both with great, if different risks. Which, is why, with great shock, Hugh Eggers had announced New Oslo as his capital. The one battle mech factory in the Rasselhog kingdom. The one place, therefore, where there would be a truly ridiculous level of infiltration by the ISF, the Dragon, ugh. Mary just sighed and shrugged his shoulders. If that was what the Lord wished, then so be it. This meeting was a matter of how Eggers' general utility would respond to this change in their circumstances. Of them, the most difficult to move were Eggers' orbital construction and Eggers' education. Everything else, due to the simple nature of either using retrotech, or just being so spread out in the first place, would just require a shift of the corporate flag. This is the new headquarters and done. Naturally, the Lord had chosen the simplest, and most effective option. To simply build another set of structures over and on New Oslo. Why haggle over details when one could solve them? Now it was a matter of administration. Mary here to make sure that the journey was safe for the Lord. He had a habit of just moving. Not pausing and waiting, just moving forward and threatening to get himself hurt and injured. Through what appeared to be blind trust in the veiled rate. It couldn't be that he didn't consider the consequences of his actions. That was ridiculous. The Lord had prepared himself quite thoroughly for the conquest of the Rasselhog kingdom. Doing what the Pentagon clans were simply unable to consider, winning the peace. Making them essentially, his. Turning a population that should, by all rights, hate him. Into one that, was, not overwhelmingly positive. But better than the average, which, considering the Combine's indoctrination of its people, truly impressive. He mentally shook his head. It wasn't that the Lord was impetuous and didn't think ahead. No, with all that Mary had seen, the little Lord just trusted the Wolverines to keep him alive. To have such overwhelming trust placed in oneself, it was more than a little humbling. Still, now that he thought about it. What would the Lord do with the Panther factory on New Oslo and their owners, Gordon, Kingsley, and Thorpe Enterprises? 038 Hugh prepares to move. January 2992, Blackjack 3. ++BUP. Hugh looked up. Head ringing with a great sense of worry. As in, what is going on and why does everything look so difficult and bad and why am I even here worry? Damn it system, it's not even 2 months into the cycle, why are you giving me an alert now? ++ noblesse system initiating. Welcome host ++. Fuck off system, I know that's you. ++ system acknowledges user's attention. Showing noblesse oblige like a real noble system initiated. Stand by. ++ system, I know that's you. You've even got the smug little ++ thing you do. ++ true nobles demonstrate their superiority over other nobles by having a healthy and prosperous people. Rule like a true noble and bring happiness to your people. ++. What? Hugh paused and pondered. When the fuck did I become the ruler of anything? When did I become a noble of anything? My parents are the Duke and Duchess, what the fuck is going on? His profanity-laden words hid a great deal of worry. 2 systems, well, one system that was cosplaying as 2 was just going to make his life harder. Like. A lot harder. The stupid rules and missions were going to get him killed, but he was Hugh Eggers. A man of 2 lives. He was going to beat this damned system no matter what. ++ system initiating. Noblesse system activation complete. Host must complete objectives to receive rewards. Objectives relate to host's subjects. Each objective will not be constrained by time. Host must complete objectives in order. Host will be subject to penalties for not meeting objective requirements. Does host accept this noblesse system? No cycle timers. Objectives clearly laid out, that's not so bad. Penalties, he was used to those. But really, no time penalties? That was easy. Yet, he could totally handle it. I accept, he thought at the system. First objective, host's subjects are suffering. Host must demonstrate noblesse oblige and raise the life expectancy rate from 48 to 75. Fuck. He had been swindled. Fucking, should have thought it through before accepting. It was the same system, the system was always trying to screw him over. Why had he trusted it? No, that was his fault. He had been too trusting. Even after all this time he had thought a little good of the system, but this new objective? Even he knew just how hard it was to get life expectancy up. For the first mission as well? Just stab him in the balls now and call it a day. How long would this even take? What about the penalties he would incur? Second objective, host must ensure host's personal household are appropriately attired. True nobles are well presented from all angles, from the lowliest blade of grass to the top of host's unkept hair. Right. First objective reward, host will no longer suffer from allergies. Hugh had been entirely wrong of the system. The system always had his best interests at heart. Let's go. Second objective reward, host will develop hand-eye coordination. Host will be able to catch flying balls and other objects. And there we go. Thanks system, you really are my best friend, he thought. Objective punishments, failure to meet any objective within 6 months will result in host running 1 marathon, 42.195 kilometers. Continued failure will result in 1 more marathon every month. Failure to comply with punishment will result in loss of noblesse system. Well, exercise, wasn't so bad? He had no intention of losing anyway. Let's get started. Wait. What was he meant to be the noble of, exactly? Knocked out face, February 29, 92, Blackjack 3. It had been 3 weeks before the message finally arrived. Before he had found out just what it was he was meant to be in charge of. The Rasselhog Kingdom had him declared as king by the Archon, which, was, really? The Rasselhog Kingdom? What did he do to be appointed king of that place? And why would they even want him? Seriously, these were the questions he was asking because everyone else thought this was a good idea. Like. Really? He had thought his people were a little, misguided at times, but wow. The whole noble fever thing really bit them hard, hey? Well, that was the Lyran Commonwealth. He should know, he lived here for 20 years. Noble titles were really the best way to improve your social mobility in the Lyran Commonwealth. The people must be really desperate if they were willing to accept him as king. But, well, if they had questionable taste, then that was on them. Losing his allergies was the priority. It didn't matter who he was in charge of, Hugh was going to raise their life expectancy rates. Anyway, king. First thing had been to give everyone standard uniforms. Second objective was a go. A light teal, almost turquoise color, purple secondary colors and white or black highlights depending on personal choice. Long clothes of linen or cotton. A flare at the end of the trousers and sleeves, a little lace for maximum flounce. As with all of those comfortable in their own skin, a little lace never hurt. As with a little flounce. A little in the way of boots and of course, the Zen capes. Half-shoulder capes because, nothing could not be made better with a little cape. And, as with all anime teenage boys, a large coat that you hang on your shoulders. The kind where you don't put your arms in the sleeves, so it flaps with the wind. Of course, there had to be little clasps, so it wouldn't just fall off if you lean backwards, or if there was a strong wind. As young Hugh had discovered many a time in the extremely windy city center. Where the high rises had created massive wind funnels that stripped one's loosely hanging coats off them. Weeb. Ha! As a great man once said. There are 2 kinds of people, those with kinks, and those who are liars. Hugh wasn't a man too afraid to admit his own kinks. Hugh was a well-adjusted human being system, he wasn't afraid of making his style preference known. Just because the system didn't have a body, didn't mean that it could denigrate his fashion choices. Sure, half the ideas had been workshopped to hell and back, but at least the general stylistic choices had been accepted. Sadly, no lace on the cuffs, it was a strong frilly fabric instead. Sadly. But it had worked. Getting the new uniforms into production had taken a few weeks, and they were coming off the production line now. Soon, his people would be the best dressed and he could play sports without fumbling every catch, or tripping over his own feet, or giving innocent people accidental concussions by falling on them. Soon he would be able to sit at his desk without accidentally knocking his teacups over. Anyway, the clothes were set, now the Rasselhog situation. He still had to lose money. And if the situation on Furilo had taught him anything, it was that he had to keep an eye on his people at all times. All of the profits they had incurred had stabbed him in the back. Stabbed him with sheer, complete, utter profits. Hell, Toll Sand War Works. All the way over on Furilo, they were. There being nothing there to keep an eye on them, which meant that he was dealing with immense profits. The armsman was being licensed to anyone with a pulse. All of them paying him profits, more and more and more profits. What the hell, Lyran Commonwealth? You talk about how much you love assault battle mechs and heavy battle mechs. But now you care about an exosuite that was under half a ton? What fresh betrayal is this? This Miali. 5 tons. An ultralight that they were calling a militia mech that was officially an auto machine. Where was your assault bias, Commonwealth? You liars. All of them were selling, but Toll Sand. Toll Sand had betrayed him the most, the armsman, and the light battle mechs. The utterly useless factory he had bought, was now making profits hand over fist. New production lines, new weapons, new systems. How had they managed to start producing their own fusion engines on their own? Who was providing them with the computers? The weapons? With his eyes off them for a single cycle, Toll Sand had worked with some, unknown, parties to stab him in the back. Traitors, the lot of them. Therefore, he had to have everyone where he could keep his eyes on them. Which was why he had chosen New Oslo as the capital, or at least his headquarters. Why? Because that was the only battle mech factory in the Rasselhog kingdom. As in, it was the prime place to make profits. He had to keep an eye on it at all times. What if it betrayed him like Toll Sand War Works and started to make money? Potential traitors had to be kept close, watched. Which led into the latest problem because the system is a bastard. Plus reminder, system is not human. Human social norms do not apply. Plus. That being, taxes counted as income. As in, taxes counted as part of his personal wealth. As in those billions of people over 43 worlds from a border connecting Kustine, Injodin, Furliten, Predlitz, Pomme de Terre, Vipava, Radai, Trondheim, Pinnacle, and Thule, had left him with a substantial tax income in the next 4 months. Every 6 months the taxes would be collected, and because of that damned Archon not sending the message through priority, he was now a month behind. Growling. Right. Priorities first. Using the providences, which were needed because there were several worlds in his new kingdom separated by more than the 15 light years of the diplomat-class jump ships. Well, lots of worlds in the periphery, were also more than the providence's 22 light-year jump limit, but it made things generally easier. A direct chain of them constantly moving between Blackjack and New Oslo to carry his messages. He had to keep in touch with the businesses remaining on Blackjack to prevent them stabbing him in the back. The route was New Oslo, Bruben, Liazen, Kirchbach, Verdhandy, Chateau, Maxie's Planet, Trelli, Butler, Malibu, and then Blackjack. A pain in the ass. But needs must. Otherwise, he would be dealing with betrayal that he wouldn't have known about for months. Thus, he had to bring the most troublesome companies with him to New Oslo. A king had to live within his kingdom and all that. All would be joining except Egger's education, who he could trust to lose money, and moving all of the education facilities wasn't very practical. Oh, and Egger's media would stay, they were always good at losing him money. Everyone else would be coming with. Well, everyone except the companies he had bought with their headquarters elsewhere. Like Toll Sand War Works, the traders, and Votan Mining Systems. Egger's orbital construction would keep their facilities here, but future work would be divided between New Oslo and Blackjack. After all, moving everything and starting from scratch would lose him all the money in setting it all up. It would give him the chance to lose money and complete mission objectives as well. Healthcare, and physical entertainment. Those Rasselhogians, would be instrumental in losing him future profits. Actually, now that he thought about it, why couldn't he also ask the Blackjack School of Conflict to come with him? Or at least set up a new sister school. They could even be passive-aggressive to each other, like the PSA sports teams as a kid. They would be the New Oslo School of Conflict, but spending all the money on a military school? One that needed new vehicles after exercises, new buildings, targets, campuses, mechs? Absolutely yes. Now that he thought about it, didn't he have a solution right here for his tax problems? The solution to having too much tax revenue was to spend it. Weren't all the governments in his last life filled with deficits? They were always losing money on things, like spending 400 million to save the Great Barrier Reef, but only having one building and a few scientists to show for it after 5 years. Governments were just inefficient like that. Governments were the best way to lose money thinking about it clearly. Governments were always trying to cut services, like cutting public infrastructure and wages, they just weren't able to make enough money to provide them. The reason why they kept cutting healthcare subsidies was because of the huge debt they had. They were always saying how the government couldn't spend money, always had too much debt, always losing money. Yes. Now that he was thinking, wasn't the government just an endless pit of money? An endless loss-making machine? He had been too hard on the system. This noblesse cosplay and the system original were actually trying to help him out, weren't they? 039 Hunter lays the groundwork. April 29, 92, New Oslo. Hugh Eggers, their king, wouldn't be moving to New Oslo until after May, when his 4 sisters would be born. Or decanted. Then spending some time cooing over them and welcoming them into the world before heading off. Whether that plan would remain intact depended on Catherine von Eggers, and if she wanted to move to New Oslo as soon as possible to hunt down dissidents was up in the air. Like custard in the ceiling, would it drop or would it stick? Having been brought into the secret along with the other division heads, Hunter had been rather, well, shocked. This was possible? Of course, it would be possible, it was 21st century technology. Retro technology, once again, demonstrating that in the here, in the now, they were still so far behind their ancestors. Iron womb for mothers who had trouble bringing children to term, or to protect premature children. The first theory was that the Wolverines had kept the technology, had maintained it through the succession wars. The other theory was that they were essentially the secret children of Kerensky, having returned from wherever the Exodus fleet had left to work for Hugh Eggers, after centuries of being absent. The legendary SLDF deciding to work for someone, who at the time, hadn't even been a noble? Someone for whom the word high-tech meant gunpowder in a barrel? Yeah, that wasn't something any of them thought was possible. Present over New Oslo in orbit, the men and women of Eggers Construction and the subsidiaries were ready to begin. Gulag Jonasdottir had been put in charge of Eggers shipping. Hugh Eggers sending down the order for the construction union leader to take up the role. From construction union leader of Blackjack, to one of the largest union leads in the Tamar Pact region, and now heading over to the Rasselhag kingdom to establish herself here, the question, really, was just how high Gulag was going to be able to go. As it was, being in charge of Eggers shipping, with 3 months of production behind it, had already gained control of 2 jump ships. The production rate was accelerating at such an insane degree that it would be a wonder if every single world in the Rasselhag kingdom didn't have at least one in orbit at all times by the end of the year. Imagining it in his mind now, of how Schiphol Slips had been able to produce 1 ship every 3 to 4 years. Yet, with the shared primitive bounty slip, there had been 3 in 3 months, with yet more emerging as the production process was streamlined. Especially with this secondary, or perhaps, primary shipyard going into the future. The diplomat lines were coming online next month, yet more slipways were being laid down even now. The problem was no longer the supply of metal. No, it was the meat, the crew. As with so much that their lord had done, meat was now more important than the metal. There were many who recognized his genius and were ready to follow him to New Oslo, regardless of initial costs. After all, the members of the primitive bounty concern were highly interested in maintaining their ties with Hugh Eggers, king of Rasselhag. Royal decree, after all, was a very good way to ensure your products stood out beyond all others. Or perhaps it was to ensure that they were able to make the most of this new, almost virgin market. Only despoiled by Eggers' general utility making inroads before anyone else had been able to step foot in. As a thank you for their assistance in turning the kingdom to the side of the Commonwealth to begin with. Entering such a market with E.G.U's backing or endorsement. Worth more than germanium. Which was why, here in this room now, a great deal of very important personages were gathered. The jump and now the burn towards New Oslo. A small fleet of dropships from all these different corporations and Eggers, shipping with their military salvage from their king's journey to and from Furilo. Their plans had been made on the trip here, a 2-month journey by jump ship. It being April now, 2 months to hash over the plans of what they would be doing once they arrived. 2 months to hit the ground with their feet already in motion. Thousands of men and women were ready, willing, able to get Eggers' orbital construction up and running. The first thing to be established was the ground factory. One that would be producing the space molds as they were known. Each one the same size as a block, but designed for orbital living. In other words, with a slightly canted side wall to allow for them to curve upwards when put together. With enough, it would form a circle. The 2 types were the residential areas, and that of the construction areas. Like slipways, possessing the equipment needed to shift large masses, weld them together, and keep the work crews safe during the process. Designed by the Lyran Free Traders Association, Lockheed, Schiphol, Bowie, Semler Datatron, Ioto Galactic Enterprises, and Defiance Industries, it was proving to be the Lyran standard for orbital construction. Something everyone could handle, regardless of their other issues. Each would be shipped up, in halves, to ensure that the dropships available for the task, could handle the load. Once construction on the ground was fit to purpose, they would begin lifting the materials up into orbit to begin construction of the orbital infrastructure in earnest. Which meant, really, that right now, all were here to ensure that the ground-side production would be handled as efficiently and quickly as possible. They wanted to get in on the action, to begin domestic Rasselhog production as soon as possible. How else were they going to make profits? Now that we are all here over New Oslo, let us check the daily horoscope before we continue. May luck bless us this day. The representatives of some of the most powerful corporations in the inner sphere looked at him expectantly. Hunter, for his part, pulled out the dedicated horoscope computer they kept for this purpose. Turning it on, he gave the inputs of planetary location, date, time, and how many individuals were in the room. Our daily horoscope is for New Kyoto. Our zodiac animal is the Kyotan armor bear. It reads: Be ferocious, today is the day that you may experience joy as you venture from your lairs. Everyone nodded, pleased smiles on their faces. Yes, it seemed as if everything they did together with Egger's general utility was under the power and assistance of some external entity. So much so, that they were, indeed, extremely happy with this potential future that they found themselves in. Today, we begin our great work. We will, in this time of trials, ensure the prosperity of Rasselhog, and in the legacy of true Lyrans everywhere, make profits while doing so. The room burst into applause. Polite applause. They had been cooped up on the dropship for too long to be anything but polite. All wanted off, there was so much work to be done. Knocked out face, April 29, 92, Blackjack. Gulag Jonasdottir looked a little apprehensive about her new role. Fleet Admiral of Eggers Shipping. A rank that was reserved for the Lyran Commonwealth's navy, yet bestowed upon her by Hugh Eggers. She who was merely a union head for a single planet. Well, multiple planets now, anywhere that Eggers Construction built their molds and thus an Eggers cradle, but still a union head. But now it was clear that Hugh Eggers either knew of her clan allegiances, or had strong suspicions of them. Why else would he give her the rank of Fleet Admiral? Her of all the potential people he could have chosen, it was the Wolverine that had created his honor guard. The only other role that she had, which he would have known of, is that of mech warrior qualified, and construction. Yet, he had chosen her. Would he do something like that? Something so wasteful, something so foolish? Someone with no experience in the naval arts, being handed control of something so vital to Egger's general utility? No, he was not so foolish. Clearly, he knew of their meeting, of how they had been formed to keep him safe. Of their clan origins. How had he known? The greatest of their anti-surveillance equipment had been deployed, the only ones there that would have known him personally were herself and her father. Truly, a monster of insight. Perhaps he didn't know the specifics, but had intuited that something was happening and that she was at the center of it all. A shake of the head. Her lord, King of Rasselhog, truly was deserving of their loyalty. It was why she had sent out a second round of feelers. Of those merchants, laborers, and few warriors of the Wolverines who had fled the Pentagon worlds, carefully keyed messages had been sent using their secret ciphers. Those that had manned the clan's shipping routes, their warships, their patrol craft. Those, in other words, that would form the nucleus of Egger's shipping. Not that it would be sufficient, of course, not with the sheer number of retro jump ships and retro drop ships that had been projected for construction. But, they would form the core of the school that had been established. One that was, even now, struggling to find teachers. Mainly because the Lyran Free Traders Association had their own academy system. That being from parent to child, master to apprentice. Sanglamore on Sky was the only other academy to teach jump ship operations, but it had been wrecked during the Second Succession War. Leaving no formal academy from which to draw educators. Perhaps that was why the Lord had chosen her. Knowing of her allegiance and those that she could call upon, it was only natural that she was chosen to bring more Wolverines into the fold. Truly someone worthy of being spoken of in the same breath as the Great Father. It was these people who were running drills on the Providence-class jump ship, escort class. The one she was standing on the bridge of, trying to get her bearings. While she wasn't a naval-trained warrior, she was a Union head. She knew how to delegate. All would be Union this day. Anyway, back to the topic, with greater speed than the cargo or armory-class vessels, the Providence escorts were able to deliver a hail of rifle fire on target. Standard rifle fire at that, aerospace and dropships not having been granted the Krupp standard armor upgrade that their ground-based counterparts had been re-equipped with. Each Providence capable of firing hundreds of shells every 10 seconds, the flak screen created would be a threat to anything lighter than a warship. Using an archaic layout, a contrast to the standard jump ships of the inner sphere, or even the clans, it was certainly something that they needed to acclimate to. Specifically, how modern jump ships were essentially thin tubes wrapped around a germanium core, with some living spaces, some weapons, docking ports, station-keeping drives, and storage. Comparatively, the Providence was closer to an Aquila jump ship. With its own weapons, internal ports, marine quarters, bulkheads to counter boarding actions, and numerous small craft bays to launch aerospace interceptors. Aerospace development that had been rushed to an insane degree. A response to the Archon's call for development of a counter-to-mast dropship and jump ship invasion fleets, the Razor's Quig. Aerospace craft that had been designed purposely for this task, to only serve on the new fleet of retro jump ships, nowhere else. After all, their use anywhere else would be a war crime. Taking inspiration from the battleships of the United States Navy, member of the Western Alliance and then the Terran Alliance, these vessels had truly enormous main guns. Main guns that were, in simple terms, able to fire nuclear warheads. The A-10 Warthog had been the other half of the inspiration. A small craft built around its main gun. A 503mm cannon, that ran the length of a single craft, with a single shell inside the chamber. One that was a nuclear shell, no ifs and buts about it. The rest of the craft was either small rifles for close-in anti-missile and anti-small craft defense, and an enormous amount of armor to keep it in one piece on the final attack run. The first models were ramshackle things, likely to shake themselves to pieces if the main gun was fired, no secondary armaments present at all. The initial shells were still largely inert armored slugs. The nuclear warheads were being developed, safely away from anywhere that may be populated. Really, the most difficult thing about the craft was the main gun. They had the documentation from Terra. How these guns had been the first things laid down because of the time it took to produce. Layers of metal with layers around them heated, the tubes inserted, and the outer layer cooled, compressing, and constricting. Repeated layers of this for maximum strength. Or of the boring operations for the rifling with one rotation a minute, so great was the heat generated. Nothing like a high-tech autocannon. Working that out had taken months, each worked production example took equally as long. The production facility was almost as large as a Providence slipway, just for the space needed for that many guns, each 25 meters long. But, when it was refined, when it finally received its nuclear armament, it would represent a potent threat to any invasion force. One craft was a danger. 10? 20? Only the truly insane, or the truly massive, would press forth an attack in that case. All of this combined together to form the core of a rather primitive fleet. But, in time, like with the retro cannons of Egger's armaments, of the primitive elemental-like copy, sheer numbers would find any gaps in an enemy's defenses and shatter them. Why was this important? Because the clans. The Pentagon clans were coming. Maybe not in her lifetime, but the stories that had been emerging from the Pentagon worlds were of singular focus in the years prior. An escalation of force, of scale, of frustration. As with all societies, throughout time, as they had learned during their time in the inner sphere. Of how the histories of the inner sphere, truly was not so different from the clans. Of an increase in military strength, and a need to justify it. Against those close to them? Of the other clans where their bidding system reduced their threats to the lowest possible strength? Where was the justification for this build-up? In terms of simple socio-history, that which the Wolverine studied extensively, well, there would have to be an external, unifying threat. Of a war, an excuse, justification. The clans were coming, perhaps not now, but soon. Gulag Jonasdottir had been placed into the role by Hugh Eggers. One who understood there was some kind of threat on the way. Understood that Gulag was a representative of the Sphere clans, here to assist him. Instead of treating her or the Wolverines with caution, with fear. King Eggers had embraced them wholly, had taken them as his own. Held back nothing in supporting them, money, armaments, armor, training. Everything they asked for was given freely. With anyone else, this would have been an invitation for a coup. Again, as had been repeated throughout history. But they were Clan Wolverine. Was there anyone more suited to this role? Anyone more honorable? No. Truly, his insight was monstrous. The best thing that she, Gulag Jonasdottir, could do to repay this trust was to prepare his future navy to counter the clan threat. After all, when one's honorable armies are annihilated through sheer number alone, where to turn but to the Snow Ravens, to the clan navy? And when they did, she would be there waiting. Retro jump ships or not, nuclear warheads had a way of evening the playing field. 040 KHME. Think of Rasselhog. April 29, 92, Blackjack 3, Providence-class jump ship Eggers. Catherine von Eggers looked down at the 4 infants. Mine, the ever-present beast in her breast rumbled. Content for now. Its hoard had increased after all. With the help of Douglas, she had decided on a series of names. Names to represent the future, a tradition that had been carried through with her own. Catherine the Queen of Old, conqueror of empires. Their names would be just as portentous. Boudica, Athena, Triu, and Juno. A warrior queen. 2 goddesses. And an insurgent leader against a nation several times of her own. One would hope, of course, that her children would survive without being tortured, or killed by ancient Terrans or gods, or committing suicide to avoid capture. Denied, the beast rumbled. Really, the names were aspirations, not life goals. In any case, as the little bundles of wrinkles gormlessly moved about, like small slugs desiring nutrition or shelter, Catherine watched with satisfaction. These were hers, born from her flesh, from her blood. Sure, they weren't capable of much now, but in time, they would move on to great things. If Hugh had proven anything, it was that with a little push, even the most hermit-like of people would achieve legendary glory. Granted, the one who had done the pushing? Well, she hadn't found them yet, neither had Fan, but when she did, there would be blood the beast had demanded. She agreed entirely with it in this situation. Bundled up as they were, the creatures were never long without human contact, Catherine holding Juno closely, Hugh rubbing the cheeks of Boudica as she grabbed at his fingers. Unable to properly identify the world around them, Catherine knew, from personal experience, that the beast hungered within the grasp of their fingers, the near claiming of those that were around them. So had she as an infant. Not yet cognizant of the world, yet knowing, in her very bones, that these formless shapes were her people. It was why she had allowed the Wolverines to be present in number. The Wolverines, her own retinue, who should have their own unique name at this point, and those of Aegar's general utility that were of great value. Those that she could trust, those that she felt were worthy of the honor. For these little ones, like herself, would claim all who were around them. Individuals of worth that would protect them, guide them, and most importantly of all, be of value sufficient to earn a place in their horde. Theirs. Mine. Ours, the beast acquiesced. The children were its children as much as hers. She would share, of course, for they shared the beast, one that ran through her family line, a maternal blessing and curse. She wondered what would have happened if Hugh possessed such a curse. Would he have been driven insane? A single-minded focus on a goal that was unreachable? A never-ending thirst that, no matter the wellspring, could never be quenched? Driven insane by the betrayal of his body in the face of requirements to leave his room? To brave the outdoors? She did not know, and was grateful this was not the case. He had been born normal. Eyes panning left as Iris Steiner, betrothed to join her family, through Hugh, a minor detail, held try you with great concern. As if this were the first time she had done this. Here with several blackjack instructors to establish a sister school to the blackjack school of conflict. Which, really, might be the case now that she thought about it. Hold her tighter, arm under the back, hand out along the back shoulders. Iris jerked at the voice, looking panicked. Try you, for her part, already knowing what she liked and did not, whined in frustration. Catherine nodded in approval, as with any child of the Aegar's family. One must know what they desire, know what they want above all else. If one denied the beast, it would do nothing but lead to insanity. Which was why they were on the Aegars, first of the Providence-class ships. Traveling onwards to New Oslo now. She had been unable to deal with the infiltrators that had threatened her son, mine, and was going to make up for it with the thorough annihilation of those that would threaten him on New Oslo. The very idea that the Combine would not try? Ha! Impossible. She would wait for them, would see great joy in their annihilation, for nothing else would satisfy her, not here, not now. Knocked out face, Hugh glared at the sky. In between bouts of jump sickness, and playing with his new siblings. They were always the best at that age. He remembered his younger sister and brother. How they had been the cutest ever. Carrying them around, pushing them on the stroller around the neighborhood, getting them walking and having fun. Then the first word to come out of their mouths had been no. Oh, the betrayal. Then they had complained about his beard being itchy. What was he? Their grandpa? Ugh. Hopefully, these little ones would go a little while longer before deciding he was the uncool one, before they needed someone to drive them around, that is. In any case, he was glaring at the sky because he hadn't read the questions properly. A curse in his existence, damn you for tricky questions system. Damn you. Plus system reminder, host's reading comprehension is not a function of the system. Plus. Yet, screw you system. Getting everyone uniforms was great. Until, it hadn't shown completed status. Why? Because he needed to get the bloody life expectancy rate up first. One objective at a time. Oh, how he had been betrayed by his reading comprehension. Growling. So. Life expectancy. How did one improve that? By having people not dying when they were old. It was rather simple, no? The question was, how did one have people who weren't going to die? Healthcare. Infrastructure improvements. Better work conditions. Personal satisfaction. Ability to relax and enjoy life outside of work. Preventative strategies in the workplace and culture. Cultural reformation from the top down. Because the problem, in simple terms, was that everyone was dying when they got to 48. Thankfully, they had been able to solve the issue, with the deployment of money. It was genius. It was like the two systems were working together to help him solve his problems. To lose money and create the businesses he needed, he would help his people. A big circle. Yes. That was the mindset of a noble. Or something. More importantly, he was only allowed to spend money on those outside his company, if they were his subjects. The two systems working together. Synergy, the word every manager loved to use, and now he too could use it without sounding like an idiot. His people were his treasure, each and every one of them was a loss-making machine. Which was why he had dug far. Had dug deep. And discovered, through Dobless Information Services, that the solution for all his problems, was right in front of his face. Radio calisthenics. He was going to former Combine territory, which meant that they were basically Japanese, right? Radio calisthenics was invented in Japan, which meant it was a perfect fit. Like, really, could it get any better? A way for him to hire an enormous number of people, prepare an enormous amount of equipment. Paying people to actually do it, so they develop the habit. Providing food and clothing, oh yes, all those losses would just roll in. A voice that was giving you movement directions as well as a music accompaniment. The goal being for everyone, once a day, to move their bodies in a preset pattern. Like a dance, but for general health purposes. Establishing the announcement system in every population center on every planet, sending out the recordings, the instructors, A&D. Best of all? He wouldn't be penalized for wasting money because the tycoon system was the noblesse system with a different hat. Plus slander. Plus. Oh, this would be perfect. What a way to waste money. The healthcare was even more obvious, just setting up his own private healthcare company, that provided healthcare to everyone anyway. What he needed to do to meet the standards set by the Estates General, like, the sheer basics. Basics that would let him lose money. Governments all over Earth in his first life had tried to do everything they could to cut healthcare welfare. It was losing them money, after all. Therefore, cutting welfare was how a government made money. But he wasn't trying to save money, he was trying to lose it. The solution then was to spend more. And the resources. Voton Orbital Mining had that sorted. Oh, this was perfect. Eggers Public Calisthenics. Eggers Healthcare. Voton Orbital Mining. All of his objectives completed in a single go, was there anything better? All would make him losses, one way or another. Hugh thought to himself that this was the greatest idea that he had. Citizens really were there to lose you money, weren't they? It was really too bad that he couldn't set the tax rate to 0. Worse, that idiot of an Archon had given him a tax exemption. Seriously, what the fuck was he thinking? Hugh was here, trying to spend his money, to give him the standard 30% cut of his revenues as taxes. As all nobles did in the Lyran Commonwealth, all of those billions, those hateful billions. And the Archon had decided E.G.U didn't need to pay taxes. Phew, yuck off Alessandro, you fuck, he had wanted to say when he first heard it. Worse still, he couldn't set the tax rate to 0 according to the system, he would be making money. Which is why all of their taxes would be going right back into the kingdom, all of it. He couldn't allow them to make him money, it was against the rules. Not the system rules, but his rules, as Hugh Eggers. Citizens were forbidden to make him money. They would try to do it anyway, of course. He had been betrayed too many times to trust in the inherent good nature of humanity. But, don't worry citizens, Hugh Eggers, as a noble, will use all of his money on you. He had sent out the instructions to do all of that before they left Blackjack 3, which was good. Because. Jump warning. Please settle yourselves for the jump, limbs inside the jump ship. Please turn off non-hardened electronics for your own safety. The world turned almost purple. The Eggers disappeared from his sight, the ceiling, the hull, all of it bled away in a miasma of rain, no. It was mist. Almost pink, pastel-like, almost, unreal in a way. Enormous blazing red eyes entered his vision. Each the size of battle mech, sliding up on their stalks, moving gently as the beast it was attached to decided it needed to get a closer look at this intruder in its domain. Focused unerringly on his prone form, Hugh, thinking that this was a weird as fuck dream. Coming closer, always closer, surrounding him, the vaguely main part of the body soon joining the eyes. At least, before Voidy, almost languidly, rose up. Arrogance bleeding from its every pore, or shell whole thing. The enormous creature, one who resembled a flower, if each petal was made from razor blades. The pollen-carrying things on a regular flower were replaced with eye stalks. Waving tentacles of hate and pollen, culminating in eyes that screamed of hunger and hate. Just, lots of hate in a single package really. Just like a real-life flower. One was the size of a jump ship, a kilometer long. The other the size of, wow, Voidy had gotten really big, hey? Nearly an arm length at this point. Still, tiny. A puny size that didn't do anything to detract from its presence. With a dismissive flick of its tentacle, did it learn that from his mother. The enormous flower monster recoiled back. Voidy descending with dismissive casualness. The hate creature, a flower, leaving with great haste. Hugh's last thought before he lost consciousness being thank fuck I don't remember my dreams. Knocked out face, May 29, 92, Verd Handy, Providence-class jump ship Eggers. Catherine Eggers moved, as she always did, with great confidence, and almost unseemly arrogance. In the circle of equals, Mary, Vice Lord of the Veiled, could not help but be impressed by the Eggers' blood right. As part of the family as it were, he had been present for the first few months of the children's birth. Already at 3 months old, they possessed the same hunger in their eyes that Catherine did. If their bodies were at least average for the inner sphere, their minds, their sheer determination, would make them some of the most dangerous beings in the inner sphere. That much, at the very least, was clear after the Wolverines had spent time in the inner sphere. They, who craved victory the most, would find it. In the Pentagon worlds, all fought for the right to carry the name, to carry the honor, to be the chosen one. To die gloriously as to be spoken of in their clan's remembrance saga. It was all that they had. They fought to the death in a controlled environment where all were made as equal as possible. Where, despite the ferocity in which they fought, it resembled little of how war was actually fought. How battles were actually fought. They could not comprehend what the Wolverines had learned through blood in the inner sphere. It was individual determination that made that difference between victory and death. Watching Catherine von Eggers move was like imagining what her daughters would be like when they became of age. And move she did, working to refine what was quickly becoming a martial art, exosuite combat arts, they called it. When one wore a suit of armor that prevented a straight blow of a blade from killing. Prevented shots from a weapon from killing. Prevented most of what they had trained with their vibroblades and combat tactics from killing. A system that required an entirely new, or rather, entirely old method of fighting. To hark back to the days of ancient Terra, where knights in full plate armor needed to negotiate the armor of the opponent to kill one another. Blades simply unable to penetrate the armor given its hardness, unable to cut through like one might think from a poorly made hollow vid. The battle mechs of their age, in other words. The way that weapons evolved to handle the protection, how armor evolved to counter the threat, how entirely new schools of hand-to-hand combat had risen and fallen with each new iteration of the never-ending battle. The culmination of which was the battle mech, a suit of armor able to withstand any weapon, at least once. Yet, it had been brought back to life in the here and now. No longer the domain of the noble, but for the average soldier. For in the future, all would be wearing the armsman, especially when it sold for 1,000 C-bills. A quarter again of a regular infantryman's monthly wage. Or, rather, one could purchase 5 armsmen for a single vehicle-grade machine gun. When the simple fact of the matter was that the design was the cheapest possible system, using the bare minimum in high-tech equipment, it meant that everyone could access it. The stripped-down variants that used glass in the helmet, and steel armor? Even cheaper. The first true technological revolution in the inner sphere since the succession wars began where it all started, all those thousands of years ago. The designs that had prompted an arms race of their own, plate armor. Which is why they were learning from the treatises that had been identified, adapting and utilizing what worked, and what didn't. For the sole purpose of developing a killing art that would make the Veiled the premier fighting force on the battlefield. Able to ensure none could hurt their principal, Lord Eggers, no matter what they armored themselves within. Each of their number was certainly capable, each of their number a warrior of exemplary skill. Yet, Catherine von Eggers had a way with a blade that spoke not of skill, but, an uncompromising need to kill. Said need driving her to always go for the killing blow. In a way that many, normal human beings simply did not possess. It was in understanding this, that Mary had invited her to this project, to develop exosuite combat arts to their full potential. There were 2 main schools at this point in time, that of the smash and the stab. The smash advocated for a return to the hammers and picks that ancient Terrans had used to defeat armor. Using the concentrated brute strength of the armsman and the hydraulic assist, combined with the Myanmar, to smash all that force into a concentrated, singular location. Smashing the armor, denting it, and injuring the individual inside through sheer concussive force, even if there was no penetration. It required some thought when one was wearing BAR-10 armor with its ablating nature. Hammering away at an opponent like one would a rock, cracking them open like a sand bison through speed, ferocity, and brute force. The other school advocated the use of stabbing implements. Utilizing long blades like estocks, to penetrate the armor's weak points, needling the blade inside the gaps, pushing through and stabbing the one within. The thin point navigating past the internal Myanmar layout to strike flesh. A school that filleted its enemies through careful application of violence, vision, and complete, total, overwhelming concentrated force. Both schools advocated the return of the dagger. A long, sharp, one-handed blade to act as a sidearm of sorts. A weapon of last resort, or first if one were to choose the grapple. For battle in armsman armor was not as simple as it might appear. Not when, quite simply, the best way to get around one's defensive and offensive options, was to grapple. To close in, nullify any range advantage they might have with a longer weapon, and then take the knife to work at their joints. Especially important since being so close gave one so many more angles to move a knife in. As he watched, the Duchess disregarded all of this thinking by throwing her blunted axe like a spear into the unarmored neck joint of his veiled rate. Getting past the enlarged gorget that was standard, its arc taking in under the helmet and the collar, into the soft neck. Mary shook his head at the sight. Always with the killing blow, no matter how unorthodox it may be. No matter the circumstance, in a one-on-one, 9 times out of 10, it would be her walking victorious from the ring. She was just that good. Knocked out face, June 29, 92, New Oslo. Erwin Jackson was on New Oslo already, part of the advance wave. To make sure that he was able to get things sorted for the Lord to arrive. Sure, it was the wrong nomenclature for a king, but, well, those who knew him as the little Lord called him Lord. Hugh Eggers, their king was arriving, and they wanted it to be perfect. The factories had been established, and those that had been set up by his nieces and nephews. Well, those were just upgraded. It wasn't like there was going to be a reduction of demand this close to the Combine border now, was there? Already the Combine had tried to strike. Their ISF teams moving with unprecedented ferocity to try and kill anyone they could get their hands on. It was too bad that a rather large portion of the Rasselhog population wanted Hugh Eggers here. He was the one standing between them and starvation, after all. Well, that in healthcare, of workplace reform, of simple forcing many civilian companies from the Combine era to adapt to these new circumstances. Hell, Eggers' construction was already building blocks, turning them into sections, then entire hexes. Hiring people, putting people to work, housing yet more, and uplifting an entire people's living standards were improving, taxes were down, all of it funded with the Lord's money. Was it any wonder the population wanted the good times to continue? E.G.U in their eyes was too good to be true, but they wanted things to continue for as long as possible. If only, in the manner of all humans everywhere, to drag out the benefits as much as possible. Still, this was strange, their LIC liaisons had made it clear just how out of the norm it was. ISF were fanatical, yes, but stupid? No, something else was going on, and Erwin didn't like it one bit. As he moved his arms over his head, stretching his flanks, following along with the radio calisthenics. A set of movements that the Lord had decided every employee of Eggers' general utility, as well as the Rasselhog kingdom, needed to do every morning. Stretching and opening up his lungs for the day ahead. Listening to the cheery sound of a children's cartoon as he did so. Pondering over the latest order that had been issued by the Lord to Eggers' armaments. He wanted a tank that could be dropped by parachute from orbit without further assists, could engage and destroy enemy armor at range, could shoot cannon and missiles out of its barrel, and weighed less than 20 tons. In short, an impossible vehicle. The historical version being the M551 Sheridan. A boondoggle of a vehicle, yet the Lord knew what he was doing. He wouldn't assign them to design such a vehicle, vulnerable to basic weapons fire, with vulnerable ammunition, with such a high fatality rate in its cruise upon impact. No, the Lord knew what he was doing. There was a purpose to this, and Erwin Jackson would find it. He would start by upgrading the original design, analyze it as a test bed, perhaps there was some value to be found in that line of inquiry. The idea that the Lord had deemed this a high priority, choosing to develop a boondoggle, never even crossed his mind. The idea that the Lord did not have a plan? Impossible. 041 Glory and Education. Pre-word, this is a chapter that is essentially the emotions of an educator, overflowing as the Combine's educational system is described. Why it is horrific, and why we can do better. Warning, contains quite a bit of educational theory. Knocked out face, Glory sat inside her new office. Less a secretary now, more akin to a department head. What with her leading the administrative division of Eggers' general utility. Really, while the other departments were the beating organs that kept it all alive. While the Lord was the brain that gave the commands. Administration. Administration was the blood vessels that provided the link to each and every other department. What guided the flow of individuals, of resources, ensuring that each arrived where it needed to. Ensuring that the small details that would otherwise be missed, were in turn handled to prevent larger issues jeopardizing the entire project. Such as the situation with the Blackjack School of Conflict. With the further enmeshment of the school with Eggers' general utility, it soon became evident that allowing such an organization to continue, independently, was, well, a problem. After all, this was not a regional or even a district school. Blackjack was the only privately owned battle mech training school in the Lyran Commonwealth, branching out in recent times to infantry and thus exosuite combat courses. Each month, the school became further and further linked to different departments, with supply quotas, construction orders, and more. All at cost to Egger's general utility, with the understanding this would be a benefit repaid to E.G.U in return. Either through graduates filling posts in E.G.U, or alumni opening connections, and so forth. With this in mind, Glory, operating as Hugh Egger's personal factotum, had authorized the purchase of the school. It had cost 100 million C-bills. After all, the headmaster was the one with the controlling stake in the school. Itself passed on to following generations of principals as time passed. He had a vested interest in this relationship. One that would see the school of combat rise to heights that likely only Sang Lamor or the Nagelring could match. Maintaining Headmaster Kleist as the headmaster, investing several billions in at the words of her lord. Enough to build facilities in conjunction with Egger's orbital construction and Egger's shipping for aerospace, dropship, and jump ship schools. A feat that would soon be replicated on New Oslo with a sister school in the process of construction right now. With the School of Combat, TM, brand now under Egger's education, it was her responsibility to handle the Blackjack branch, the New Oslo branch, and yet more in the future. Teaching all the skills for one to succeed in the EDF, Egger's shipping, or even the LCAF if they were desperate. Yes, she had been LCAF me, but that didn't make her blind to their faults. In this new office, she continued to sign documents and forward them as necessary. Irritating, but, as the Lord had said, all responsibility ends here. Glory, as per her role, was facilitating the transfer of LCAF officers, ex-Blackjack alumni, as trainers, purchasing battle mechs and vehicles of all types for the trainer roles, transferring auto machines and exosuites from Egger's armaments and Tolsand warworks, from their factories on planet, that she was also coordinating, sorting out payment schedules, establishing a small money house to convert local currency into kroner and more. Just like with blood vessels, administration was moving everything from each organ to where it was needed. This interconnectivity was why she was now trying to work her head around. Why? Because Egger's education was planning a top-down, and bottom-up restructuring of the Rasselhag Kingdom's education, society, and economy. It had started simply enough. Egger's education had planned to establish a satellite campus on New Oslo in March. Staffed more by higher education staff, the campus made use of the surprisingly effective combine vocational school educators. Which, really, shouldn't be a surprise. The combine had managed to survive through the succession wars relying on their vocational training, with very little in the way of higher academia. That they had done as well as they did? That truly did deserve praise. Even if the reason why they neglected higher education was short-sighted and foolish in the extreme if she was feeling polite. Disgusting and worthy of condemnation if she wasn't feeling polite. Still, it gave Egger's education a basis from which they could develop. Which, was, itself, a collaboration with Egger's media. The greatest problem that had emerged, was culture. One that would render all they worked towards pointless. Glory had read the reports. Glared at them, more like. They all knew, of course, what it was like in the combine. Yet, being on New Oslo, in previously combined territory, and seeing this sacrilege up close? This was the systemic lobotomization of an entire peoples. Turning them into thralls that were useless for anything that did not involve menial labor. To think they even have a university, the University of Proserpina that taught infantry, mech warriors, aerospace, and artillery personnel. A school that had a single 4 mechs at this point in time for mech warriors to train in. Given the honor of being considered a major combat school, making a mockery of the very idea of a university as a place for higher education. If there was nothing else, that was enough to tell you of the combine's attitude towards education for everyone who wasn't a noble. Creating dull, creativity-less creatures lacking the very spark that made humans people. As Glory read the literature that Egger's education had unearthed, especially their education department, the anger bubbled up within her chest. There was a reason that education, from all the way back into the days of ancient Terra, emphasized the need for creativity. For creativity was where the human brain did its best work. The use of Bloom's taxonomy with its hierarchy of thought was slightly outdated, but in the basic form, functioned well enough for most individuals. From the bottom to the top, it went. Remember. Understand. Apply. Analyze. Evaluate. Create. Starting from the bottom, remember, and then moving upwards, each step activating more complexity in the brain, developing the mind. Ensuring the students were able to function at a higher mental level, using the maximum of their capabilities to bring out their full potential. Anyone could recite information, yet one's true capabilities and their true self emerged when they created. For in the act of creation, one came infinitely closer to godliness. It is, after all, only true intelligences that can create, all else are imitators at best. Culture, art, life, all were acts of creativity. If all one's people were capable of was to simply apply the knowledge given to them and nothing else, Like the Combine had taught the vast majority of its people, then the question became, who would analyze problems? Who would evaluate reports? Who would create solutions? The answer was the elites, a small caste of superiors that possessed these skills, stratifying society and reducing social mobility. Even then, they lacked creativity or individuality because of the heavy focus on indoctrination in the education system. Ensuring that at the very core of the Combine, a vast, unskilled, uneducated labor pool existed for the sufferance of the elites. After all, at the age of 10, children will undergo a test. 40% will fail and leave schooling forever, the other 60% receive middle school education, the rest finish at 15. The widespread belief that further education would spoil a good worker by making them discontented with their fate? Anathema to the Commonwealth, where education was always a priority. Even when the Wandering Professor program had been halted, every citizen had the right to a high school education at the very least. Not vocational or middle school, high school. Their limited universities could not be compared to the Commonwealth's universities, not when women were not even permitted to attend. With every single subject required to justify its existence by proving service to the Combine, was there any wonder education was so limited? The Imperial Institute of Technology, the Combine's premier technological university, graduates could not even compare to the basest of Commonwealth universities. With Commonwealth education focusing on critical thinking, developing one's ability to think at the higher levels of Bloom's taxonomy, it was expected that Egger's education focused on achieving this for the people of the Rasselhog Kingdom. To develop a healthy people, for a healthy economy. Both went hand in hand. It was why they were working with Glasser's hierarchy of needs, for learning. Or rather, why administration had linked with multiple other departments to fulfill Glasser's needs. Hugh Eggers, their king, had seen all of this before he had even stepped foot on Rasselhog. Had seen, that no matter the education offered, no matter the push, the drive, one needed to meet a person's needs before they were able to learn anything. They could offer all the incentives they wanted, could offer all the investment in the world, and it would come to naught. For the people of Rasselhog had been indoctrinated, had been raised to be thralls to the Combine. To serve the DCMS in all that they did. A military with an attached society, in other words. Glasser's hierarchy stood in direct opposition to this, a series of priorities that they had forgotten needed to be implemented before any learning, any education, any improvements to their situation could be possible. And in order to do this, their needs must be met. To meet the needs of belonging/connecting/love, power/significance/competence, freedom/autonomy, fun/learning. Only by having belonging could a people feel connected and safe enough to seek power, competence, significance, recognition. Only in being competent and recognized as significant, could one seek freedom. Only in being free, could one have fun, and in having fun, one was most situated to learn. In other words, one must, before applying highfalutin educational theory, must meet the basic human needs that were prerequisites for actual learning. No wonder that it was only the nobles that created art in the Combine, they were the only ones who were able to feel enough freedom and autonomy to actually learn, to create. All else were simply cogs in their machine. Not able to have even their basic human learning needs met. Basic learning needs that the Commonwealth guaranteed in all of its people. It was why they were the strongest economy in the inner sphere, why they remained strong despite the military superiority of the Combine. Remained competitive despite the unchecked capitalism of the Free Worlds League. Why the Lyran Commonwealth, despite the limits on corporations and people both, had the reputation of being the best merchants in the inner sphere. Not the Free Worlds League where corporations held enormous power. To fulfill the mandate the FWL had been founded on. Free trade no matter the cost, no restrictions regardless of casualty. Unlimited power led to corruption, checked power led to growth. Which was why Eggers Education was working with Eggers Media, Eggers Construction, Eggers Agriculture, and Eggers Armaments to meet those needs, to educate a workforce suitable for this new, mechanist age in the inner sphere. Eggers Media to teach the population to think creatively, to not be ashamed of their own capabilities outside their set job. Teaching both adults and children through a set of media that was, in and of itself, propaganda of the individual. To celebrate their Rasselhog nature, to accept their own strengths. To teach them their rights now that they were an associate member, pending full membership of the Lyran Commonwealth. Rights extended to all Commonwealth citizens. Which itself was an outreach of the general capabilities curriculum. Designed as a means to explain and proselytize the indoctrination of a generation of children in the face of certain economic hardship and exploitation by corporations. Understanding that one would be constantly moving jobs because of no guarantees of employment. Developing critical thinking skills and people skills in the absence of time to develop mastery of specialized skills. To ensure, they could enter a new workplace and begin contributing instantly. To be satisfied with developing their core skills in the workplace because they will be working truly staggering hours to survive in this new cannibalistic environment. A system that had, itself, evolved into a system of focusing on the individual developing themselves, so they could be happy with their lives. Could develop freely. Could move between jobs that better suited their needs at the time. Giving power back to the worker. How? By developing their communication skills, to negotiate, to learn that they were not alone. That they held truly tremendous power together. To be able to simply leave and take their high-demand skills elsewhere, the strength of numbers against corporations paramount. Of course, in an unenlightened era where the workers had little representation, this did very little to curb the exploitation. Until the Lyran Commonwealth was created, that is, where unions held an incredible strength to represent the workers. It was why they were so strong. Able to meld the strengths of corporations and people. Not making corporations subservient, as in the Combine. Not allowing corporations to do as they wished in the free worlds. For general capabilities worked best when the rights of the workers were respected, where the corporations were limited in the excess they could pursue. This was why the Commonwealth was the best. It really was as simple as that. In reading these articles, this exhaustive research, it was clear. Through Catherine Steiner Mardson's reforms in education, it had, more than anything else, prepared the Commonwealth for the future of the succession wars centuries beyond her death. Had guaranteed a strong foundation in the face of a hostile universe. In analyzing this, perhaps the Star League was not as great as it appeared, Glory thought to herself. Militarily dominant, true. And yet, so weak elsewhere. In teaching these new principles of needs, of general capabilities, of individuality and creativity through media saturation. The Rasselhog population would be more happy, more capable, more willing to leave the job that they, their father, and their father's father had worked at for centuries. To develop a true civilian economy, capable of innovation and advancement. To choose. Eggers Media hitting every aspect of Bloom's taxonomy for maximum effectiveness. To educate the people on just how many options they now had as Lyran citizens. Glory checked, one last time, that all the standards were being met before she signed off on the future action plan. One that would change the lives of these people forever, with a single flick of a stylus. A list of the companies and what they were already doing, what they would be doing in the future. Eggers Construction provided the shelter, the safety, the security for family units to feel safe. For the population to meet the most basic of needs. Employing a large number of workers, they were spreading themselves across the Rasselhog kingdom. Security, in other words, of employment. Eggers Agriculture provided the food to survive, the farms to employ, and the security to feel safe. Teaching all who wished to learn, how to regrow food on the soil blighted by centuries of combine agrarian policy. Eggers Armaments, by a quirk of combine culture, was the favored civilian producer. Military goods, in the minds of the combine people, equaled excellence. A result of the DCMS automatically requisitioning anything of high quality, leaving the civilian population with the dregs. Hence, why imports were so popular, one could not trust locally produced, combined tools, materials, and electronics. Eggers Armaments had been required to quickly begin the tool-up of local factories to produce the local necessities. Working with former combine civilian companies to guarantee the market needs were met, while also providing work for a truly enormous swathe of the population. Was it not understood that small businesses were the largest employers in any economy? Said small businesses, working under Eggers with funding, certification and approval, in just a few months, had expanded the scope of their operation dramatically. All across the Rasselhog kingdom were these certified supplies and stores present. Applications for certification rising enormously as the benefits became evident. More popular than their brethren. Automatically prioritized as the firm from which to purchase civilian goods by the citizenry. In a twist of fate, the corporation that had, through force, broken off the Rasselhog kingdom, was now facilitating their clothes and shoes. Eggers Healthcare serving to improve prenatal care, providing, even the most basic of pregnancy care, of postnatal care, or actual, medical care in the first place. Hiring doctors from across the Commonwealth to provide these services, at least until domestic doctors could be trained. Again, Glory felt hate in her breast, felt the utter need to facilitate the annihilation of the combine wherever possible. That previous coordinators had cut medical funding almost entirely for entirely philosophical reasons. The nobles needed real doctors, of course, but everyone else? The dictum honorarium said, in simple terms, struggle begot strength. And so, to the combine citizenry, medical care equated weakness. No medical care begot strength. The only medicine available for a majority of the population being traditional herbal remedies. Oh, how she hated them! The sheer horror they inflicted on their own people was remarkable in how there was no limit to the depravity she could find. Eggers' public calisthenics to conduct daily brainwashing. Physical exertion and learning were positively correlated, after all. In time, Eggers' education would have a population that was educated, willing to think outside the box, and ready to achieve the goals set by the king. Not a nation of creatively empty thralls. For Hugh Eggers' demands of his companies had always been outside the box, had always been unorthodox. Thus, he was, in this moment, creating a peoples ready to fulfill those demands, to be best positioned to fulfill the greatness of his vision. To think that this vast, complicated web of education, necessities, and commodities had already been laid by the king before he even left Blackjack. That he had prepared all of it to aid a people he had never met. To give them the freedom that they had never experienced. Not through military liberation, but a liberation of their minds. Their souls. Glory had thought he was a warmonger of no compare. Yet, she and so many others had misjudged him. Their lord, their king. Not a warmonger. No, he was someone who deserved her loyalty above all else, one who continued on his path undeterred. His reputation having no bearing on his determination, his true purpose. A liberator. 042 The New Oslo War Games. May 29, 92, New Oslo. Officer Aspirant Amelie Gibbs looked over at her best friend, Officer Aspirant Marie Kerr. It wasn't that their personalities meshed, or they were just that close. No. It was closer to the fact that they had done everything together over the last year, following Headmaster Kleist about. Was it any wonder they got closer? This now being their final year, the two had elected to head over to New Oslo to finish their schooling in the newly inaugurated New Oslo School of Conflict. Why? Because that was where the happenings were, and if there was anything one learned at the BSOC, it was that opportunities rarely came to you. You had to go to them. Which was why they were here now, on the planet of New Oslo, in the middle of the largest battle that the Inner Sphere had ever experienced. 20,000 EDF troops. 30,000 New Oslo militia, trained by said EDF. 5,000 Wolverines. 350 Blackjack School of Conflict seniors, battle mech and infantry track. 4 regiments of Eridani Light Horse, what remained after Kalidasa at least. 1 regiment of Defiance Self-Protection Forces. 2 regiments of Lyran Regulars. 1 regiment of Arcturus Guards. 1 regiment of Sky Rangers. Dozens of smaller mercenary commands of battalion and company strength. And, of course 12 New Oslo School of Conflict seniors. In other words, this was, by and large, the largest concentration of force that the Inner Sphere had seen on a single planet since the Second, possibly, First Succession War. Of the tens of thousands of EDF and militia, 90% were in armsman suits. 99% of the remaining as Smialis. The final 1% in actual battle mechs. The sheer amount of armor on this battlefield was for the purpose of a single wargame. A truly enormous wargame demonstrating the effect that the armsman and Smiali would have on a modern battlefield. One that the two teenagers were participating in now, as with all other School of Conflict students who were physically capable. Hugh Eggers, king of Rasselhag, had spent 2 billion kroner to just set all this up, deciding that only an actual wargame would be effective in training the troops. That investment didn't even include the running costs of this month-long event. Spending to hire the mercenaries. To gift rewards to the LCAF regiments for rewards so that they might drop by. Paying for multiple mercenary contracts to defend his worlds, and then paying them for a training contract at the same time. Then a simulated invasion contract, drawing yet more and more in through the payments being offered. Something that had escalated until it was at this size now. Amelie Gibbs staggered briefly as her Smiali tripped. All School of Conflict officer aspirants were in retrotech. To learn how things work on the pointy end being the justification. Amelie really wished she was in her Zeus right about now. Sure, the haptic control system of the Smiali was extremely responsive. Responsive to the point that she was actively trying not to trip over her, and thus the Smiali's own feet. The way it moved like an actual human, despite being waist heavy. The engine being located there, throwing off the weight of the entire machine. Something that will need to be fixed in future iterations if she had anything to say about it. Which, in turn, meant that hip movements were exaggerated, something to keep an eye on as you moved about on the battlefield. Lots of unexpected hip thrusts, in other words. The other problem being the gun, weighing in at nearly a fifth the automachine's mass, it was a massively destabilizing factor. One had to hold the left hand firmly around the barrel to prevent itself just swinging in a large circle, before slamming face first into the ground. Marie Kerr, on the other hand, had paused, a hand on her shoulder, or the Smiali's shoulder. The Smiali using the same system as a battle mech with sensors embedded throughout the armor and structure. Sensors that translated different effects through to the pilot. Different vibrations and mild electrical stimulus effectively created the same sensations you would experience if it were the actual skin that said automachine was touching. A hand on the shoulder? It truly felt like someone had put a hand on her shoulder. Marie's Smiali steadied her own, the two wobbling briefly before resetting themselves. You need to watch yourself, stop trying to hump the air. The Blackjack native commented. Amelie glared, whipping her head back and forth. The little eye sensor that was her only view at the outside world, aside from the vision slits on the hatch above her head, itself whipping back and forth on its track. The visual feed displayed on a small screen over her eyes, tracking her head movements. Marie herself chuckled at the sight of the small cockpit glass-protected camera wobbled on its track. Amelie's left hand rising up, 2 fingers at herself, then 2 at Marie. "I'm watching you." A snort was her reply. The Grafina of Barcelona did not show it the respect of a reply. The two were part of a wider detachment of rookies. Or, in mercenary parlance, green. Hundreds of them, in their smialis, acting as a flanking force to hit the Lyran regulars and force them to redeploy. They weren't trying to actually engage them in pitched battle, of course. Not that it wouldn't be possible. Just that they were to withdraw, force a displacement, and allow the militia forces behind to push forward and cut the Lyran regiment off from its counterparts. Annihilation in detail, in other words. In order to do that, however, they needed to move quietly, stealthily. Which, really, on a battlefield as chaotic as this one, meant not making boom-boom noises and picking unnecessary fights. Spread over hundreds of kilometers, they could all hear the constant exchange of fire, of artillery. The flashes of artillery on the horizon, the artificial sunrise created by such vast quantities of artillery and cannon fire. Streams of lasers crisscrossing the sky ahead. It was beautiful, in a very morbid kind of way. Knowing that each and every one of those, if it had been live ammunition, could be claiming a life. Aerospace, bearing 290, distance 10 kilometers. The voice of their signals smiali cut across all frequencies. Priority transmission. All ducked down, the smiali being of such, human-like construction, it could lie down prone. Each of the 100 distraction force had been equipped with a sensor-dampening cape. A cloth that reflected electromagnetic signals, basically a big foil cape, that, hopefully, should hide them from sensors. The armsmen that accompanied them started doing what they had learnt over the last few days of the wargame. Pulling out their tactical shovels, and digging holes to hide in. The enhanced strength allowing the sharpened blades to excavate foxholes in record time, ducking inside and covering their heads. "I fucking hate this part," Marie muttered. Amelie for her part just tapped her fellow officer aspirant with her gun elbow. With no hand, it was the safest way to get her attention. "It's not like they can actually hear us, you know. It's a tight beam, if they could intercept that, we would already be in the shit." The air to Barcelona was about to say something when the roar of artillery detected. 45 seconds, 12 rounds, 75 millimeters. Map 12, Sector E13. Filled their ears, all with great panic looked at their maps, at the bottom right of their visual displays. Sure enough, they were in E13. "Fucking fuck," Marie griped, getting into a kneeling position for the armsmen nearby to latch onto the hull of her smiali with their magnetic hands. Amelie let out a disgraceful grunt of her own, betraying her noble heritage as she did so. Disgraceful, she thought to herself. When 4 armsmen had managed to get a hold, she started to jog forward, Amelie following with her own payload. The entire 100-strong smiali force trying to get out of the area of effect before the shells came in. Because, really? 12 shells? It was always 12 followed by another 200. Fucking bullshit, in other words. You know, what I really, absolutely, really, hate. Please don't finish that sentence. VT shells. Amelie let out a loud sigh. Their private conversation line was, indeed, between the two of them. Allowing all sort of unprofessional commentary, but there was commentary and there was cursing them. "You've cursed us, Marie. Why did you say that?" The accusation was sharp. Voidy was proof of hyperdimensional fuckery, which meant that the great god of begging for trouble, also known as Bot, was real. One that delighted in meeting all the lowest expectations, the puny humans in the mortal realm had. Well, it's too late to change the payload now. It's not like it would change anything. Then came the explosions. Plural. In the air. Looking back, the camera spinning around to face the rear, the noblewoman would see the horrific smoke rings of a VT explosion. A ring of smoke, and spout through the center. 12 of them pasting the area they had just left with simulated shrapnel and death at every turn. "This is the 3rd time, Marie. There won't be a 4th. Amelie promised, trying to maintain her balance as the armsmen clung on for dear life. Which meant that they were now going to need to maintain this movement at irregular directions to avoid being annihilated. In short, their plan had failed, now they needed to get back without being torn apart by artillery. Knocked out face, June 29, 92, New Oslo. Duchess Margaret Gibbs looked with satisfaction at her daughter on the camera. The observation booth, station, complex that had been established was utilizing a prototype Heimdall system. One that had connections to each and every soldier on the field through their equipment, giving those in the complex the ability to see everything, hear everything, and even see real-time footage of the men and women on the ground. Their sensory data fed back to a central computer for the observers to watch in their comprehensive glory. Margaret for her part was incredibly satisfied with how her daughter had turned out. Despite failing to get into a major war academy, it was clear that the Blackjack School of Conflict had indeed lived up to its reputation of pragmatism, if this was the kind of excursion that its students went on. Tens of thousands of soldiers, all in some kind of armor, moving about on a great campaign acting out an invasion of New Oslo? What better way to prepare for actual war than to drill for it in as close to real conditions as possible? Or so the soldier in her said, a battalion XO in the 6th Lyran Regulars, before she retired. The Duchess, on the other hand? The Duchess was marveling at the sheer economic might that King Eggers was displaying on the hundreds of screens before them. Every single second that passed was one where hundreds of thousands of kroner were being spent. On wages, on mercenary contracts, on ammunition, on fuel, on maintenance, on every single aspect of a running military unit. The statement, from noble to noble, was that King Eggers had money to spend on frivolous military wargame. The economic might to support it, the military force to make any invasion of his worlds a death sentence to the units involved. Monstrous, in other words. But the Duchess was taking a back seat to the mother today. Her daughter's face was on the screen as a notable given she was one of 12 participants from the New Oslo School of Conflict. Her face set in a rictus of concentration as she maneuvered the 5-ton auto machine on the battlefield. Dancing around enemy fire, her best friend, a rather close friend if the subtext in her letters home were any indication, following close behind. Despite the fear that she was showing, it did not affect her. Even when the entire auto machine flinched in the face of artillery and gunfire, visible from the haptic control system. One that caused the entire machine to move with its pilot, flinching as her daughter did. Amelie showed her mettle as heir to the Duchy of Barcelona and pressed forward, never allowing herself to give up. With a soundless roar, the muted Amelie Gips on screen, always such a mild-mannered child, charged forth with 30 other Smialis in a bayonet charge, her face set in ferocious scowl. Catching the EDF detachment of Smialis off guard. With great ferocity, the Grafina was at the head of the formation. In the fierce melee that followed, bloodless, of course. Entire squads tipped over, frozen as they died. A tap of the bayonet was enough to announce a kill, the Smialis demonstrating actual, noticeable skill with their weapons. Another consequence of having a haptic system. After seconds of vicious fighting, Amelie stood atop the corpse of an EDF auto machine. Gun in the air, the twin flags of the New Oslo School of Conflict and Barcelona attached to the small flagpole on the back of her Smiali. Flowing in the wind, telling all who could see just which family she was part of, which force she represented. Rather important when one needed to recognize more than a few dozen battle mechs on the field. Her expression was victorious, even if she had lost 10 of her platoon in the charge. The mother was even prouder as Amelie only allowed herself a moment of exultation before barking out orders, the armsmen behind moving up to begin establishing defensive positions. Your daughter is impressive. Margaret heard the words, turning to her right and seeing a rather portly-looking man waddle up. His chest was decorated with several service medals, not the least of which was Umkensi's hammer. So, he wasn't a useless social general as several of those in this room were. But the question remained of why he was talking to her, a periphery duke. Anton Tolsand, Duke. Head of Tolsand War Works. His voice was filled with pride, and was that a hint of embarrassment? Margaret Gips, Duchess of Barcelona. Her uniform had her old regulars patch on it, but little in the way of identifying markers. Ah. Well, I just wanted to apologize for what is about to happen next to your daughter. He looked abashed as he said this, rubbing the mech warrior spot on his head. Her eyebrow raised, just one. A skill she had practiced in front of the mirror for months. We just released the Locust LCT-1VA. This is actually the combat trial for it. Ah, the name Tolsand clicked. The one that had pioneered the development of retro weapons in combination with modern machines. The LCT-1VP had been armed with quickly out-of-date retro weaponry. One that was superseded by an extended 2-pounder with what they called a Little John adapter. The LCT-1VA? This was new. We armed it with a 75mm M116 howitzer. Range of 12 km with modern ammunition, weighing 1.5 tons with an autoloader and stabilizer. Can carry 2.5 tons of ammunition, with each ton carrying 100 shells. The apologetic tone was back. You don't mean? Yes. We've created an artillery mech that can outrun nearly anything on the battlefield, with enough ammunition to last an entire campaign. A&D. Well, they're about to call a fire mission on your daughter's position on screen A1. Margaret's eyes snapped up and, true enough, on the truly enormous map that was displayed above all the personal screens below, the tracked shells were projected to land in map 23, M09, the same map location on the top right of her daughter's screen. That is utter. Knocked out face, bullshit. Archduke Graydon Brewer, CEO of Defiance Industries glared at the screen before him. The highlights reel depicting the blank VT-fused shells exploding over a platoon of Smiali auto machines. All 30 of them rendered mission killed after 30 shells hit the enormous, artificial, crater they were hiding in. They tried to escape, but when 16 LCT-1 VAS fired a time-on-target barrage of over 5 shells each to saturate an entire grid square. There was no escape. Several of his department heads were here, looking almost unwell. They had spent nearly an entire year trying to match BattleTech to their existing product line, adding more gun, adding better gun, going so far as to try and add an entire 5-inch/38 caliber naval gun to an Atlas. At 1.8 tons bare, 3 tons with the mounting of an auto-loader, it could fire 127x 680 shells, each weighing 25 kilograms at 15 per minute. With a maximum range of 16,000 meters, able to use an archaic computer to independently target and engage at the pilot's direction. A machine that Defiance BattleMechs had spent the last year trying to get working. Able to handle direct fire rolls, artillery rolls, anti-armor, anti-aircraft, anti-infantry. It was the kind of gun that would make any military sit up and worry. Yet here was Tolsand Warworks bringing out a kludge of a machine that did basically everything he wanted, for the price of a Locust, with the operational mobility of said Locust, with a weapon system that was infinitely cheaper than a naval gun attached to an Atlas. In other words, they had been preempted, yet again. Brewer felt the frustration in his bones. If they had managed to acquire Tolsand Warworks in 2990, as opposed to the projected 2992 as confirmed by the accounting department, Defiance would have been able to stand here. To deploy, sell machines of such caliber that they would become standard artillery mechs of the Lyran Commonwealth. The Wasp-1PA would soon enter service as well. Equipped with the same loadout, merely with 1 ton less ammunition, in exchange for 6 jump jets. All of it could have been Defiance's, and now it belonged to Hugh Eggers. What a monstrous teen! Not even 18 years of age and already creating such seismic shifts in the inner sphere. Defiance Self-Protection Forces, a regiment of battle mechs and armor, were present to represent Defiance in this. They would learn a great deal from this, lessons that would inform future technological innovation. Vital, in other words, to their future. In the field of business, one could not hold grudges. For holding grudges saw one fail, superseded by those who were more flexible. If Defiance could not own Tolsand Warworks, they would work with them to achieve the same effects. This entire wargame was an excuse really for them to be here. The Heimdall Research Project, the Retro Armor Project, the Retro Gun Project and so many others. Different corporations across the Lyran Commonwealth deciding that it may just be simpler to create a research think tank so that they didn't have 30+ research projects going at a time, demanding their funding and manpower. Just imagine how horrific this would be if it were an actual battle and not a wargame. Archduchess Natalie van der Jam of Bowie Industries remarked. Standing to his right, her eyes were picking apart the grand melee that was happening on one of the screens. A company of 90 Smiali auto machines had stumbled upon an entrenching battalion of armsmen exosuites. Instead of it being a massacre as it would have been with battle mechs and regular infantry, the armsmen rushed forth, leaping onto the Smialis before they could react, using their melee weapons to cause simulated damage to the machines. That is, before the Smialis began to move their bayonets in and in a simulated evisceration, the armsmen were beaten back. Yet, the numbers were too great and the auto machines had to beat a retreat, a third of their number left behind. Bloodless, yes. But if it had been an actual battlefield, Brewer could imagine the sheer bloodshed as man and woman were torn out of their machines. The haptic system locking them in, preventing them from ejecting, unable to escape as their limbs were ripped off to get them out. Or simply butchered inside, their corpses resting as if they were canned meat opened by scavengers. He shuddered slightly. For all that the battlefield had become more egalitarian, it was also very much, so much more bloody than it had been before. The future fields of war, a mixture of flesh and metal in grotesque monuments to a distant memory. All of this spun around in his head before he decided that he could only get out of the future talks of cooperation what he put in. Defiance was producing the Smiali in number on Hesperus too. He would be truly foolish to not see the production and sales figures, and build on it in the upcoming discussion. And none had ever called House Brewer stupid. Knocked out face, inside a room, the postmortem of the 2992 new Oslo War Games as they were being called was happening, elsewhere. The first of a twice-yearly event from the words of Hugh Eggers. In here, however, the heads of a great number of manufacturers, designers, research groups, and universities were gathered to sign the confirmation of the Heimdall think tank, designing both weapons and civilian technologies, combining all of their might into a singular entity for the good of the Commonwealth, and for their profits. Combining the Heimdall project, the Retro Armor project, Retro Gun project, and more into a singular entity. The most influential and significant, the Heimdall system being the most prominent, and thus lending its name to this group. After all, with one such group, tax breaks were easier to assign. Hugh Eggers, sitting at the head of the table as per his right as king, looked mildly confused. As if he wasn't sure why this was happening. Which was impossible. All in this room knew just how capable he was. In the words of his people, he was a monster of foresight. A walking horoscope. His confusion, therefore, must be about something else, they theorized. Are we all sure about this? I am warning you now. This think tank will be to research the unknown and will likely lose all of your money. Hugh Eggers asked of them, looking each in the eye with the certainty of a death god. Those present felt more than a little apprehension at the certainty of his announcement. What will we be looking at first? Archduke Brewer asked, a little cautiously now. He wasn't deterred, of course he would invest in this next venture, to be at the head of the push forth instead of following behind this time. But the absolute certainty was getting to him. As principal investor and head of Eggers General Utility, Hugh Eggers was at the head of this think tank. The first project direction was at his discretion. Super heavy mechs. 150 tons at least. A new weapon, for a new form of warfare. We have reached the ultralight concept and found great success. Now it is time, to go to the other extreme and see what we can achieve. There was a rapid intake of breath. Utter, complete shock. All knew of Amara's folly, the 110-ton Matar. One that could not even move its legs before the researchers had been executed by Amaris for treason. And Hugh Eggers wanted a 150-ton ultra-heavy? All were utterly shocked. All were unable to think straight, truly? Truly? This was Hugh Eggers, able to predict, develop, and preempt an entirely new wave of technology, at the age of 16. Hell, he had been, with a mere 200,000 kroner investment, managed to position himself to become a king, equal to the heads of the original 3 districts of the Lyran Commonwealth. Worse, he had not even begun to tap into his wellspring of youth. Yet. This was a super heavy, of which none had ever been successfully fielded, even at the height of the Star League. These two thoughts battled in the minds of room's occupants. They were titans of industry, and yet, even for them, this proposal was one of sheer, utter, insanity. How much will you be investing? Grand Duchess Natalie van der Jam of Bowie finally asked. Breaking 3 minutes of silence. 100 billion kroner. The king said, leaning back on his plastic 1 kroner store chair. His expression was one of satisfaction, of supreme confidence. The plastic creaking as he gently bounced his feet. And with that, any thought of withdrawing from the Heimdall think tank exited their minds. How could they leave now? When Eggers General Utility would be taking the greatest risks of all. And with such, sublime confidence. All cheered up, all hurried to get the document passed around for them to sign. Marveling at the sensation of parchment on their skin, of the weight that came with a signature, a thumbprint in their blood. The gravitas of the moment weighed on them all heavily, a silence entering the room. Pregnant, ready to give birth at any moment. Hugh looked shocked, as if he hadn't been prepared for this. The other rumor about him must be true, then, his general denseness when it came to other people and himself. Clearly, he hadn't been able to predict just how much influence he had. Those in the room did not mock him for it, indeed, the fact that he had a weakness at all was comforting. The idea of an all-perfect god of industry left many uncomfortable. A slightly awkward teen? Much more, human. Dumbfounded, the king of Rasselhog leaned back. Flabbergasted, looking at each of them with an incredulous expression on his face. The titans of the Lyran Commonwealth congratulating him, and then each other. Wishing for a happy cooperation in the future. Each imagining the greatness that would, not could, would result from this. Of the influence they would gain, the social cachet of being in such august company, and the sheer profits that were coming their way. 043 Design me a mech. June 29, 92, New Oslo. Design me a mech of 150 tons or more. It must be useful. Defiance vehicles and Defiance auto machines looked smugly at Defiance battle mechs. I told you sloped armor was more effective. The voice of Defiance vehicles was smug. Defiance battle mechs looked irritated. The other members of the Heimdall think tank just shook their heads. The arguments between the two research heads of Defiance Industries had become something of an entertainment factor. Defiance vehicles, conducting her research into the historical vehicles of ancient Terra. Questioning why did these people have their designs so pointy? Why were the fronts of a tank at such an acute angle? Well, it was to bounce shells off as well as maximizing the armor available in that given direction. Which, in the modern era, was no longer relevant as armor would ablate all damage away. Or rather in the modern era which had just passed and not in the current retro era. Why bother with armor-facing design when there was no longer a need to, being the thought when bar armor had been invented. Which, was why battle mechs were so blocky, with so many flat surfaces. It not mattering very much when autocannon was autocannon. When laser was laser. When standard armor was standard armor. An efficient enough shape to fit the Myanmar and inner structure, wasting as little armor as possible. For every kilogram of the stuff on every mech, added up to megatons in time. Then, everything changed. Retrotech with their heavy, dense shells emerged. And all of a sudden, it wasn't economically feasible to counter them with standard armor, not when they were so cheap, not when they were so readily available. The paradigm had to change. Thus, entered the Krupp standard armor, laminating hard brittle standard armor with malleable steel for maximum protection in the face of retro and modern ammunition. Itself a compromise in terms of protection against both systems. But, good enough. Good enough, in fact, to reduce the impact of everything below 60 mm in caliber to zero. Nada. Zilch. Bringing balance back to the battlefield, for a very brief moment. The researchers were not satisfied, of course. Unwilling to accept a situation where everything was slightly worse. Given how, this new armor was less protected against standard modern armaments. A dissatisfaction that got even worse when Sabo ammunition entered the picture, one that penetrated straight through this soft armor to do the same amount of damage as retro ammunition did to standard armor. Resetting everything back to where it had started. Especially effective because so much of modern designs used vertically flat plating to maximize internal volume. Sure, the standard retro shell was ineffective against this armor, requiring the use of Sabo shot, which had the knock-on effect of making retro cannon less effective against infantry and thus exosuites, since there was no longer high explosive in every shot. But for battle mechs and vehicles? That was cold comfort. The social generals, with their influence, didn't care about infantry after all. It was their mechs were less effective now, needing to be shepherded for vital offensives instead of striding forth like the gods of war they used to be. A lesson learned by the regiments that had been decimated on Kalidasa. The Archon's campaign had gone on for a year now, and it had swiftly become apparent that all his promises weren't going to amount to very much at all. The changes to weapons, then armor, then weapons again created yet more problems for Lyran regiments. Lyran regiments that were being fed into this killing field for very little gain. Entire regiments of exosuite infantry spending themselves taking just a single cradle, of which there were hundreds on planet. Armored forces too afraid to push lest they be sandblasted down to nothingness through sheer volume alone. Problems, in other words, that needed to be solved. One that required further research. Further research into historical armor design that had raised a very simple fact. Ancient Terrans were not stupid. They had, in fact, designed their ancient vehicles with the aim to be as effective as possible for the lowest cost possible. Vehicles that were designed to take into account every possible aspect of the battlefield. It was not that they did not build 100-ton tanks because they were unable to. It was because they were limited by their logistical chains. Rail width, bridge weight limits, road carry weights, transportation restrictions on weight, weather, seasons, environment, crew requirements, all of these were factors that needed to be taken into account. Design factors were not how do I get as many big guns on this vehicle as possible cheap, but how do I design the most effective machine with 20 different restrictions. The genius of scarcity, in other words. A need to compromise and still deliver. Engines as effective as possible for weight. As few crew as possible, while remaining effective. Guns able to destroy enemy armor and nothing more. Ammunition as light and effective as possible. All of this came down, for those in this room, to a single, still relevant factor in this age of fusion energy. Armor to maximize protection for the least weight as possible. Which had led to the argument of Defiance vehicles with Defiance battle mechs. That of the idea of angled armor to increase protection. An increase to the greatest possible degree for the least amount of weight. Taking a flat plate, standing upwards, with a thickness of 10 mm. Angled just, even slightly to the left or right, and suddenly that thickness increases. No more material, no more weight, and yet, there was, more. Magical. Despite this, many of the battle mech manufacturers had defended their designs. Had defended what they thought is the perfection of machine form. The way their machines resembled human forms, and yet, there were weaknesses everywhere. Too many flat planes. Defiance battle mechs had finally accepted this truth, the data from Kalidasa and their own experiments were final. There was no arguing with the numbers, but then pointed his fingers at Defiance vehicles. Flat planes were not just a battle mech issue. Defiance vehicles produced the Manticore. The Manticore tank as an example, and not singling anyone out, clearly, was filled with absolutely 100% flat surfaces. The sides may be slightly angled, but only to the side, none of them save the medium laser turret and the tiny mantelet were angled, and that was only because they were round. Maximum effectiveness of penetration for anyone using retro weapon systems. Vehicles were simple for those in the room to handle. Angle. Angle everything. Which, of course, ran into the problem of the Panther WW2 tank. An absolute monster of angling, yet the crew inside was cramped because when one angled armor, one cut into internal volume. A box made of perpendicular, straight sides had maximum volume. A box with every plate parallel had no volume at all. A redesign was necessary and, again, they were taking their cues from the ancients. The Leopard 2 was a good mix of angling and armor, with an adequate gun. Cheap enough for every corporation to create for militia defense, The problem was offensive assets. Offense, defense, mobility, all must work in conjunction to create the perfect offensive unit. The super heavy battle mech unit that they, in the Heimdall think tank, were charged with producing, which is where the conflict had arisen, was a simple battle mech, even a new one, the best option in this new retro era? What with it likely being several times the cost of something half its weight. Especially with the issue of armor, and how to design it to survive in a retro cannon-rich battlefield. Hell, angling only worked if you turned to face the enemy. Easier for vehicles, but for battle mechs? It was, clearly, an issue that required further research. Further compounding the problem, was that every aspect that it might achieve, was already done better elsewhere or useless in this era. Mounting truly enormous artillery? Why not just use a cheaper, retro ASF in the same vein of the Razor's Quig, but usable in atmosphere? An armored colossus to crack cradles? It would be attrited from range no matter the armor, unless one was using them in Smiali level numbers. In other words, useless. A boarding machine with 4 legs that could smash into a cradle to deliver a mass of exosuites? Again, attrited from range. A larger Atlas? Probably cheaper to produce 2 Atlas and, again, attrited from range. All of these options, in another time and place, could have been highly effective. When the battlefield was that of light conflict, of constant low-scale battles. Where large battles, involved at most a few hundred mechs. Where such a machine, any of the above options could have changed the battlefield in any company or even battalion-scale conflict. Now? It would be shot to pieces before it could even take a single step. The words of Hugh Eggers, the largest single investor, but more importantly, the greatest visionary of his age, were themselves pasted onto the walls of every room. Design me a mech of 150 tons or more. It must be useful. Useful being the keyword here. In 2992, battle mechs were definitely less useful than their auto-machine counterparts without some revisions to armor and armament. Not if they wished to continue their traditional doctrine of taking damage to dish it out, a battle being effective asset management of their armor, structure, heat, mobility, and weapons. Especially when it came to cost. A locust at 1.5 million C-bills, could instead purchase 30 Smialis. Enough to kill it 10 times over. With that in mind, the scientists, the researchers, the analysts, the hundreds of individuals from a several dozen companies seconded to the think tank, from all over the Lyran Commonwealth were stymied. Frustrated. 2 weeks spent thinking about this issue, debating the path forward, all for naught. Then one voice cut through the room, a ray of sunshine, of hope. Don't lambs count as mechs? He didn't specify battle mechs, right? It's even in the name. Land Air Mech. 044 Matters of Publicity and Mercenaries. July 29, 92, New Oslo. Chisaki Nagao looked on with great satisfaction. Solaris may have their gladiatorial arenas. Galatea may have their large-scale battles. Yet, was there anyone in the galaxy that had a wargame of the scale New Oslo had just seen? No? The answer was no. Which was why every single media retailer in the galaxy with representation on New Oslo was beating down her door to get access to the recordings. Recordings possible because of the Heimdall system, not that everyone knew that, of course. Those that weren't on planet were chartering express jump ship routes to get here as quickly as possible, absolutely refusing to allow someone else to win in this scenario by gaining the exclusive rights. Not that she was selling blanket rights, everyone got a few copies of certain perspectives that they purchased the license for. Making money in truly enormous amounts. Copies were already showing up in the Free Worlds League and combined from what she had heard, from Lick. The Heimdall system ensuring she would never run out of different clips, or even full records of different units during the wargame. Hell, the mercenaries that were at loose ends in the region or the Commonwealth in general, that had been tapped for this wargame were extremely pleased with the entire situation. Marketing on this scale, and bloodless, was something none had ever experienced. When the recordings went out, they would have some very interested potential employers seeking them out. Better yet, their legends would be spreading throughout the inner sphere, and best of all, they had been paid to take part. More physical rewards were also on the way. On New Oslo, if they were willing to wait, there were auto machines being produced to bulk out their forces. Exosuites to guarantee that even their infantry were able to meet the bare minimum standard going forward. All being sold at cost to snare them as buyers. For those with even more capital in their accounts could purchase the retro dropships and retro jump ships, not that any could afford the jump ships at this point. The New Oslo slips, by decree of Hugh Eggers not having a reservation system like that of Blackjack. A genius move to encourage small businesses to migrate to New Oslo. Not to mention the sheer marketing power that the auto machine concept would receive. The haptic control system, HCS, had been developed by Eggers Armaments, and Eggers Education was being sold across the inner sphere. Anyone who wanted the rights to the system to develop their own homegrown auto machine was purchasing the entire system wholesale. Already, there were reports of the Federated Sons emerging with their own trooper-like units, of the Capellan Confederation, Draconis Combine. Free Worlds League, all, were running with the idea of a simple machine that relied on the human pilot to do all the complicated processing. Not needing to pay for complicated gyros, that the Free Worlds League were suffering a shortage of, or combat computers, when the pilot was handling all of it with their bodies. Reports that would become exponential as every company, not just those directed by their nation-states, would be looking into investing for themselves. Chisaki wasn't involved in that at the moment. She was here to sell things, to run marketing, to ensure that the inner sphere knew of Egger's armaments, Egger's shipping, Egger's defense force. Egger's everything. Ensure everyone knew about them. And, of course, the Wolverine. Waiting for a release until this month, the movie was finally put into theaters across the inner sphere, alongside with the wargame recordings. And, oh, was it big? The biggest production to date. It involved dropships, jump ships CGI'd to look like warships, battle mechs, smealies, exosuites, and legions of actors. The inner sphere would buy this modern fantasy story of Alexander Kerensky and his descendants. Not any more outlandish than many other fictional tales, however this one had a certain amount of flair to it. One that might make it unbelievable to the viewers. This idea of clans had clearly been a way for the Wolverines to lean into the gimmick, but Chisaki could see it working. As an explanation of where they came from? Ha! Who would believe such an outlandish tale? Trial by combat, trials of refusal, blood names, reaving? Ha! Only an idiot would believe such an outlandish tale. Still. If there was anything Chisaki could not sell, she had not found it. Knocked Out Face, August 29, 92, New Oslo. Gulag Jonasdottir received the message. The movie that she, Mary and Sandra has pushed for, The Wolverine, 2992, was releasing across the Lyran Commonwealth today. Settling down on the bridge of the Eggers, first of the Providence-class jump ships, Gulag beamed at the projection. The first showing, the movie that she, herself, asked to be held back. Mary was up here, coordinating with the Wolverine, majority crew. The combat drops over New Oslo from their Rook retro dropships had been messy. Effective, yes, but without practicing it properly, trying to drop 100 blocks of metal out of a dropship, each one unable to actually guide themselves, well, they were lucky half had actually landed on target. The rest had been spread out over a 100-kilometer splash zone. Luckily, there had not been any accident when it came to their parachutes and rocket adjust systems. Backpacks one put on to orient them upwards, to land on the feet. Which was good. Because, well, the numbers were there. At 50 gravities of deceleration on impact, the internal organs will experience transection, cutting in other words across the entire organ. Aortas and major arteries experience the same phenomenon, while bones fracture. 100 plus gravities and major bones will fracture. 350 plus gravities and the person will experience total body fragmentation. It was not pretty. Something that only got worse when the auto machine would catch fire and the body parts, well, it wasn't great. She shuddered delicately. Not a full body shudder, she had seen such effects before, but a slight shudder, of distaste. In any case, Mary was here as well to watch the holovid, as were much of her command staff. The room was crowded, all wanted to be here for this. Those who couldn't make it had small computers of their own to stream the event. Hark, children of the clans! To the wisdom of Kerensky and your forebears. Know what has come before. Remember it and you strive toward the future. The words of the Remembrance Saga rang out gently, the voice almost a whisper. All of those in the room mouthed them by heart. The beginning of the movie, the beginning of their story. Time spent with Chisaki had convinced Gulag that this was the correct course of action. By seeding their story now, it would ensure that all were primed for the arrival of the clans. Yet, it would also, in a twist of fate, make their story seem all the more fantastical. Gulag herself had to reconcile some of this when thinking about it from the perspective of someone who was not initiated. That the Great Father had a son, the Great Father, not to be confused with the other Great Father, who had created a society where might ruled over all. One where the people had patterned themselves on totem animals. Would anyone not of the Wolverines believe this? Would anyone think that the story was credible in any possible way? No. But, in telling the story now, it would set the stage for when the clans invaded. The story they took as a farcical attempt at a caricature of the Great Father, they would never dare do such a thing, would, in fact, turn out to be completely true. It had been the Great Father, third of his name, Lord Eggers, that had given them the inspiration to do this. Would anyone believe such a crazy story? He had said to her, and Hunter Beck, probably Hunter Beck, when they were looking at the first cradle as it was laid down. Does anyone think that it could be true when looking at what you are doing now? He had continued, Hunter saying something about his lack of management experience. Gulag wasn't paying attention to his words. Just do what you need to do. Tell whoever listens the truth, but they're going to look at this, and see a different truth. Gulag had quickly rushed to write those words down for the Remembrance Saga. Not paying any further attention to Hunter, clearly those words were meant for her, the Wolverine. Such thoughts had not clarified into reality until a later point when she had been made head of Eggers shipping. It was not merely that he knew they were not of the Commonwealth, well, technically she was since she had birth records and everything, but that they were of the clans. Thus, using her powers as head of Eggers shipping, had contacted Chisaki with changes to the movie. To put his words into action in truth, instead of using allegory for the Wolverines and the clans. Thus, the Remembrance Saga, excerpts from it sprinkled throughout the movie in the background. The direct naming of the clans, of their threat, of their society and its rules. Of a trial of refusal, and more. Throughout it all, they watched as the plucky Wolverines, always ready to challenge an enemy greater than they, fought with dogged determination and skill. Eventually using, not great strength, but guile to trick Clan Wolf, the betrayer, from their world. Suffering horrific initial losses, the young warriors of the planetary Sikos discussed the issue of this new enemy they were facing. Legendary demons of old, come to destroy all that was beautiful about the inner sphere. An inner sphere full of ugliness and marred by failures, yet it was only with imperfection could beauty be found. Taking their knowledge, applying it, and creating the conditions necessary for victory out of their initial failure. Remembering their ancient legends to craft a battle strategy in the face of this new threat. The deaths of their comrades to be remembered in the recounting of the Remembrance Saga. Throughout it all, 2 theme songs played, Clan Wolverine finding that retro synth pop was their preferred music. Take on Me by a-ha, illustrating their great determination and willpower. Clan Wolf, on the other hand, as appropriate for the clan of betrayers, of the Whisperers of Lies received the disgrace of the clan voted, worst music. Terran soft rock. For was it not Clan Wolf that the Great Father joined? And thus, was deceived into annihilating Clan Wolverine? For who else had his ears? Who else could drip their poison into his chalice? And so, for that crime, in particular, every breath you take by the police. A great insult indeed. As with the farmer, the songs were altered in instrumentation and vocalization throughout the movie to achieve different effects. The original Every Breath You Take upbeat and joyful, full of arrogance. The last showing of defeat and anger, was slower, possessive, almost obsessive. Yes. One might say that this was the perfect introduction to the clans for Clan Wolverine. An enemy to be afraid of, yet, for all they were different, were able to be understood if one took a step back and considered the issue. At the end of the experience, Gulag wiped a tear. Yes, this was exactly what they were aiming for. Perfect. In the words of their lord, it's all coming up aces. Knocked out face, August 29, 92, New Oslo. Hugh Eggers felt distressed. He imagined it was like what would happen if someone you trusted, just, walked up behind you, reached around your waist, and then cut your dangly bits off, before running away. His other corporations, at the very least, had the decency to stand in front of him before stabbing him in the balls. But Chisaki had secretly been selling the recordings of the wargame. Something he had worked on so hard and long, by delegating to Glory, to lose money. A way to lose billions, twice a year at that. Billions of kroner, just, gone through the running of machines, salaries, maintenance, combat pay, hiring of mercenaries to perform combat drops. So much money, and now he was on the way to making it back from all of these sales? What was even worse, was that Chisaki had worked together with Alia of Eggers Education and Anton of Tolsand Warworks and the Wolverines A&D. Pretty much everyone, actually. Was there anyone that wasn't part of this? Seriously, Hugh had to search up and ask Glory to actually find all the different corporations connected to this project. The Exosuite combat arts had been developed by his mother, no surprise there, and was being spread around. Which made sense, things die easier when you stab them or something. He could accept that. His mother would refuse to be left out of such a project. What he couldn't accept was that Eggers Media was selling lessons on them to public television, was using Eggers shipping to publicize it further in their travels, Tolsand Warworks selling the exosuites to schools, armaments trying to do the same with the Smiali, the schools of conflict creating formalized classes that everyone else was selling, healthcare and calisthenics selling it as a way to stay healthy, and practice a martial art to keep them safe. The EDF endorsing it and helping develop the whole system with the Wolverines. In other words, everyone except construction and Voton mining were involved in this great betrayal. It was horrific. Even his personal guards, the Vilvrate, were involved. Disgusting. He had to find some way to solve this, some way to lose all this money. Money, education. Yes, education could be free. The schools were free, thus the lessons, the materials provided, everything was part of learning, wasn't it? It could all be free. Yes. That was the way. Make all the materials free, the lessons provided for free on an educational channel on television. It would be like Bob the Builder, but with swords and stuff. Actually, why stop there? He could start a league. Yes. A sporting league of exosuite combat arts. Schools on Providence-class jump ships that would travel around the inner sphere, teaching how to fight in or against exosuites. A non-profit, educational system that would set up sporting leagues on planets wherever they were allowed to set down. Setting up different teams to compete against each other, all requiring exosuites and teachers of their own. Ones he would provide for free, it was educational. The entire school, across the inner sphere, would be funded by Egger's education, no. Make it independent under Egger's general education so that, it could go all over the inner sphere as a neutral non-profit organization. Then there would be tournaments on Furilo. Iris would like that, right? More people to her planet meant she would be more important? Or something, every year. Perfect. Perfect. He could imagine it now, transporting all those people, everything, at cost, hiring teachers, providing exosuites for free, yes. This would lose him money, and more importantly, stop Egger's media making him money. Chisaki had betrayed him greatly. He would need to keep an eye on her. Then there was the Wolverines. Good movie and stuff. He hadn't really paid attention, but one thing did stand out. Clans. Which reminded him again of HBS BattleTech, especially the mod that let you play with clan mechs. Which was seriously irritating. You kill them, get salvage, and now need to pick Prime, A, B or whatever when assembling their salvage. Why did they have such a confusing battle mech design processes? Sure, it might be because his lasers did 800 damage each, with a range of 9,000 meters, could shoot indirectly, and added 500 heat, while his called shot had 99.98% accuracy. All thanks to a little tweaking of the game files. But really, they weren't that much better, generally weren't very good looking, and never gave you mercenary contracts. So, he stomped on them all the time to build up mechs, to then sell later. Also, they had funny names like Jade Falcon and Ghost Bear. Wasn't one of them Clan Wolf or something? Was that mod based on real life? Were the clans a real thing? But, they died to headshots in every mission without even doing anything because of his nigh infinite morale. They couldn't be that big a deal. Now that he thought about it. Mercenaries? Wasn't this just another way to lose money? Mercenaries cost like 1 million C-bills every month from his memory. And that was with just 12 battle mechs without aircraft or infantry, and with a single leopard in the HBS game. Hiring mercenaries in real life wasn't that expensive, but there were hundreds of thousands of them in the inner sphere. What if he just hired mercenaries to sit around and sew nothing? ++ system warning. Host must use assets, they cannot be left without tasks. ++. Right. But, like all great men, Hugh couldn't give up on this idea now that it was in his head. Mercenaries, what a way to lose money, right? Seriously, he had to just get it worked out. After all, the EDF was quite consistently losing him hundreds of millions just by existing. So, let's puzzle it out, he thought. If the assets that he owned couldn't be left to do nothing. What about stipends or investments? Yes, that could work. System, can I invest some money into a mercenary company and not give it orders? Just, like, have it keep doing whatever, but I pay for maintenance and stuff. ++ host cannot waste money. Mercenaries hired by host must act on behalf of host. Ownership level does not matter. ++. Right. So, that plan was out the window. Wait a minute. Can I pay mercenaries not to attack me? ++. Host may. ++. Yes. He fist pumped, this was going to be perfect. He would, Actually, he had to plan this all out. First, creating Egger's mercenary hostel. Which would pay interested mercenary companies a set stipend to not attack Egger's general utility assets. And paying them to train EDF units while they were on the same world. He had to justify it, right? Nobody else was doing this, and if he did it, then people would ask why he was spending so much money on something that nobody else did. Egger's general utility had to blend in. Had to be normal. Since they were also teaching the EDF, it was educational, so even if they ever became assets, they wouldn't count on his asset sheet at the end of the cycle. Hugh clenched his fist, it was all coming up aces. Knocked out face, September 29, 92, New Oslo. The Kilo Mercenary Company was, well, a recent and new thing. Created on the other side of the inner sphere from New Oslo in the periphery worlds. A creation that was done with immense haste as this. Clan Wolverine had revealed themselves. A Clan Wolverine that was stealing their name. As the actual Clan Wolverine descendants, or rather, the Kilo. Latin for glutton, they felt the need to protect the name. Even if they had discarded it upon leaving the clans, most of their number dead from the atrocities of the mockery of humanity that the Pentagon worlds had become. The elders, therefore, had sent them out to investigate just what in the hells was going on. There had been concern of just how to do that. They had the jump ship, yes. But taking it on a trip to the literal other side of the inner sphere would leave their people without transport. At the same time, there was the issue of them having weapons and ammunition, but this being an investigation precluded their use. The debate had consumed the gulo for an entire year, until a solution had dropped into their laps. The New Eggers mercenary hostel had been established. It would provide a stipend for all who were willing to accept its terms, of not attacking Eggers' general utility assets. To train with EDF units while on the same planet, of which the Wolverines were a subordinate unit. To receive the stipend, one must make their way to New Oslo to receive certification, a trip that the IMH would pay for. While on New Oslo, they would receive access to everything E.G.U produced at cost, as long as they passed the standards check. Was there any question of what they would be doing then? Everything had been laid out, they just needed to, well, go. And so they had. 500 of the gulo had formed the gulo mercenary company. They did not bring anything that might incriminate them. No uniforms, no battle mechs, no jump ships. Merely themselves, and basic weapons one might find anywhere in the periphery. Their own ships depositing them on the Oregon border, before they themselves chartered a ship with the transit fees offered by Eggers mercenary hostel. The journey was one of 915 light years and would take at least 334 days. But, at the end of it, they would dig out the truth of these imposters. 045 Rika's daily life. September 29, 92, New Oslo. Rika Lee, mother of 3, swung her blade in an awkward arc upwards. The shaft of metal made weak contact with the opposing hunk of steel, her own being brushed out of the way. The angle, the positioning of the arms and her own body preventing her strength from being applied. In comparison, the blade that came down bounced off her armor, equally ineffective as her own swing. The armsman assisted strength, not assisting when her posture was so poor. This flailing continued for a few moments more before a whistle entered their ears, barely registering through the narrow focus Rika's world. The sound of the armsman engine on her back, the vibrations of its action echoing in her bones. The sound of her breathing in the helmet echoing loudly, the claustrophobic sense of being in a self-contained prison. The smell of her own sweat slowly turning from the fresh sport smell to the rancid locker odor. All melded with the sound of her own heartbeat, a regular thump-thump-thump that overwhelmed her very being. The tightness around the temples that demanded she drink something, the excessive saliva at the back of her tongue. The physical discomforts melding with those of the environment to create a single moment of pure sensation. For a single moment, that was her entire world before the stop whistle registered, and she gasped one final, staggered breath. A voice in the back of her mind grateful for the interruption, the chance to rest. Taking the armsman axe in trembling hands, bowing to her opponent who mimicked her, both only able to stand up because of the armsman hydraulic assists locking their legs in place. Both visibly wobbled before stepping backwards and nearly ripping the helmet off in her haste to breathe real air. As choked with the miasma of humanity was the dojo, it was better than the smell of her own recycled odor, at the very least. The air filters of the suit's interior serving to scrub carbon dioxide and other harmful chemicals. Her sweat wasn't included in that category. Stamina. You lack stamina. 3 months? Acceptable. Continue work on longevity when next come by. Remember exercise drills home. The instructor spoke with halted Japanese as Rika and her partner made their way over. His lack of Japanese language skills, a result of being born in the Commonwealth. While she herself spoke Icelandic, the language of her ancestors, all in Rasselhag spoke Japanese as the official language of the Combine. Barely any spoke German, Star League English being taught if they had to speak with the other successor state armies. In other words, that did not include her. Of course, as a loyal citizen of Hugh Eggers, King of Rasselhag, she was putting in the effort to learn German. Her EDF-trained instructor continued to guide her through a few more drills to practice at home, in her armor and without, not caring at all regarding the idea that she, as a woman, would have never been allowed near such equipment in the Combine. He wouldn't of course, it was those in the Combine that she had to experience such discrimination from, at least before the king had arrived. After the day's training, Rika and her fellow students left the room, chatting cheerfully. Their expressions full of exhaustion, but also joy. The joy that came with physically exerting yourself, and experiencing the sensation of improving one's skills. Such skills, as a housewife, had relied on her developing her menial skills, and yet, now, in the time of Hugh Eggers, such was unacceptable. All would show their full capabilities as Lyran citizens, and she would not be a proper citizen if she did not do her best to achieve such expectations. How is the business? I hear you received a new contract yesterday. Saki, her new neighbor in the business district, waved her over, the other business mothers as they had become known chattering away. Rika for her part ran a laundromat. Not one that catered to normal clothes, of course, but breaking into a new market. That of the exosuite cleaning business. After experiencing just how badly the smell got inside of her own suit, Rika had cleaned it out, her neighbors with their own suits asking her to clean theirs for a small fee, and then... Well, Eggers Development Bank had provided her a loan. Using her own simple business plan, to prove she had what she needed to succeed, and they had provided her with both money and advice on how to get started. Yes, I'm cleaning the suits for Central. They want me to make sure that their exosuites are tournament compliant. Need to power blaster the inside and outside, use some zinc oxide powder to kill the bacteria, and polishing it up. I've hired 4 more girls to do the work. A business that had just gained a contract with the Central Exosuite Combat Arts School to clean their exosuites. Not the dojo that she had just left, of course, that was just one of the many exosuite combat arts centers for the local community, barely able to fit more than 100 people. The Central School was for those deemed capable enough for actual combat instructions. As for her and the fellow housewives, it was a matter of national pride, and making the most of their opportunities now. Enjoying all that they had been denied in the time of the Combine. All the opportunities that had been thrown open by their king. One that had proven to be more of a coordinator than their actual coordinator. Giving everything in his power to his people instead of hoarding it for the DCMS. Ooh, they fight like real men. Not like the samurai and their little sticks. Did you know my daughter is learning there now? They tell me she's ready to be part of the new Oslo tournaments. Saki was full of motherly pride now. Riki wasn't one to let a chance to praise her own children pass her by, however. Rin is starting university in the fall. She's using the free education to do what she's always wanted to do. She says she will become an archaeologist. And so, the housewives began to boast of their children until it came time for them to split up. The clanking of the armsmen suits they were clad in, helmets off, no longer an alien sound or sight in the streets of New Oslo, Eggers Cradle 28. Not when it felt like the patriotic duty for every citizen to have their own suit, to prove that they were ready to be free, to be independent, to not allow the Combine back again. Ready to strip them of their newly found rights. The entire time they had been inside the Eggers cradles. These full blocks were not merely the octagonal ring on other worlds, but fully filled with blocks. A single hex held enough space for tens of thousands of people to live comfortably. In fact, it was almost luxurious, Rika thought to herself as she entered her rooms. As in, enough space for her family, a separate kitchen, a separate bedroom, a separate bathroom, and rooms for the children. It was so large that it was almost alien to the Combine-raised mother. So much luxury in fact that Rika had moved herself and the children into one room, and used those left empty as storage units for the business in its early days. Now, they were filled with miscellaneous storage from the many different commercials on Eggers TV. The idea of having her own things for leisure, items that didn't need to be linked to her work, it was freeing. Her own husband had left the realm of the living not too long ago. Killed in the original uprising against the Combine. While he may be dead, his legacy was that of a free Rasselhog, and she could not fault him for it. Even if it had meant, in the Combine proper, such an act would have left her and her children destitute. Possibly, even falling into the realm of undesirables to be purged. As she pulled herself out of the armsmen, constant practice allowing her to do so in under 10 minutes, Erika called out to her children. Or at least the ones that were at home. At 15 Rin was meant to be married, yet such practices had been forbidden by the king. The age of 18 was the youngest that one could marry, any earlier, and it would be considered a crime against the kingdom. One that saw no outcome but death. Currently, she was at Eggers Education City on New Oslo. There to learn, not arriving home until later in the evening. Dinner is here. Into the living room. The stamping of 2 sets of feet, the agonized wheezing of their couch, and the sounds of blades chiming filled the home. Everything in their apartment had been produced on New Oslo, and yet the quality was exceptional. Lyran Engineering, they called it, and she could believe it. Setting her personal suit in the cleaning room, right next to those of her sons, themselves training diligently to master the machines. The idea of becoming samurai, or ritters in the Lyran Commonwealth was a dream that many young boys had. Yet, here in the kingdom, it was infinitely more achievable. So long as one possessed the skill, as infantry even, one could be confirmed as a knight, a ritter of the Commonwealth. Not like the Combine, where one must be extremely lucky, and blessed from birth to achieve such prestige. To have the body and potential to be chosen for further education. Nigh unachievable for those born impoverished, unable to eat more than the subsistence rations most citizens had been provided with. The scuffs and marks that she hadn't been able to polish away was enough of a demonstration of that determination. Where effort and practice would enable one to advance in this new kingdom. A quick power wash of a minute, and an air blasting to push out the water, before finally a dosing of zinc oxide powder to kill the bacteria before it could grow, and the suit was ready to store. Was it any wonder that she of all the laundromats had been given the contract? Picking up the Liberty sausages that the housewives had ordered on the way home at a newly opened meat-free sausage market, Rika knelt down at the dining table, a pointedly raised eyebrow at her sons, telling them just what she thought of their couch antics. Chastened, they joined her, one rushing to bring plates and utensils, the other unpacking the bag. Kneeling on either side of the small table, all the better to see the television, itself playing a tournament match between local teams. Inside the bag was the Lyran Liberty bratwurst. Vegetable proteins that resembled pork, liberally doused in ketchup, mustard, curry powder, and caramelized onion. On the side was sauerkraut, pickled cabbage with caraway seeds. However, it was not fully Lyran, it had to meet the taste buds of the kingdom to be a popular meal after all. And so, it was, the sausages cut into slices, easy to pick up with chopsticks. Tubs of rice instead of bread, more palatable to the combined taste buds. Indeed, the idea of a protein main, with a side of pickled vegetables and rice, was not an alien one to the combined palate. Rather, it was basically what they ate regardless. The switch to Lyran tastes with curry powder as a condiment had been the most surprising addition, followed by the onions. As they ate, Rika changed the channel. Mostly to just see the news, but also enjoying her time with her family. Women were not meant to work in the combine, they were there to bear children, and raise them. Yet, all knew that women worked regardless. In small jobs that they could earn just a little more to assist the family. Working just as long as their husbands, and yet taking care of their children and the housework as well. Was it any wonder they died earlier? Yet now, the Lyran labor laws made that illegal. They must spend time outside of work. Which meant, that for Rika, she had more time to spend with her children, simply, enjoying life as it were. The channel changed to the news channel. All of it was propaganda, of course, everyone in the combine knew what they were watching was propaganda. The kingdom wasn't much different, but here, at least, it was good propaganda. The kind that told Rika that she had a right to an armsman for free if she used it to learn exosuite combat arts. Or that she was entitled to a loan from Eggers Developmental Bank if she had a business plan. A loan that was interest-free, and could be waived if the business failed, and all the money went into the business. That women were, by right, entitled to higher education if they so wished. That education was free now, all of it as long as it was under Eggers education. The news was her source of what she was entitled to, it was really as simple as that. Today on Today Tonight, we have Dr. Istanvish of Eggers Education, Sociology Department. The geisha spoke, one of the women trained in the art of conversation and social pleasures. One that had made the transition to television, as the king had made the age of consent 18. That anyone who took advantage of the girls who had been sold by their parents to the geisha houses would find themselves very dead, very quickly, very efficiently. The young woman was highly skilled in conversation, body posture, intonation, even her expression. The doctor relaxing visibly on screen. Thank you for having me here tonight. It's a pleasure. Yes. Now, I understand that you are known as Master of Entropy in the Black Hole Society. Can you explain what that means? A cough. Well, a society is where people with similar interests join together, and discuss matters. It's just an inside joke, nothing serious. Then there was a nervous chuckle. The host just smiled genially, yes. I understand. Let's move on to the reason why you're here today, Doctor. Can you speak about the changes in the Lyran Reserve Bank's policy towards Rasselhog? The guest's expression and posture changed immediately to one of a professional. The kind of posture she had seen in the instructors at the dojo, the I know what I'm talking about body language. Yes, yes. As you probably know from being in the combine. Just because someone higher up says something, it doesn't actually mean that something will happen. What needs to happen is effort to generate change, and hope that the change will become self-sustaining. What has happened in Rasselhog is that King Eggers has set a minimum wage, as well as infrastructure developments, domestic factories, goods, services. Which is good and all, but the question becomes, where does the money for this come from? The host was nodding, making the appropriate sounds for the doctor to continue. Well, in Rasselhog, the one that provided all the money was King Eggers through Eggers General Utility. All of the increased wages, the economic development, all of it has been artificially driven by Eggers General Utility. So long as EGU continues to spend, Rasselhog will continue to develop. But relying on just EGU as a single failure point has its own risks. The Commonwealth wants to make sure that the Rasselhog kingdom can continue developing in the worst-case scenario. The guest was gesticulating wildly now, pointing at a series of graphs and images that had been brought up. So, the Lyran Reserve Bank, has increased money printing in the Rasselhog kingdom with a special series of notes. These are equal to kroner in value, but can only be used in the Rasselhog kingdom. It is a means of increasing the money flow, but preventing those who would wish to exploit the kingdom from being able to withdraw all available cash. These will be available in the kingdom through Eggers General Utility businesses and outreach programs. The Ministry of Finance will phase out these notes once economic development reaches sustainable levels. Rika, in her head, stopped paying attention, thinking that this meant that they were going to have more customers as more could afford to have someone else clean their exosuites. There was the risk if the king died, but after the public broadcasts of the war games, was there anyone that could break open New Oslo? Was there any threat against their king that existed in the galaxy? No, not really. Changing the channel again, she could see the hero for Rasselhog women everywhere. Duchess Catherine von Eggers. Even though she was wearing the armsman exosuite, the golden cracked egg in the center of a rose set on the breast was enough to identify her. With an axe, the exact same that Rika had, it even had the same rose hers had on the head, she set about her opponent in the ring. The hapless defender attempting to move in with their sword, trying to find a weak point, or simply drive her away with the threat of a lost point by a blade in the joints. Yet, proving again her superiority in the field of arms over man and woman alike, the Duchess shifting her body about to allow the armsman to take the blows. Confident in its defensive properties, as she herself closed into grappling range. Despite the opponent's longer reach, they were unable to ward her off. With a deft movement of her feet, and a thrown axe as a distraction, a simple hand to the chest had the opponent trip onto their back. The dagger, where had that come from, in her hand, flashing out to pause at the vulnerable neck joint. Rika cheered quietly, her sons were not so circumspect. Roaring their approval as the cracked rose as they called her, won yet another victory on the New Oslo exosuite circuit. The channel changed yet again, the children unable to wait through the intermission, Rika simply sitting back to enjoy the moment with her children. This one was what they called a tabloid channel. An entire channel dedicated to the movements of the important people within Eggers' general utility and the Eggers family. The Weir, for in German, had already been depicted across the Rasselhog kingdom. The infant daughters of Duchess Eggers either glaring at the camera, or hugging the person or the toy nearest to them possessively. Adorable, in other words. The fact that they had been born from Lost Star League technology? Well, of course King Eggers would have that. Was there anything he did not have? The technology would become available to those in the kingdom in the upcoming years, and. Well, Rika would not mind having more children. Having her eggs frozen as they called it, and then incubating them in the future, why not? She enjoyed having children around the house and King Eggers paid for all childcare costs, up to the point the child reached the age of majority. In his words, on this very television as she had seen them, I will provide everything you need. I expect you, my citizens, in turn to excel. For there will be no opportunities you cannot take with your own hands. I expect you to excel. I expect you to succeed. I expect greatness from each and every one of you. Rika, of course, had taken this to heart and was on her way to great success. Broken out of her contemplation with the sounds of EO from her sons, Rika looked up. Ah, of course. The biggest news of all, King Eggers and his fiancée, soon-to-be wife at the end of the year. Daughter of House Steiner, he was, seemingly, on the way to becoming a critical part of the entire Lyran Commonwealth. Then there was the fact he was exercising to get fit for his marriage. His running had already generated a dedicated set of those who mimicked him. Running marathons every month. An entire subset of society dedicated to following in his footsteps. They all wore masks as well, airflow restriction masks to imitate what it was like inside an armsman during battle. The recordings of their king with Iris were also worthy of note, incredibly cute the both of them, a contrast to the king's warlike ruthlessness when dealing with others. This time, it had a long-range photograph of the king, with his, by now, distinctive body. Toned musculature, except for his pot-belly of a stomach. One that resembled a tortoise shell, the six-pack distorted by the gluttonous hole that was his stomach. Truly, the king was unique in all aspects. Then came the interruption, an advertisement on the screen. Remember to get your health checked every month at the nearest Eggers healthcare clinic. It's free for you and your children. A healthy citizen, is a strong citizen. A strong citizen, is a strong kingdom. Rika made a quick note of that before continuing to watch the channel. She had a few hours before she needed to go to sleep. Tomorrow was a big day for Ms. Lee's Exosuite Laundromat. 046 Rika's Daily Life PT2. November 29, 92, New Oslo. Rika Lee opened up the laundromat. Well, she walked into it. As a major employer and business at this point, the laundromat was less a small single block shop. Instead, becoming something that had rented out multiple levels of the section, specifically multiple vertically linked blocks within that section. All connected with freight elevators, meaning that she was able to service exosuites from multiple different groups at the same time. The more sensitive materials from the EDF were serviced at the top floor, the dojos in the middle, and the regular civilians on the bottom. With the recent contract, the rental agreement to rent yet more blocks was about to go through, allowing her the space to continue her business on an even larger scale. The laundromat was open for 24 hours a day. Rika ran a constantly rotating schedule of workers, customer service, and security. The men and women inside, all of them, working with great vigor to make the most of the new opportunities that were now available to them. making money that they were spending on new food, clothes, entertainment, and more. Not like the Combine's factories, where the decoration of jade was present on the walls to act as a totem, to guide their thoughts, to prevent stray thoughts when one should be working. All thoughts of entertainment and extracurricular activity discouraged. In her laundromat, Rekha had televisions on the various talk shows from across the inner sphere. All the better to learn whatever they could of the world around them. To be educated and informed like Rekha. Like the one that was currently drawing the attention of both her workers, and those of her clients. Themselves sitting inside the open waiting area, so they could see the workers as they cleaned out their exasuites. Where was the trust, was that of Janos Merrick giving an interview. Rekha, for her part, simply walked on over and joined them. Her 2 sons were running around the laundromat, helping where they could. Her daughter Rin was in charge of running the operation during the day. Their mother, Rekha, could relax just slightly and converse with the different individuals inside of the reception. To keep the dangerous mercenaries from reacting badly if matters escalated. I took a tour of the Free Worlds League, and I am appalled at the degradation the League has come to after the succession wars. Of how our industry has collapsed, how worlds are struggling to supply their planetary forces, how people are living on subsistence wages. Often eating what they grow. This is unacceptable to me as First Lord and Captain General. I vow to do all that I can to change this. To bring the Free Worlds League back to our roots, of free trade capitalism and technological innovation. Was it not the Free Worlds League that invented the Laranth water purification process? Discovered the Brandt recoil for jump ship safety? There are heights from which we have fallen, that I firmly believe that we can reach again. Janos Merrick, 34 years old, according to the text on screen, spoke, his voice strong with conviction. Those in the room nodded along. What of the succession wars, will you be giving up Resolution 288 and giving power back to the Parliament? The reporter, off-screen asked. Janos frowned, so long as the Capellans and Commonwealth stand on our borders, I cannot. Even now, Alessandro Steiner is attempting to invade Kalidasa. And, while we bleed him white, the fact that he feels confident enough to do so is a warning of the sheer stubborn arrogance of my peers. The reporter nodded, the screen to the left of Janos lighting up with a losses chart. On it were the dozens of battle mechs, hundreds of tanks, and tens of thousands of soldiers that had been killed on the Lyran side. A hiss emerged from the crowd, all looking irritated by what they were seeing. Some looked interested. For some reason, Rekha wasn't sure why, mercenaries kept coming to her laundromat. It was baffling on so many different levels, actually. Their patronage was what allowed her to expand to the point where she could get the Central Dojo contract. I can safely say, that Alessandro's attempt on Kalidasa is actually doing more damage to the Lyran Commonwealth, than it is to the Free Worlds League, unequivocally at that. A mad lord willing to send his men and women to die by the dropship. An example of the horrors of the succession wars that I am to end in my lifetime. We cannot keep going like this. There must be change. The interview continued, but Rekha wasn't paying attention anymore, instead looking with her eyebrow raised in the direction of the newest arrivals. Local EDF soldiers, but their armor had the telltale signs of combat. Actual combat, not the kind that she got up to in the dojo. There was blood in the joints, dried. Whatever happened, they had to get close in with the enemy instead of attempting to engage at range, which told her that they had been fighting in melee. Something that happened all too often, the reasons being unofficial, but the gossip spread out enough that she could tell what had happened. Specifically, ISF cells or insurgents trying to create a general uprising against the king. In other words, complete fools. The solution, from what recordings had been made of the raids when they happened, was simple enough. The armsmen, relying on their internal insulation, would wait on each side of a block. At the end of the hallway, or as far away as it could get, there was a large laser on wheels with a battery. Said laser would fire, melting through the door after a dozen shots, before the armsmen-clad EDF and militia troops rushed in to subdue those inside. Walking through the molten doors as they did so, in some lucky cases, the cooked bodies of the unknowing traitors left intact. Other times they had used the time it took to melt the door and foreknowledge of the attack to get into their own armsman suits and fought back. Likely the case in this situation, from the looks of it. The battle in the 30-meter hexes descending into a ferocious melee, blades and fists flying as ranged weapons proved less than useful. Waving them over, Rekha pointed her finger at the ceiling. EDF service stations are on the next floor up. They can handle the mess in the hard-to-reach places. She said simply. The EDF troopers, still fully clad with helmets firmly attached to their collars, gave a nod. The entire neck portion moving forward as it did so, the seal that kept the internal environment isolated also requiring quite the connection to keep press sunrised. As they jerkily turned and staggered over to the freight elevator, Rekha made a discreet call on her COMM bud to the military servicing floor. Troopers inbound from lower floor. Recent combat, possibly shock. Be prepared for vomit and bodily fluids. An answering acknowledgement from a Rasselhog veteran mech warrior was returned. Having left the Rasselhag regulars because of the sheer intensity of the ISF scrutiny, he was now enjoying his retirement in the kingdom. He had fought on the front against the Commonwealth and was an experienced hand in dealing with the newly initiated. Similar events had happened with distressing regularity. The constant attempts by the internal security force to infiltrate Rasselhag had resulted in many youths killing their first man far too early. That they had to do so in hand-to-hand combat, with sword and axe, it did damage to the minds of the teenagers. She had watched the recorded footage of the armsmen in battle. The way that the blades would enter the few weak points around the joints, into the armpit, the groin, the neck. The way the other armsmen would desperately try to claw at the wound. The armor that was meant to protect them, instead serving to prevent them from reaching in and stopping the bleeding. The way they put up a hand as if to beg for mercy, before, finally being ended with a knife to the throat or into the chest cavity from above. The silence because their speakers had not been activated, those inside may be desperately screaming and yet nothing would breach the environmental seal. Then the videos of the Allied side had played. How the whimpers as the blades had entered their flesh filled the ears of their comrades, regardless of distance. Courtesy of the communications devices on their ears. Of how the whimpers turned into begging for mercy, for anyone to help them, and finally a gurgled silence as they were mercifully ended. For one to kill a foe, knowing that was what was happening behind their silence? Or worse, to hear a comrade going through that experience. It was no shock at all these EDF soldiers had been so shaky as they entered. Rika shook her head and turned back to the mercenaries, many having understanding looks on their faces. They gave her a nod before turning their gazes back to the screen. On the screen above, the talk show had been changed to that of a movie. An adaptation of a theater show, which, for some reason, was showing up in the Commonwealth. Lies and Whispers, a story of how Jeanette Merrick had been brainwashed by Comster, turning on her brother, Charles Merrick, the Captain General. Betraying the Free Worlds League as she did so at the desire of Toyama, Primus of Comster, to turn the FWL into a subordinate state. It was reputed to be based on a true story, the movie advertising that its producer had died mysteriously, his house burning down. Or how Comster had forbidden its showing after just 4 years. The laundromat owner and fervent gossiper had seen the movie enough times in this very reception/waiting room to be able to recite it by heart. That it was so widespread in the Commonwealth was honestly quite strange indeed. Why were they watching a Free Worlds League movie, she wondered. Deciding instead to walk over to the biggest and bulliest of the mercenaries. One who had needed a custom armsman to even get inside. One with an enormous hydraulic fist on his arms. For smashing, he had said. Always wearing their suits inside, the mercenaries used them as billboards, advertising their services and their name. Some even had a pricing list attached to a flag on their backs, like the peasant soldiers in the Japan of old. That it was hydraulically and Myanmar assisted meant the entire system let you run without feeling exhaustion, or so the marketing said. It didn't. The banner men had the smelliest of the suits because of just how much they sweated while inside. Emer. Why are you still here? I thought you said you were planning to go take a job somewhere else. More sunny. She greeted, the bald man peeking over at her and shaking his head. I was planning to, it's not like we can do much. Everything is fortied up tighter than a Sunjong Academy cotter. Not like we infantry can do much besides defensive contracts. She raised her eyebrow. Don't you want a safe job? Ha, if we wanted safe jobs, we would have joined the militia. We're mercenaries because we want to fight, to get some loot, some glory, maybe make ourselves immortal with deeds of legend. Just sitting around collecting a stipend isn't how I wanted to go. Rika thought that was exactly how she wanted to go, but didn't say anything out loud. Anyway, we were thinking of taking the Eggers mercenary hostel on their offer to train us for zero-G combat. They say combat is going to be in space now, we were planning to upskill, get in on the ground floor you know. Emers why nots? Like, you know, the Argonauts, but in space, an Emer. Rika did not, in fact, know what the Argonauts were, but nodded her head regardless. Then we heard something on the grapevine, Takeshi is moving troops to the border, the most hot-headed troops, the ones that can't sit still and accept things have changed, and if he's doing that, well, there's something big that's about to happen, and we're going to be waiting just in case. Maybe bag us a mech, hey. Emer grinned widely, showing an incredible amount of self-confidence for someone who had never actually been in a battle before. But Rika, showing her businesswoman skills, didn't question whether it would be a good idea to try and fight a mech in their armsman exosuites. He continued regardless, mercenaries loved to brag she had found. We've pooled our cash together and got ourselves a lance of Smialis. Just waiting for the coordinator to make a move. Emergency defense contracts will pay out great, won't it? Emer had his teeth bared, the mercenaries around him were also grinning widely. Anticipation evident in their eyes. The stipend is enough for us to survive on, you know. So, we can just train in the hostile hexes, and wait until we're needed. From what we've been hearing, this is going to be the last, big hurrah. Takashi wants his hot-headed idiot commanders killed of, but if they're all dead, doesn't that mean we can counterattack? An emergency defense contract, and a planetary invasion contract? It's going to be the biggest payday for all of us. This time it wasn't Emer who spoke, but one of the other mercenary commanders. His grin was wide, teeth visible. Like the king says, we need to take the opportunities he's providing us and find success. The mother of all opportunities is about to arrive and we need to take it with both hands. Nodding faintly, Reka patted them on their shoulders before standing up. How do you know Takashi wants his hot-headed commanders to die? Who has been talking to you? She asked, dusting her pants. That's just how it goes, right? You can't deal with them, you send them to die. It's the Combine way. As for who talked, his eyes turned shifty, we can't say. Rika wasn't sure about that, before finally deciding to ask what was on her mind. Why are you here? I don't know why all of you mercenaries are coming to my laundromat of all places. A grin spread across all their faces. It's Mr. Lee's laundromat. Pardon? Mr. Lee. All paused, hand to chest as if to prepare themselves, and then. In 1972, a crack commando unit was sent to prison by a military court for a crime they didn't commit. These men promptly escaped from a maximum security stockade to the Los Angeles underground. Today, still wanted by the government, they survive as soldiers of fortune. If you have a problem, if no one else can help, and if you can find them, maybe you can hire the A-team. All of those present chorused. For her part, Rika just shook her head, said her goodbyes and prepared to move on. As illuminating as that was, not very, she had other matters she needed to deal with. There were others that she needed to talk to, customer service in other words. That, and she wanted to think about the fact that she might need to take up arms, the training, had been preparing her for a hypothetical invasion. But to actually need to do so in the defense of her home? It was not something she could simply say yes to. That and the mercenaries thought her laundromat was a secret mercenary hideout? What? Knocked out face, December 29, 92, New Oslo. Rika made her way to the supermarket. Egger's Agriculture Provisions, it was called. The place where one would be able to access the different types of food provisions from Egger's Agriculture. Whether that be the free world's agri-farm crops grown here on Rasselhag, or strains that had been developed to handle the interim period of soil depletion, there were foodstuffs from across Rasselhag in these enormous stores. Made possible by the number of jump ships that Rika could see in the skies above, with a telescope, leaving their slips practically every day. Spreading themselves around the kingdom, sending supplies out and in. As she made her way into the store, her helpers stepping off the tram to join her, Rika's eyes couldn't help but be drawn upwards at the motivational posters that were spread across the various cradles. The walls marked with the dull grey-white of rockcrete, but niches and sconces added physical definition. The paintings and art installations were all local, the community deciding to decorate their areas. To make it as enjoyable as possible to experience their community when traveling through. The motivational posters tended to be based around their king. Again, local design, but unique to the area. Taking clippings of his words and posting them with various images or illustrations of King Eggers. The one she was looking at now had him in psychedelic fluorescent colors, the words "Be Your Best" in bold underneath, his right arm pointing at the viewer, the left half bent towards himself, fist clenched. Rika just shook her head. A little too much in her opinion, nothing like her own, more subdued and elegant sections designs. As they made their way inside, the three moved with purpose. The protein sausages were always cheap, as were the protein minces. No meat, of course, but Rika had never had enough real meat to actually taste the difference. It not being exactly possible to try any actual red meat, all they had on New Oslo was fish and grains. What the Combine had made available. Still, protein minces, greens, and the agri-farm grains. Large quantities of it, as well as various miso flavorings, sauerkrauts, and pickles. As the boss, she had a responsibility to feed her workers, after all. A large meal for lunch, full of carbohydrates, a new word for her, protein, and vitamins. All provided for by grains, not meat, and the pickles. With their selections made, Rika provided a copy of what she wanted to the registrar. The woman making a note for it to be shipped to the laundromat, instead of forcing the three of them to carry over a ton of food by themselves. The internal rail lines made it all possible, of course. Traveling to and from different sections or even hexes was something they all could do without worry, something the more restrictive Combine had forbidden them from doing. Why travel when you had work to do? Or so was the answer. As they headed back, however, all stopped as the lights flashed red 5 times. They had been drilled in what that meant. A confirmed hostile fleet had jumped into system. Knocked out face, November 29, 92, New Oslo. For the last 2 weeks, life had continued on in a strange semi-awake malaise. All knew that there was a fleet of dropships that were inbound. Themselves packed to the metaphorical gills with unknown forces. Their ASF wings had been contending with the defense fleets in orbit over New Oslo. Niseden, New Oslo's only moon, had been sallying out fighters to force the inbound force away. Over 50 jump ships, representing a truly horrific scale of force. When one jump ship's worth of dropships could conquer a planet, sending 50 represented an invasion from someone that respected you. Or, the Combine part of Rika would say. The Rasselhog Kingdom part of Rika told her that they were all going to die, most of them likely dying before they could even breach the atmosphere of New Oslo. After seeing the War Games in June, and seeing the truly enormous scale of the second War Games that was scheduled for December, the question became whether or not there were enough hostile forces for everyone to get a shot off. At least, that was what the mercenaries in the laundromat told her. The build-up of mercenaries for the second war game of 2992 had gone unnoticed, given how they just disappeared into the cradles when they landed. It wasn't until they were given emergency contracts that bodies started appearing out of the rockcrete. Now, it wasn't so strange to see Atlas patrolling in the mech passage of the section. One on either side of the internal maglev network. The battle mechs serving as a concentration of force in these tight quarters. Where their ability to mount a dozen weapons meant that auto machines trying to break through could be ground down in short order. On the other hand, the squad patrols, 10 exosuites each as they jogged through the section was one of great interest for Rika. So many bodies meant many more were seeking to get themselves washed and cleaned. Her own waiting area reaching packed capacity as mercenaries and EDF troops gossiped about what was going to happen. The movement of the EDF, Eggers shipping, the Wolverines, King Eggers himself. Nothing was sacred. So many, in fact, that Rika had purchased 4 blocks opposite her laundromat to open a restaurant. Where they could eat, relax, drink, after they received their clean armors. Everything had been designed to appeal to the Germanic heritage, while also incorporating the heritage of Rasselhog for the newly found patriotism of her people. Having found a book on Finnish foods, Rika had decided it would be a good idea to work for the betterment of everyone in the block. Which meant, naturally, that they were going to stock Finnish, German, and traditional combine foods. Such as pickled herring, gravlax, sausages, schnitzels, rice, pickled, katsu, and curry. Wooden furniture, with Oktoberfest flags. What was Oktoberfest? Women serving in wooden shoes, white, green, and red dresses, and lots of beer and sake. In Rika's opinion, it was the ideal German, Icelandic, and Finnish place to eat and drink. Mother, I don't think these are meant to go together, Rin, her wayward daughter, complained, pointing at the women clad in armsman armor with Oktoberfest skirts delivered beer to the patrons. Rika for her part glared at Rin. Of course they go together. This book says that is how it is meant to happen. Jabbing her finger imperiously at the Dummy's Guide to German Culture, Rika made a pointed sound of disapproval at her daughter. Just because they were training to be an archaeologist, she thinks she knows German culture better than the book? Ha! Rin let out a sigh, letting Rika know that she had won the argument. The restaurant was only open for a week, but there were already returning customers. Of course, she knew what she was doing. Her sons were off with the militia, training, just in case the cradle was breached. They wouldn't be fighting on the front, but likely running ammunition to the front and helping carry the wounded to medical stations in the rear. Too young to actually take up arms according to the decree of their king. 18 and older even, than the age of conscription in the Commonwealth proper. Another week and the enemy, identified as Combine, were going to make planet fall. One more week before this was over. Knocked out face, December, New Oslo. Rika hummed a tune. One that she had heard from her mother, who had heard it from her own mother and her mother before her. A song that, in simple terms, was that of their history, of their people. One that carried itself through the age of spaceflight, into the present. A history of her people. Holding Rin in her arms, both in their armsmen exosuites as the battle raged outside. Her sons had volunteered to run ammunition through the section. Rika and Rin for their part were in the laundromat, serving those who came to get their suits serviced. Which, in other words, meant that the two of them, and her workers, were washing out the suits of those who had been killed. Cleaning the viscera off those who had been involved in the heaviest fighting and needed to be cleaned. Lest they slip on the lakes of blood underneath their feet. It's like peeling lobsters, muttered one of the mercenaries as they shucked a man out of his suit. Emer she recognized, there wasn't anyone else near his size in the area. Or had those absurd extra hydraulic fists on his outer arms. As he deftly unlocked the suit, peeling it off the corpse inside and then handing the suit off to one of her subordinates, itself off to the cleaning station. The body meanwhile had gone into a body bag. One with the man's name, and an image of a tree on the chest. Even in death, they would contribute to the kingdom. Their bodies serving as fertilizer for new life. One that would, from the words of Annie Virtanen, would allow their bodies to grow a new tree. One that worked to fertilize the soil of Rasselhog for future generations. They would be planted in the empty areas between the cradles in the future, the resulting forests being, in other words, memorials for those that has passed. More and more bodies were coming in, the battle becoming increasingly brutal. The Ronin, the unsullied ones serving to fight to the death. They were here to die with honor, unable to handle the new changing combine. Their own regiments letting them leave, those unable to adapt, to learn, to change. Here to die in one last charge. Rika thought, with quiet vehemence, they should do their dying somewhere else. The frozen masks of desperation, the agony written all over their bodies. Clawed fingers, trying to reach inside their suits, to pinch their arteries close, to keep their organs inside their skin. Rin had not been able to handle it after seeing a boy, not even older than herself, peeled out of a combine armsman. Sleeker, less armored for more speed than the kingdom armsman. Stupid, speed didn't matter when you were inside the tunnels. It just meant that they were easier to break open, that there would be more young, agonized, faces passing through her laundromat. Rika had her own breakdown a few days earlier, unwilling to allow her children to see it. Seeing those of the same age as her sons, dozens of them being processed through her laundromat. Why were they doing it here? We've got a few hundred more of these to process. Good thing that your laundromat is so big, Ms. Lee. Saved us the trouble of trying to get this sorted out all the way over at the EDF depot. Emer said, zipping up the body bag before pulling out another corpse. Its chest plate shattered, as if something had smashed repeatedly into it from a distance. Yeah, looks like the hammer fist worked out. Remember this one from yesterday? Cracked him right open. Must have been panicking when he couldn't move, and I was just smashing him open like a lobster. Ouch. The voice of the mercenary leader was casual, almost brutal. How can you be so calm about this? Rin asked, her sobs subsiding. You either learn to deal with it, or you have a breakdown. When you've got 20 guys in a maintenance tunnel that's wide enough for one person, it's down to the knives. Hundreds of them are dying down there, they've managed one breach, and they're pouring everything they can in. We're doing the same. That's a lot of bodies, all broadcasting their last moments when they die. If you can't handle it, you would have been medically withdrawn a while ago. Emer shrugged. Rika couldn't tell if he was being honest or if this was bravado, his shaking hands hidden inside of the exosuite. It was part of the new language they were learning. Where everyone was required to wear one for their own safety, being able to look another in the face or eyes or even their body language as the second half of a conversation was no longer possible. They had to learn to communicate through words alone, even the intonation being muffled slightly by the suit. Let me tell you, your expansion was a really good idea. You're going to get a lot of business in the next few days, let me tell you. The exosuite-clad mercenary, his voice jovial. You're going to get a lot of new business over the next few days. The EDF are really impressed with your setup here. He repeated himself, words wavering slightly. He wasn't as unaffected as he made himself out to be. Rika really wished she had chosen to do something else as a business. Eyes tracking the mound of body bags, the unmarked, brown ones for the combine. The black ones for those of Rasselhog. The constant movement of small trams as suits were taken out for repair and servicing, before being pressed into battle with new recruits. She couldn't help shuddering. This was, according to the different mercenaries, a small battle. It was only going to get worse in future wars, where the numbers involved would reach at least 100 times more. Why had they chosen this hex of all the places to attack? Even here, one section away, she couldn't hear the fighting. Couldn't even feel the vibrations of battle, so well armored they were. Why were they doing this when they had no chance at all of success? They must have known, yet had done it anyway. How many children would be dying in the tight corridors and tunnels of the blocks under her feet? How many parents would never see their children again? Rika shook her head, war was such a waste. The words heretical to the combine upbringing in her. Yet, she was Rasselhagian now, and could say with certainty. War did nothing but waste lives. Or, in the words of their king, waste the potential greatness in all of them. 047 autocannons and hyperspace magic. December, New Oslo. Fuck off, you fucking fuck. You absolutely, useless, fuckless fuck. If there was a fucking orgy you would still be fuckless you fuck. The voice bellowed from inside the room. The vision of Trellshear's head of research was visible as he threw the executive out of the room. His eyes narrowed, furious. If one could spit out lasers with their eyeballs, he would be doing just that. Useless fuck couldn't manage a fucking piss up in a beer garden. He finally muttered, returning to the meeting room, the research executives of multiple companies waiting inside. All shook their heads indulgently. Make the barrel longer, my fucking ballsack. As if we hadn't thought of that before. Does he think we're absolutely witless morons or something? Is this what the rest of the Commonwealth thinks of us? Chuckles from the others in the room were his answers. Anyway, back to what we were saying before that absolute lackwit came in and interrupted us. Trellshire came in, sat down and let out a sigh of irritation. Defiance's representative cracked her neck, peered down at her notes, and started to talk. The problem is the same problem that mankind has experienced since the days of the ancients. All the way back when mankind first learned that burning rock makes tube go boom. Isaac Newton's third law, equal and opposite reactions. When our autocannon hurl a shell weighing 50 kilograms downrange at the target, and that shell then proceeds to be followed up by 3 more within a few seconds, all from a mount that is standing on 2 legs at more than 4 meters tall, recoil is our largest cost factor when designing autocannon weapon systems. Our systems have been optimized to engage at a set distance. Trying to engage targets out further, will lead to unacceptable increases in inaccuracy. Those in the room nodded in unison. As you can tell from the detailed breakdown of Defiance's Mech Hunter autocannon /20, while much of the 14-ton weight is in the barrel and the auto-loader, allowing it to fire its 203mm shells at a rate of 4 in 4 seconds, most of the weight is actually located within its recoil systems. At a range of 270 meters, these 4 shells will land within a 20-centimeter disc. Managing the recoil so that the autocannon can fire these shots, land them so accurately and consistently, and then repeat this process 6 seconds later. Without causing the atlas it is mounted on to swing wildly as its waist-mounted weapon fires, or worse, cause internal structural damage. The recoil systems are so heavy because they need to handle the enormous recoil that larger autocannons produce. This is why the retro cannons we see cannot do automatic fire beyond 50 mm, the recoil is too great. Hence, a larger, more powerful shell in RetroTech versus many smaller but lighter shells in modern design. Defiance continued, her glasses glinting in the light. Marie Rosie, how she hated her name, was the foremost expert on autocannons in Defiance Industries, which, when given their production list, said a great deal indeed about her capabilities. Thus, our problem. Trying to match the range of a primitive RetroTech gun system but keeping the deadly damage of a modern autocannon system. As it is, the autocannon has been, after centuries of development, maximized in terms of capability, efficiency, and weight. Trying to improve one, will come at the cost to another. For example, trying to increase range with larger shells carrying higher amounts of propellant, would decrease ammunition stowage, as well as increase recoil to mech damaging levels. Alternatively, increasing barrel length does nothing, not when our propellant burns so quickly to make full use of the shorter barrels. The others gave a brief clap, sarcastic, of course. They hated this as much as she did, but they did need to cover this again in every meeting. Why? Because there was always someone missing, or someone sick, or someone new, and getting everyone on the same page was crucial. But, if we do not develop further, RetroTech weapons will completely overshadow the autocannon line which makes up such a strong part of our heritage. Further, modern ammunition is highly effective against retro armor and Krupp standard armor, forcing substandard armor choices amongst our foes. It is for this reason, we have examined the area and concluded the best option to pursue at this moment in time, was to evolve our recoil management systems. To develop them to handle the enormous recoil of our autocannon. Taking inspiration from the ancients, Heimdall has looked into the Soviet An-94. A weapon system that, using a system of pulleys, and carefully managed parts placement, allowed it to fire 2 rounds before the recoil of the first was felt. In theory, this allowed for extremely high rates of fire with incredible accuracy. Marie pointed at the schematics for the rifle in front of them. Those in the room just shook their heads. It is as if the weapon is designed from fairy farts and fucking hyperspace fuckery. At least we can confirm that there was some kind of magic going on even back in the time of the ancients. Fucking pulleys to manage recoil? What is this, the medieval ages? Still, if it works, it works. Fucking hyperspace fuckery, I tell you. Trellshear's representative glared at the blueprints before him. The men and women around them laughed this time. Well, we are pleased to announce the success of the recoil-shifted pulse system prototypes have been successfully developed for the autocannon 2, 5, and 10 series. These prototypes have been developed to be as simple as possible. Specifically, these prototype cannons fire a maximum of 2 shells per firing cycle as to not overstress the prototype systems. They have, we can confirm, been a great success. The prototype cannons fire in 2 sets of 2 shells at a rate of 600 rpm. We have been able to manage an acceptable MOA at distances of at least twice the standard range per autocannon. These prototypes have been able to maintain the weight of the autocannon, but are naturally more complicated, necessitating greater maintenance work to maintain its capabilities. The clapping and cheering this time was significantly greater, everyone involved was tremendously happy with this development. So much so that they were whooping and cheering. Marie allowed a grin to make its way across her face. While she wouldn't be as unbridled as Defiance's head, it didn't mean she didn't have some kind of emotion going on. I would like to thank the members in this room, and say this development in the recoil-shifted pulse system is only possible because we, in the modern era, have developed our material science to this degree. That while the ancients are often a great source of inspiration, we, in the future, are not without our own strengths and capabilities. Finally, I would like to thank Ronaldo Jackson of Eggers Armaments for his suggestions during the inspiration and design phase of this project. The room politely clapped again. Once the prototypes have undergone field trials, we can begin mass production in earnest and ship out refit kits to frontline units. The Commonwealth, once again, will stand at the forefront of technological development. In future generations, we plan to continue development of the recoil-shifted pulse system to match retro cannon ranges. This time the beer came out, the rowdy researchers, most of them over 60 years old, living by the mantra of work hard, play hard. It was too bad that they hadn't even managed to crack open the keg that Bowie had managed to sneak in before the door slammed open. On the verge of giving him the browbeating of his life, the youth panted. The Combine just launched an invasion force at New Oslo. The jump signatures just came through, 50 jump ships. Instead of panicking as the youth probably thought they would, instead, the grins on their faces probably made them look just a little demonic. I think the targets for our testing just welcomed themselves into our home. Marie said. Fuckers are going to regret coming here when we wipe the floor with the cum-stains. Trellshire muttered around a mug of beer. Why would you want to spread around a cum-stain? I swear, you men really have no appreciation of just how much we don't appreciate your bodily fluids in the house. Lockheed said, shaking her head, around a bottle of schnapps. Marie sighed and ignored them. The transit time to reach New Oslo from the jump point was 25 days, they had time. 048 Hugh handles the invasion. December 8, 2992, New Oslo. Hugh Eggers glared. He had beaten the cycle, come out of it on top. He could remember it as if it were last month. November, New Oslo. Buta beep Buta boop the cycle has ended. Host is alive, how is Host doing? Exciting travel, enjoying life. Running. Host is making the most of life. Checking objectives now. Host. Knew it, they're both the same system. Host has created a core industry. Established a mining system, wow. Host is achieving. Yes, Host is achieving, get on with it. Host has technically achieved objective of entertainment industry. System is disappointed in Host's choice. System, grudgingly acknowledges success. Fuck off system. Radio calisthenics is physical and entertainment. Host has established a medical system for everyone to enjoy, people are healthy and having fun. Ready. Fun. Healthy, success. Host. System, are you okay? System issuing rewards. Host may pause cycle during times of extreme emergency. Extreme emergency must be consulted with system before declaration. Optional objective partially completed. Host has changed reputation from warmonger, to forward-thinking warmonger. Host is failing sideways, Host needs to finish the objective completely to receive reward. Host has achieved losses. Lots and lots of losses. So many losses that system may need to change loss payouts. Wow. Hold up system, hold up. What changes to rewards? What is going on here, and why is this happening? Who, what, when, why? Don't do this to me, system. Host is not paying attention. System is disappointed. System is depositing loss rewards, 13,293,821 C-bills into personal accounts. Host is ignoring losses because Host is not paying attention and hurting the system's feelings. Right, back to it. Focus. BUP beep. BUP BOOP. Does the system even have feelings? Do animals have feelings? Host as the lower life form does not need to be considered. System is magnanimous and gives Host the benefit of the doubt. Wow, come right back here system, let's duel this out with fisticuffs. New cycle has started, Host. Cycle length, 3 months. Starting funds, 100 billion C-bills. Wait a minute. 3 months? Emergency pause? Is there something that you aren't telling me, system? The system never gives me anything nice without there being some kind of drawback. New objective, Host is developing into a true tycoon. Someone that is able to become an oligarch. Yet, Host is still not there yet. Host must have a hospitality business. Shelter is one of the fundamental rights of you humans, but some need it less than others. Open a hotel chain. Host. Optional objective, Host still hasn't changed Host's reputation. Soon, all the galaxy will know Host is a war-hungry monster that wants to murder everything in the universe. Host must act quickly. New rule, failure of optional objective will result in host learning a new language from scratch. New rule, failure to achieve a loss or comply with rules will result in host hosting a social function and talking with at least 10 people. Old rule, assets owned in conjunction with different companies will count as assets based on % of host's ownership of the assets. Old rule, all structures and materials worth over 1 million C-bills will be counted as assets. 10% of asset valuation is counted as profits during system calculation. Old rule, all assets must be used, assets cannot be left to do nothing. Assets cannot be sold. Right, he could handle this. Building up a hotel chain? The simple answer was to make it on the jump ships. The jump ships that counted as educational and thus not assets, and if then he attached those drop ships they were making for cheap, wouldn't he be able to create a hotel that also didn't cost him in assets? Educational hotel dropships. System cannot refute. Ha! He was a genius. 3 months? He could handle this, it was going to be easy. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Coming up aces, in other words. My lord, Admiral Jonasdottir has a tight beam transmission for your eyes only. The voice of Sovet, that's his name, interrupted his celebration. About the construction trader, no less. But, now she was his transport ship boss. What was so important that she had to talk to him personally? Well, no harm in it. He made his way over to the communications room, helped along by his bodyguards, that took his lacking sense of direction as normal by this point. Was it the red line or yellow line that led him to the Wolverines? I'm here. What's up? He said, enjoying her win-ce at his casual language. My king, your plan has succeeded. We've been given a 14-day exclusionary travel zone at the L3 Lagrange point, as well as a 100,000 km wide travel route to New Oslo. LCAF Navy has seconded Eggers shipping vessels around New Oslo for the duration of this crisis. I am looking forward to the success of your plan. Her voice in shuddering holographic form was full of jubilation. Plan? What plan? His, meanwhile, was full of confusion. My king, didn't you plan for this? No? I don't even know what this is. What exclusion zone? Why is the Navy taking control of your ships? If you do not know, my king, then neither do I. We have been given no explanation as to the reason for this. He paused. So? There was something fucky going on here. Do they have the authorization for this? He asked, voice serious. Yes sir, it is the Archon's signature, through Margrave Winston Munster. So? Archon Alessandro. Her eyes narrowed on the hologram. Yes sir. I think that we have not been informed on something of critical importance. Shall the Wolverines investigate this matter further, my lord? System reminder, assets seconded for non-educational purposes count as full assets. Yes, urgently please. Fucking system, always ready to screw him over. Knocked out face, December 12, 2992 New Oslo. Sovet Akov interrupted him. Right, number 13, any news on what is happening with that exclusion zone? No sir. The Wolverines have not been able to uncover anything regarding this. Our contacts with the LIC have been quiet. While this isn't abnormal, we cannot be sure if this is part of standard LIC operations, or if they have been ordered to keep quiet by the Archon. Hugh was worried. Very worried. If there is an invasion, Eggers Shipping does have the firepower to shut it down, yes. Yes sir, currently there are 450 Razors Quigs in inventory. We have 100 pilots, but this is enough to ward off any invasion force. However, if Admiral Jonasdottir does break with LCAF orders to destroy a potential invasion force, that will be considered grounds for a trial of treason my lord, and since Admiral Jonasdottir was ennobled by yourself, if she is convicted, you can be convicted by extension. She is reluctant to do anything that may endanger you. Right. That was a thing. Right, keep at it. I can't believe that nobody is willing to say nothing. Knocked out face, December 13, 2992, New Oslo. And now, everything had come back wrong. He had been betrayed. No. It wasn't his people that had done it. He had been attacked. He had been optimistic, had been ready to celebrate, a 3-month cycle with a simple objective, with his kingdom. What did you even do with a kingdom, losing him money? He had even, just yesterday, achieved his objective of raising life expectancy. He had become allergy-free. All that money into healthcare had worked out for the best of everyone. They got to live longer, he got to become allergy-free. Which meant, that for the last week, Hugh had been devouring things with milk and milk byproducts. Like cheese sausages. Or regular milk, All the things that had been denied to him over the course of 2 lifetimes. Or just walking around without a mask. Which was actually, kind of cold. All that air on your face? That's cold, what the hell, world? Why is there so much, moving air outside? Or the hand-eye coordination. Being able to catch balls that were thrown at him, being able to walk in a straight line without tripping over his feet. Being able to run a marathon without falling on his face at some point. Or swing a sword and not have it fall on his toes. All the things that made him feel great. All the things that were now at risk of being denied. These, fucking Combine. What had he done? What had he, Hugh Eggers, had done to the Combine? Why had they attacked him? Were they stupid or something? Oh, the incredible rage he felt towards them at this moment in time. Why? Because, right now, he had 6 months to solve the problem before his noblesse rewards were stripped away. Fucking system, always ready to screw him over. Plus. So. He had to deal with the Combine. Who had the fucking gall to invade his planet? Sure, he hadn't asked for this, but they were his now, his loss-making citizens, and the Combine was here to kill his people? Yeah, nah. Not happening. Plus bum beep boop. Plus. What now system? The Combine is invading, and attacking my people, and making life a pain in the ass. What are you here for? Plus noblesse system new objective host. Host must demonstrate noblesse oblige by preventing further harm to host's citizens. If a true noble cannot protect their citizens, they must avenge them. Protect your citizens or avenge them, host. Make sure this never happens again. Like a true noble. Solve this conflict within 6 months, host. Further noblesse system objectives blocked until crisis has been resolved. Plus. Phew yucking system. Hugh was irritated beyond belief. But these were his people now, and well, he had always been accused of being a hoarder. Even when something had risen to a worth of $1,000 on the marketplace, he had been unwilling to sell his collectibles. An eclectic collection whose only connection being that they were his. The people of the kingdom, the Rasselhog kingdom. These were his people now. He didn't need the system to tell him that. They were his loss-making citizens. Letting some idiots assume they could just come in and kill them without some kind of retaliation? Impossible. Which was naturally, when things got worse. My lord. I have something urgent to tell you. Mary, Vice Lord, head of his personal guard. A personal guard that was so personal, he had forgotten what it was like not to hear the whine of the hydraulic assists. More urgent than this whole invasion. Yes, Lord, more urgent. The voice at a whisper, as the other guards surrounded them to block out sight and sound. So, he had followed to a guard station, one operated by the Wolverines. Guaranteed silence. My lord. We have been betrayed, by the LCAF, and members of your inner circle. Ah. So, he had been betrayed. His gut instincts, always right about the worst things. The invasion fleet. Yes, Lord. Admiral Jonasdottir and Lady Sandra have received orders as of 5 minutes ago. The fleet is to guard the passage of the Combine dropships so that they may make planet fall. The Archon plans to use this opportunity to deliver a crushing victory upon the Combine to stabilize his rule. They bear the witness signatures of Margrave Winston Munster, Commodore Marcy Tandval, Commandant General Anton Brain, General Marzio Coxeye, and your father. All these people working to harm my people for Alessandro. And Jonasdottir cannot move without permission, or she'll get tried for treason. Yes, Lord, she is willing to take the risk and is preparing to move now. If she destroys the fleet and commits suicide, it will keep New Oslo safe. Denied. Fucking need. She is one of my people, I refuse to allow Alessandro fuck this up as well. He's fucked up Deep Raid, he's fucked up Kalidasa, and he's about to fuck up New Oslo. He's not going to fuck up my people as well. Lord, if the fleet lands on New Oslo, your people will be caught in the crossfire. Hugh took in a deep breath. Right. Sacrifice one to save the many? In his past life, he had always advocated sacrificing the one to save the many. But in this situation, as much of a traitor as she was, making him profits, was that enough to condemn her to death? It was just profits, and she was one of his. A&D. Lord. I have just received an update, Margrave Munster has produced a direct order from the Archon. He bears orders in the Archon's handwriting, and it has been genetically verified. It says that any who disobey the orders contained wherein will be executed for treason on the spot. Their superiors for failing to control their subordinates will be tried for treason. Hugh took in a deep breath. And how does he have the authority for this? Mary looked uncomfortable. He is Margrave. His is a military appointment on behalf of the Archon. While he acts, he has the Archon's authority. He can trial civilian nobles such as yourself regardless of rank. Margraves in the past have done so before. Hugh felt Alessandro's regard, or disregard his people. Treating them like chess pieces on some imaginary board. What options do I have? I am not exactly a tactical master on the battlefield. He admitted it freely. Looking at Mary through his helmeted head. As of this moment, sir, the only forces that have not been seconded to the LCAF for the duration of this conflict are yourself, and ourselves as your honor guard. If you wish to act, sire, without being tried for treason, you may only act according to the Brandenburg reforms of nobility and the recent Thurkad reforms of nobility. Specifically, you may defend your planet on your own initiative, as long as you do not co-opt LCAF assets to do so. So, it's just you and me, and the Veilvrate then. The few to protect the many? Or was that hubris? Yes, Lord. The EDF and Wolverines have been given their orders. The EDF will serve on the front, and the Wolverines are to travel and find berth in the Eggers shipping vessels for the duration of this conflict. He thought back to his high school education. The Articles of Acceptance, that each planet signed gave the Archon the ability to commandeer any private military force in the Commonwealth, didn't it? It had made sense in school and, he had made a presentation supporting it. Centralizing authority in the face of disparate enemies or something. He would like to go back in time to smack younger him over the head. Knocked out face, December 29, 92, New Oslo. Sitting inside of the control room, beside his father, and strangely, not his mother, and assorted command personnel. Only two of which were not LCAF or LCAF adjacent, Marzio, the actual traitor, and Gulag. Hugh looked at the image that was being displayed on the holo console. Why, exactly, is there a 14-day travel bubble around the pirate point? He asked, looking with irritation at those around him. His father, the system commanders, the militia commanders, of course Marzio, he would get even, were here. Wanting to get some answers from someone that wasn't his own guards. Answers from those that had given the orders. The people, in other words, who were in charge of the defensive operations of this battlefield. The response from those around him was not encouraging. An exclusion zone was ordered in the area around the Lagrange point, my king. His head swung to the right. An exclusion zone? Right before an invasion force jumps into my system? An exclusion force that will serve to do nothing but protect these jump ships, which, I might add, all arrived intact, in formation, as if they knew exactly where to jump. Who gave that order? His voice, if anything, was glacial at this point. For those in the room, it felt as if there was a specific twinging sensation in their ears as the sound caused bones to vibrate unpleasantly. Well, King Eggers. We have, over the last several months, observed a great deal of build-up of the Combine DCMS in the last several months. This has led us to assume that they will be launching an invasion. We have worked out a tentative plan that the DCMS was likely pursuing, and have worked on a wordless understanding. The naval officer spoke, his tabs indicating he was from the LCAF Navy. Which, in turn, meant that he had no authority over him. As much as he might wish otherwise at this moment. Hugh put a hand up, stopping the man from continuing. The coordinator, whoever he is, wanted to kill off some officers, warlords, whatever. Why were they allowed to jump in, and leave safely? Why is this being allowed? Why wasn't I consulted? The room took in a breath, unwilling to speak, before his father interrupted. Well, two reasons really, son. First, we've gotten reconnaissance of the Combine worlds by jumping 24 light hours away from their worlds in the region. Observing the planets closest to us, in the traditionally Rasselhog region. They're all defenseless. Worlds in the Combine proper, have been fortified to the same level that New Oslo has been. Roughly 20 worlds along the Commonwealth and Kingdom borders have been identified. Fan ticked his fingers off. Takashi is essentially saying he was cut off by the hologram at the head of the table. What Takashi is saying is irrelevant. As king under the civilian articles of nobility, you have no military authority in this situation. The LCAF has no obligation to keep you informed of any military actions within the Commonwealth. Please understand, King Eggers, you are here as a courtesy alone. If you, or your people, break with the orders that have been set forth, you will be tried and executed for treason under the Articles of Acceptance which govern the realm. His bushled face, a beard that ran down his neck, wrinkled face, and crow's feet at the eyes did not lend well to the image of a young, dynamic commander. Rather, this one looked as if he were chosen solely because of social connections. There are no exceptions. I speak with the Archon's authority in this matter, and Archons past have removed House Tamar and House McQuiston from their positions. Archon Alessandro is not afraid to do the same again to another district house. I hope you understand. The plan is as follows. The jump ships will be allowed to leave, the drop ships will be allowed to land. Upon landing, they will be the Combine's armies will be destroyed. The LCAF will launch a counterattack. Everything else is beyond your remit as a civilian authority. He finished, glaring about the room. So we let his jump ships get away, let his soldiers kill themselves honorably on the ground. Why? Why should I let this happen? Why can't I, as king of the people of Rasselhog, order the dropships annihilated before they even breach atmosphere? What about the orbitals? Hugh had sat himself down, elbows on the table. Fingers interlaced, thumbs supporting his chin. Again, you are a civilian noble. I am Margrave, of military rank. I outrank all civilian nobles, which includes yourself. Further, regardless of rank, the LCAF has made it clear, you are to leave this alone. It is beyond your remit. Leave the fighting to the soldiers, King Eggers, we know what we are doing. His smugness almost radiated off the hologram. He could see the reasoning. Mary and Gulag had explained it to him. That this would result in a battle so bloody it would buy half a decade of peace. Yet, where was this understanding here, now? Where was the explanation for using his planet, his people to achieve their goals? Goals that they were not even willing to explain to him? What fresh hell was this bullshit? That he hadn't even been consulted over it? That he hadn't been told that this was happening? His people were suborned from underneath him? And worse of all, it had been done legally according to the Commonwealth laws and customs, of which he was a part. His only option here was, in simple terms, was to rebel. He couldn't even push a lawsuit, not when Rasselhog didn't even have a representative on the Estates General as an associate member of the Commonwealth. Fingers to temples, he paused. So this has all been planned out. There's nothing I can do to stop this. Well, muttered one of the analysts, silencing after a stern look. Nothing I can do to stop this, that won't make everything infinitely worse, for my people and myself. A pause. Correct. Accept it and move on. I was appointed directly to this role by Archon Alessandro. I can guarantee you, that I know exactly what I am doing. Again with the insufferable smugness. He took in a deep breath, stood up, and leaned forward. Both hands on the table. Let it be known, here and now, that I consider this a betrayal by Archon Alessandro Steiner. Consider myself, King Eggers, first of his name, to be opposed to the Archon. In every action he will take, in every policy he may propose, I will tell the people of the Commonwealth just why, I, King Eggers, who has been betrayed by Archon Alessandro, disagree with everything he is doing. I will, under my rights as a Lyran citizen, publicly tell everyone, why he is a threat to the Commonwealth. I will be exercising my rights to their fullest, Margrave. This does not end here. In the meantime, I will be exercising my own rights as a civilian noble. I will be training to use an armsman suit. Let me know where they will land. As king, I will be there, fighting with my people. Exercising my right as a noble under the Brandenburg reforms. He stood up and walked out. Not letting them get a word in as he did so. Ignoring the storm of protests that were coming from those in the room. Most pointing out how his allergies were going to get him killed. How he just wasn't ready. That the marathons were just physical training, not actual combat training. And, of course, that he couldn't do this, it was an LCAF affair, that he, as a civilian was forbidden from doing this. But, that didn't matter, even if the allergies had still been present. These were his people, they were being expected to die for him, and they, in turn, expected him to treat those deaths as meaningful. To give them the respect they deserved for it. And so, he would be there for them, in the words of the noblesse system, it was required to be a true noble. ++ host is truly on the path to nobility. Host has self-actualized true nobility. Host to be rewarded with actual battle skills. True nobles lead from the front host. ++. Right. This time, at least, he felt better about a system message. Knocked out face, December 30th, 2992, New Oslo. Sitting on a makeshift chair, that more resembled a throne, Hugh Eggers, king of Rasselhog, first of his name, waited. As a noble, he should lead from the front. As a king, he couldn't risk himself unless absolutely necessary. His death would do more harm than his meager assistance. Yet, here, now, in the cradle where the Combine had sent the majority of their forces, he was waiting. Unable to help, unable to contribute. Artillery has breached Zone 95. Emergency triage teams being routed to repair the damage. Exosuite push along blocks 123A to 126A. EDF forces are being pushed back by due to presence of light battle mechs. Blocks 87A, 142C, 10C have been retaken by militia forces. Medical triage has been dispatched. Militia units have been classified as combat ineffective, 60% losses. Battle mech combat in Level 1 Maglev area concluded. Combine mechs have been routed or destroyed. Wreckage preventing further movement. EDF 1st Company, 4th Battalion, 95% casualties. Combine deploying fragmenting shells in tunnels of Block 32A. The voices continued to rise and fall in the command center around him. Hugh himself, clad in an armsman suit, as were all of those in the room. Large wires underneath sheets of tape, connecting to different communications hubs and the matching consoles. A mere 150 meters from the front. 5 hexes, nigh impenetrable, in other words. The command staff rushing bodies back and forth, in and out of combat as necessary. Voidy was unconcerned, lifting the fingers on his left hand one by one. Raising it up, then dropping it, raising it up and dropping it. The matters of humans were just, not of concern to the creature, apparently. Not the way his people would need mental health services as standard after this, not the way the weapons his companies were producing contributed to this grinding death slog. The sheer, grinding nature of the conflict meant, in simple terms, that any unit that was sent to the tip of the spear, would be ground down until it was barely functional. There was no other way around it, not when 1 or 2 individuals were at the very front of the battlefield, hundreds of men and women behind them. Marching forth into a firing squad as the ones in front died, and the ones behind replaced them. Those that wanted to avoid that fate by shooting around corners and corridors given the zigzag nature of the tunnels, resulted in stalemates, broken by the same grinding death as mentioned above. As king, he listened. These were his people, and they were dying in his name. A king that, really, hadn't been part of their lives for all that long. That didn't have that much of an impact, not when it was his department heads that were doing the work. He was, there, as he was now, a figurehead. As he was now. It was, basic courtesy then, to listen to the voices of his people as they fought and died, as he sat here impotently. To do this for them, to hear their final words even if none else could. Their screams, their pleading, their begging for mercy, calling out for loved ones, mothers, fathers. He sat. He listened. For these were his people. Mary. He said over the private communications channel he had with his veiled rate, one that wasn't accessible by Heimdall, one of the perks of being a designer in the system. My lord. The ones who planned this. The ones who organized this, bloodletting of my people. I want them gone. Asking us to kill the Archon does count as treason, my lord. Mary's voice was light, almost jovial. He too must feel frustrated regarding this matter. The Archon, let's think on it, he's too far away to reach right now. But for the rest. I want them gone, a warning to everyone else who thinks of my people as nothing more than tools for their glory. His voice was alien to him, unfamiliar. Cold. He did not like this side of himself, hated it, in fact. For his people, he would accept it. Yes, my lord. We will work on it. And he was as deadly serious in this as Hughes. Both wanted retaliation for this. Breakthrough, Block 34B, militia forces have been driven back. No reinforcements within range. Possibility of large-scale breakthrough is possible. Sending request for reserves to be moved up. Impossible, reserves have been deployed to 8 breakthroughs on B level. Bastards played us. We need to get something there or they will break through and encircle our forces on B level. Issue the order for the units to retreat, we cannot allow them to be encircled, we'll block off the area and enclose it. Freight elevators to levels A and C are present within the area. The burble increased as the panic increased. Hugh sat upwards, the slight whine of his hydraulic assists not audible at all in the noise. His veiled rate, however, noticed. My king. Vice Lord Mary asked, voice concerned. Reserves are needed to prevent the collapse of this front. Are we not reserves? His voice was genial, one might say, calm. My king, while it may sound serious, such a breakthrough will result in less than 6% of the section falling under Combine control. It is a small portion of 3 levels, such matters do not need your personal intervention. You currently don't have the training to make a difference, my king, pardon my bluntness. Mary sounded as if he were trying to placate a feral cat. Hugh meanwhile had stood up, he had a duty to his people as their king. Lead the way, Vice Lord. We have a breach to plug. The room had paused in seeming shock, their faceless helmets still displaying some kind of shock at his intentions. Hugh was already moving, his system imparted personal skills, he was sensing a theme, giving him the ability to move the suit at all. His marathons at the system's directions giving him the stamina to train in said suit over the past 27 days. He was, given the system had imparted the skills directly to his brain and body, quite good. This would be the first combat trial, he was shaking in fear. Legs were soft. Hands couldn't stop shifting around. Only able to stand upright because of the armsman exosuite. But he had a duty, expectations to fulfill. January 29, 92, New Oslo. Mary watched the Lord, as much as he could, from their relative positions in the small room. With a large kite shield on his left arm, eschewing a machine gun altogether, and a mining pick, not dissimilar to that of prospecting geologists with its square spiked head. His lord had strode forth and demonstrated heretofore unseen skills in the operation of an armsman suit. Descending into what could only be called a silent berserker rage, their lord had stunned the Veiled by slaying multiple combine armsmen. Using the simple concept of a shield being more useful in these close ranges, to close in under fire, to batter aside arms and blades, opening them up for the spike into neck and joints. Unable to hear anything from his command authority override besides panting, the Veiled could only watch as he smashed the pick down into vital organs, smashed shield into faceplate. Hammering repeatedly as necessary until a death had been confirmed, blood gushing from the ventilated holes in their armor. Their lord, demonstrating the effectiveness of the system to such a degree, that he had inspired a following. Going beyond just melee weapons in a gun, to melee weapons in a shield. Like a warrior of old. Not that their lord was perfect, 8 times now they had to pull him back lest he overextend, or suffer catastrophic armor damage. Coincidentally, over the past 3 days, there had been 8 breaches. The sheer mass of combine seeking passage within, combined with the king's insistence on being at the forefront of the reserves, had seen them rushing about regardless of casualties. If the Veiled hadn't been here, their lord would have died several times over. Unable to see the strategic situation, he had rushed in blindly, almost like his mother in a way. Yet, unlike his mother, he wasn't able to think about the wider situation, instead focusing on the here and now to the point of tunnel vision. Unable to realize he was about to extend far past the protection of his Veiled, his gluttonous ones. Which, really, was saying something given they were the best. As Mary shoved his short sword into the neck of a combine armsman, his shield swinging upwards to open said armsman to said strike. He called out over the shortwave radio reinforcements. Inbound Vice Lord. 3 minutes. Combined forces on New Oslo have been whittled down. Their main offensive capabilities are withdrawing for one final stand at their dropships. These are the last of them on New Oslo. The voice of his command liaison came through. Mary acknowledged before turning his head back to the front. 2 of his men carefully tapping their king to pull him back. His hyperdimensional pet ending the last threat by simply phasing through the helmet. The body dropping as if its spine had been cut. Which, really, was exactly it. The armor cleaning teams mentioning the words explosive deconstruction to explain the effect on the unfortunate soul's head, assuming their soul had passed on to the afterlife once Voidy was done with it. His king looking down the tunnel as the Veiled secured it. Finally, to Mary's relief, he started the trek back to their lines. As satisfied as the Wolverines had been regarding the idea of a leader who was capable of fighting in his own trials. It was also terrifying. All knew of the ending of the Great Father, Nicholas Kerensky. Knew how the clans had degenerated once he had died, the chaos that would unfold if their new Great Father, Hugh Eggers had died before his vision could be realized. Now, despite their king's miraculous skills with an armsman, which, really, how did that happen, he wasn't going to get himself killed in the final moments of this battle. The Combine had fought with suicidal tenacity. To prove that even though war had changed, their way of life was worthy of respect. They still died, of course. In their thousands. But, in a way, he could respect it. He could also respect a leader who know how to delegate. Handling the vengeance of New Oslo were a few Wolverines of the more clandestine leanings. A message would be sent on behalf of their lord. All who had half a brain would heed it. Duchess Eggers had been at the forefront as always. Having had to make significant concessions to prevent herself from dying from the sheer attrition that battles on this scale possessed. For all her skill, one couldn't dodge hundreds of projectiles from 100 different angles. Shooting at range in her custom Smiali, utilizing a 120mm sniper cannon to fulfill her urges. The inability to get in close, grating on her the entire time. Frustrated at how this had turned out, how the LCAF had muscled in and demonstrated, again, their incompetence. Some had said she was immeasurably jealous of her son for being able to fight hand-to-hand in the tunnels. Mary shook his head to clear it, things were winding down, soon there would be the counter-attack, and it was going to escalate once again. Knocked out face, March 2992, Kazir. Hugh frowned. In order to get the jump ships required for a counter-attack on the scale, he demanded. Enough to get dropships over every world in the Rasselhog region that the coordinator, the bastard, had left under-defended. He had to use the communications dropships. The LCAF wanted small counter-attacks, wanted to show they were reacting. Hugh said fuck that noise. If they were doing this, he would push to the hilt. No more raids, no more weak little pushes as Alessandro had planned out. A big reenactment of Deep Raid or something equally useless. No. He would take these worlds, fuck Takashi, fuck Alessandro. The moment the emergency orders had been concluded, he had sent orders for the EDF, his people Coxeye, to move out. The Archon wanted a victory. He would give them a victory. The massive mobilization had meant the massive mobilization of his educational jump ships. Something that had meant they were now counted as non-educational. Which meant that they were, for their total value of hundreds of millions of C-bills each, were added to his asset valuation. Trillions. Every single jump ship and drop ship pressed into temporary military service. He was going to be making profits this cycle, no matter what he did. There wasn't enough actual liquid assets to spend to create losses to counter the sheer number of dropships and jump ships he had. And so, in accordance with the emergency procedures, had declared it an emergency. The cycle would pause. And he would make a profit for this cycle. But, thanks to the pause, not make a profit over the next cycle, and the cycle after that because of these assets. For however long this emergency would last. For his people, he had willingly made a profit. To finish this farce of a conflict as soon as possible, he was willing to, talk to people at a party. His wedding with Iris was still pending, maybe he could talk to people there and finish the penalty that way? There was also a victory over Alessandro. The cost? Enormous profits. The satisfaction of destroying his plans? Priceless. He hoped they appreciated the lengths he was going to in order to protect them, his loss-making citizens, his people. Standing inside the haptic control system of his Smiali, itself clamped inside the Sojourner-class retro dropship, the cigar-like vessel and its ilk being pumped out of Egger's orbital construction slipways, a large number of them that were currently deployed, counted as assets. He shuddered. The sheer profits this war had made, despite all the money being spent on ammunition, pay, transport, the sheer profit in assets was killing him. Ready for a drop. The voice called over the intercom. The hundreds of Smialis attached in boxes that opened directly into the void. A pair of rails and clamps allowing the loading of each Smiali, sideways, and served as a boost to shoot them out if necessary. The design for separate standard container units, working perfectly with a plastic case in the same shape containing a Smiali. Like now. The sensation as they burned through Khazir's atmosphere, the twisting sensation in his body telling the king that the dropship was spinning at the same time. Ready to shoot them out like a seed dispenser on a tractor. Depending on the pilot, one could aim for a general spray, or a concentrated deluge. Ejecting containers in the event of a hazard, performing the same role in the case of a planetary invasion. Hugh for his part had double-checked the mech-scaled parachute before climbing in. The only method to slow down the fall of the Smiali. As king he would be here, to finish this entire conflict as a noble should. If he didn't die here, this entire conflict would end, and he could get back to making losses. Looking after his loss-making citizens. Damn the Combine for making him do this. Killing his people, swaggering into his kingdom, slapping his face. Damn Takashi for making him play into this. Damn Takashi all for dragging him into his fucking game. As if he couldn't reform his own nation without using his kingdom as a trash bin. Damn Takashi for hurting his people, as if it were an afterthought. A side effect of letting them get one last charge in. Damn Alessandro for forcing his hand. Damn Alessandro for using himself and his people as pawns in his fucking power games. Damn Alessandro for being so incompetent that he didn't even fucking ask him about his opinion on the matter. Damn Alessandro for not even taking advantage of the enormous weakness Takashi had set up, and was just weakly poking at it. Why? Why hadn't he taken advantage of it to launch a full invasion? Damn himself for not predicting that this would happen. For not having enough aerospace to frighten off anyone that would try to invade. Not enough anti-orbital weaponry to scare off anyone stupid enough to ignore the ASF. For not having an army terrifying enough, that anyone with the brain too small to notice, would die before anyone even realized they existed. As the acceleration drove him out of the dropship, his visor displaying the bright blue sky beyond. When this was all over, hopefully, in the next few days, he was going to rethink just how his kingdom was defended. Because the idea of something like this happening again, to his people, was unacceptable. 7,956 dead civilians, 21,981 dead EDF and militia. Oh, and 53,829 dead LCAF soldiers. But, really, who cared? They were not his, they were the Margrave's, and thus, Alessandro's. The others, his people, had been ordered about by incompetent commanders, had died because of LCAF incompetence. They were the ones he considered important. Something needed to be done about the Archon. A change in Archon, and a new treaty of acceptance perhaps. One that would give Rasselhog more independence in its own matters. The question then, was who would be a suitable new Archon with which to sign this treaty? One who was close, but not too close. He would need to think on it, to ensure this never happened again. 29,937 of his people dead because he had been attacked, unable to ward off any attempts with passive threats of annihilation from his defensive fortifications. It wasn't to say he hadn't had his people die in battle before, civilian or otherwise. But being there in person? Listening to his people breathe their last? Knowing these were not volunteers, those that chose the life of danger and conflict? No, in the future, his people, his civilians, the ones who didn't have a choice? This would not happen again. If there was going to be war, it was going to be on their lands, their people. 049 Iris and Gulag deal with matters. March 29, 92, New Oslo. Iris Steiner, as a cadet, had not fought on the Battle of New Oslo, as they called it. They hadn't needed the manpower. Instead, she had continued her education, the battle taking place on the other side of the planet. The shock, however, continued to reverberate through the planet. Still, that did not mean she was not up to date on what had happened, not when images of her fiancé were posted about the newsphere. She wasn't sure why Hugh had been so insistent on calling the digital web this name. The image of an armsman with the crest that Hugh had adopted upon their engagement. A cracked egg on a purple, iris flower. The shield cracked and pitted, the armor barely holding on. Yet, standing tall, ready, facing a tunnel from which combined armsmen were rushing forth. His broad shoulders, a bulwark of security. The photograph, taken during the battle, hid nothing of the brutality of war. The bodies underneath his feet, the blood coating everything underfoot, and Hugh himself liberally. The way, there was nowhere to stand, and so they stood on the corpses of their comrades, trying to find their footing in the slippery hell that was tunnel fighting. Yet, the idea of their king, fighting in the inglorious, filthy battles in the tunnels? That had ignited a patriotic fervor in the people of Rasselhag. Truly, the idea that he was eschewing the traditional role of a noble in a battle mech, instead choosing to stand where the fighting was fiercest, had simply poured fuel into the fire. A warrior king. Of course, she knew, the Veilvrate would have dragged him out of there, not allowing him to continue the fight with armor that pitted and damaged. Not when exosuite combat was so lethal. Already, the hollow capture of him sitting on a makeshift throne made of empty ammunition cases was being made the signature standby image for anyone who wished to be seen as cool. Leaning back on the boxes, right arm loosely by his waist holding his pick near the head. Bouncing it gently up and down in his palm. Left hand, face down, near chest height. The sight of Voidy as it lazily swam around his neck, like a bladed scarf. His armsman suit pitted and scarred, Myanmar visible in many different locations, yet the cracked egg on lily motif remained unblemished on his right breast. The damaged armor plate laying carelessly about him as his Veilvrate worked to replace the pieces as necessary, leaving the chest for last. The chipped and pitted kite shield, upside down, leaning against his leg. Facing partially away from the camera. Around him there was the scene of a command center with its array of cables and individuals working away inside. The dull blue lighting dancing off the many imperfections of the armor, the fluorescent bulbs overhead barely sufficient to lift the shadows cast by his form. The caption "A King Waits" was certainly poetic enough. Enough for Iris to secretly enjoy it in private. While she had concerns, worry, a great deal of worry about him being a warmonger par none, the fact that he had shown greater concern for his people than that of prosecuting a war. She thought, the solution Katrina, George, and herself had aimed for, had worked out, now that she looked at it in light of his fierce protection of his people. The desire for peace, for continued prosperity, winning over his need to wage war. The sheer, mind-numbing anger he had displayed when said people were threatened by an external enemy. Something he confessed to her on one of their weekly dates. Which, really, should have been obvious from the sheer amount of effort he put into improving the lives of his citizens. They came before all other considerations to the king, her fiancé. He could allow many other concerns, difficulties, wars, conflicts. But anything that hurt his people? An inimical rejection that was straight from the heart. Really, George's idea of making him king had been perfect. Giving him his own people to worry about, had indeed worked out far better than they could have ever imagined. A small voice in the back of her head asked if being the Archon was really so bad. Then reality smacked the voice in the head, kicked it in the ovaries, and shoved it into a dumpster. Iris knew what kind of person she was. Heir to Furlo was one thing, heir to the Commonwealth? Just how much would be expected of her in that case, exactly? She knew her limits. In any case, Amelie Gips and Marie Francoeur were seated in the same room as she was. Her living room, that had been colonized. As third-year cadets, they had a great deal more freedom. Freedom to embrace the school of conflict's oldest traditions of looting where possible. Reducing costs by mooching off others in this circumstance. Her upperclassmen sitting in her room, nibbling on snacks, watching movies on her screen, playing on her recreational holographic environment, RHE, device. Imported from Kensai Holographics in the Free Worlds League. The premier holosensory producer in the inner sphere. Well, Gips was. Marie had paused the video to watch Gips, possible make a fool of herself. Heir to the planetary duchy of Barcelona, the Graf was wearing the sensory equipment that served to trick the body into thinking it was in a different reality. The small device in the center of the ceiling, overlaying a different environment on the already existing objects in the room. Visored head shifting side to side, her left arm held out as if it were holding a shield. The right hand clenched as if gripping some kind of weapon. With a grunt, Amelie lunged forth, punching with her left hand, the haptic system vibrating and stopping her arm in its tracks, the harness tightening as it did so. Even as this was happening, the right arm moved in an upwards arc, fist pointing towards the ground. Then it came up and down again, as if she was trying to hammer in a nail. Left arm forgotten, the small harness over her body serving to push the limb up and out of the way of an invisible attacker before Amelie froze. Dead, chortled Marie. The battle scene was only visible to the third-year cadet, the environment being the only part that the watchers could see. But, really, Iris knew what the other duchy heir was experiencing. The small devices attached to her neck and spine, allowing the young woman to experience fully what Hugh Eggers had experienced. The feeling of dryness in the mouth, the uncomfortable sensation of armor on flesh, the sweat dripping down the nape of his neck, the echoes of his breath in the armor, the rising humidity that the filters couldn't handle. The sickening sensation felt through the hand as pick punctured suit, myomer, skin, flesh, and bone. The panic striking on the shield, the terror from feeling said shield getting lighter as piece after piece was ablated off. The sensory data collected from the armsman through the Heimdall system, that she had been read in on, enough to recreate this and disseminate it to all of Rasselhag. And for a fee, the rest of the Lyran Commonwealth. She herself had experienced the holosensory experience. Had understood then, just how intense it was, how terrifying it was. And how deeply Hugh cared about the people of New Oslo. That he would willingly do this multiple times, despite never having been trained in an armsman suit, not even been conscripted to serve. 100% volunteer work, and he had done it willingly to protect those he considered his. After what he had done to protect his family on Blackjack, he was doing the same in the here and now to protect his kingdom. After their weekly meetings, their little rendezvous, where they did things like holding hands and leaning on one another. Hugh being surprisingly Puritan about the whole affair. For a young male, that is. Rather, it really did seem to Iris, he was much more concerned about emotional closeness than he was about physical or carnal needs. In any case, they had met enough times for her to feel confident about this marriage match going forward. It was why she had been invited to discuss the matter with his inner circle. The matter of his betrayal by a select few of the inner circle. Was it betrayal if they were doing it at the behest of his own liege lord, the Archon? The semantics of it, as well as the legality of it, didn't matter. Trust had been broken, for the good of the Commonwealth, yes, but trust had been broken all the same. Some assumed, for some strange reason, thought he would have known about it. Thought he was some kind of god of foresight. No, he wasn't. Really, if she could tell that he was rather socially blind and dense despite not being near him constantly like they were. What excuse did they have for misunderstanding him so much? He had no more idea that this was happening any more than they did. Well, the they that wasn't Fan Eggers, Marzio Coxey, Commodore Marcy Tandval and Margrave Winston Munster. The LCAF officers attached to the Rasselhag region and his EDF officers taking cues from their leadership. Acting on behalf of Alessandro, on his orders, to set it all up. What did they think would be his reaction to it? The betrayal by his people, of his liege lord? She shook her head as Marie had a go of the hollow experience. Peeling off the sensory attachments on Amelie with quite a bit more intimacy than that which was required for such a simple task. Now they were waiting to see what he was going to do. Iris, being close enough to Hugh for them to feel confident, had been brought in to discuss the matter from the perspective of the Archon as a member of House Steiner. Really, Alessandro, just tell him beforehand. Trading the combine-owned Rasselhag worlds, in exchange for allowing Takashi's old guard to die honorably. Now he had probably made an enemy for life. One that would do anything to see him kicked off the throne for what had been done to New Oslo. That he had done it in this way, wasn't it simply because he wasn't willing to share the glory of victory with Rasselhag? To gain some kind of glorious victory to outweigh his failures at Kalidasa? An attempt to win back the public's trust? Those, she suspected of being Lyran intelligence, would need to decide where their loyalties lay. Alessandro, their Archon who was acting, increasingly out of self-interest. Or Hugh, their king, acting for the benefit of his people, no matter the cost. She shook her head, more personal issues were taking up her mind. The marriage ceremony had been set for February. But now, she needed to reorganize the whole affair. Mother would help, of course, but this was her marriage. It would be done her way. Seriously, there were calls for a victory march as well as a wedding, it was going to balloon in scale. Or, in other words, a pain in the ass that threatened to make this a circus and not an actual wedding. Ooh, wait. Priority television message. Marie asked, stopping in her placement of the sensory pads. Her wrist-mounted computer vibrating with an alert. Looking up at the screen and trying to remember where she had placed her remote. Here, Iris said, pressing the on button. Immediately, the sound of cheering filled the room. Good morning. This is the 23rd of March, 2992 on the world of Kazir. Formerly of the Combine. I am Seal M. Villadsen Neymartsen, and I'm here to bring to news, to you, the people of the Lyran Commonwealth. On behalf of Eggers Media News Service, I bring you the capitulation of Khazir and the end of the new Oslo Retribution Offensive. As of this very moment, we have confirmation that all the worlds of the Rasselhag Consortium, before being absorbed by the Combine, have been captured. Many worlds that were part of the Rasselhag military district have also been captured. The Rasselhag Kingdom has expanded by 20 worlds in the last 2 months. The largest and fastest military campaign in the history of the Inner Sphere. The wild voice of Seal came from the television, her face, smoke-smudged face visible to the camera, grinning wildly as she waved her arms. Behind her, stood Hugh on a platform. Opposite him was probably the Duke of the planet, given just how well-made his clothes were. All Combine officials and nobles wore extremely subdued designs, brown with different liners or stripes to denote their station. It was in the cut of cloth that one could tell just how high-ranked they were. This one was wearing imports from the Commonwealth, the leather, she recognized, as coming straight from their Cad's mountain goats. The fur lining underneath had a distinct pattern to it, one iris, as a Steiner could recognize, it was the exact same as her own personal jacket. We are here now to complete the signing of the peace. Behind them is the Smiali, piloted by Marzio Coxeye. The cameraman highlighted the 4-meter-tall machine sitting on the ground. Arms by its side, legs askew. The cylinder that made up its chest, cracked open. The body inside a charred corpse. Falling in the last minutes of the battle, our Eggers Defense Force had followed his king all the way here to Khazir. Some have criticized him for abandoning the operational command of the operation to come here. But if he hadn't, then our king would not be here today. Stepping in to protect the king with his Smiali at the last moment, taking a PPC shot that would have struck and mortally wounded King Eggers. While his being on Khazir will remain a mystery, we are thankful of his presence. The two came forward, one a king, the other a duke. A piece of paper was set between them. With this, the campaign is over and the integration of these worlds into the Rasselhag Kingdom will begin. We are sure, despite the death of Margrave Winston Munster, newly instated to command the new Oslo Theatre, that the Rasselhag Kingdom will continue to go from strength to strength. Oh. Her fiancé was rather more brutal than she was expecting. He was very non-confrontational. Hated trying to argue in person, it was just not one of his strengths. Or anything he felt confident in. Thinking, stewing, and then acting afterwards? This was how he handled matters. But... Wow, Marzio and Winston at the same time? Why were they even on the front line? Who did they piss off? Marie asked, leaning back on the floor from where she was sitting. Rocking back and forth as she did so. Yeah, who? Amelie muttered, eyes flicking to Iris and back. Marie turned her head and noticed. No? Seriously? What did they do? Why don't you ask Queenie over here? Holy shit, what did they do to get a military order? Iris grimaced. Military order, the understanding that orders on the battle have the chance of getting you killed. Anything referred to as a military order then, meant that it was essentially a suicide mission. I want to know how whoever it is got Winston to die. He was Margrave of the new Oslo Theatre, right? There are 9, no, 10 of them now in the whole of the Commonwealth. Like, seriously, it goes, Archon to Margrave to lowly Commandant General. They give the orders right, when it comes to the military, everyone except generals of the armies and the Archon has to listen to them. So, how, exactly, did a Margrave head to the front line and get themselves killed? Amelie pondered, her own mother as Duchess of Barcelona, was under the authority of General Marty Lyons of the Bones Theatre. She knew that it wasn't her mother that controlled the LCAF or militia forces in the area, it was General Marty. Don't bother asking her. Iris hasn't been married into the family yet, they won't be sharing all the secrets with her yet. Iris for her part shook her head. A vicious satisfaction within her gut, for as much as they were family, Alessandro and herself. She was about to become someone else's family, part of the Eggers family, and they also had her loyalty. Where one had clearly wronged the other, she would join the wounded side. And with 2 of the instigators of this entire farcical conflict dead, she wondered what would happen to the others, one being his father, the other being a Commodore of the Navy. They were all interrupted as the video continued to play. We are about to, wait. What are those? On-screen figures clad in civilian clothes rushed out of the crowd and onto the stage. The Vilvrate moved with incredible efficiency, butchering most of them. But there were 12 against 50 or more. Only one needed to succeed. Iris' heart was in her throat, as the seconds dragged out into eternity. And then... a miracle. The Smiali, ruined, cracked, the pilot inside very much actually dead, raised its right arm, mounting the rapid QF 2-pounder. 6 rounds were boomed out, the first 3 actually hit the assassins, the rest went high. The rounds ripping through the packed assailants and easing the pressure of flesh. The Vilvrate, finishing off the rest before they could do anything else. Hastily pushing the crowd aside, their presence likely an insistence of Hugh. It seemed the kind of thing he would do. The machine fell silent, arm by its side. The creeping quiet. The cautious movement of the honor guard. None were willing to come near the impossibility. Black Pearl. Whispered Seal on screen, the mythos of the Battlemaster that lived again, to fight again, loomed in their minds. A dead pilot, in a crippled machine, that still delivered one final blow for the Commonwealth. There was a pause of silence. You know, given the fact your fiancé has a literal hyperdimensional squid attached to him, you would expect something like this to not be shocking. But, that's still, really freaky. Marie finally said into the silence. Iris nodded, she wasn't going to disagree. Knocked out face, March 2992, Kazir. Gulag Jonasdottir looked with satisfaction at the reports that had been read to her. Standing on the bridge of the Providence jump ship Eggers, flagship of Eggers Shipping. The Wolverines, for their loyalty to their king, had been left out of the conversation, the planning, the entire situation. Being sent a movement order, and accepting it as per standard traffic controls. Then being told, as the jump ships arrived into system, in rather candid terms, that they were forbidden, per Margrave Winston Munster's orders to attack the inbound dropships. On pain of the treason of disobeying the Archon's authority. The LCAF Navy's assets positioned threateningly near their own ships. The Wolverines would have made a break for it regardless, but they did not have the numbers. Did not have the strength. Not when most of Eggers Shipping was not of their blood name, not of the clans. Did they have the numbers? No, they did not. And so, they had stewed with impotence as the Lyran Commonwealth had served to betray the Great Father. The LCAF and Lick cutting him out of the conversation, on orders of the Archon. He wanted them nowhere near this victory, this was to be his glorious action to win back the respect of the warrior and civilian castes or, in the words of the inner sphere, the military and civilians. It had not worked at all, not when their king had marched into the tunnels to fight with hammer and shield. His image spreading across the Commonwealth, the traitor Archon's influence nowhere to be found. They had only being let in on the grand plan in the last few minutes, having to come up with justifications for its existence, by order of the Archon. Betraying their oaths as they did so. Betraying the Great Father, in that meeting. A shame all would bear until their ends, a shame that had been written into the Remembrance Saga for all to know, for as long as there were Wolverines. Until word had come from Vice Lord Mary, he had told their king of the truth. The truth that had him furious. So much so, that, for the first time, he had commanded the Wolverines to act as his claws. The Great Father wanted retribution for the ones that had brought this upon his people. To ensure the lesson was learned, and that this did not happen again in the future. Commodore Marcy Tandval had died when his Providence-class jump ship suffered a misjump. Strangely enough, all of the Eggers Shipping crew members were absent when the ship left the Spittle system en route to Kazir. None had survived. The Margrave had found himself being sent a message from the Archon to carry his flag into battle. Winston Munster had found his drop pod failing. One of several, containing certain officers. The Atlas he was traveling in serving as his tomb. His body, explosively deconstructing upon impact. And now Marzio, given a military order by King Eggers himself, had accomplished the objective grandly. Dying in place of their lord, redeeming himself in the process. The first two deaths were due to her, of course. Who else had access to the jump ships and drop ships besides Eggers Shipping? The only one spared is his father, on account of their ties of blood. He would still be exiled to Rasselhog for his part in this. It would be a lesson to all that thought they could take advantage of her king. Be they Archon, or First Lord. 050 Hugh in the aftermath of New Oslo. June 29, 93, New Oslo. Hugh Eggers, fresh from a successful campaign, stepped off the Sojourner dropship, eyes narrowed against the sun. His signature mask still in place. There was no crowd to cheer because this was on top of a cradle and really, it was a military facility. The sheer number of people that had tried to kill him in the last several months was ridiculous. What had he done exactly to deserve all that, sheer annoyance? Idiots trying to get him killed for being a king. It didn't even come with benefits that a duke wouldn't get normally. In fact, after the fiasco orchestrated by Archon Alessandro, he had read up on his rights as a noble. And he had the exact same rights as a regular Joe Schmo duke. Why? Because noble titles weren't part of the Lyran Commonwealth when it was formed. All noble rights came after the time of the 9 Archons. In fact, these titles in general were handed out by the Archon to reward specific achievements. Or to make idiot industrialists feel valuable. Like the very real social general rank, that has been abolished in 2413 as part of the Brandenburg reforms. In any case, it all returned to one simple fact. Noble powers derived from the Archon, giving them the titles. Powers that were almost entirely social in nature. House units, as his EDF were classified as, despite him saying they were mercenaries, could be commandeered at any time by the LCAF. Eggers Shipping, technically counted as naval assets, and could also be commandeered at any time by the LCAF, as the Commonwealth Navy was subordinate to the LCAF. In fact, the only things that could not be commandeered were mercenary units, that were also not in system. Or his EDF could be sent on a suicide mission like the Tamar Tigers hitting Luthien and all dying. Commandeered and turned into assets. Sure, Hugh did some of that profit-making on his own, but it was Alessandro's fault, mainly. Anyway, Alessandro was a problem, one that had to be removed. The big problems all over the news were things everyone knew about. What about the smaller issues? Wedge issues? Things that could be used as a lever. He was going to be discussing this with those that had been confirmed as loyal to himself. The ones that had no actual link to the plans to invade his fucking planet without his go-ahead. Stabbing him in the back, not just with profits, but by hurting his people. The rage peaked and subsided. He didn't like Angry Hugh. Angry Hugh was depressed Hugh. The ones with direct links were dead, those he couldn't kill for any number of reasons were exiled. The only one left was the Archon. So, first thing was first then. Solving the problem so this never happened again. Ah, my king. You're just in time, we need to get these wedding plans sorted out, the victory parade will lead right into the wedding. We need to get everything handled now before questions about Iris start being asked. The voice of Chisaki entered his ears, and struck a spark. One that was next to a bonfire that said shit I forgot about. It lit on fire. And the smoke filled his entire skull. Oh shit, that was a thing. Why had he thought that nobody meeting him here at the landing was a good thing? How many more things that he had forgotten about were going to come back and bite him on the ass? Right. What do we need to do, is Iris okay with this? She wanted something more, quiet. No parades or anything, the scale? Parade. He ventured forth, walking alongside Chisaki, his veiled rate falling in around him. Chisaki coughed. Yes my lord, she has accepted that with the conquest of 20 worlds, it would be highly inappropriate if you had a small marriage. It would imply that you had something to hide and consider the marriage as something not worthy of recognition. And, despite the conflict with the current Archon, the prestige of House Steiner does demand a larger production. Her words were dry, telling him, well, more than she had previously. Hugh wondered why that was. Usually his people didn't say much at all when expanding on detail. As they entered a room, handily marked meeting room, he spied something interesting on the side table in the lounge area. Right. So, we need a big production, make sure everyone feels happy about what we're doing and stuff, right? Right. Man. Pouring a cup of coffee from the side table, just before the big meeting room. He paused. My lord, aren't you allergic to coffee? Please don't. What the fuck is this? Why does everyone act like coffee is amazing? It's like a drink for angry people. It's just pure bitter. He complained, staring down at the cup. The aftertaste just adding watery bitterness to the sensation. My lord, aren't you allergic to coffee? Her voice was cautious. Well, I was. Then I wasn't. This is like my first time and wow, I'm not doing this again. I'll stick to tea, please. How are you not allergic to coffee anymore, my lord? He thought about it. Right. The system gave it to him, but he did need to explain it, right? What should he say? Oh right, the best answer for when a young man's body changes. He was still a teenager, young adult. People don't stop growing until 28 or something, right? Puberty. Yeah, puberty, you know. When pimples and stuff pop up and your body gets drowned in, that chemical stuff that does stuff to you, hormones. Right, hormones. Hugh clicked his fingers, looked around and found a potted plant in the corner. Perfect. Emptying the horrible bean juice thing into the pot, he refilled it with some nice, relaxing Earl Grey. And oh, this was the good stuff. A strong dose of bergamot, per kilogram, it was worth more than saffron back in his first life, or so Reddit had told him. So it must be true, right? Otherwise, the British would have used saffron instead in their tea. The elitist sods. Chisaki took in a deep breath from behind him, held it in, and let it out. My lord, I feel I must defend the honor of coffee by saying it is usually served with milk and sugar. He paused on the threshold of the door, inside would be a meeting. But he had to think this over. Two of the things he was most allergic to inside of the same drink, could he risk it? Actually, why would they add milk and sugar? Wasn't the whole point to taste the beans or something? This called for future experimentation. Anyway, I've got my Earl Grey, and we do have a meeting, do we? That's why I'm here? I was just following you. Yes, Lord. We do need to talk about our path going forward. Well, that was incredibly ominous. Our path. Yes, Lord, Egger's general utility and Rasselhog. As king, those in your inner circle have gathered for this meeting. We are all loyal, Lord. There are, of course, those who are interested greatly in the outcome. Chisaki said, sounding slightly awkward. Hugh paused, thought about the matter, and then realized something. Isn't this just a board meeting? Yes. Actually, it is. We haven't had one before. Yet. Wow. It's weird how we haven't met all at once before. The two stood awkwardly before Hugh got out of the situation, the way he got out of all awkward situations. By walking through a door. Right. Let's get seated. I'm feeling a little jet lag. Chisaki followed behind, jet lag Lord. Her question following him into the room. Yeah, jet lag, when you move from one time zone to another. But, you arrived from dropship. Lord. Are you well? We can do this another time. I'm fine, I'm fine. And into the room he met, his people, yes. His mother, who he had put in charge of the EDF. Not being involved in the backstab invasion plans. And, honestly, the most qualified person when it came to the affairs of stabbing and shooting people. Glory, of course, Chisaki, Hunter, Gulag, Annie, who he hadn't met very often in person before now, but was in charge of Egger's agriculture. Erwin, Sandra, Anton, of Tolsand Warworks. He was loyal? Really? Hugh thought that was kind of awesome. He hadn't had much time with the owner of the Warworks, but that was nice. Great. Alia, in charge of Egger's education. She was nigh ancient, but loyal. Also, nice. Voton Mining, Egger's healthcare and Egger's public calisthenics were missing. Greeting everyone in the room, his people greeting him back. The non-E.G.U ones in the room were Iris, a woman in an LCAF uniform, Morgan, and Arthur. His two friends he had made all the way back on Blackjack. Sending messages and the like was great and all, but seeing them in person was great too. Morgan. Arthur. How are we? Also. Commandant. Steiner. Katrina Steiner. It is a pleasure to meet you, King Eggers. She said, standing up and giving him a salute. Oh. That was nice, like. Wow, that's like, wow. Nice to meet you. He said enthusiastically, saluting back. A complete change from the Margrave, who hadn't even had the respect to greet him, let alone offer a salute. Katrina on her part grimaced from the sloppiness of the salute, totally understandable. It wasn't like he had drilled in how to do one properly. But, man, the crispness, the picture perfectness of her salute, directed at himself? That was awesome. Right. So, what is this meeting about exactly? Because, this is, like, a group I wasn't expecting at all. Sitting down, at the head of the table at that, which was actually a little intimidating, being the one in charge, when he did so little in actuality. Like, everyone was super capable, and he's just, sitting there giving the orders and handing out cash. Actually, now that he sat down for the first time, it was hitting home, just how much authority he actually had over most of the people here. Now that King Eggers is here, the meeting can start. We've been gathered for a simple reason. What to do about Archon Alessandro Steiner to prevent the continued degradation of the Lyran Commonwealth. Glory said simply, sitting upright, carefully not looking at anyone else in the room. Ah, yes. That concern. The one he was very concerned about. Chisaki spoke this time, leaning forward, her gaze intense. To start with, I feel there needs to be some explanations before we begin. Specifically, Loki and Lohengrin. Both utilize the same techniques, the same methods, and the same doctrine with two different goals. Terrorism and anti-terrorism. We are, in essence, two sides of the same coin. We die for the Commonwealth, we murder for the Commonwealth, we commit massacres for the Commonwealth. Official mottos aside, in truth for all of us, Loki or Lohengrin, the motto has, and always will be, Commonwealth first, Commonwealth now, Commonwealth always. Which, is a way to explain your father's actions, and in part, my own. Hugh's eyes sharpened. Ah yes, his father, that issue that had popped out and made life incredibly difficult. Working under orders, yes, but not telling him about them. Legally, he was in the right, but damn if it didn't sting. Not as hard as he might have thought, he always knew his mother was fans' #1 concern. Everything else came second. But he thought there would be at least some concern for him. Training begins with orphans recruited into either organization. It follows with in-depth indoctrination that creates an unbreakable loyalty to the Commonwealth. To date, there have been exactly 0 Loki or Lohengrin agents that have betrayed the Commonwealth, at least after the reign of Stephen Steiner and Margaret Olsen. Your father's indoctrination was interrupted by his meeting with your mother, Duchess Eggers. As a result, she is his first priority, but the Commonwealth comes a strong second. Unfortunately, this means he will follow his orders unconditionally unless they impact the Duchess. It is not because he doesn't care about you. But, and I must stress this, it is a fundamental part of his being to put the Commonwealth above all but Duchess Eggers. It cannot be changed without destroying him as a person. Hugh looked up at the ceiling, then down again. Right. So, his father was a brainwashed child soldier whose conditioning, historically, had never been broken. One that put the Commonwealth over his family, except mother, every time. That was a mindfuck. Like. Wow. Looking up at his mother, he could see her nodding. Looking mildly frustrated, did she already know about this? And still chose to get married to him? Wow. His family was complicated. I tell you this to offer perspective on my own situation. My call sign is Lot, of Loki. Wait, why are you even in this room if you're a member of Loki? Erwin interjected, you aren't going to blow us all up, are you? Of course not. If I was going to do that, I would have blown up your dropships on their descent. No. I am telling you this because you will notice the language I used regarding our loyalty. Commonwealth first. Arthur said, voice heavy with meaning. Correct, Commonwealth first, Commonwealth now, Commonwealth always. We are still loyal to the Commonwealth, you understand, but unlike our more hidebound counterparts, we are loyal to the Commonwealth as a whole. Not to the Archon, which many consider as the representation of the Commonwealth. Chisaki concluded, looking seriously at each member of the table. The whole room took a pause to breathe in. Are you trying to tell us you're Heimdall? Hunter finally asked, looking incredibly interested in the topic. Hugh totally understood. Heimdall was a myth, a legend. Who watches the Watchers? Heimdall watches the Watchers, the last line of defense. One could call them, the guarding dark. Sir Terry Pratchett, you have a quote for every circumstance. A subdivision of the Lich created after Steven Steiner's actions and Margaret Olsen's following, leadership, with the first unveiling of Loki. Unofficially, of course. We don't officially exist, but Heimdall exists to remove Archons if necessary, for the greater health of the Commonwealth. Our loyalty goes not to the Archon, but to the Commonwealth as a whole. I'm here today to help guarantee the health of the Commonwealth as a whole. Okay. So, this sounds important and all, and I get why Iris is here since it's a big deal and all. But why are Katrina, Morgan, and Arthur here? I get this is some kind of conspiracy we're starting with here, but I don't understand why this is happening with so many of us in one room. Hugh admitted, those at the table looking a little ashamed for some reason. Iris has passed on that you are looking for a more reasonable replacement for Alessandro. One that won't go behind your back on military matters, and attempt to use your people in their plots. I am here as that Steiner, since I'm considered Alessandro's heir by the Commonwealth, it won't be as much an issue as it might otherwise be. Katrina's voice was calm and collected, like the situation was totally in her control. Right. I will need to get that in writing. My people are precious to me, you see. Hugh said firmly, looking at Katrina, his nervousness all gone. For his people, he would do anything to see them safe. Even negotiating with other people for contracts. So, he could make losses, of course. We will, of course, need to negotiate such a matter. It needs to be done carefully to not cause the chaos that the Home Defense Act has caused in the Free Worlds League. He nodded. Afterwards then. She nodded in return. Which, really, made this easier, having someone reasonable and calm to discuss matters with made this all just work out. Yes, for the good of the Commonwealth, we will be working to ensure the peaceful removal of Alessandro Steiner and pushing Katrina Steiner into the position of Archon. For this, we will need the assistance of multiple branches of Eggers' general utility, as well as the contacts Duchess Steiner made last month. Glory spoke up, passing around sheets to everyone at the table. Thanks to Duchess Eggers' impromptu hiring of mercenary forces through the mercenary hostel, an additional 11 worlds were captured in the Tamar Pact region. This offensive in the last 2 months, using the Combine's disdain of infantry and the arrogance of their mech warriors, drew the battle mechs out of the Combine's cradles. They were accordingly destroyed in set-piece battles, and the worlds captured on behalf of the kingdom. They were immediately returned to the Tamar district in exchange for their speaking on our behalf in the Estates General. As we have given the dispossessed of these worlds back their people, they will champion our cause in the Estates General with great ferocity. As will the Tamar district representatives for returning their worlds. She continued, pointing at page 3 of the document. Hugh had wondered why the emergency had been extended, until he found out about his mother showing strategic initiative to expand the offensive he had ordered even further. The worlds, in her words, were strategically important for their future concerns. Which, really, meant in their plans against the Archon. Not that she could say as much, not when they were talking through the HPGs. A&D. Comster wanted him dead. Bloody monopolies, always wanting to maintain their control of money flows. He had been briefed on the issue as of a few months ago, and wow! Who knew telecommunications companies were so bad with customer service? This will be the start of a wider campaign throughout the Commonwealth, using word of mouth and guerrilla marketing to drive down confidence in the Archon. Combined with Eggers Media publicizing your criticisms of the Archon through our news channels. We estimate that within a year, Alessandro's confidence within the realm will drop to zero. In which, Katrina Steiner will be able to petition the Estates General for her confirmation as Archon when confidence in Alessandro is at rock bottom. Or even talk to Alessandro directly to have him step down. Chisaki continued, giving a pointed look at Glory for some reason. This is the broad plan, and I am sure that there will be further additions. Such as Gulag and Irwin's connections within the unions across the realm. Or Graf Arthur Levon's links to the nobility, Glory to the LCAF again with the pointed look, Catherine Eggers to the mercenaries, Anton and the LCAF, and so on. All may be small additions to the case against Alessandro, but every part is important. But before we start, we need to understand 2 points. Chisaki's voice was firm. First, there must be overwhelming support from the Commonwealth for this, there cannot be the risk of a civil war, that would defeat the purpose of our meeting here. Second, that Heimdall and Katrina Steiner are involved cannot leave this room. Otherwise, this will be seen, not as a noble and connected individuals angry with the Archon, but as a coup. This cannot be allowed to harm the Commonwealth, the transition must be as peaceful and smooth as possible. Hugh sat back, wondered about the scale of the conspiracy he had joined in, and thought why not? His people had been harmed by the imbeciles bumbling about. Like some kind of male bimbo, himbo. That was it. Staring opportunity in the face and pawing at it, as if he didn't know what it was for. Then there was the second, more personal reason why he had Alessandro on his hit list. The cycle wasn't over yet, he had 2 months left now that the emergency was over, but the sheer unmitigated profits were stabbing him in the eyeballs. All those assets. Ugh. Actually. He needed to write this down, so he wouldn't forget about it. Like he forgot about that boy in his year group who he had kicked in the face for some reason. The only time he had done so in his life, and it was to another teenager. He needed to know the reason, damn it. Which led his mind to Warmer. Ah. The Book of Grudges. A record of his grudges against everyone. He would need to though. He couldn't just say he had one against Irwin, Gulag, Hunter, Chisaki, Glory, and basically all of his division heads except education and agriculture, for making him profits. How would he explain that? A public and a private one. Yes, that could work. My king, what has you so distracted? Glory probed as he continued to daydream. Oh, right. I was thinking about how to make my grudge against Alessandro carry the sufficient gravitas. And I figured, why not go with a Book of Grudges? A Book of Grudges. Yeah, from Warhammer Fantasy back on Terra. The Da'i had a series of books called the Book of Grudges. They go from individual to the Da'i race. In each book, they put their grudges and swear to avenge them, and those of their ancestors, if they don't live long enough to do so. Don't see why we can't do the same here. The room looked incredibly interested in the idea. In that case, if we're doing a Book of Grudges, I have one against Hollow Entertainments from Kukin's Pleasure Pit. They have taken the Armsman, its internal sensors and haptic controls, and are modifying them, to create pornographic simulators and are selling them on the open market. Anton said, face looking furious. Pardon? They are doing what? How? Hugh leaned back, thinking about the idea. Maybe he should see about getting one, for his father on Rasselhog. Alone. Was that cruel? He asked himself. Glory looked like she had something she wanted to say, but Iris interjected first. We also need to decide what we're going to be doing about the wedding. You haven't been on world for the last 5 months, and we need to discuss exactly what is happening, who is coming, and how it is happening. Hugh paused. Wait. He needed to pause the wedding for at least 2 months, so he can get the punishment penalty out of the way at the same time as the wedding. Whew, good thing he was quick on his feet and realized what was happening. It could have been a disaster otherwise. Interacting with 10 different people in a social setting? He was king now, he could say no social events ever. Ha, beat that system. 051 Hugh and Catherine talk. June 29, 93, New Oslo. Hugh came in with the shield, blocking the front of his face and the side of his chest as he did so. Right hand holding an arming sword, a thick, brutal thing. Jabbing away at the figure in front of him, trying to poke, prod, find any kind of weakness. He knew, in the back of his head, and the front, and everywhere else, that this was a bad idea. Going defensive was ceding the advantage, a voice said. But, the quiet voice that was now the loudest nearly screamed that without a defensive posture, he was going to find himself very dead, very quickly. He, of course, listened to the loudest voice and hid behind his shield. Naturally, that was when the axe came down on top of the shield, the fanged head caught around the lip and pulled away. The shield going out dragged him forward, out of balance, stumbling even. The sight of the cracked egg on a Steiner fist, the last thing he saw as the dagger held in the arm to his right came down on his neck. Dead, bleeped the electronic voice. Hugh grumbled, yes, I know I'm dead, he thought as the armsman fell forward to the ground in a heap. The internal bracing preventing him from breaking his neck or something, but still, this sucked. Restarting, the voice said again, Hugh feeling himself being lifted into the air by the neck plate. Like a kitten under a mother cat's jaws. Setting him back on his feet, his mother, the same height as he was, as in, short, patted him on the shoulder. Aggression, Hugh. Aggression. You showed it in the tunnels, too much aggression some might say, why aren't you doing it here? His mother asked, pushing him to one of the reinforced benches on the side of the classroom. The gymnasium, not to be confused with the term for schools in the Commonwealth, was large, well ventilated, and filled with armsmen-clad retainers of House Eggers and his own Wolverines. All practicing their exosuite combat arts. He couldn't tell if they were working hard or hardly working, what with the suits covering their bodies and all. But, really, that wasn't his job in the grand scheme of things. His job was to make sure everyone had enough money to do their work, properly and safely. Well, you're not the enemy. It's a little hard to, you know, get aggressive. I might hurt you, he said, trying to get his emotions across. It wasn't great, but it was something. That, and I was really angry at the time. Angry at the Combine, angry at Alessandro, angry at the LCAF, angry at Dad. But, now I'm feeling normal again. Back to where I was. I'm just not feeling as strongly about it as I was. I don't know how to explain it. It feels wrong to not be angry about it anymore. A sigh came from his mother. My little emotional lifeboat. That's what you are, son. When you get down, you float right back up. If you get high, you drop right back down. There's an equilibrium that I've never seen you deviate away from for too long. When you got angry over your locust toy being crushed by accident, you spent an hour furious at Fan, before returning to normal. When you held hands with Baron Arrester's daughter for the first time, you were overjoyed for half an hour, before you returned back to normal. Her voice was reassuring. Hugh for his part was trying to come to grips with the description. Emotional lifeboat? He could see it. Not very reassuring, but he could see it. You've been like since you were an infant. Don't feel bad, it is just who you are. As long as you remember the reason for your anger, and keep it close, that should be enough. Learn to harness your emotions, so you can use them at any time. His mother continued, trying, in her own way, to reassure him. Patting him companionably on the shoulder, which given they were in armsmen suits was more of an almighty clang. Pulling him onto his feet, she patted him again on the shoulder. Really, it seemed after he went and killed some people, which he really should feel bad about, but didn't, which was worrying, she was much more open with him emotionally. Hugh didn't want to think about why that was. Was his mother a psychopath or something? The whole I am Catherine von Eggers thing she did, was looking a little different now that he had actually been on the battlefield. Had killed people. Was that her big thing? It's not like he was different in any way, right? Or was it the allergy thing? Thinking about it, he had no idea what her priorities really were. Children don't really think about things like that, do they? If you need to get into that mindset again, think about what put you into a more aggressive mindset to begin with. What made you angry? Why did you react the way you did? Immerse yourself, and then learn how to pull yourself out. Control the emotion, don't be controlled by the emotion. She concluded, walking back to the center of their practice area. Seeming to want to beat him into exhaustion as part of some martial family bonding. Hugh really wished she thought playing computer games or something counted as family bonding in her mind, not swinging sharp things at each other. As they moved through the 8th drill of the day, and the 9th sparring practice, the involuntary king asked the question that had been on his mind since that conspiracy meeting. Mom, did you know Dad? Fan was like that. Panting, legs locked to keep him upright after a furious flurry of blows from his mother, he waited for an answer. Loyal to the Archon and all that indoctrination stuff. Oh, of course. I used to run a mercenary company, you know. Handled more sensitive matters. Met your father on one, this teenager, eyes of steel. Interesting boy. Followed me around and grew up, and well, I thought why not? I needed to have children, and he was the best fit. What? You don't think I was a virgin or something, do you? I know you watch pornography on your computer, it shouldn't be a No no no, I mean, no epic tale of romance, no big sweeping off feat, just, you wanted children. Yes. That's exactly it. I told him I wanted children, I was Baroness through Giovanni Steiner, and he was the one I chose for the role. I wanted strong children, he had been in an direct action team. I do care about him greatly, of course, a little bit more than the rest of those that are mine. In case you were wondering if I picked him like a stud without caring about feelings. You were a bit of a worry for a while. It's good to see that you carried the family line through. Hugh was being hit with multiple revelations at the same time. The first being that his mother had done things that turned her into a mother. He didn't want to think about that at all. The second being that his mother had chosen his father like a favored breeding bull. Which just raised even more question about what the relationship between his parents was, and how his mother even thought on certain topics. Like, did women think like that, or was it just his mother? Hugh vowed to himself he would ask Glory and Iris about it. He never realized just how much his mother had influenced his thoughts about women before. The third issue, he had a family genetic history? Mother never spoke of her parents, but was this a family thing? Was he looking at Iris like someone that would bear him children? No, that wasn't it, right? Seriously, this was a mindfuck. A seriously major mindfuck. So everyone in our family thinks like you? He asked finally. Not even pretending to be going through the drills anymore. What do you mean think? The whole breeding thing. He was squeamish just thinking about it. That? Oh, of course. Your grandmother defeated your grandfather when he participated in a raid into the bandit kingdoms in the periphery. 2 years later, he returned to blackjack with me as a babe. It is who we are. Mother, a sample size of 2, is not a trend. She cocked her hip, I would think it is. Hugh shuddered, he needed to talk to Iris. Was this normal? Were all women like this, or was his mother actually abnormal? And if she was, how much of what she taught him was something he could rely on? So many questions to ask, not enough answers to be found. The rest of the conversation was perfunctory. He wasn't planning on asking any more questions about his family right now. Not when he knew he wouldn't like the answers. 052 Newsphere Consequences. June 29, 92, New Oslo. Chisaki jabbed an elbow into Glory's waist. Glory glared at the Loki agent. Have you actually told him about you being military intelligence yet? She asked, a teasing note in her voice. Glory sighed. Then nodded. And it went over easy, yes? No rage, not shouting, no throwing things around and swearing vengeance. Egger's media's head continued. Yes. You were right. Happy now? Glory muttered, hand to her side, restlessly checking the flap of the pistol. So? How did it go? How did he react? He asked if I was still military intelligence and if I was loyal. And I said I was no longer military intelligence for the LCAF, and that I was loyal. See? Why were you so worried about it? It's not like you were Loki like me, right? There's no indoctrination to worry about. Glory rolled her eyes. For all Chisaki joked about it, she was deadly serious about the indoctrination. Yes, you were right. Happy now? Yes, very happy. Very happy. Ignoring her, the head of administration continued to stare at the sheer enormity of data on display. The Newsphere, itself ran by administration, was something that linked the entire Rasselhog kingdom. Made possible by the anemic systems that had existed under Draconian rule. After all, it had allowed them to build an entire communications network nearly from scratch. A single network that connected all of the Rasselhog kingdom. Connecting all the worlds within the kingdom, as well as the planets themselves, through nigh-hourly jump ship hops. Data was never more than an hour out of date, in other words. All were under the singular control of administration. It gave them truly enormous insight into the flow of traffic. And, more importantly, how that information was used. Really, their king's interest in naming it, and pushing for its development, was something that likely had an impact on its success, in more ways than they had originally planned. Perhaps his factorness had something to do with it. In any case, the two were set here because this was the largest operation on New Oslo since they started using the Newsphere in this way. The command bunker for this specific cradle, where everything could be collated into a singular interface for the command team to examine. This, not being the Newsphere inspection node, but rather the command and control center. The images on screen depicting Duchess Eggers and the EDF waiting outside, the largest concentration of dissidents that they had found so far. 45 of them in a single cell, only discovered by their use of the Newsphere to communicate. In cipher, yes, but really, if you were using ciphers, you were probably someone to keep an eye on. If only because of how amateurish you were and how you might be more of a threat to yourself than others. But after an investigation, they had found something, not benign. This series of blocks, filled with weaponry and stolen armsmen suits. A quick deployment, a message to Duchess Eggers as head of the EDF, and they were ready to now, do something about it. They watched from the personal cameras the laser array was adjusted. The support lasers, equivalent to a medium laser, were packed into a single collection of lasery death. Long pipes of coolant trailed along the back to a few vehicle-grade heatsinks that had been sourced for this makeshift weapon, the power coming from the hex itself. All to support the laser death spitting array. With emphasis on the laser death. Begin the breach. Duchess Eggers said in her role as EDF commander. Voice cold, lacking in anything one might call human warmth. With no need for verbal confirmation, the laser array activated, and a constant stream of lasers slammed into the blast door that kept the block isolated. 3 meters thick, it was much more resilient than any battle mech. In the end, however, the fact that it was a door, and not an artillery battery, prevented it from counter-attacking. The support lasers melting a path through the door and into the block within. The silence aside from the dripping, melting metal was deafening. Breach. Was the simple announcement, as the camera that represented Duchess Eggers stood stock still at the back of the formation. Hey, she's holding herself back. Never thought I would see the day. Glory said simply. Chisaki rocking her head side to side. Of course she is. She's the commander of the EDF now. She can't lead every situation, you know. Her voice ended on a teasing lilt, Glory jabbing her with an elbow. Of course I know, delegate, delegate. Just, never thought it would be Duchess Eggers ever doing it. Chisaki shrugged, she too had never thought it was possible, but here they were. Maybe it's the babies? She's feeling her mortality and wants to stay alive for them. The Eggers media head continued, finger to chin, pondering. Or she is training successors, since she can't be on every planet. Glory replied, much less philosophically, much more practically. On the screens, Duchess Eggers finally entered the breach, 8th in line. Stepping through the still molten metal, her own form striding forth upright. Head swaying side to side, catching the sight of the several wounded EDF soldiers, their icons lit up as yellow on the display. There were 2 reds indicating deaths or suit failures. A stray laser struck her arm, the Duchess rolling with the impact before continuing forward, as if she didn't need to be concerned about human things. Like death, and cover. Luckily for her, or perhaps, as expected, that was the last stray shot, the fighting progressing deeper into the block, itself, jury-rigged to connect to the ones above it. Whoever had done this, had drilled holes to connect multiple blocks, without setting off the automated alarms, and maintenance/patrol teams. For all their ineptitude in combat, their espionage capabilities were dangerous indeed. For 2 EDF dead in exchange, it did appear that they had managed to kill all the insurgents, spies, infiltrators. The battle ran for half an hour, the unrelenting aggression of the EDF overpowering the defenders, who probably expected their choke points and defenses to hold up for longer. The stacks of explosives indicating a willingness to go out, with a bang. TCH, prisoners. Duchess Eggers muttered as they gathered up in the original, still warm, entrance, looking at the figures, hands held high. Surrendering, their bodies locked into armsman-rated restraints. What do we do with them? Control? The Duchess asked, turning authority of the situation up to the 2 in the command room. As the ones coordinating this operation, they were the ones nominally in control. The EDF were just providing the muscle. Just kill them, why bother trying to make things complicated? Glory said straightforwardly. It wasn't like they would know anything. No, don't kill them. Jesus, Glory. I'm the one who was trained to commit actual terrorism on the enemies of the Commonwealth, and I'm the one who's advocating restraint? You LCAF are all the same, aren't you? See obstacle, shoot obstacle. Need soldier, send Atlas, need scout, send Atlas, need breakthrough, send Atlas. Chisaki interjected before the Duchess could give the order. Of course, the LCAF taught us to solve a problem with an adequate amount of force in the most direct manner possible. What is the point of keeping them? They won't talk, they won't betray whoever sent them, just kill them now and be done with it. Not waste time with things like torture or interrogation. Chisaki let out a low moan of irritation. No, we won't just kill them. There are so many more things we can do with prisoners, you know, even the ones that don't talk. Just, take them to the administration for now. We really need an actual intelligence agency, but for now, just take them to administration. I'll teach you a few tricks, okay? Just, don't kill them. Friggin' LCAF. The last part being muttered under her breath. Lieutenant, get them processed into administration. I'll meet you back at the base for a debrief. Catherine said, assuming the conversation between Glory and Chisaki finished, before herself, leaving the bunker, 8 prisoners out of 45 individuals. Friggin'? Isn't that Terran slang for female masturbation? Why are you even saying that like a swear? Glory asked, pointedly ignoring the LCAF part of the remark. The Lord uses it when he's frustrated. It kind of fits, you know? Like a situation is so messed up that your only recourse left is to frig. Chisaki's voice sounded like she was trying to convince Glory, who in turn just raised an eyebrow at her, formerly now that she was no longer Lick counterpart. Anyway, back onto the topic. You can't just kill people because they're not immediately useful to you. I know military intelligence usually doesn't handle this kind of thing. But we're not military intelligence anymore, or Lick solely anymore. We're handling Rasselhog's entire intelligence apparatus right now. Which means we need to handle things like prisoners, interrogation, counterterrorism, terrorism, military intelligence, and everything else. Chisaki lectured. Yes. I do see your point. Military intelligence does not really concern itself with domestic operations. There is a great deal I will have to learn going forward regarding civilian ops. Muttered Glory. Yet. Don't worry about it, I'll give you the patented Loki course. How to run an operation in the Commonwealth without killing too many innocent civilians. Some collateral damage may be included, but we always get our objectives in the end. Or those prisoners. Just arrange them around the site of an incident, and we have perfect scapegoats. It's perfect, it's why you keep prisoners. They're like chocolate bars or vanilla Coke, you never know when they'll be useful. Chisaki was practically bubbly with excitement. Too many innocent civilians? How many civilians do you consider to be acceptable? Glory really shouldn't be surprised at this point. The infamy that Loki had wasn't baseless after all, it had to have a reason behind it, and well, that reason was standing right next to her. It depends based on an index, you know. How many people are there, how many incidents have there been in the past, economic development level, average age, and so on. Then you calculate what kind of people will be included in the collateral, like orphanages get higher levels of public response than an aged care home for example. Usually, it's around 1 to 10 depending on what kind of incident you're causing. Chisaki counted off on her fingertips, voice casual. Glory, for her part, was reminded again that despite her cheerful demeanor, Chisaki had been raised as a literal terrorist for the Commonwealth. Indoctrinated to never feel remorse for her actions, so long as it was to the benefit of the Commonwealth. Never forget what she is willing to do for her beloved Commonwealth, in other words. Killing loved ones without a second of hesitation? Absolutely. Bomb an orphanage? Absolutely. Organize a massacre of peace protesters? Absolutely. Betray the Commonwealth? Never. And this applies to Rasselhog? That was never part of the Commonwealth. Glory clarified. Of course, really it's so much easier considering how many heads the ISF put on pikes. We can probably get away with bombing whole neighborhoods if we dress it up right. And it will still be less extreme than what the ISF got up to. Glory thought about the lessons Chisaki was going to be teaching, and decided it would be a good idea to have someone not of Loki running their domestic intelligence. As straightforward and allegedly brutal as she was, a decimation of the EDF's compromised leadership components was not brutal, she was much better than Chisaki would be. Maybe someone of the less violent parts of the Lick, someone they could trust. They also really needed a name for it. She was partial to Rasselhog Intelligence Directorate. RID. 053 Colony 01 and the Sheridan. July 29, 93, New Oslo. Hunter Beck, haircut aficionado, looked down at the plans that Hugh Eggers had ordered to be completed and wondered just how far they were going to take this. From orbital construction, to orbital colonies. The reasoning had been simple back then, when he first had been given the orders. Build orbitals for people to live in. It then changed after the Great Betrayal, as it was now known in the Book of Grudges. Orbital infrastructure was allowed a defensive force. If the EDF was based and concentrated in orbit, it couldn't be commandeered, as it was performing a strategically vital task. Building more orbital infrastructure meant that more of them could be stationed in orbit, taking them out of reach of the LCAF. Patting his hair, now up in a regent style, a pompadour with the front extended to look like a bullet. Something about the design just appealed to him. Hunter pondered the design that he had been given. To his right, Gulag Jonasdottir, or Golag Jonasdottir according to exhaustive practice, had, in the interest of making sure that everything would be of assistance to Eggers shipping, had, with great interest, made her preferences known. Specifically, that the designs needed to be able to refit and repair the vessels of the fleet. Eggers shipping had expanded, with constant shipyard expansions to several thousand vessels. Itself, not that large a number, considering that the primitive bounty concern supplied 1 in 10 vessels to Eggers shipping. Meaning, that the rest of the Commonwealth had 10 times more vessels than they did. Spread across multiple different corporations of course, but still, that was a lot of ships. Unlike the rest of the Commonwealth, their jump ships were focused into a tiny concentration of worlds. Which, really, made it so that Eggers shipping, for all the innocuous nature behind the name, was in fact, the largest concentration of voidcraft combat potential in the inner sphere. Most of which was concentrated in Rasselhog to provide near-continuous connections between worlds, between people. A constant stream of goods and services as well, guaranteeing a connection and a shared identity that usually took several decades to build, as per the states of the inner sphere. And even then, many of them were more loyal to local powers, rather than the state as a whole. Not the case here in Rasselhog, that much was for sure. Not when planetary economies were all connected, with different planets shipping out their different specialties and products. An interconnection of labor and goods, one that created a shared national bond, not a singular planetary identity. Still, all of that relied on Egger's shipping, and all of that relied on Golig Jonasdottir and her leadership. Oh, and Erwin Jackson was here, because his design had practical use here in the void? A tank? A space tank? The three of them and Erwin's +1, Marie Rosie from Trellshire Heavy Industries, floated through the void. Before coming to a complete stop, as the colony itself was operational, providing centrifugal force as an equivalent to gravity. They were exploring the experimental civilian colony. As in, the original plan for an orbital colony as it was, as desired by Hugh Eggers on Blackjack before he had even been a noble, was finally to be realized over New Oslo. It's taken us a year, but we've finally managed to get an actual colony above New Oslo. The prototype over Blackjack is being dismantled right now. This Eggers Cradle is the first O'Neill cylinder to have been produced in nearly 300 years. From, at least, the time of the Star League. We have once again stepped into the stars and built our homes. No longer do we skip through it like an ocean of which we are terrified. We have made it home, once again, the stars are our home. Hunter whispered. His voice coming through their headsets. The zero-gravity rated armsman using a fuel cell instead of a combustion engine. An intimate caress of their eardrums. Really? We can actually live on this now? Asked Erwin. Not right now, but the structurally vital construction has finished. We are, as of this moment, standing inside the first orbital colony that has been constructed since the time of the Star League. We are, as of this moment, retaking our place amongst the stars. No longer treating space like it is something we travel through. Now, space is something that we will make our own, as we have the worlds of the Commonwealth. Hunter's voice echoed over their headsets, pumped directly into their ears. The slightly different speech raising many eyebrows. All 6 of them not connected to Hunter in fact. Practice that for the opening ceremony, have you? Asked Erwin. The sound of his raised eyebrows evident from just his voice. How was it? Good, a little more elaboration on exactly why we're meant to care about being able to live in space would be good. But, I think everyone will be so interested in the idea of living in space in the first place, they won't complain. Golig. Hunter asked. I enjoyed it, it wasn't bad. Not sure why we care so much about living in a colony, when jump ship crews live in space anyway. She replied, sounding distracted. Yes, but they're not living in space, are they? They are living on jump ships, in the tiny, cramped areas that are available to them. This colony, once it is filled with a breathable atmosphere, will have a surface area of 37.69 kilometers squared on the interior. An interior, mind you, that will be entirely available for those that wish to walk and explore it. Leisure areas, parks, pools, racetracks, and more. Nothing like a paltry jump ship crew quarters. Hunted replied heatedly, swinging his arms about. Good, make sure that's in the speech then. Golig replied, eyes scanning over the truly enormous expanse of grey concrete. It kind of looks like a bullet vibrator now that I think about it. She finished, unashamed of her words. Hunter and Erwin cringed as Marie made an interested sound. Please, there are thrusters at the back, and it has the attached mirror panels. It looks nothing like a vibrator. Hunter defended his creation. And what about those? Erwin asked, trying to head off this conversation he had no interest in participating in. Pointing his hand at the 3 windows. Said windows ensured the entire colony was illuminated. 3 enormous slits down the side, set an equal distance apart. Each covered in a truly enormous set of transparent panes. Like that of cockpit glass, able to ablate damage as it arrived, instead of cracking all at once. Those are the windows that the mirror panels shine sunlight through. You can walk on those as well. In fact, if you angle yourself properly, you can use the mirrors to see New Oslo. Hunter continued on, blithely. Not acknowledging that his miracle structure may not be entirely perfect. I thought this was designed for my ships to maintain themselves within. I am not seeing it. Golig said, voice dry. Herself pointing, this time, at the caps on either end of the colony. That's where the central support strut comes into play. If you look up, you can see the central shaft dropships and jump ships can enter, and be repaired inside, while protecting the colony from debris, while also keeping the ships in zero gravity. Isn't it great? My engineers pointed that issue out, and we've solved it perfectly, in my opinion. Admiral, we have an issue. 8 jump ships have jumped into system, and they refuse our hails to halt and allow boarding teams for inspection. The voice echoed over their communications systems. Hunter poked at his own armsman to try and figure out where things had gotten crossed over so much as to allow this to happen. Erwin tapped him on the arm, bringing attention to the armsman with a cracked egg set over 2 gun barrels on its right breast. The only way to identify Erwin, assuming one wasn't looking at the green name over his head, of course. My bad, the suit signed off on tight beam. The text displaying on Hunter's visual display. Linked our suits together just in case. The text continued to scroll down. Hunter nodding, that made sense. Just in case there was an accident, they were all linked. But if that were the case, then there must be some kind of override, or mechanical or coded, that allowed this voice to go straight to Golig instead of Erwin first. Hunter froze at the realization. Something was very wrong. That should be impossible. If Erwin tied them together, then Erwin was the priority. All messages went through Erwin. Anything that talked to Golig individually was something that should be impossible. Hunter, having only basic training in the suit, turned and held out a hand to stop Marie, to not get closer to Golig just in case. His basic training as a conscript all those years ago, telling him. Leave it to the experts. On the other side, Erwin strode forward. The colony already had gravity at 1 Earth standard of 9.81 meters per second. Tapping Golig on her hand, instead of grabbing her. Making rather sure she didn't accidentally kill him by accident, Erwin sent a tight beam transmission across. Transmission impossible. Unknown vector. Compromised. Maintain line. Golig herself gave a nod, even as her voice continued to lift and fall with a regular pattern. Send the orders again. This is something you should be aware of. Send the order to heave to and wait. This is space, we don't need to rush. Call me again in 30 minutes if there is still an issue. Ending the call, apparently, Golig turned around. Erwin tapped her to stand still as he opened the diagnostic panel on the small of the suit's back. Poking at it, his featureless helmeted face reflected the numbers, values, and charts, glowing softly as it did so. A few more presses and a cable was gently disconnected from the side. Erwin making a low-pitched humming noise the entire time. Apparently finished, he tapped Golig to face the others, and the 4 turned to meet in a small circle. Something, quite clearly, was wrong. Even the densest of individuals would be able to tell with how Erwin had been acting. Hands reaching up, Erwin gestured for them to touch his palms. Feeling like they were back in the gymnasia as children, the 4 touched each other, palm to palm. A harsh sound, filled with static, breached their ears. Sorry. I've disabled Golig's external communications using a hard bypass. Something was overriding her suit's communications network. I've linked us through direct audio transmission. Nobody can overhear us like this. Just speak normally, and we can all hear it. Erwin's voice cut through, his background as a mech warrior carrying through clearly. No panic at the unusual situation, one might say. What's happening? Marie's voice trembled. The other 3 couldn't exactly look at each other, their heads behind featureless helmets, but for some unfathomable reason, could feel their gazes on one another. Her breath was coming in loud, harsh, and increasingly fast. Fingers pushed, tapping out a rather succinct message that had been passed since time immemorial. You know what to say. Okay, I'll do it. Golig spoke. We are likely being used by an enemy intelligence asset. Likely hoping that I will, in my capacity as Admiral of Eggers Shipping, to send a message ordering the boarding or destruction of this unknown fleet. It will, no doubt, start a conflict designed to negatively impact on the Rasselhog Kingdom. I apologize that you have been drawn into this, but you need to relax and follow our lead. I will keep you safe, this I promise on my name as Gulag Jonasdottir. Marie tentatively nodded her head, breath calming down. So plans? Because I have one, but it's quite insane, and we need to figure out the best way to deal with this issue before it gets us, or the king, killed. Erwin asked. We haven't installed anything on the interior yet. So, there is no communication equipment set up on the colony interior. If we want to send a message, we could try using the mirrors we've built to bring light into the colony. Hunter's answer was short, the message just as sharp. That's, actually better than my plan. Right. New plan. I had a prototype Sheridan tank brought in, so I and Marie, here, could demonstrate it. Using that, we can get a message out while still inside this tube. Feeling like toothpaste here, and I don't want to wait for us to be squeezed, let me tell you. Erwin said, voice filled with disapproval. I've been meaning to ask this, but why do you have a tank inside my demonstration tour? I'm here to inspect this colony, and you're bringing a tank into it. What for? The Eggers construction head, naturally, hadn't had much to do with the head of Eggers Armaments, aside from where to stick weapons emplacements and the dimensions of said emplacements. A cough interrupted Irwin before he could say anything. Murray's voice as it came out was filled with the confidence of a product designer talking about their products. The Sheridan, acknowledging the future of strategic concerns as being in orbit due to the increasingly spaceborne nature of assets and jump ship proliferation. It has been developed to handle combat within space infrastructure. This occurs through the Sheridan's fusion drive on the tank's undercarriage, which generates enough thrust to break artificial rotational gravity. With a series of directional jump jets, based on the experimental Armsman jump dash systems, the Sheridan can flip over to make a landing as if it were a small dropship. This allows it to perform its infantry support role with admirable efficiency. Boasting an energy and ballistic loadout, the Sheridan has one small laser alongside its multi-role, low-velocity, 155mm rifle. The small laser Kinmari was cut off as Irwin gently tapped her on the helmet, breaking the link between the four of them for a brief moment. Right. The big thing here, is that the Sheridan, as we loaded it, is fully functional. In flight, it acts more like a dropship. It's designed to bounce around a colony's interior, so it can act like mobile infantry support. Can also drop from orbit, but that's less useful. But it should get us to where we need to go. To take the fight to the enemy and annihilate them. We have a vehicle now, let us see just how they can threaten us now. Golig's voice was harsh. Using me to strike at the king, if that is their plan? Denied. They will be annihilated to the last if it is the last thing that I do. Irwin coughed. No, actually, the plan was for us to fly to one of the mirrors, melt a hole in the glass, and then use the mirrors to shoot a message to New Oslo or one of the ships around the colony. If we tune the small laser properly, we should be able to handle it without melting the mirror. It's a 20-ton tank, the number of compromises we needed to make on it is ridiculous, let me tell you. They could practically feel Golig's disappointment. Is there a way to do this without melting a hole in my colony? It hasn't even had any colonists arrive, the landscapers haven't even started work, this is a virgin colony you are desecrating here. Hunter complained, his voice forlorn. And indeed, looking around, one could see the dull grey concrete that made up the entire colony, there being nothing that indicated it was anything but an enormous art installation at this point. Well, the large tube through the center was likely useful for travel, but that was it. Golig gave them 30 minutes, we've probably used 15 already. We don't have time to think of another plan. A grand sigh was Irwin's answer. Let us move before matters escalate into a threat against the kingdom. We cannot allow the king to be harmed by our failure. From this point forward, we communicate using tight beam text only. Watch for enemies that might try to eliminate us. Marie, stay close to me. Golig said, giving a brief tutorial on how to activate the system before they bounded forward. The message had to be sent out before matters escalated beyond their control. What if a few of the providences had been subverted and were used to destroy this fleet? It would be blamed on them, or worse, the king. With the 15-kilometer-an-hour running speed, the four, Marie lagging slightly, sprinted to the waypoint Irwin had set on their heads-up displays. In the end, the Sheridan was found, hidden under a tarp, because bright white tarp on an endless background of grey was hard to find, not. Golig and Marie acting as the crew. The designer, and the one with naval authority. While Hunter and Irwin held on to the clearly marked armsman attachment points. You wouldn't want to get vaporized by the jump jets as they rotated, after all. The entire tank lifting up as one might expect of a dropship, before ungainly waddling towards the nearest window and sending through its message. The directional thrusters spinning rapidly to send them forward on a generally forward track. Barely stable enough to send the laser message through. One picked up, through luck, by a picket ship. One that sent a tight beam to the patrol ships, and even further beyond to the combat flotillas. Something fucky is going on being the broad gist of the message. Maintain alert status, only acknowledge messages directly, do not trust digital systems without visual identification. Being the slightly longer edition. Of course, that was when the worst-case scenario for the four individuals came true. Hijacked armsmen exosuites were deployed into the field from previously unseen entranceways. Clad in the colors of the EDF, the firing wildly at the Sheridan as it floated far beyond them. The two mech warriors hanging on for dear life. The space tank wildly attempting to fire at the targets below and missing every single shot with either the main gun or the small laser. Why are they so bad at this? Screamed Hunter, hunching onto the tank with his magnetically charged hands and knees. There's no stabilizer on the prototype yet. We weren't expecting to actually need to use the guns. Irwin roared back. The two muttering and grunting loudly, before luck struck again. The same Sojourner patrol ship identified weapons fire and came to assist. Dropping an entire platoon, 30 Smialis, through the window shattered by its main guns. The 30 automachines landing amongst the infiltrators and tearing them apart. There were no survivors. The Sheridan landed to great fanfare and laughter from the rapid deployment units. The day was saved, a diplomatic envoy by the magistracy of Canopus, who, in turn, was feeling increasingly stressed by the waiting and armed dropships/small craft hovering beyond her flotilla of Canopus-manufactured providences, all ignoring her communications. Saved from what some might call a diplomatic faux pas. As, the boarding and annihilation of her crew would be called in polite circles. The fact that 3 sojourners had to be destroyed when they refused hails and instead burned at maximum acceleration at the diplomats, well, that was quietly swept under the rug. The saboteurs couldn't be identified, but such masterful control over the digital environment. It wasn't like there were many options as to the culprits. Marie for her part vowed to never demonstrate products in person ever again. Golik, Hunter, and Erwin were waiting for their king to react to this latest event. And he would, with great ferocity. They had, after all, seen what he had done following the great betrayal of 2992. In fact, there were already bets being made about his reaction. 054 Hugh in retaliation. Surprise Ninja. July 29, 93, New Oslo. Mary. Comster is fucking over my kingdom. My people, but I can't do anything about it because they control the communications in the Lyran Commonwealth. How long until we reach message reliability in the Commonwealth, as we have in Rasselhog? Hugh Eggers, King of Rasselhog, said, his voice filled with, barely suppressed rage. The report before him basically amounted to we don't know who did the communications trick to try and get the Eggers shipping fleet to fire on the ambassadors, but the list is really short, like one group long. At least 4 more years at current production numbers, my lord. Rasselhog has 60 worlds. However, the Commonwealth possesses hundreds of worlds alone, not including moons, and asteroid stations. We currently do not have the saturation necessary to replicate Rasselhog's connection on a wider scale. Mary, his loyal vice lord, head of his Veilvrate replied. And the whole inner sphere. Much longer lord. Glory. We could punish Comster for their actions, but it will result in blowback from the Commonwealth for acting unilaterally, as well as the rest of the inner sphere. We will find little in the way of allies if we act early. They've been fucking us, Glory. They have been fucking my people, 3 captains, 90 crew, and 1 commodore are dead because of this. 1 incident, and my people are dead. How many incidents have there been? How many more before it's clear that Comster won't leave us alone? It's quite fucking clear, in my opinion, that a message needs to be sent. We can't declare war on them, but after that Margrave died, and Marzio, the rat traitor, we haven't had problems with Lick and the LCAF have we? Glory, sitting at his side, answered this time, no lord, they have been avoiding us after your display of dissatisfaction. So, let's think about this critically. What is a nice, proportional retaliation against Comster that teaches them the message that fucking with my people has consequences? Tide us over until we can destroy them without worry about an interdiction. So, we can stay on everyone's good side. Until it comes time to crush them utterly. Hugh asked, hands spread out wide. Said hands coming down to rest on the cheap bamboo table, the floor, ceiling, and walls covered in a thin bamboo veneer. The entire room was so cheap that it didn't count as an asset, which was important. No antiques here, no hardwood, nothing that might up the value. Brainstorm time, people, we need to think about this logically. Mary at his right said simple, if we kill enough of them, they will naturally learn the lesson. Even Comster does not have the numbers to continue what they are doing. Recruitment numbers have been drastically reduced, and they are struggling to fill crew HPGs from their publicly available information. Which, again, had its appeal. Kill them. But that was too low-key, he wanted to make a statement after what they had done to his people. Glory meanwhile shook her head. We are retaliating against Comster for their actions. Given how they attempted to force grand treason upon the king through the death of a diplomatic team, we must respond with greater force. Comster operates several facilities within Commonwealth space that can be used as a focus for an attack. If we land and annihilate them using battle mechs, they would not be able to blame us, who they associate with auto machines. Or, alternatively, we can destroy targets outside of the Commonwealth. However, in doing so, we will be unable to alert Comster that it was us who did it, while maintaining plausible deniability. Glory's response was, as always, simple and effective, which had its appeal. He wasn't going to lie. A pause in the conversation before Mary added another comment. A little-known service that Comster provides is the Explorer Corps. Ships that chart out the worlds of the inner sphere that have been lost to time, and to seek civilizations that have survived the succession wars. The last time that the Combine and Comster clashed, an explorer ship was reported missing a year later. The voice was quiet, but Hugh felt that yes, this was proportional. No? Mary really did come through this time. Never mind how he knew about it, Hugh now had a target. They blew up 3 of his ships, or force him to blow up 3 of his ships. He would destroy 3 of their explorer ships. Equal trade, no? Right. Right. So, these Comster bastards have been doing all they can to screw us over. We've been taking it because they are the ones who can do interdictions. But, really, if they can't declare open war, and instead do everything through backstabbing fuckery, I think that it's only right that I do the same. These explorer ships? The ones that travel the periphery? A few going missing outside our borders, that sounds like a message that we need to send. Hugh said after thinking for a while. Really, those fuckers had it coming. This cycle had a month left, and it was going to make him profits. He had accepted that. In fact, one might say, that it had awoken him to the fact that he had been going at it easy. So easy, in fact, that he hadn't really had to put in the effort in the last few cycles. But this had awoken him to the very real fact that things could, and did, go catastrophically wrong. This was the inner sphere, where wars were common, where interstellar nations just did not do things like peace. Which meant, in simple terms, that he couldn't rest on his laurels, or he would be fucked, just like this cycle. More ways of losing money were needed, more avenues of future-proofing his lost making. The biggest of which were the space colonies. Enormous, space, blah blah blah. What was important, was that while they counted as assets, educational or otherwise, the people, he had on board, would be paid at 3 times the normal rate. In other words, danger pay for living in space. And since it couldn't be classified wholly as educational, only the blocks that had school structures in them, he had to pay enough to outweigh the asset-rated profits. Which, really, gave him a horrific premonition. If this applied to civilian space colonies, what would happen to his Eggers cradles on the planets in the future? Would he be doomed to make infinite profits? But, the pay for the people would ensure he would lose money either way. He had forgotten the single truism of his past life and this life. People cost money. Invest in people, ignore crazy technology. Pay people more, give them more, and you will make losses. Only for fucking Comster to come in and nearly ruin all of it by trying to get his construction leaders killed. In fact, he had a great appreciation for Golig, he really appreciated the Germanicization of her name, he could actually spell it in his head now. The cheaper she made the construction, the less the asset would be worth. The more efficient she made things, the less the asset would be valued at. It was too bad he had been too short-sighted to realize the benefits he had gained from having her around as part of construction. In any case, she was nearly killed as well. Fucking Comster. And Erwin, with that wobbly, unstable mess of a tank? It was the perfect money waster. And they wanted to kill him too? So. A message. We will send a message to Comster that they cannot ignore. The more they fuck with us, the more accidents their people will suffer. Untraceable, just like them, poetic right? It's like the world rhymes. He finally said after he rose out of his thoughts. A message that says, do not fuck with my people. Or there will be consequences. There won't be any evidence, but Comster should get the message. And if they don't, we'll keep repeating it until they do. Glory, get those orders out. I think Rasselhog Actionable Intelligence Directorate, that's a good name, right? Yes, Raid needs to start planning its first, international operation. The king of Rasselhog was deadly serious, leaning forward, eyes narrowed. A clapping sound spread through the room before Mary and Glory could say anything in reply. One followed by the words, I applaud you, young dragon. Allow me to introduce myself. Coming from everywhere and nowhere, the accent-tinged German filled the room. Before him, as if emerging from a mist, appeared the form of an old woman. A cane in her hand, standing 3 meters distant from his desk. In an instant 3 great swords were at her throat while Mary interposed himself before his king. Glory, meanwhile, had a pistol out, pointed at the woman. Old. Wrinkled. Looking as if she were, just any other old woman of Japanese descent. Something you could tell from the cheeks and nose. Hugh as a current and previous Vietnamese descended individual could tell, it being rather, obvious if you knew what to look for. Since I'm not dead, and you were invisible. I am assuming you wanted to meet me for something, and this is not an elaborate attempt to kill me. He asked, staring at her with a raised eyebrow. Looking at Mary's back as he did so. Right. Leaning over the table he tapped his chief bodyguard's waist, he needed to be able to see her for his expressions to work right? Yes, young dragon. I am, an inquisitor, you might say. Of the Order of the 5 Pillars, tasked with ensuring the moral purity of the Draconis Combine as a whole. At her words, his veiled rate tensed even further. Was this something he should be worried about? Was the Order of the 5 Pillars something dangerous? They were just the morality police, right? However, as of your defeat of Hohiro Kurita the previous year, his son, Takashi Kurita, has betrayed all that represents the dragon. Worse still, he had demanded the dictum honorium be rewritten, desecrating centuries of tradition. Of moral purity that has now been corrupted. The order has split, and I come here, now, to you. To the one that broke the dragon. There is much to hear, to feel, to think. But, for now, there is much I have to offer. Chi. Her words were simple, her blazing with a rather creepy light. That wasn't just him, right? Could the others see that light? Right, that's interesting and all, but how did you even get in here without anyone knowing? Mary interjected, the bulk of his body still in front of Hugh. What is stopping you harming our king? Especially with power some consider to be Combine legends. Ah. That is but one of many aspects that I offer. Chi, the power of life. One that allows one to heal, to prevent others from dying. Chi is a pathway to many abilities that some consider to be unnatural. Can it be learned? Hugh asked immediately. An inkling of a future loss-making scheme in his mind. If it were easy to learn, he would have heard of it by now. Instead, it must be really hard, which meant that he could train up thousands, offer them pay to study, and get nothing useful from it. Yes, but it is an arduous task that requires great concentration and willpower, not a concern for you, of course, young dragon. Fucking perfect. This cycle was going to fail, no matter what, but the next cycle? He had 2 secret weapons, his colonies and this new Chi stuff. Everything was coming up aces. Lord, we must verify her story before I can allow her anywhere near you. Mary said. Oh right, that too. Whoops, focusing on profits so much could have gotten him killed. He could imagine his past life, thousands of people across the globe learning how to martial arts in the hopes it would grant them nigh magical abilities. Ha! Here, at least, there was some hiding in plain sight ninja stuff, but how much of it was actually useful outside of edge cases? A few dozen agents? Sure, whatever. 1,000, 10,000? Ha, what the hell could he even use them for? These shadows would be utterly useless once he got past a few hundred or so of them. What a perfect way to lose money, one that had nearly literally dropped in his lap. Please, verify. This sounds very interesting. Maybe he would be able to make losses next cycle even if there was an emergency. Lord, the ambassador from the magistracy is waiting for her appointment outside. What do you wish for us to do with this inquisitor? Just send her out, ask for volunteers, let's see if inquisitor is all she says she is. Keep an eye on her, of course. But, we do need something to bring us up, so idiots like Comster stop thinking of us as pushovers, don't you think? We can't just shoot them every time they do something stupid, we'd stop being able to make HPG calls if we did that. 055 Takashi and Jasmine talk. Takashi Kurita knelt in front of the Grand Parade grounds on Luthien. Inside a pagoda that had been built for just this purpose. At his right side was his wife Jasmine. In front was a grand parade. Showing off all the innovations that the Combine's industrial might, in the face of unrelenting pressure by the Davians and the Steiners, had managed greatness. One that was never necessary before this point. The private parades by the Pesht district for the Palace of Luthien, nothing compared to this grand demonstration. But, as a dragon that had suffered losses, it was natural for the dragon to count its hoard, to reassure itself that it was safe. That it had not lost all. It was for this reason that Takashi had authorized and planned this parade. One that would, itself, be spread throughout the Combine, so that all would be reassured despite the loss of much of the core ward Kirchbach prefecture, located in the Rasselhag military district. The recordings would be displayed across the Combine, to show, that despite how society was rapidly changing around them, that they would, in turn, be able to survive these changes. For, no matter how much matters changed, the military was still the focus of the Combine. A strong DCMS was a strong Combine. A strong Combine was a unified Combine. Indeed, to drive his innovations, his reforms of the Combine forward, he must demonstrate that it was, indeed, worth it. That their people would not suffer as they did so. In order to do this, Takashi had studied history. Not just Combine history, but history as it was taught at the Sun Tzu School of Combat. Where battles from all of human history were studied. 4 lessons could be learned anywhere that more than 2 people had harsh feelings for one another. So, too, had he put aside his pride and studied the histories of mankind from as far back as mankind had history. For 3 weeks he had sat in his room, reading, learning all that he could. Upon the 4th, he stepped out with a simple realization that had been gained from his reading. In the wake of revolutions and enormous changes to society, the ones that lasted were the ones where the ordinary citizens were able to enjoy an increased level of prosperity. Or, at least, the same level of it. To receive, in simple terms, the message that nothing had changed, and that worry was senseless. If this was maintained, change on a truly enormous scale was possible. And so, in the words of the founder of Luthien University, Dr. Paul Edwards, knowledge shall be sought throughout the galaxy in order to promote the welfare of the Draconis Combine. His words were, once again, proving to be true. Takashi had turned, not to the Davians, the eternal foe, but to Rasselhag, or more specifically, his rival. Huagers. Not the Davian, for he fought on battlefields, yes. But their worlds were often overlooked. Small cores of industry surrounded by hinterland and failure. But Huagers? Both ruled nations made up of combined citizenry, or formerly, both were tasked with lifting up that which had fallen. Of creating a new society from that of the old, a strong society that could withstand all that was hurled against them, a people that would remain strong no matter the foe. Of generating strength from weakness, of creating a worthy foe from the dregs that remained. They were alike, brothers in soul and mind. And so, Takashi had aimed his eyes at this rival. Had seen the innovations that his soulmate had made upon the kingdom, and in turn realized the reason, had realized the implications and thought, again. A true rival, an enemy worthy of being called his soulmate. For was he not preparing a grand stage upon which their struggle would become legend? Of a conflict so vast, so deadly, that all would speak of it in awe. A conflict that he would face his soulmate, and they would battle, they would die. And it would be a satisfying death. He couldn't deny it, to himself, to those in his inner circle. For was this not the dream of any son of the dragon? To have a rival, that one would feel happy indeed to die to. Takashi felt a fulfillment that he was not sure he could feel with any other enemy. And Hugh's success had Takashi's own heart beating violently. A true foe, one that he could respect, and one that could respect him. But he could not be sure in those early, heady days, he needed to test his rival. And so he had. Striking at his honored enemy. Testing him with those in the DCMS who refused his reforms. Refused to acknowledge their necessity. To see if he had inherited the weakness of the Steiner. Of an economy that provided them with the most powerful military, and yet their people were weak. Their military, their Buick barely able to stand upright without urinating themselves. Not even worthy of being called foes. And the result? Aggression, with sheer, unrelenting aggression. He had seen in those months, why Hugh was worthy of being named his soulmate. Of having a conflict with Takashi that was worthy of legend. The pinnacle of a warrior's bushido, an epic struggle that could not be found elsewhere. Taking that which Takashi had abandoned. His Ronin were concentrated in a single thrust. And annihilated them. Those that were unable to change, those that were unable to adapt. All were purged from the Combine. Sent on one final charge to demonstrate just how deep the corruption had spread, just how much of it needed to be purged. A lesson to his people, a lesson to the DCMS. Demonstrating the superiority of Takashi's rival over all others with the sheer ferocity of his rebuttal compared to the anemic thrusting of the Steiner. Pounding away at the worlds left undefended for the test. And then, even further, striking into fortified territory and claiming it as his own. An enemy that had driven the dragon to the very edge, forcing him to adapt. The dragon must adapt. His people must adapt. His industry must adapt. His mustered soldiery must adapt. He himself must adapt. Or, they would perish. First Lord, the DCMS has adapted well to the changes you have insisted upon. Said the warlord of Pesht. A brute of a man, one who, was not quite able to understand that if he did not live up to Takashi's expectations, he would be replaced. As he had done so with the man's predecessor, as he had done so with 689 officers so far. Those that failed to meet his expectations, low as they were of these officer class, would find themselves on the front line, in Ashigara suits. There was much in the way of potential promotions, when so many had departed their posts for a permanent grave on New Oslo. He did not have high hopes for this one. Armsman suits adapted to meet the needs of the DCMS. Produced inside the Combine, as thanks to the Lyran weakness, an exploitation of his soulmate, that no doubt experienced its own retaliation. For what else could one call what had happened to the fools that had betrayed their dragon? Gave away their strength for measly coin? Death. Yes. They have. The mustered soldiery have met my expectations. For this, they have done well. Said the coordinator, his eyes placid, his voice calm. For while the dragon might burn with a furious flame inside, it must never be obvious to the peasantry beyond. Tell me, Warlord Imavan, what do you see before you? Takashi's voice was light. The sudden tension he could feel to his left was irritating. He had played a role in this. Had he not planned this, why, now, was he feeling tension? This was the release, the moment of truth. He had done all he could, to worry now was to demonstrate one's own useless nature in truth. I see the might of the Draconis Combine's mustered soldiery, emboldened and ready to destroy our foes as if it were nothing at all. The reply was firm. As expected of one of his warlords. Also, an answer that conveyed nothing. What was even the point of that? He found himself simultaneously irritated and pleased that he had not been present on Luthien to learn the intricacies of the court. Of the meaningless mouthings of useless nobles, the kuj, of the culture of courtesies, of uselessness. No, he had been spared that. His mind was free, unclouded by the miasma of court. Yet, it left him cold when these same mouthings were used on him. telling him what he wanted to hear, yet providing nothing of worth. His lack of time in court leaving him struggling to understand their meanings hidden in empty mouthings. He hated it. What, useless pedantry! That which did nothing but threaten the realm as a whole. Instead of being able to spend time in any court, adapting and learning. His graduation and immediate escalation to coordinator meant Takashi, as he was now, could look at the situation of the Combine from eyes that were unbiased. Eyes that were not blinded by the glorious lie they call tradition. It set him apart from his people, and yet, he would not have it any other way. Even with the difficulties it presented. For only like this, could he, as coordinator, guide his people with clear eyes. What you see before you, warlord, is the glorious claws of the dragon. One that has been adapted to meet the enemies that we will face in this new future. War has changed, the DCMS must change. Takashi said simply, directly. Really, Imavan was rather useless as district leader of Pesht. In fact, it was something that he had to consider now, the fact that, putting it simply, the older generation under his father were useless. 2 generations of useless coordinators had created commanders that were more terrified of their shadows, than they were of actually doing what was necessary. Unable to move without the coordinator's permission, terrified of overreaching. Showing, in other words, little to no initiative of their own. People who he did not need, trash who would only harm the Combine. This meeting was Imavan's last chance to prove he was worth something. Clearly, Takashi had been overestimating him. The sound of the narrator. The crowded civilian grounds behind palisades. The main parade down the main boulevard. All could be heard from the viewing pavilion. Through speakers, of course, there was a great deal of social unrest from those that could not see the necessities of his reforms. Here, they were, at the very least, safe. Their unceasing cheers were proof of its success as regiments of newly born Ashiguru militia marched past. The innovations of the realm alongside them. Turning to Imavan, Takashi said simply, "Thank you for your time, warlord. You will hear from me soon." Watching from the corner of his peripheral vision, the bowing and scraping, Takashi felt that it would be better to replace him as soon as possible. Ideally, with someone who had a spine. And here we can see the Ashiguru exosuites. Designed with Combine ingenuity and intelligence, the Ashiguru allows even infantry to fight against the might of a battle mech. With their 50mm Type 89 grenade dischargers or jutki, they launch their incendiary shells over 600 meters. There exists no exosuite that can survive the fire of the dragon's breath. Alone in the room with Jasmine, Takashi turned his head. The dragon must change if we are to survive the coming storm. You are, a woman. Traditionally, your role would be one of bearing children and continuing the dragon's line. Yet, this is unacceptable in this new Combine. All must serve beyond what is considered traditional. There is much responsibility that will be placed on you. He said, looking at Jasmine with a small amount of discomfort. Even here, in the family, there must be reform if the dragon is to face the new age. His wife, a woman of 18, must take on more responsibility. All must work for the strength of the dragon, especially if he was expecting to match the might of Rasselhog. Yes. She spoke simply, spoke what was only to be expected of a wife in the Combine. Doing her duty. Yet, he felt irritation. Now we have the Mio Osanan SA Seru Auto Machine Forces. Designed to counter the Lyran's Miali, these machines are ready to annihilate the enemies of the dragon. With their cannon and blade, the steel of the dragon shall crush all foes. Using incendiary shells, produced solely for the DCMS, there exists no auto machine that cannot be burnt alive by their fiery impacts. Speak your mind. We are to be partners in the future. We both must act for the strength of the dragon. I would hear your thoughts on these matters. Jasmine, for her part, never broke her poise at all. Demonstrating that, yes. At 14, he had indeed had great foresight. Lord Hus, her voice was cut off. Enough with the courtly frippery. We are to be partners in this new future, and you must embody the new Combine woman. You must be strong, to have thoughts of your own. To have a strength that benefits the Combine. We have been married for 1 month and I have not heard an honest opinion from you once. Speak your mind. His voice was harsh. He had chosen her for a reason, she would live up to his expectations. Husband, while you may detest courtly frippery as you call it, it is a fundamental part of the nobility. Without it, there would be constant disputes and conflicts, most of which will be resolved with honor duels to the death. Takashi frowned. Like dogs that have been raised to only bite. They have been trained to bark through courtly manners. Is this what you are saying? His voice held no rebuke, only honest curiosity. Perhaps it had been more of a disservice than he thought. To not have been present in court, no. If he had, he would have become like them, useless. Those who do nothing but devour the work and effort of others. If he had pushed for reform, it would have been a weak thing, unable to meet the challenges of this rising millennium. Husband, your Kyuj may find the comparison to dogs to be particularly upsetting. Especially with your desired reforms to society. Yes, you are correct. I will only refer to them as dogs in private, when it is yourself and I. He said courteously. A muffled sniffle came from his right. Ah, she had a sense of humor. Perhaps of the manzai variety. The straight man and the funny man, low-brow humor for the common masses, the Hainan. Yet, having spent his time first at the Sunjong Academy, and then the wisdom of the dragon, it had given him a rather wide net from which to cast his entertainment. One could not expect those raised as the Hainan to know better. It was good that she felt at ease with him. It would not be a burning, passionate love that one might hear of tales imported from the Steiner's lands. Yet, a partnership was something he could accept. Here come the Charger 1A1P Automechs. By replacing the gyro with the haptic control system, this venerable line of assault battle mechs has gained a halberd and an Inferno 37mm retro cannon to hunt down the enemies of the dragon. Anything lighter and smaller is to be crushed beneath its feet or pierced with its blade. Those at distance will be set alight by this example of the dragon's might. The nobility must change, all must change. We will, as the dragon always has, take on that which is strong from the lands of others and make it serve the dragon. We look to the honored rival, Eggers, as a guide. For as the avalanche cascades, a smart man studies the instigator. His eyes narrowed again. Already imagining what their next confrontation would look like. Already imagining the sensation of them crossing blades. The sensory recordings from his rival's armsman suit had been brought to his private residence. It was like studying an opponent's battle ROM. Unlike a battle ROM, however, it was something that allowed the user to feel exactly what the original experienced. To be able to understand his rival on such a level? What an age that they lived in. He had naturally spent quite a bit of time in the simulated battlefield. Learning everything he could about his foe. Understanding that above all else, Hugh Eggers prized aggression. To strike, strike, and strike again until the foe is defeated. Glorious. There is talk in the court that you are turning away from the traditional foe to this Rasselhog. They are a small part of the Steiner, not an independent state. Jasmine replied calmly. His eyes turned towards her. Then they are blind. They do not see how we are the same, that if the dragon wishes for a true rival, then it is not merely martial prowess that matters. The Davian have been growing weaker, they allow their Buick to demand and take. In time, perhaps, they will have a leader worth considering a rival. Rasselhog is the birth of a struggle. And struggle begets strength, as Shiro Kurita spoke, so too shall I. Of the same stock, of the same blood, of the same culture. One who is led by one of the same generation as myself? We were destined for one another, to continue to clash, again and again. To struggle. And to, in one final climactic duel, to die. A tale that will pass into legend. Takashi's voice was passionate, showing emotion for the first time before his wife. Jasmine for her part looked surprised. Husband. Rasselhog has but 60 worlds. The Combine has over 300. How can they be a rival? Takashi's eyes turned back to the parade. These 60 worlds marshal every resource possible to wage war on a scale never even imagined, not even in the age of war. These 60 are worth 300 in the Combine, for their everything has been marshaled for total war. A war of culture, of martial might, of people. How can we compare? Takashi's voice was filled with awe. He had thought that the Combine had marshaled itself totally for war. And instead found it was nothing compared to his rival. The dragon is strong, able to challenge all foes, as it has since the first steps of Shiro Kurita. So, the Kyuj tell me. Here come the kamikaze tanks. A divine wind that they replicate with the sheer firestorms that they can create. Enough to slay any formation of auto machines and exosuites. Their batteries of Inferno rockets are guaranteed to drive fear into the heart of any foe. The dragon's might is once again visible to all. If that were true, then the pillars would not be changing. I would not be speaking to you as a partner. I would not have been forced to bring changes to the dictum honorarium. There would not be a grand parade to remind the Hainan that the Combine is strong. Yet, it is so. Yes, this parade. I hear from my ears in the court that many question its reason for existing. Your ears? Yes, husband. My ears. Your actions in court have many turning to myself to speak on their behalf. You tell them you hate their petty mouthings. But they know no other means to convey their wishes, and so they turn to me. The foolish were attempting to use those more intelligent than themselves to solve their problems. Takashi felt himself grow increasingly irritated. The Kyuj, the nobility, existed to guide the Combine, to act as the brain amongst the other organs of the dragon. The coordinators, the managers, the leaders. And yet, there they were, acting as if they were nothing more than headless fools? What was the point of their existence if they did not adapt, did not learn, did not use their vaunted intelligence to solve their problems? It was the Hainan that were the foolish, raised in the Shinto religion, believing the kappa and the grumpskins that hid under the bed. Why, now, was it that the Kyuch whispered to his wife, as if she were a shaman that could whisper to the mountain kami beyond their reach? Just how deeply had the Combine failed that their leaders were so useless? The reality we face is no longer one that can be ignored. One that cannot be pretended away as if it were nothing. When the people are protected, are self-sufficient in their fortresses, they change. They require even greater indoctrination. Greater ISF oversight. All to keep them loyal, pacified. Yet, already, the ISF is overstretched, already they have been indoctrinated in every aspect of their lives. Religion, culture, work, thoughts. There is no longer a path at the end of this road. Takashi once again felt in his heart of hearts the burning of rivalry. The appreciation of his rival. Connecting all, as he had done with his jump ships and communications, bridging them with culture and commerce. Binding his people as surely as the dragon had. The first steps in their grand struggle. The whispers tell me that it is not an issue. That it need not be concerned with, and the troubles with the Hainan will pass, as it always has. Jasmine answers back, her eyes quirked. Then I have been too lenient with them if that is the level of their mental acuity. If the worlds of the dragon are to withstand future assaults, then these worlds will be fortified against, not just the Davian or the Steiner, but also the dragon. The Hainan must have the restrictions upon them loosened. Or they will cease to be ours. Already the Eggers has done so, bound that which was ours to him. Education, healthcare, arms. They will not turn upon him like the Hainan will at a moment's chance. Why else is the ISF constantly setting examples? It is because of the simmering need in the hearts of the Hainan. The dictum honorium states that to struggle is to become strong. They say that it is because of hardship. Of a shared hardship because of a lack of resources that gives the dragon strength. Takashi's fist was tightened in anger. Is it not? The shared struggle of our people grants them strength where the decadence of the Steiner breeds weakness. Is this not true? Her voice was one that spoke less of her own thoughts, but those drilled into all children of the dragon over the long course of their indoctrination. No. It is simply an excuse to focus on the DCMS above all. See now, how my rival, my soulmate has revitalized the worlds we thought dead. Has turned them into weapons, bar none. Has shown me how one must proceed in this new age. The Hainan are no longer the useless, but the vital. It was not the universities that were the source of the Mio Osanan SA Seru machines. It was the Hainan laborers in their factories. It was not the Kyuch that provided me with the Ashiguru, it was the Hainan. It is not the Kyuch that man my fortresses, it is the Bukhan Hainan. Perhaps, if the Kyuch were more useful, demonstrated skills and abilities appropriate to the resources they take, I would be more inclined to care of their concerns. Takashi felt dismissive of those that naysayed him, not after they demonstrated their inability. Finally, the Dragon 1A. Again, it replaces the gyro with a haptic control system to allow the pilot to battle mech as if it were their own bodies. The AC-10 and LRM-10 has been replaced with a 203mm retro cannon and a thermobaric missile launcher, allowing it to strike enemies from beyond their puny eyesight. The thermobaric missiles will annihilate exosuites inside their fortresses, the dragon's might cannot be denied. His father had been foolish. It was not struggle for daily survival that built strength. It was the struggle of nations that built strength. A people struggling for survival became desperate, weak, their minds dulled, foolish. A nation? Strength and unity. His ancestors had forgotten this simple truth, seeking short-term gains, destroying the Combine piece by piece. Husband, are you not afraid of assassination? In court, your actions invite consequence. There are mutterings you are not the right coordinator, that someone more martial, more experienced should take your place. He laughed then, boisterous, exulting. The fools were eager to launch a decisive strike against my rival. He demonstrated, yet again, why he is worthy of being called such and annihilated them. Those that remain opposed to my reforms either mule uselessly at yourself, have been eliminated by the ISF, or have fled. If they do not understand the necessity of this change, then they must be discarded. I cannot continue to cater to the weak, the stupid. It does nothing but create weakness. Weakness our enemies, even those incompetent as the Steiner, will exploit. I presume, my role is to work on matters of culture and art? To create a new image of the people. His wife was showing more assertiveness. This, he could appreciate. It was small, yet even this much was praiseworthy. You presume too little. Your role is no longer simply mother of future princes of the dragon. No, are the wife of the coordinator, my voice in the court. The model by which all women in this new, changing realm must emulate. For it is no longer sufficient for women to serve as mothers. You must do more, be more. This will cause upheaval among the people, not just the Kyuch. The chains of loyalty of wife to husband, sister to brother, daughter to father, will be broken. Upheaval never seen since the age of war will result. His link to the nobility spoke. Still placid, never raising her voice. For as much as the coordinator spoke of partnership, she was not willing, clearly, to challenge him. In time, she would. For struggle bred strength, and the struggle of partners would grant that and more. She did not understand yet, the necessity for this change. No longer was innovation in the realm of the Kuj, with their access to higher education. His auto machines and exosuites were in the realm of the Hainan and the unnamed middle class. It was they that innovated, it was they that leapt at the chance to prove their capabilities. And in doing so, showed Takashi the way forward. Retro technology, introduced by his rival. It meant, in simple terms, the battlefield had been leveled. All were now equal at the starting point, and he who utilized the strength of his realm first and wholeheartedly, he would emerge victorious. And so, he worked now, the process would not end within his lifetime, not after 700 years of indoctrination. But he would lay the foundations, to ensure the dragon did not die within his lifetime. There is much that you will be required to do. But, most urgently, you must drive art and culture for the Hainan. To model what is appropriate, so that they will bind themselves to the dragon by their own efforts. To demonstrate meals with the produce becoming available as our jump ship fleet expands, our world's made whole again. To explain the policies of the Pillar of Gold for all to understand. In short, you will become the mother of the Combine, the voice of the dragon. Takashi's eyes did not waver as he looked into her own. The shock in them was evident. He spoke of partnership, he knew. But she clearly did not expect this. Did not expect the sheer scale of her role. But, it was necessary. His reforms would likely bring about civil war. Already the ISF and 0.5.p had schismed, the DCMS prevented from doing so, with its more recalcitrant elements annihilated. They would flee, no doubt attempt to kill him, to reverse the changes. With so many dead, a new Buke would emerge from the militia, the Ashiguru. Loyal to these changes, loyal to this new combine. The ISF and 0.5.p would be the same, the initial years would be turbulent, but he was confident in weathering them. In this matter, and this matter alone, he was glad of his realm's low life expectancy. Death by late 40s, early 50s. 15 years between generations, that he was changing. It meant, that he had to weather just 3 to 4 generations and the realm would rebel at going back to how they had been. It was not perfect, of course, but it would settle, at least partially. They might hate the changes to the dictum honorarium he had pressed in the now. The breaking of chains between female and male, for all were needed to work in his factories, in his farms. No longer could half the population remain to care for children. That the excess of the nobility was no longer a laudable subject. That it was now a waste, a foolishness, a failure. Intolerable. That putting all into the DCMS was no longer necessary. For a strong DCMS was useless if it could not sustain itself after pillaging its own people. Changes that invited backlash, changes far greater than the keeper of house honor, and the head of the ISF had thought possible in their first meeting. But the storm would subside. The reform must occur. For his destiny spoke to him. His soulmate would not wait, nor would the dragon's historical rival, the Davians. Takashi would force the dragon to rise up to meet them. Their struggle would become legend, and Takashi, a warrior, would die content. For was it not the simple truth, that the way of the warrior was death? He had to arrange the most glorious death of all to be truly satisfied. To know all his works had been successful, to know his reforms had borne fruit. He had already written the haiku to be sewn onto his clothes. Had prepared a set of garments in which to die, so that he might be best presentable to his foe. He would raise the combine up, so that when he died in battle with his rival, he would know that his was a worthy death. 056 7th cycle starts. August 29, 93, New Oslo. ++ Noblesse system rewards host for dealing with threat to the realm. Countdown to reward suspension ended. Pausing for future updates, host. ++. Hugh nodded. Yes, he had, in fact, dealt with the threats to his realm. To his people. Why had it taken this long to come through, he wondered. Was there something on Alessandro or Takashi's end that held it up? Were they planning more attacks until recently? But really, now that the threat had been dealt with, the real concern was how to deal with future shocks. One never knew when something as stupid as this would arise again. Seriously, what the hell was the entire point of building your nation up if you were going to throw it all away on some war? War was basically setting your economy on fire, and using it to slap someone else in the face. Were you stupid? Fucking Takashi, fucking Alessandro. In any case, Hugh checked the current loss-making projects. Newly created as of this cycle. They would not amount to much in saving him from this cycle, but they would serve as mitigation in the future. Voidy is always poking in and out of his body. Actually, it had stopped growing after reaching the length of his arm. He wondered why that was. These days it stuck around inside of his head, two violently red eyes popping out of his forehead, the only visible sign of it. What do you think, Voidy? Do we have enough loss-making potential going on? Miming the action of slapping him upside the head, Voidy's tentacles retreated back into his body. I'll take that as a no. Anyway, where was he? Right, checking loss-making projects. Serving like dikes and revetment to prevent flooding. More and more mitigation, always trying to make losses. He had been fooled, had become complacent and thought losses would be natural, would continue to flow if he made a few big moves. Foolish, he had been too foolish. This cycle was lost. But he could set the groundwork for future cycles. The New Sphere project, connecting each world with a network connection, that would itself be connected to other worlds through jump ships that carried the data back and forth. He was going to reach saturation of Rasselhog worlds in the next year. Which meant he needed to expand elsewhere soon, or those communication ships were going to count as assets. An at-cost delivery system. Private shipments were free, businesses paid cost prices. The postal service, as always, was a good way to lose money. Ship your little packages, ship your big packages, ship all your packages. Eggers Shipping would handle it all. The Voton mining system subsidiary he had created. Using the Ryan Ice Cartel's system had been the hope. It had not worked out for loads over 5 million tons, and they spent billions on licensing out the method from the Hydro Company in the Free Worlds League. Jumping asteroids into refineries, spending all that money for big hunks of silicates and water. The orbital colony construction, big hulking tubes that existed to, well, cost him wages. Lots of people in orbit to lose money, eyes and safety pay. The Sheridan orbital tank. Can drive anywhere, but can also jump everywhere like a waddling dropship. Yet so light it was nigh useless. Who would even want one? Drop them from orbit and watch them get swatted out of the sky. The Emperor Crab Super Heavy Land Air Mech. Named after the creature from the Pirates of the Caribbean. The little crab things that annoyed the dead guy. Likewise, built on the idea of the King Crab, the Emperor Crab was a machine that resembled a dart with two clawed hands. What was a super heavy battle claw? Hell, what was a battle claw? A circular mining blade from Voton Mining Systems connected to a passenger bay for boarding parties. He remembered that prototype briefing. Healthcare, education, housing, all of it provided to the Rasselhog people. This included interest-free loans for business purposes. Paying the people to serve as militia with a stipend. Free transportation and infrastructure, everything he could to spend on his people as part of the noblesse system. All of these were there to cost him money. Yet, he couldn't help but feel worried. Would it be enough? What was he missing? Ah yes, the ambassador, and, the biggest loss maker of all, expansion. Colonization. He remembered his history, remembered how the colonies were all left to go independent because they were too expensive for pretty much everyone. Couldn't he do this in the exact same way? Spreading core ward to colonize planets, to spend all his money on, no. Bad idea. Was it not one big project turning bad that cost him everything this cycle? He needed to focus on many smaller projects. One world then? Yes, start small. Remember Hugh, big projects can lose big money. But once a single variable changes, everything will come crashing down. And trade deals, a connection of some kind. Import more than he exported. In other words, he was aiming to make as much in the way of losses that he possibly could. Never trust a big project again, it would do nothing but screw him over. The system had taught him well. ++BUP bop beep ++. Here we go. Hugh thought to himself, bracing himself for the inevitable failure. Oh, how he had made profits, all the profits. ++ cycle has ended, host. How are you? It has been such a long time, host. ++. Yes, system. We do this every time. ++ running calculations. Beep. BOOP. Massive profits detected. BUP. Host had made massive profits. Beep. ++. Hugh glared at the imagined system. Sitting in private, he had tried to make sure that none could see his sheer irritation at how things were turning out. Damn system, dragging it out to torture him. ++ host has completed objective of interstellar hospitality. Humans and other flesh creatures live enjoyably in host's life systems. Cramped into tubes and exploded over worlds filled with other meat sacks. How fleshy. Reward, host will receive one technological breakthrough. ++. Hugh considered the reward. Technological change was good and all, but the question was where. Was it something good like cradle improvements that wouldn't impact matters much? Or would it be jump ships and cost him profits? Damn it, system, even your rewards are traps. ++ activating random chance field host. BUP by EE up BEP. Activation successful. Host will experience technological breakthrough in the HD 389202 system. What? What is HD 389202, and why should he care, exactly? In fact, why should he even bother? Why would anyone want to go to a random selection of letters and names? Gee, system, that's really useful. Technological breakthroughs that he had to get to? Right, just leave it as is, and he would be safe. System acknowledges host's praise. System understands host is limited by meat capacity and is not underwhelmed by lacking volume. Host must retrieve reward within 6 months host, or system will become creative. Hugh was getting the impression that the system wasn't quite something human or human-made. Or, the alternate possibility was that the system was human-made but didn't really consider humans as something worth caring about. Which then raised the question of why it was here, with him. Hugh was under no illusions about his capabilities, of his inherent skills. Why he of all people had the system couldn't be explained with just his previous life's experience. Something to think about then, after the profits were tallied. Host has failed to make losses. Profits over 9 trillion host. Host has earned 9.47282 billion into host's personal accounts. That's a lot host. So much that system conversion rules must be changed, host is failing too hard. Hugh felt great irritation. Money wasn't the problem. As part of the whole noble thing, he could spend his money on himself if it was part of the whole noble thing. Which, really, meant being presentable. He didn't really go outside enough for it to be a problem when it came to private spending. Indeed, when it came to private spending, he, wow. 2 million kroner on microtransactions? No wonder he was number 1 on the PvP charts. Yes. He might need some self-control now that he thought about it. Anyway, that wasn't important. What was important was that he had lost to the system. Damn it all. Bloody system rubbing salt in his wounds. Host has failed to make a loss. Rules breach detected. Host must pay penalty. To talk to 10 other unknown fleshies in a social setting. Host has a time limit of 3 months. Optional objective completed. Host now known as Warrior Merchant King. System wonders why this is, host has only fought in 1 war. System queries fleshy susceptibility to indoctrination. Reward. Host may sell merchandise relating to host's businesses. Profits will count as losses. New cycle starting host. Buddy BOOP. Cycle length 2 years. New rules activate. Optional objectives checked every 6 months. Starting funds, 19 billion. New objective, a real tycoon manages the health of their employees. Host's fellow fleshies are suffering preventable illnesses and diseases. Develop healthcare further to solve future and current meat problems, like employees dying of tiny microscopic organisms having babies inside their hosts. New optional objective, host's poor fashion sense of brown braces on floral t-shirts has not gone unnoticed. Develop Egger's fashion further to prevent such fashion disasters ever happening again. Hugh frowned. What was wrong with brown braces on floral shirts? They were what they were, seriously. The system for not being a fleshy had some definitive views of fashion, hey. Old rule, failure to achieve a loss or comply with rules will result in host creating and running a social group unrelated to family or companies. Old rule, assets owned in conjunction with different companies will count as assets based on a % of host's ownership of the assets. Old rule, all structures and materials worth over 1 million C-bills will be counted as assets. 10% of asset valuation is counted as profits during system calculation. Old rule, all assets must be used, assets cannot be left to do nothing. Assets cannot be sold. New rule, failure to abide by rules or make a loss will result in host recording an educational lecture for public consumption. New rule, only areas immediately in use for educational purposes can be ignored in profit calculations. Okay. So, his premonition had been correct. Hugh sighed. His educational jump ships hadn't been included in the profit margins, at least the ones that hadn't been requisitioned yet. And now, was it only the rooms that counted as educational now? Correct host. Host's mental acuity has been proven again. So, a majority of the jump ship's internals were now costing him in profits. Adding to profits that were 4 trillion high and counting. He had to lose 9 trillion, that will balloon even bigger as the shipyards kept being laid down, as he built more cradles, as he... Ugh. All that in 2 years. Phew, yucking system. Hugh wasn't taking this as calmly as he thought he would. Right. 2 entire years for him to get this all sorted. Fucking ridiculous. Plus plus blep bloop plus plus. Right, the noblesse system, which, coincidentally, emerged right when the tycoon system finished. Not suspicious at all. Plus plus host has completed the emergency objective. Host has defeated the enemy and established host's superiority. Reward, host will automatically look stylish regardless of the circumstance. Plus plus. So, brown suspenders on floral shirts with blue capri pants was now okay? Okay. Plus plus new objectives. Host must complete in order. Nobles must look beyond their realms. Maintaining good relations is just as important as exploding your enemies. Host, must form positive diplomatic ties with groups beyond Rasselhog. Reward, host will receive double the benefits of exercise. Plus plus. Ooh, that sounded pretty great. Plus plus new objective. Host must demonstrate host's nobility to the masses. Attend one public event a week for 6 months and positively interact with 10 people each time host. Reward, host will receive ability to leave a conversation politely in public events. Plus plus. Both systems, or rather one system with 2 hats, was trying to set him up, wasn't it? Both of these, related rewards and objectives. Ha! He had known this was coming and had his plans hidden away in the back of his head. He wasn't the same person as he had been, system. He had thought this through and prepared himself thoroughly. Bring it system, he was ready to handle it. First, to properly begin talks with the magistracy of Canopus, ambassador for trade and other stuff. Second, he had a wedding rehearsal to get to. That counted as a social event, and he wouldn't meet anyone there that could create profits for him, because he knew all of them already. All had been prepared ahead of time. Objectives completed in days. Checkmate system.